we'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of two people who fall in love in a land where tyranny rules. With Mary Anderson starred as Ellen Grant, we offer No Other Way.
Check. 102.
10 minutes to 11 and only...
Reject. That's the 23rd one this morning.
Comrade Grant.
Yes, sir.
I was about to say, it's 10 minutes to 11 already. You're behind schedule for today.
Yes, sir, but there have been so many rejects lately. 23 already, comrade. So we've really tested 125.
Your quota doesn't include rejects.
Yes, sir, but
You know, I don't like to see you girls putting in overtime.
I'm not complaining.
60 hours a week hardly gives you time for your political education classes as it is.
Yes, sir.
So I suggest we all concentrate a little harder and fill our quota in the allotted schedule.
But, comrade, if there were less rejects...
I'm going to lunch now. If the rejects become excessive, I'll call it to the attention of the manager.
Easy, Alan. Losing your temper won't help. He must have gotten his training in Siberia. Check. 103. Let's relax for a few minutes, Wilma. After that lecture, we'll catch up. We better. Come Friday night, I don't want to have to stick in this range 1 minute after that bell rings. Date? Mm-hmm. Don't worry. If you're over, you can go up and I'll do the paperwork. Well, I'm kind of hoping we'll both be through. Oh, Wilma, not another double date. Oh, now, look, Ellen, it was the only way. He has this friend. Why is it every man you meet has a friend? Oh, but this one's different. Frank's my date. He says he's tall, very good-looking, good education. Then why does Frank have to get him a date? Oh, well, they're new in Springfield. The battalion was just stationed here. Battalion? Then he's in the Army. Well, yeah, I thought I told you. I'm not interested. Oh, but Ellen... Look, Wilma, if he's in the Army, he belongs to the party. Now, how many times have I told you I'm not dating communists? Why not? Will you tell me? Just because a man has a card in his pocket... Let's not go into that again. Well, who else can you date? They're the only men who can afford to take you to a decent place for dinner or buy you a drink. Wilma, there are 83 other girls in this factory. Ask them. Oh, but you're my closest friend. I'm trying to help you. Don't do me any favors. Just give me one good, sensible reason. Will you do that? What's the use? You wouldn't even know what I was talking about. Well, you don't have to get nasty. I don't mean to be, Wilma. It's just that we have different ideas about things. Maybe it's because I saw things when the commies took over America that you didn't see. Maybe you're right and I'm wrong, but I just can't change the way I feel. Wilma, you're not the only one trying to make me see things their way a little. My own folks say the same things you do. And they hate the commies, which just goes to show how stubborn you are. Oh, what's the use? Oh, all right, I'm sorry I mentioned it. Let's get back to work. Sure. But, just in case you change your mind, will you call me tonight? I won't change it.
Ellen?
Yes, Dad.
Muriel, Ellen's home.
All right, Ellen.
Your mother's been holding dinner again.
I'm sorry, Dad. I suppose you're starving.
It's not me I'm worried about. You've put in an extra hour each day this week.
I know. But Ellen Grant has to make sure that the progress of the second 3-year plan for the Soviet States of America is not interrupted.
Over 60 hours a week for a 19-year-old girl.
Right, your congressman, Dad.
It's nothing to joke about.
Oh, dinner's on the table. Hurry, you want to bring that chair over.
Yes, dear.
I hope it's not much. I'm not hungry.
It's never too much anymore, Helen. Oh, good heavens, dear, you look so tired.
I'll be all right. It's just being in the firing range 2 weeks in a row.
How did that happen?
One of the girls is sick.
Oh, it's no wonder.
Potatoes?
Thanks. Oh, honey, I just forgot. Wilma called you just before you came in.
My gosh, doesn't that girl ever give up?
Why? What happened?
The usual, a double date.
You to the down?
Yes. Can I have a salt, Mother?
Here. Anyone you know?
No, he's in the army.
Oh, then he's a communist.
Yes, he's a communist.
Just how many opportunities like that do you intend to turn down?
Dad, let's not
Now,
start.
your father's right, Ellen.
I know. Everybody is right. I'm wrong.
Then when are you going to wake up? You're young, Ellen. You might just as well get as much out of life as possible.
Dad, please.
And there's only one way to have any normalcy out of life nowadays. If you won't join the party, at least marry a communist.
Dear, things are getting worse, not better. We're old, it doesn't matter. But you have your whole life yet. Ellen, what's it going to be like? How long do you think you can stand working 60 and 70 hours a week in order to keep a roof over your head and just enough food to exist?
They've killed everything good, and you ask me to become a part of them.
Because we love you, darling.
Because there's no other way.
Does it mean so much to you?
It's because it's you, darling. It means more than our own lives.
Understand, Ellen. If we thought there were any other way, one in a million, we wouldn't say these things. We just don't want you to live in the anxiety and fear we've known since they took over.
Just try, dear. We don't ask you to marry the first one you meet, but at least get to know some of them. Sooner or later, you're bound to meet a communist who...
All right. Don't go on. Don't say any more, please. I'll try. I promise you, I'll try. Hey, wait. Where are you going for it?
Wasn't this where she lived?
Well, yeah, but...
Well, I can hardly pick up a girl for our first date by honking the horn, can I?
Oh, but that's the arrangement. A honk, will you, Frank?
At your command. Oh, that's sure to get us up on our right foot.
Oh, you don't understand. It's her parents. They're the nervous type, and, well, you know, a man in uniform knocking on the door.
Hey, here she comes.
Oh, well, yeah, that's Ellen. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long.
No, not at all.
First name, Ellen Grant.
Hello.
And this is Frank Partridge.
That's enough formalities. Hop in. Hey, we got an hour's ride for when you girls get there. The wildest, the greatest hangout this side of the Mississippi. Hold on. Commissar is standing right behind him. Hey, what's the matter with her ladyship? She don't laugh or say nothing.
Yeah, what's the matter, honey? You don't like Frank's story?
They're fine. Fine?
Yeah, that Frank, you're ahead with a pretty young lady.
Sure. Boris, could we leave now?
Oh, what are you talking about, honey? The evening's just beginning.
Oh, don't pay any attention to her.
I know what you need. Waiter, over here. She needs another drink.
No, I don't want anything.
Yes, sir. A drink for the lady.
No, I said I didn't want any.
Oh, honey, you just had one little itsy-bitsy drink. You can't have any fun that way.
I've had enough.
She's a little drunk. Waiter, she doesn't know what she wants. You bring another one like she had. You remember? Huh? Yes, sir, right away.
But I don't want anything. Just take me home.
No, that's what I like. People that get in the spirit of things.
When Rome does the Romans.
Sure. The Romans do what the party tells them to do.
Sure, everyone does what the party tells them to do. If person number one is in the party and person number two isn't, and person number two does what person number one tells them to do, is that right, honey?
Yes, that's right.
Sure is.
Boris, I'm asking you to take me out of here.
Everybody's free now. Everybody in the world is free to do what the communists tell them to do. And who's the communist? We're the communists! Yeah.
Oh, Meadowland, my Meadowland.
Maryland. Stop it, all of you.
Oh,
Stop
come
it.
on, Maryland. Besides, there ain't no such thing. Mary can't own any land. What's with you, baby? You stupid.
Hey, where's the waiter with Ellen's drink?
Boris, I'm asking you, will you please take me home?
Oh, listen to her. Yeah, listen to her.
Take your hands off of me.
We got much better ideas for you, honey.
Meadowland, my Meadowland.
Maryland. No, mean, it's Mary's lamb.
Mary's lamb. Hey, did you hear that? Mary's lamb.
Take it away.
Waiter! Another drink. Isn't that a shame? A glass drop. Comes here, waiter.
Forrest, take me home. Take me home.
What happened to Ellen's
Oh,
drink?
Maryland,
Take me home. We got plans. We got plans for you, baby.
Sure, because everybody's free to do what we tell them to do.
Splendid. Let me go.
I think that's enough for one night. Come on, Ellen, let's get out of here.
But you're all right. You're not...
Drunk? Never touch this stuff. Grab your coat, hurry.
Cold?
A little.
Here. Take this.
You didn't see a thing all the way to the beach.
You didn't ask me anything.
Seems to me there's some things that don't have to be asked. I don't understand you.
You have a card in the party?
No.
I didn't think so. You're not like the girls we usually meet.
And what do you like?
Yes, I'm two people. One you sought to hang out back there, and the one you see here.
I don't know what to make of this whole evening.
Your parents in the party?
No.
Why not?
They hate the communists and everything they stand for.
And you?
The same.
It's a dangerous thing to say.
I'm careful where I say it.
You are speaking to a cardholder in the Army.
I don't think so. He's still at the hangout. Or am I wrong?
You know, I can say anything I want to you. Because if you reported me, it would be my word against yours. You're not in the party, you wouldn't have a chance.
Then what happened back there?
You weren't like Wilma. I knew that right away. I have to be careful of every move I make. I wanted to get away from that place. Be alone with you. It's the only way I could do it. Frank will never even remember I left. As for my superior officers, where they're concerned, I spent a very routine leave. Got drunk. Met a girl. See, we have to report everything we do while we're on leave.
And is there something about being here you can't report?
Something I can't prove without dragging you into it. Tomorrow, as far as they'll know, I behave like every filthy one of them. They'll be satisfied.
And what are you doing in the Army?
Being young and hopeful.
You always talk in circles.
It's a good idea these days.
You just pointed out you could say what you wanted to me.
I hate the communists. I joined the Soviet-American forces for one reason. Not to fight or protect the people that run America, but eventually to fight and protect the country itself. Like I said, young and hopeful. More likely, hopeless.
Well, what is this? Some kind of an underground movement I never heard of?
Not exactly. There's lots more like me, I suppose. Now, what we're doing is hoping that someday a chance will come, an opportunity to overthrow them.
Then not everybody has given in after all.
Well, let's hope not. I had to join the party. You can see that, can't you? Without being a commie, there's no chance at all. It's the same insidious methods they use. That's all I can do.
It's late. I have to go.
I'll be stationed here at least a year.
That's a long time.
Not if I can see you again. Everyone on the dance floor is looking at you.
My slip showing?
You're too modest. Don't you know that you're pretty?
I'm beginning to believe it. You've been telling me twice a week for 3 months now.
I intend to go on telling you for longer than you can imagine. That was a proposal.
I know.
I love you, Ellen.
Let's go somewhere else.
Excuse me, Corporal Maine, isn't it?
Oh, yes, sir, Commissar Hilton.
It is.
I hardly expected to see you here, sir.
Why not? We all enjoy the finer things. The company of a beautiful woman.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. May I present Miss Ellen Grant, Commissar Hilton?
A pleasure, my dear.
How do you do?
I couldn't help noticing you from my table. I was about to ask you for this dame.
We were just leaving.
Come now, you can't refuse me this one brief pleasure. Can she, Corporal Maine?
No, sir. I'll be at the table now.
Why is it all the lovely girls are attracted to the young soldiers only? I hardly think it's fair.
I'll get it, Mother. Hello?
Hello, darling.
Forrest, where are you? I thought you'd be here for dinner.
That's a tough break. I got duty tonight.
Oh, and just when we were going to tell the folks.
Oh, tomorrow night's good enough, huh? You haven't mentioned it to them, have you?
Well, not officially, but I guess it's pretty obvious. Oh, guess who called?
Who?
Your battalion commissar.
Hilton?
Uh-huh.
What did he want?
Oh, Forrest, he's more than twice my age. You can't blame him for trying.
What did you say to him?
I was very polite. Thanked him for calling. Told him I was engaged and was having dinner with my fiancé.
When was this?
Oh, about an hour ago.
I don't like this.
Forrest, you're being ridiculous. You don't think he can come between us?
No. I was put on duty just 45 minutes ago.
You are listening to No Other Way, starring Mary Anderson. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Reject.
Number 7. Hey, you're kind of low this morning.
I didn't sleep last night.
Excited about the marriage?
I'm worried about it.
Well, if I'm prying, stop me. But, what's wrong?
Hilton.
Oh, I thought you gave him the brush.
I thought so, too. But Forrest hasn't had a leave in 3 weeks. Everyone else in his outfit has had at least 2 nights a week.
Oh, well, that can't go on forever.
And it's more than that. Commissar Hilton has called at the house. My parents met him.
Don't tell me.
Hilton's an important man. Battalion commissars are political commissars, very influential. This appeals to my parents. They were happy about Forrest, but they're overwhelmed by Commissar Hilton. He's exactly what they've dreamed about.
Oh, well, they can't run your life.
They mean well. But I love Forrest. Oh, Emma, what am I going to do? What's going to happen to Forrest?
Oh, it'll work out. Come on, there's just one more in this batch. Test it.
All right. Reject.
Number 8. Huh. That's funny.
What?
This report calls for 56 guns. We have 57.
Ellen, over here.
Forrest, darling. Oh, it's been so long.
Get inside, quick.
Is something wrong?
No, everything's all right. I finally got a pass. It's only 12 hours, but give us time to get married. Will you, Ellen? Will you marry me?
Oh, yes, darling. Yes. What'll I do to you?
Being 2 hours late? I don't know. But you're mine now. That's all I care about.
I don't want to ever let you go.
Look, if I can't see you, I'll call you every day.
What'll Hilton say?
He'll try and make it rough on me. Not much he can do, though, without it becoming too obvious to his superiors. Look, I better go in. I'll bribe whoever's on duty. Maybe he won't report that I'm late.
Be careful, darling.
Kiss me.
Put on the lights.
Forrest.
It's Hilton. He's been waiting for this moment.
You out of the car. Don't move. Well, Corporal Maine, your pass expired at 3 o'clock this morning. It is now 5 a.m.
Yes, sir.
All right, take him to the guard room at once.
Oh, no.
Come along. Miss Grant, you will be in my office at 8 o'clock this morning. I shall have some questions to ask you regarding Corporal Maine.
What are you going to do to him?
It's just routine. The military examiner will draw up an indictment.
Why?
He was absent without leave. A serious offense.
We were married last night. We were so happy.
Were you really? I'll see you at 8 o'clock this morning, Miss Grant. Oh, come in, Miss Grant. Or should I say, Mrs. Maine.
Forrest, are you...
Don't, Ellen.
Are you all right?
There will be no conversation here unless authorized. Now, what happened last night, Corporal Maine?
I contacted my wife. Told her I had a 12-hour pass, and I suggested we be married.
Where?
A small town, 27 miles north of Springfield. Maple Corners.
Well, when the state-approved marital regulations go into effect, these things won't happen. Then what?
We took a room in a hotel there.
What hotel?
It's called the Maple.
You drove both ways?
Yes, sir.
You were aware that your pass expired at 3 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Then there are no extenuating circumstances. No genuine reason for your being late.
Only my marriage, Commissar Hilton.
Hardly be taken into consideration.
Hardly to be...
We have some papers for you to sign. I beg your pardon, Mrs. Maine. Then we'll have no further need for you.
What's going to happen to my husband?
He's under arrest at this moment. The military examiner will prepare the indictment tomorrow. He'll be sentenced by the military tribunal representing the Springfield district.
Oh, Forrest.
Corporal Maine, under Article 193, Paragraph 7, the Criminal Code of the Soviet American Armed Forces, you're hereby condemned to the guardhouse awaiting sentence. Guard.
Yes, sir?
Take him away. Oh, Mrs. Maine, since such matters are not publicized, I will personally see to it that you're informed of your husband's sentence. Miss Grant.
I've been expecting you.
Have you? I'm glad. I admire a woman who's aware of her own charms.
I wasn't thinking of that.
What then?
Your invitation to my parents.
Oh, yes, the officers' party. I thought it would be a nice way for them to spend this evening. Well, aren't you going to invite me in?
Why should I?
Corporal Maine was sentenced today. I thought you'd like to hear about it.
Come in. No, in here. It's warmer in the dining room.
Certainly.
Well?
Corporal Maine was very fortunate. He was condemned to only 3 years' deprivation of liberty to be served in a corrective labor camp. The camp is in this country. It could have been Siberia. I thought you'd like to know I intervened in that matter.
You?
Yes, I recommended leniency. You see, Ellen, you've completely misunderstood me. I don't want you to think of me as you have.
Get out. Get out of here.
At least I can explain. I'm in the military. I have my duty to perform. It was just unfortunate that it had to be Corporal Maine. Believe me, I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. I'm too fond of you.
You deliberately did this. You deliberately stopped his leaves last month so he couldn't see me.
That's hardly justified.
It's the truth and you know it.
A man is likely to do many things for a girl like you.
What are you saying?
You know what I think of you. You're not like the other women. You're strong. You have a will of your own. I admire you for it. I admire you enough to go any length to have you for my wife.
You're forgetting. I'm already married.
You were married?
What do you mean?
Your marriage was annulled.
You did that?
I did it for your own good. Your position would have been very delicate to marry to a man in a corrective labor camp.
I could kill you. I could kill you.
Don't speak that way. Don't blame a man for loving someone.
You can say that. You can talk about such things. You don't know what you're saying. Your kind doesn't know anything about love or emotions. You're all alike. You're all animals.
I'm going to make you my wife.
That's very funny. Very funny. You can't make me marry you. You can't make me do anything I don't want to do.
Come here, Ellen. I want you to know I love you. In spite of what you think of me, in time you'll see what I'm like.
Don't come near me.
I don't mean all the things I say and do.
Get away.
It's just my position. I have to appear hard and cold.
I said get away from
But with
me.
you in my arms, you'd see that I'm not that way at all.
Get your hands off it.
Ellen, I want you.
No! Will you get out of here now?
Where did you get that gun? It's not allowed.
It's a reject, Commissar Hilton. Your communist efficiency slipped up. There was an extra one a few weeks ago. Someone else has to account for it, not I. I didn't know then why I took it. But I do now.
Give it to me and we'll forget this incident.
No.
I'm not leaving without it.
I told you to get out of here.
You have the nerve to fire it. I know that.
You're right.
That's what I like about you.
Don't come any closer.
It's a reject, you said. It may not fire the first time. Your only chance now is to marry me. The penalty for possession of arms is severe. Give me that gun.
No!
I told you it may not. That was a stupid thing to do. Know what'll happen to you for this? You could have married me if that gun didn't fire so well. But a reject is grand.
I heard gunshots. What happened?
And there. I did it.
You have just heard a story of what happens to free people when they are ruled by a communist regime. You think this could not happen? It did happen to Anatol Borisov, a citizen of the Soviet Union. After serving his 3-year sentence in a corrective labor camp, Anatol Borisov saw duty with the Red Army and later was put in charge of the petrol depot near Prussisch Eylau in East Prussia. It was from here that he escaped and was able to reveal this story. It did happen to Lisa Ryabchenkova, the girl whom Anatol had loved. Her present whereabouts are unknown. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Mary Anderson as Ellen Grant in No Other Way. Lamont Johnson was Forrest, Carlton Young was Hilton, and Jean Young was Wilma. No Other Way was written for If Freedom Failed by Robert M. Young, produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theatre, starring Dennis Day, Ann Blythe, and Barry Fitzgerald in Top of the Morning. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen, and the Top of the Morning. For quite a few years, we've been looking forward to St. Patrick's Day and the Lux Radio Theatre falling on the same day, because we wanted to bring you one of those charming, whimsical tales that only the Irish can tell, chock full of will-o'-the-wisps, the little people, and the wearing of the green. And as our stars of tonight's enchanting romance from Paramount Pictures, we have Dennis Day singing the songs of old Erin to that delightful Colleen and Blythe. And because we should have at least one Irishman who's kissed the Blarney Stone, that grand character actor, Barry Fitzgerald. And now, before the curtain goes up, I want you to hear of an important discovery about Lux Toilet Soap. That is wonderful news for your complexion.
Yes, tonight I want to make you a promise. A promise that you can improve your complexion, make it feel smoother, firmer, look fresher, clearer with daily Lux Soap care. And here is the new discovery that proves this promise. Lux Soap Care has skin tonic action. Remember that phrase, skin tonic action. It means that Lux Care actually stimulates your inner skin. Now, you've probably always thought of your skin from the outside. Tonight, think of your skin from the inside, because the real improvement begins on the inside. Scientific tests show the more you stimulate your inner skin, the lovelier your outer skin looks. And that's just what skin tonic action does for you. It means your complexion will look smoother, firmer, fresher, clearer, even younger. Yes, scientific evidence proves that Lux Skin Tonic Action will make a real difference in the loveliness of any normal, healthy skin. And that probably means your skin. You can easily prove this for yourself. Start your daily Lux care now, and you will see that just one cake of Lux will make your complexion definitely smoother, definitely fresher. You can count on this. We would not make this promise unless we were certain that Lux would fulfill every word of it. So try Lux now. Lux Toilet Soap Care and the beautifying benefits of skin tonic action are guaranteed by Lever Brothers Company.
Now, Top of the Morning, starring Ann Blythe as Con, Dennis Day as Joe Mulqueen, and Barry Fitzgerald as Bryony McNaughton.
My name's Joe Mulqueen. Oh, it's a good Irish name, all right, but the closest I'd ever been to Ireland is a paid-up membership card in the Friendly Sons of St. Patrick and the Fife and Shillelagh Marching Club. The closest, that is, until a couple of weeks ago. You see, I happen to work for the Manhattan Insurance Company, and one day the boss called me in.
I just got a cablegram, Joe. Another big theft. They filed a claim for $500,000. How well do you get along with the Irish?
Well, I root for Notre Dame regularly. Why?
Because you're taking the next plane for Ireland.
Well, why pick on me? What do I know about Ireland?
Well, your mother came from there, didn't she?
Well, that's no advantage.
And the only other man available is Manny Epstein.
That's no advantage either.
Now, the theft of the stone was reported a few hours ago in Cork.
What kind of stone?
The Blarney Stone.
Hey, what are you trying to give me?
I know, it's crazy, but we're stuck for $500,000.
But, boss, you can't insure a thing like the Blarney Stone.
We did. And the point is, we can't afford that kind of loss. Your tickets and expense money are outside. Now, here, 6 pages of notes. You can read all about it on the plane. Now, get going.
And when I get there?
Check with the Cork police, a fellow named Inspector Fallon. Don't let anyone else know who you are. Just be friendly, mix with the people, and find that Blarney Stone.
Sheila August Carlange.
Meaning what?
That's Gaelic. I think it means here comes the British. Well, ik wil de zee später there, Dorton, boss.
Keep in touch, see? And keep those reports coming in.
Well, according to the notes, the theft had been reported to the village police force consisting of 2 men, Sergeant Bryony McNaughton and Officer Huey Devine.
Oh, it's all too true, Huey. The Blarney Stone has disappeared. And as the legal arm of this village, we belong at the scene of the crime. Now go fetch your bicycle.
Hey, look, Bryony, look. Half the village is coming to hear you verify the circumstances.
No. Get back to your business and let Huey and me attend to our own.
Bryony, the stone is gone from the castle.
Aye.
Oh, terrible. There'll be no more gift to the Blarney. Oh, a speechless world. Oh, it's a sparkling calamity. Hey, Bryony, look. Your daughter. Morning, Con.
Morning, Huey. I brought your lunch early, Father.
Take it back, girl. Too much to do today.
Oh, then it's really gone, just as the legend said.
Oh, aye, indeed, that someday the Blarney Stone will be stolen. And there will follow strange accidents and unhappy deeds.
Don't wait up for me, Con. I'm a busy man today. Now, out of me way there, out of me way.
Oh, you'll be proud of your father now, Con.
Oh, yes, it's a large day for Bryony McNaughton. Oh, for 30 years there's been no such time.
That's right, Con, that's right. This is the proof of Bryony.
Oh, yes. A chance for him to be looked up to for his share of time. And that's a small wish. Oh, find it, Father. Find the stone.
Come along, Huey. Over here by the castle steps. Now, it's footprints we're looking for.
Ah, footprints. Oh, you've got a vast treasure between your ears, Bryony. A supreme brain.
Aye, yes.
Hey, Bryony, there's footprints, look.
Devine, those are my footprints.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Inspector Fallon. Well, we got things started, sir.
Devine, rope off this entire area before it's turned into a picnic ground.
Yes, sir. Immediate, sir.
And what about me, sir? Now, I could either...
Go back to the village, Bryony.
But the case, sir, the terrible theft.
You operate under the police department of the city of Cork. You got no jurisdiction here. Now, you'll do us more good if you attend to your own job.
You mean that I can't help, sir?
I'm sorry, McNaughton, but we'll be moving too fast for an old man to keep up.
An old man?
Well, maybe not. But who'd bet you'd have the price of another sunrise? Now, please, McNaughton, you'd better go back.
Yes, sir. Not the price of another sunrise. And that from a little man who weighs no more than an echo. Well, I'll stay on the case, and I'll solve it. I'll solve it if it's the last thing I do.
Well, the case was still wide open when I reached Cork. First, I checked in with Inspector Fallon, then I bought a lot of oil paints and a canvas and headed for the village. En route, I spent an hour or two at Blarney Castle, then I paid a week's rent at the local Waldorf and spread the word around that I was an artist. I wandered over to the first meadow I saw and set up the easel. As expected, it wasn't too long before I had an audience.
Would it be right, sir, to say you're a painter of things? Of course he's a painter. The brush is the proof.
Oh, hiya, men. Well, I'm glad to see you appreciate the finer things.
It is a picture, is it?
Well, sure it is. Thought I captured the scene rather well myself. Trees, cows, the river. Oh, well, I guess I'll be going back to the village now.
Can we help you?
Swell. You grab the easel and the art critic here can carry the paint box.
The brushes are full of paint, sir. It's a great mess.
Oh, the brushes. Well, where can I wash them?
There's a little river, sir, at the end of your nose.
Well, let's mosey over, shall we? Say, that robbery created quite a stir around here,
And the evil deeds begin already. Already have 6 cattle died of no cause at all. And there's the man who sneezed.
Sneezed? Is that bad?
Well, sneezing is one thing. But would you not say it odd for a man to sneeze without closing his eyes? Oh, the Blarney grief has started for certain.
Well, I'm sure sorry, fellas. Meanwhile, let me wash out my brushes.
It's the madness of Kelly you've made of this thing, sir.
Oh, that. Well, that's the palette. Give it to me. I'll take my knife and scrape the paint off. Well, now. And who do we have over there?
Con McNaughton, sir. Doing her washing, as any proper girl should. It is said, sir, that the stream of Donald Doris is surely the fairest place alive to wash, or to wish.
Is that a fact?
Sir, would you be cleaning her paint, or would you be staring at Con and her laundry work?
Oh, yeah. Let's get going here.
Now she's staring at him and coming this way.
I'm Con McNaughton. And who are you?
Joe Mulqueen. Oh, my, what a doll.
Aye, there's little to match the beauty of Con McNaughton.
And now would you have anything else to say?
Just, amen.
Oh, you're American then?
How can you tell?
Oh, it was easy, since they're the only ones who know just the tail end of a prayer. Let's see. America. The Land's End.
I beg your pardon?
And the knife in his hand.
Oh, I forgot to clean it. I'll be right with you.
Here's his knife.
If it's blood you're thinking of, it's only red paint, such as his cow is made of.
Oh, I'm pondering on other matters, Pierce O'Neill, the prophecy. The prophecy is related by Biddy O'Devlin.
What prophecy, Con?
Oh, being a boy, you wouldn't know, but a prophecy that has come to Biddy down through the ages. Oh, help me with my bundle, Pierce. Hurry.
Hey, what's the rush? What's she talking about? Who's Biddy? And what's this prophecy?
You'll have to ask Con McNaughton, sir, if you can catch her.
Well, I will.
You'd better wait for another time. It's in her mind now. And as any fool knows, the mind of a woman is a dreadful thing to dwell upon.
Even in Ireland, huh? Well, I went back to the village, but I'd no more than hit Main Street when the law closed in. Yep. Bryony McNaughton and Huey Devine hustled me straight to the Hoosgow.
Now then, Mr. Mulqueen, suppose you tell us just what you were doing exactly hanging around Blarney Castle this morning.
Oh, that. Well, you see, I was painting. You know, pictures. Go ahead and take a look at them.
Hey, he's painted something here, Bryony. Oh, it's a thing of great confusion.
Yeah. Take a look, Sarge. I rather think I've got something there, don't you? Note the expression on the cow's face. Treated her in profile, you see.
Tell me, you paid money to learn to do this?
It was a gift from heaven.
Well, I'd leave the church. Now, I'll give you one more chance. What are you doing in this village?
Look, I just told you, Sarge, but if you're going to run your jail this way, I'll just have to take my business someplace else.
All right, Devine, lock him up.
Lock me up? Oh, now, look, fellas, on what charge?
Vagrancy's enough. And to that, add invading the privacy of the cow.
Oh, Bridie, that's a gigantic reply.
I didn't think it was so big.
Yes, and you can stay in there until you're ready to answer some questions.
Like, for instance?
Telling us your name's Mulqueen. Now, supposing you tell us your real name.
That is my real name, Joe Mulqueen.
They say the true check is in a man's face.
Well, in this case, it's hard to tell, Huey. Because there's practically nothing in his hair.
Look, first you toss me in the pokey, and now you tell me I'm not Irish. Look, fellas, I got to draw the line somewhere.
Well, I'll interrogate you further when you've had time to think things over.
Hey, Bryony, you left your concertina there in the cell. Oh, we're about to hear a tune played.
Another gift from heaven, I suppose.
As beautiful Kitty one morning was dripping with a pitcher of milk from the fair Coleraine. When she saw me, she stumbled, the pitcher it tumbled, and all the sweet buttermilk spilled on the plain. She said to me, you know, ah, what shall I do now? Sure, such a pitcher I'll ne'er meet again. 'Twas the pride of my dairy, oh, Barney McClary, your scent as a plague on the girls of Coleraine. I sat down beside her and gently did chide her that such a misfortune should give her such pain. A kiss then I gave her, and there I did leave her. She'd bowed for such pleasure, she'd break it again. 'Twas haymaking season, I can't tell the reason. Misfortunes will never come single, 'tis plain. For very soon after poor Kitty's disaster, the devil a pitcher was left in Coleraine.
Sung like a civilized angel, Huey.
So that was a sweet noise, Bryony.
Go on, Huey. Open the door.
Huh? Let him out?
Yeah. What about the charges, Bryony?
Oh, just dismiss them.
Bryony, isn't he the tender lad?
Joe, listen, after hearing you sing, I've decided you've been telling the truth. Now, what are your plans for tonight?
Well, I was going to bed early. You see, I thought I'd take my brushes and catch the sunrise.
We're having a party at our house tonight. Would you care to come? I said, would you care to come?
Hey, Bryony. The lad's studying the picture on your desk. The picture of Con.
Yeah, she's me daughter, Joe. Looks just like me.
Your daughter, huh? I just canceled the sunrise.
Good. And about tonight, just ask for the house of Bryony McNaughton. You can't miss it.
You know, Sarge, you've been pretty nice at that. Yep. I may even do your portrait someday.
Oh, no, not that, no.
Lots of character there. It's spread all over.
Oh, Bryony, he likes you.
You have a nice face, too.
I'm so sweetly disposed, Bryony. Not a word or reproach for arresting him.
I can see that you were tricked by my plan, too. Do you know what I think of John McQueen? I think he's our man.
No.
Yes. First the Blarney Stone is stolen. Then out of the morning a stranger comes with no explanation except that he paints pictures you'd be ashamed to hang in your broom closet. Now, what do the facts suggest?
Bryony, it was your pies that tricked him. Now, what's our plan?
To fool him with friendship till we find some evidence. So tonight, while he's at the party, you'll be at the hotel searching the zoo.
Oh, Bryony, your intellect's loaded with molecules.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that, Huey. But on certain things, Bryony McNaughton doesn't have to be bitten by a fox. Oh, no.
Meanwhile, I'd gone back to the hotel, plugged in the dictaphone machine, and proceeded to dictate my first report on the case of the missing Blarney Stone. Proceeding at once to the village, where things started getting a little rough. Seems like everybody in town's a little wacky. Anyway, the officer in charge is a cute old codger named McNaughton. Doesn't have much talent, though. I doubt if he could find the curve in a pretzel if you furnished him with a blueprint. But he's a sweet old man. Leaving soon for a party at his home. Will advise further tomorrow. Signed, Joe Mulqueen. Oh, P.S. If anybody steals one of the pyramids, Manny Epstein's your man.
Before we return with Act Two of Top of the Morning, here's your Lux Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins.
With a picture of intrigue and anchor, the true story of World War II's most notorious spy. You'll see the whole expose in 20th Century Fox's gripping documentary, 5 Fingers.
James Mason, as Cicero, shows how the valet of a British ambassador sold top secrets to the Germans.
Lux lovely Danielle Darrieux plays Cicero's co-partner in espionage. And Michael Rennie is the British inspector.
Libby, speaking of top secrets, what am I bid for Hollywood's top beauty secret?
Oh, why, John, everyone knows that glamorous screen stars depend on Lux soap to make skin really lovelier.
Yes, when you see lovely Danielle Darrieux in 5 Fingers, look at her Lux Smooth skin. You'll see that Lux Soap Care, with its skin tonic action, makes a real difference in the loveliness of skin. And girls, you can be sure that the beauty care that works for Hollywood stars will work for you, too. So try it now. See how soon Lux Skin Tonic Action can improve your skin. Remember, it's proved. The more you stimulate your inner skin with Lux Soap Care, the lovelier your complexion looks. You'll see, you'll feel it is definitely smoother, firmer, fresher, clearer. Yes, just 1 cake of Lux Toilet Soap with its skin tonic action can bring this quick new beauty to you. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Top of the Morning, starring Dennis Day as Joe, Ann Blythe as Con, Barry Fitzgerald as Bryony, and Dan O'Hurley as Huey Devine.
Well, that night I went over to Bryony's house for the party. Frankly, I was hoping to make a little time with his daughter. But when I got there, Con was having a session with an old lady who sat in the corner.
Oh, Oh, and what happened today, Biddy O'Devlin? Oh, it would frighten a star.
As the wisest woman in 9 counties, I've already heard.
Then it has been fulfilled, the first condition of the prophecy.
Well, to give you a definite answer, Con, it all depends. On the other hand, there's the second condition.
Oh, tell me, Biddy. Tell me again.
That he shall come to your house in a coat of Glenaney and sing like the imprisoned bird of Connemara.
Biddy.
Well, girl?
There he is talking with Father. And his coat's as green as the map of Ireland. Not only that, he's... Oh, Biddy, look, here they come.
This way, Joe, this way. Biddy O'Devlin, this is Joe Mulqueen. I have him for my friend.
Good evening.
He has a generous face, Bryony.
And you've already met me daughter.
Oh, we did, Father, this afternoon.
Then run for the beer con, I'm dying.
Ah, yes, Father, right away.
And what of the rubber, Bryony, and the Blarney stone?
Oh, there's nothing to report, Biddy.
And while we wait, the evil deeds go on. Today I saw a man walking in the sun, and the strange part is he did not cast a shadow.
No shadow, huh? Well, what do you think of that, Joe?
I think it's a whale of an act.
Oh, the beer, Father. For you and Biddy.
And none for Mulqueen.
Well, I've been thinking that perhaps Mr. Mulqueen would rather dance if there was someone to ask him. You do dance, Mr. Mulqueen.
Well, I might get by if you leave.
Then I should like to dance with you.
They go together, Bryony, like fleas and a dog.
Oh, do they now?
Did Con tell you what happened today?
The prediction? That's a yarn made up for a village girl 500 years ago. How would it count in days like these?
Bryony, it's your telephone. Hughie Devine, and his voice is as pale as a bucket of lard.
Hughie, is it? You'll excuse me, Biddy. It's me official capacity.
A moment later, Bryony rushed from the house, jumped on his bicycle, and disappeared. There might have been those who missed him, but not Con and me. By now, we were alone, out in the garden.
So I thought I'd tell you about the lilac bushes, Joe, out here in the garden.
But, Con, there aren't any lilac bushes.
That's true. For in this part of the country, it is said that the children's breath on the air is perfume enough.
Oh, do you have to believe in every fairy tale you hear? I guess it's nice once in a while, but you overdo it around here, don't you think?
Oh, it's true. But at least we know they're fairy tales. And it's a better way to think of the fields we'll walk in, the sons we'll want, and the men we'll marry.
Hey, how about those men?
Ah, not enough prayers to St. Anne, I suppose.
St. Anne?
Oh, the saint of lovers. All the girls pray to her. It's a short prayer. Please, St. Anne, get me a man.
Where do I get in line?
How do you mean, Joe?
Oh, honey, you're starting to get some action already.
Action?
Well, how could you miss?
Well, what are you planning on, Joe Mulqueen?
Well, back home, they call this making a pitch.
Or could I ask you now, back home, is there such a thing as a slow pitcher?
You're in love with someone anyone would know. Takes up all your dreaming and makes you sort of glow. I guess you think your laughter covers up your sighs, but you've got a love look in your lovely eyes. Oh, you're in love with someone anyone I know, like to have his chances, a lucky so-and-so. Forever and forever, he'll be loving you naturally. If you're in love with someone like me.
Singing is a very rich custom. I like it.
Yeah, well, I guess it's time for Joe to be rolling. Good night, Con.
Good night, Joe.
And by the way, if you get a flash from St. Anne, keep me in mind.
And he sings like the imprisoned bird of Connemara.
I was in kind of a hurry to get back to the hotel. I had a hunch that if I wasn't too late, I'd find company up in my room.
Now, before you get upset, Mr. Mulqueen, we'll have you know this is an official police visit.
Well, hiya, Huey. Bryony.
We've been searching your room.
Well, if it's the Blarney Stone you're looking for, I'm afraid...
You'll do me the favor to answer me questions. This machine here, what is it?
Oh, that's just a dictaphone machine. You talk into it and it plays back.
Now, that's a pretty scheme.
Would you mind having it play back?
Well, maybe some other time, Bryony.
That's an order. Play it.
Well, we can play a little bit, I guess. You sure you want to hear this?
Play it.
But it's just... Oh, well... Manhattan Insurance Company, attention, E.L. Larkin. First report on the theft of the Blarney Stone.
Hey, Bryony, it's him. It's his voice.
Keep quiet, Devine.
Arrived on schedule, made contact immediately with the Cork police.
Hey, the man's a detective.
Play on, Judas Mulqueen.
Proceeding at once to the village where things started getting a little rough. Seems like everybody in town's a little wacky. Anyway, the officer in charge is a cute old codger named McNaughton. Doesn't have much talent, though.
Oh, Bryony, I'm filled with despair.
Well, that's about all. Not much else to it.
More.
More? Oh, but it's just routine, you see.
Huey, press the button again.
Doesn't have much talent, though. Doubt if he could find a curve in a pretzel if you furnished him with a blueprint. But he's a sweet old man. Sweet old man. Sweet old man. Sweet old... It gets stuck like that sometimes. Anyway, that's really all there is to it, you see.
Oh, Bryony, your heart must be as heavy as a bag full of anvils.
Oh, I don't blame you for being sore, Bryony, but now that you know we can work together, huh? I'll need your help.
No, you won't. For if you're not wise, Joe Mulqueen, you'll get some other machine that'll make you so. Come on, Huey.
Top it all, Father, last night when Joe sang in the garden.
Yeah, that's...
don't you see, Father, Biddy O'Devlin's prediction is right.
Biddy O'Devlin. Any properly trained woman would have been dead years ago. And as for Joe Mulqueen, I detest the man.
Oh.
And that's the sum of my observations. Now, bring me my breakfast.
Yes, Father.
Con.
Yes.
Did you say how the next condition went?
Oh, I thought you had no interest in
I don't. But if you were just now to blot it out, how would it go?
Well, it is said that he will speak in a great voice, the sound of which will come from small places not dreamed of.
Well, I don't believe it. Here I am with a great kind to solve, and the daughter of me days, talking and listening to predictions. I bid you good morning. I'm going to work.
Now, you heard what Sergeant McNaughton said. Mr. Mulqueen, you've been requested to leave town on the next bus.
Oh, now, wait. I came here to the police station to... Well, after all, cooperating is one thing, but tossing me out of town is quite a switch. What's happened, Bryony?
Oh, just changed my mind. And there's no hurry about leaving, just so long as it's immediate.
All right. I hate to leave with that reward and everything, but a fella can't win 'em all, I guess.
Reward, did you say? Tell me now, what reward is that?
Oh, the usual thing posted by my company, $5,000.
Joe, sit down. Would you care to sit down? Yes. Now, and about that reward, you'd be the one to get it, I suppose.
No, not eligible. I just make the recommendation.
Oh, well, then maybe Bryony could get it.
Oh, sure, if he finds the Blarney Stone.
$5,000.
Oh, Bryony, to be rich. That's a comfort even to the dead.
Of course, we'd have to work on the case together. Now, what do you say?
You're on it.
Okay. Now, first of all, who's on your list of suspects?
Cormac Gillespie.
Oh, yeah? Why?
Well, for one thing, Gillespie was seen on the grounds the night of the robbery.
Well, that's a fair start.
He's an ugly creation, Joe.
If he had to walk around the world, you wouldn't lend him an old shoe.
But he's the only one who'd stand to profit from the stone being gone.
Oh? How?
He's buying up farms. With all the accidents and the cattle dying and such, it's easy to find those who'll sell for cheap.
Cormac Gillespie has spoke to me cousin already, asking to buy his cattle.
No, I'm afraid it'll never hold, fellas. Well, anyway, dig up all you can on Gillespie, will you?
And nobody's to know you're a detective, right?
Oh, no. Artiste.
Oh, Bryony, $5,000. Oh, I'm delirious for you, Bryony.
No. Quiet down, Hughie, quiet down. Amongst the wealthy, laughter is kept at a respectable pitch.
I spent the rest of the day running a check on Gillespie, but it all added up to zero. Even Bryony had to admit it.
Well, maybe you're right, Joe. Maybe Gillespie is innocent. But what would you say to this now? 2 days ago, Gillespie called on Hughie's cousin Tomeen to buy his land. Hughie's cousin turned him down. And this afternoon, while you were gone, Hughie's cousin died.
Oh, the seizure was very sudden, Joe. His wagon turned over on the road and killed him dead.
Killed him, huh?
Yeah, well, perhaps now certain people will believe in the accident.
If you're wondering, do I think Gillespie killed Tomeen? The answer is no.
Oh, it was an accident. But Cormac Gillespie counted on the accident's happening.
I was his only relation, Joe. Oh, my heart's destroyed with the grief of it all.
I don't see any tears, Hughie.
Well, now, you see, as Bryony can tell you, I'm what you might call it, an internal weeper.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, that's true, Joe. That's true. The tears fall on his inside.
I just saw his will, Bryony. Tomeen left me everything.
Did he know?
About the accident, I'd like to see where it happened.
Oh, Joe, do you mind? I'm that overcome with me loss.
Well, it could wait until some other time.
Hey, could we all have a drink, Bryony? It helps with the sorry, you know.
Let's go over to the pub, boys. A nice glass of beer and a word for the woes of the world.
Oh, thank you, Bryony. Thank you.
There was a telephone in the local saloon. I slipped away from Bryony and the bereaved and put in a call for Inspector Fallon. I had a great idea. And if Fallon okayed it, our chances of finding the Blarney Stone might improve considerably. Fallon okayed it. Meanwhile, what about Bryony's daughter, Con? Well, right about now, Con was seeing Biddy O'Devlin, her pretty head spinning with 500 years of legend.
And it happened, Biddy, it happened. The fourth prediction. His voice will come forth from small places not dreamed of.
But it's the fifth one that really counts, Con.
Ah, that I love him or no one at all.
And the important part, if your love is returned, he will tread heavily on your heart.
Biddy, to be loved in return, is there no way to guarantee it?
Well, I could put a curse on him.
Oh, no. I don't think a curse would be fair.
Besides, it does little good to curse an American. They never seem to know the difference.
I guess I'll just have to wait. Biddy, will you look out your doorway?
It's himself walking on the road.
Joe Mulqueen, and I'm the favourite of fate. Oh, could you give me a wise word to go on?
Well, now, go to him. And should he hit you in the eye with a lump of coal, it's a sign you're making no progress.
Oh, thank you, Biddy. Thank you.
And may you never have reason, Con, to hear the last and terrible condition that I'm afraid even to speak of.
And over there is the old church, Joe, built 700 years ago, along with this little low wall I'm walking on. It's luck to walk on it, they say.
How about sitting down on it?
I would say that's good luck, too. Now help me down before I...
Hey, take it easy.
Oh, the stone, it moved.
Are you all right?
I told you it was luck. Any other stone, I'd have broken a leg at least. Well, we're sitting, Joe.
You know, I'm going to have to teach you to play post office.
Is it a difficult game to learn?
Not for a natural-born athlete. Say, what about the romance situation around
Oh, it's been said of our village that here the greatest pleasures are the reading of books and the kissing of girls.
here? Keeps a girl pretty busy, huh?
Oh, yes. Unless, of course, she's married to a great reader.
How about you?
Oh, I've been kissed, Joe. 67 times, of course. 30 of the 67 were at fairs and parties, and... well, that hardly counts.
Oh, it's still a fine showing. Fine.
Oh, but there's Maggie O'Shea, who lives down from us, who's been kissed 81 times.
Local record, huh?
Oh, by far.
Would you like to establish a new one?
Oh, yes. I mean, that is...
You're in love with someone anyone would know. takes up all your dreaming and makes you sort of glow. I guess you think your laughter covers up your sighs, but you've got a love look in your lovely eyes. Oh, 'tis sweet to think that where'er we roam, we'll see our near. Oh, you're in love with someone, anyone I know, like to have his chances, lucky so and so. Forever and forever, he'll be loving me naturally. If you're in love with a someone like me. We have got to make love to the lips we are near.
By the time I took Con home, Maggie O'Shea was running a poor second. Con invited me to stay for supper.
I hope you're not starving, Joe. We'll wait till Father gets home.
He's kind of late, isn't he?
Oh, it must be the case. Oh, it's his great opportunity, Joe. My father was never first or best at anything.
Oh, he's coming now, Con. He's coming up the path.
Will you tell him of us?
If I can squeeze a word in.
Joe's here, Father. We're waiting supper.
It would sit on me stomach like a keg of nails.
Well, aren't you coming in? We've got something to tell you.
Haven't you said enough already, Mr. Mulqueen?
Said enough.
Mr. Mulqueen, did you or did you not telephone Inspector Fallon about a plan?
Well, sure I did, but I...
And did you tell him that you'd have to be careful of me? And that I was a problem?
Oh, now, wait a minute. That isn't what I meant at all.
Well, I've been removed and made assistant. Huey Devine is the new sergeant.
Devine?
Oh, but what has Joe to do with this? I don't understand.
He's a detective, Con. Sent over to find the Blarney Stone.
Oh, Con, now look. If Fallon's got jumpy or something, I can fix it.
Will you leave, Joe? Will you please to take yourself out of here?
Con, please.
I'll leave some supper on the back doorstep. That's another one of our silly customs. Supper for a beggar, Joe. Or one who is poor in spirit. You have your choice.
I couldn't figure it. Sure, I told Fallon I had a plan, but there was nothing in it about taking Bryony's stripes away. And now Fallon had gone back to Cork and wouldn't return until morning. Meanwhile, old Biddy O'Devlin had a visitor.
Why should I have listened to him, Biddy?
Because Joe Mulqueen's the one you chose.
Well, the prediction's done, and it's of matter to no one.
Except for the last condition, Con.
It's been fulfilled.
A last one beyond that. A condition I've had no breath for.
You'll have to say it, Biddy.
Aye. If you should turn him out of your house, and that you've done, he'll go to the wood of Calais. There a song will be sung in the light of the moon, and your man will die.
No. No, that's not true. Oh, what's to be done, Biddy?
Being a part of the prediction, neither you nor I can warn him. Would do no good.
Oh, there must be some way to keep him from the wood of Calais.
If you were to pray, you might do it.
I will. I will. I'll pray until my knees hurt.
Do. And then pray sitting down until you get the same result. There a song will be sung by the light of the moon, and your man will die.
the Morning will continue in a few seconds. Now, my guest, Paramount's Lux Lovely starlet, Susan Morrow. Susan's just seen a preview of that wonderful new musical comedy, Aaron Slick from Pumpkin Creek.
It's really a very funny picture, with Alan Young, Dinah Shore, Robert Merrill, and Adele Jurgens.
And Paramount staging the world premiere March 21st in Indianapolis with Alan Young in person.
Dinah Shore and Robert Merrill sing some wonderful new hit songs in Aaron Slick from Pumpkin Creek.
Yes, and Alan Young is hilarious as the country bumpkin who saves Dinah Shore from the city slickers.
Those big-time operators are Robert Merrill and Adele Jurgens. Adele really is slick-looking, too. What a Lux Lovely complexion Adele has.
I'd say you too, Susan.
Oh, I'm a Lux enthusiast, too, John. Especially since coming here. I'm out in the sun so much, my skin could be quite dry.
That's why Lux Soap Care, with its skin tonic action, helps you, Susan, and helps so many women with dry skin. You see, Lux Skin Tonic Action stimulates your inner skin, helps it retain natural moisture, so your skin naturally looks smoother and fresher.
I do find my skin much softer with Lux Soap Care. All I do is cream in the rich lather, rinse warm, splash cold. The result? Wonderful.
Thank you, Susan Morrow. Girls, try Lux Toilet Soap Care now. You'll see Lux Skin Tonic Action can make your skin smoother, firmer, fresher, clearer. You'll see why 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux Toilet Soap. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Top of the Morning, starring Ann Blythe as Con, Dennis Day as Joe, Barry Fitzgerald as Bryony, and Dan O'Herlihy as Huey Devine.
I kept pretty busy the next day, and by the time Inspector Fallon arrived in the village, I had a couple of interesting items to tell him.
What are you angry about, Mulqueen?
That nice little parley you put over. On account of you, Bryony McNaughton's been demoted, and I lose my gal.
I've told you what we thought of the old man. Now, what have you found out?
Well, Inspector, I've been out in the country, that spot in the road where Huey Devine's cousin was killed.
Well?
You're right, Fallon. It wasn't an accident. That cart was pushed over. On my way back, I had a little confab with an old gal named Biddy O'Devlin. We cooked up an idea how we can swing it tonight. Only McNaughton plays or we don't play at all.
Okay. You need any help in the meantime?
Got all I need. Biddy O'Devlin's for the light work and a kid named Pierce O'Neill for the heavy duty.
Plus McNaughton. A small boy, an old woman, and a man with rheumatism. Can you think of anything worse?
No, but I'll work on it. See you tonight, Fallon.
Hello?
It's Bryony McNaughton, Con, your own father.
Oh, but why aren't you home, Father? Supper's waiting again.
It's a...
A song will be sung by the wood of Kelly, and the singer will die.
We met that night in front of Biddy's cottage. Inspector Fallon, 2 of his men, Bryony, and Huey Devine. I went in alone to give Biddy her final briefing.
Plain enough, Joe Mulqueen. I'm to sit here in front of the fire and not move, saying only enough to hang myself.
Well, that's not exactly the rosy outlook, Biddy, but don't you worry. I'll go outside now and wait with the others.
Before you go, Mulqueen,
Well?
there's a warning should be given to you about the wood of Kelly.
Oh, it'll have to keep, Biddy. Our man will be coming any moment. Thanks anyway. You can come in now, men. Biddy's all ready to talk to us.
Oh, that Biddy's a grand woman. She's the first person you know ever to see a stick with only one end. Now, what do you suppose she'll tell us, Huey?
No, look, Bryony, maybe I'd better wait out here and guard the door from enemies.
Well, it's all been taken care of. Go on in, Devine.
But Joe Mulqueen, he's walking away.
Oh, I'll be with you in a minute, fellas. Just go on in the cottage.
Pierce.
Now, all you gotta do is wait in the woods. Just sing out if you hear anyone coming, right?
Someone like Cormac Gillespie. I'll warn you, Joe. Good luck.
I went back into the cottage, and there Biddy was rocking back and forth, staring into the fire with the law of the land gathered around her.
I'm ready to begin now.
Just tell us about the Blarney Stone, Biddy. Where is it?
Now, Bryony, there's no need to rush the good woman.
It was stolen to cover up a black deed. And the black deed was the killing of the cousin of Hughie Devine.
Like I always suspected, Cormac Gillespie.
With the stone gone, accidents were sure to follow. And the death of the cousin could seem an accident like any of the rest.
Hey, what's that?
That's the warning from Pierce.
Warning, Joe?
Oh, you didn't let the lad sing.
He was to let us know if someone was heading here.
And who would be heading here, Hughie, but Cormac Gillespie?
Gillespie?
All right, boys, let's get him.
Come on now.
I was right. I was right. Gillespie.
Yes, the plan was working out as scheduled. Gillespie stood in the moonlight just long enough to be recognized, then darted off into the darkness of the woods. We all followed, all except Bryony. You see, our plan was to have Bryony slip back into the cottage and wait there. Wait until we heard another warning from Pierce.
Hughie.
Did I scare you, Pierce? It's a sweet voice you have, boy.
That rock. Hughie, no.
A sweet voice to charm an ear. Or give a warning.
Please, Hughie. Please. Let me go.
You'll sing no more in the wood of Calais.
Come in, Hughie.
You leave me no choice, Biddy. You know, don't you?
Aye. It wasn't Gillespie. You killed him, Hughie. You killed your cousin.
I brought a length of rope for you, Biddy. I'll do it swift.
Just
I
stand
promise.
where you are.
Bryony! Oh, Bryony, they played a terrible trick on me.
Did you need your cousin's money that badly?
Oh, for dressing up, Bryony, and travelling. Oh, the sceneries a man could behold if he only had the money.
Drop it, Hughie. Drop the poker.
Oh, you're the friend of me days, Bryony. Stay away. Please, Bryony, please.
That's better. Joe, Inspector, you can come in now.
Good work, McNaughton. You're all right, Mrs. O'Devlin.
Ah, it's a night to discuss for 100 years.
But you'll not find the Blarney stone. I'll not give you that pleasure.
We'll find it. Dylan, you and Frank, take him out to the car.
Oh, Bryony. Bryony, I'm terrible alone. I'm terrible alone. Bryony!
No. Where could he have hidden that stone?
If a man is wise, he hides a loaf of bread in a bakery and a monk in a monastery.
It's a cinch, Fallon. All you have to do is search every stone quarry in Ireland.
But if you... Mulqueen, the boy Pierce, where is he? Why hasn't he returned?
I told him to come back just as soon as
Hughie Devine. You must have found him in the wood.
Oh, love you, quickly now. Follow me.
There's a saying, or there should be, that nothing in the world's softer than an Irishman's heart, or harder than his head. When we found Pierce, he was sitting up, rubbing his head and wondering what it was all about.
I wouldn't believe it. Not a mark. Your head, boy. How's your head?
No better, no worse than most, Mrs. O'Devlin. Did I do as you wanted, Joe?
Oh, you were great, Pierce.
Well, it's late, Joe Mulqueen, and me mother will want me. Good night, you all.
Good night,
Good
Pierce.
night, lad. Good night.
Joe, has anything happened to you?
It's Con.
No, I'm fine.
Oh, but Biddy said
It
that...
was the boy Pierce O'Neill did the singing, Con.
Oh, then the last condition, Biddy, it's untrue.
The prediction is true to the last word. The song will be sung in the wood of Calais. It will be interrupted by violence, and the song will never be finished by man.
He's still singing. Your ears, woman.
So, not by man, but finished in the hills by the boy O'Neill.
We took Biddy back to her cottage, then started to walk back through the woods to the village.
Hey, what's the matter, Rainey? We're walking too fast for you.
Joe, you and Con go ahead. Me and the inspector. I will sit down on the wall here and find our breath. The exertions of the evening, you know.
Oh, we'll walk slowly, Father.
Well, I don't mind admitting I'm a little winded myself.
Con, are you sure your father's all right? After all, he's...
Oh, there are times, Joe, when I wonder how you ever got to be a detective investigator.
What?
Well, there's an old man back there who only thought we'd rather walk alone.
Why, that sly old...
Father, what's happened?
I was in the wall.
What's that?
Hey, how come you're sitting on the ground?
I'm sitting on the ground because I was sitting on the wall when it tumbled me off.
Joe, look, the same stone and the same wall, the same one I slipped on yesterday.
Yeah, you're right.
That's strange. A loose stone in a wall that stood firm for 700 years.
Holy smoke, it's the stone, Fallon, the Blarney stone.
It's what?
Well, look at it.
Well, I can't. Brian, he's sitting on it.
Oh, you'd better get up, Father.
Well, if that's the Blarney stone, then I've just touched it.
Fallon, will you look? You've got the description, haven't you?
Joe, that's it.
Now, what do you know about that?
Oh, Father, you're a hero.
Oh, about the reward, Joe. Sitting on the stone that way, now, wouldn't you nearly have to tell them that I found it?
Who else?
Well, congratulations, McNaughton. And about your old job as sergeant. You are reinstated
No, I think not, Inspector. You see, the reward I spoke of, it wouldn't do well for a sergeant to be a wealthy millionaire.
Well, think it over, McNaughton. I've got to find a wagon and a block and tackle.
You know, Con, seeing you and Joe now, I don't mind the predictions so much after all.
But I don't need a prediction to marry. For I've kissed him, Father. And Joe's the one.
I didn't even know it was an audition.
Well, now, just remember that you're going to marry an heiress. I've read about it in books, but it's grand to see.
When you're strolling down the Boreen, that means the lane, a friendly brook will sing you this sweet refrain. Kate me la falcha and slancha to you, and the top of the morning too.
When it's early in the Ayrock, that means the spring.
Is that a fact?
The birds are glad to see you. Here's what they sing.
Uh-huh.
Give me la falcha and slancha too.
And the top of the morning too. Oh, it's great how they greet you in Ireland. Learn the words so you won't have to guess. It's a toast to your health for one thing, and 100,000 welcomes no less.
In your heart you're feeling Shaneworth, that means okay.
And if you meet a Colleen, here's what you say. Kate me la falcha and slancha to you, and the top of the morning too.
In a minute, our stars will return.
Safe Lux Flakes. Lux gives your stockings gentle care, gives your stockings double wear. Safe Lux Flakes.
Nylons washed the Lux Flakes way last twice as long, the experts say.
Everywhere a lady goes, it's hard on stockings, hard on hose. Starting, stopping, driving, shopping. Stretch, strain, stretch, strain. Everywhere a lady goes, it's hard on stockings, hard on hose. Stretch, strain, stretch, strain.
Scientific strain tests show that stockings washed the gentle Lux Flakes way last twice as long. And over 90% of the makers of nylons recommend Lux Care. So start the Lux Flakes habit this very night. Remember, Lux Flakes gives you double the stocking wear. It's like getting an extra pair of stockings with every pair you buy.
Extra pair, Lux Care. Double wear, Lux Care. Nylons washed the Lux Flakes way last twice as long, the experts say. Safe Lux Flakes.
Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
Sure, and here they are for their curtain call. Dennis Day, Ann Blythe, and Barry Fitzgerald. Barry, we haven't seen you here in a long time. Where have you been?
Oh, me? Oh, well, that's a ridiculous question.
Sure, and your name is Barry.
Where else would I have been but in Ireland?
Oh, Barry, but you're the clever one there. Now, were you making a picture of visiting friends?
Well, both. I went to Ireland to make the John Ford production, The Quiet Man.
And what part do you play in the picture, Barry? The quiet man?
Well, did you ever know me to be quiet? I did. No, I'm a chauffeur.
A chauffeur. And now what is that, please?
Well, it's something you could use, my girl. A chauffeur arranges marriages for young people.
Oh.
Well, here we have something different, Barry. It's called Leap Year.
Oh, better than that. We have something called Lux Toilet Soap.
Used faithfully every day, it makes a girl's complexion irresistible.
Then we know you're single by choice, Anne, because you're one of our loveliest Lux girls.
Hey, how about me?
Why? Do you use Lux soap, Dennis?
Sure, and look at me. I got 2 shows.
And I understand you'll have a very special guest on your television show next Friday night, Dennis.
Yeah, poor fellow. He's only got 1 show. Oh. He has to take in laundry to make ends meet.
The poor fellow. And bless your generous heart, Dennis. Who is he now?
A song plugger named Jack Benny.
Bedad, that's a terrible calamity. Now, what's on for next week here, Bill?
Next week we'll have a story that's particularly appropriate for this season of the year. It's one that you requested again and again. Come to the Stable. And from the original cast of this moving 20th Century Fox drama of modern faith and inspiration will be Loretta Young and Hugh Marlowe.
Oh, it's a beautiful story, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and Aaron Gobra. You know, there's been a lot of talk tonight about the wearing of the green, but here's John Kennedy to tell you something of both green and new.
Here's proof that new green Chlorodent toothpaste gives you a clean, fresh mouth all day long. The January Reader's Digest presents facts revealing why Chlorodent, the amazing new toothpaste with magic chlorophyll, gives you the most effective deodorizing action ever discovered.
Reader's Digest reports tests which showed why Chlorodent is 50% more effective in combating mouth odors as compared with a toothpaste without chlorophyll.
Yes, by brushing your teeth with Chlorodent regularly, preferably after meals, you can have a clean, fresh mouth, not just for minutes, but all day long. Because Chlorodent contains chlorophyll, nature's greatest purifier. Chlorodent fights tooth decay, common gum troubles, too. Chlorodent gives you complete mouth care in a single product.
Buy a tube and see for yourself why Chlorodent, the chlorophyll dentifrice, is winning friends faster than any other toothpaste in America.
Lever Brothers Company unconditionally guarantee the quality and performance of Lux Toilet Soap, Lux Flakes, Chlorodent Toothpaste, as presented on this program, or your money back. Now we invite you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Loretta Young and Hugh Marlowe in Come to the Stable. This is William Keeley saying goodnight to you from Hollywood.
Anne Blythe appeared through the courtesy of Universal International Pictures, now releasing Flesh and Fury, co-starring Tony Curtis, Jan Sterling, and Mona Freeman. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Come to the Stable, starring Loretta Young and Hugh Marlowe. This is the CBS Radio Network.
This is Jackson Beck in the CBS broadcasting booth way up at the top of the great amphitheater of Pompeii. It's Navy Day here in Pompeii, this blistering hot 26th day of August in the year 79. Navy Day, and no doubt about it. The mighty Roman fleet, fresh from its recent Mediterranean maneuvers, is anchored right out here in the Bay of Naples. And every Navy man that could get liberty is jam-packed into this amphitheater. Practically the whole population of Pompeii, 20,000 people, have turned out to honor the watchdogs of the empire, the mighty Roman fleet commanded by Pliny the Elder. Yes, it's a great day for Pompeii. From my vantage point way up high, I can see this big bowl full of Pompeians spread out before me, and they're having a whale of a time. The games haven't started yet.
August 26,
up rapidly.
79 A.D., the last day of Pompeii. CBS is there.
CBS takes you back 1,869 years to a city in the shadow of an epic catastrophe. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is there, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
August 26, 79 A.D., the amphitheater in Pompeii, and Jackson Beck.
Today finds the Roman fleet in Pompeii's backyard. And the Pompeians have been looking forward to this holiday for a long time. The customers are still pouring into the amphitheater with their admission tickets of bone and bronze. The ushers are showing the crowd to their seats, patricians to the ringside seats, the freedmen to the middle sections, and the ladies way up in the gallery, especially reserved for them. The big show in the arena here this afternoon, of course, is the fight between the gladiators Pugnax, P-U-G-N-A-X, Pugnax, and Moranus, M-U-R-R-A-N-U-S. That's Pugnax and Moranus. But also on the program is the execution of a family of Nazarenes who will be thrown to the lions. And after that, more contests, games, wild animal hunts, and a whopping big review of the fleet with all hands on deck. To cover these exciting events in Pompeii here today, CBS has special events reporters Ken Roberts down there at the ringside, Michael Fitzmaurice up in the ladies' gallery, lucky dog, Cameron Blake at the entrance to the arena, John Daly out in the bay with the fleet, and yours truly, Jackson Beck, perched up here in our CBS observation booth overlooking the whole amphitheater, right up near the gods themselves. And speaking of gods, I'll wager most of them are sitting right up on top of old Mount Vesuvius out there, sipping their nectar, savoring their ambrosia, and enjoying the fine spectacle right along with us poor mortals. Yeah. My calm, cool technician, Philip Airhorn, tells me that Ken Roberts is ready to introduce some of the celebrities who are here today, so we'll switch you to Ken Roberts down there at the ringside. What it is. On the dais, the seat of honor for our noted guest today, there is the Senator Lavinius Regulus, the former city officials Caius Quinicius Valgas and Marcus Porcius, the banker M. Cadrius Marcellus, and of course the Aedile Proculus Proprius, one of the leading magistrates of Pompeii, through whose personal courtesy this spectacle honoring the deity has been arranged. The Aedile is very popular with the people. Yes, indeed, Your Honor, Pompeii is one of the most delightful summer resorts in the whole Roman Empire. Of course, but the cool winds aren't blowing today. What's wrong? By Jove, 'tis a marvelous day. All honor to the Roman fleet and to my excellent friend, the Admiral Pliny the Elder. Ah, my good people, would that you were with us on this magnificent occasion. Join with us on this day of joy. Never has Pompeii been so honored. Your Honor, do you think the heat will affect the match between Pugnax and Moranus? Not a bit, not a bit. The heat, I vow, is most unusual. Certainly all the world has heard of the salubrious, the exhilarating climate of our fair city of Pompeii. Naturally, but what about... Yes, today is very unusual. Statius, noble author, has said, and I quote him, all things conspire to make life pleasant in Pompeii, where the summers are cool and the winters warm, and where the sea dies away gently as it kisses the shore. By Jupiter, that's well said. Don't you think so? I do, Your Honor. And I would prove, I vow, would that every Roman could enjoy our exquisite weather. And I say to all of them, come to Pompeii. Yes, come to the biggest little colony in the Roman Empire. Yes, Your Honor. Enjoy our entertainment, our baths. They are without equal. But, Your Honor, what about the earthquake that caused so much damage a few years ago? Yes, most unusual. But we are rebuilding. By Jove, that earthquake was truly a blessing from the gods, I say. For upon the old, we are setting up the new. Come, everyone. Come and live life to its fullest among the pleasures of Pompeii. I love you all. Your Honor, whom do you favor in the main contest this afternoon, Pugnax or Moranus? As sponsor of the event, it would be injudicious for me to take sides. But by Jupiter, I do favor Moranus. And I placed a small wager with the senator on the goal. But I'm impartial. May the strongest man win. Thank you, Proprius Proculus. Thank you. Another well-known personality on the dais is the famous comedian and buffoon Horconius Rufus. Rufus, who is that divine goddess who accompanied you into the amphitheater? By my troth, that is no divine goddess. That is she to whom I am wedded. What is the title of the performance you're now giving at the theater? Why, we are doing Pappas the Doctor Thrown Out. But today is a Roman holiday. Today we do not wear the mask and wig. No talk of the theater now. Let us enjoy this wonderful spectacle. And in truth, I am so glad to be here. Really, I'm awfully glad to be here. You know. A most curious event occurred to me on my way to the amphitheater today. Oh, really? Would you tell us about it? I'd be very glad to tell you about it.
I was being carried in my litter past the forum. Forum? That's another name for a meeting of my wife's dear family conferring on the problem of how to squander my wealth. I was being carried past the forum, and there I saw this unusual spectacle. It seems that a slave was carrying an umbrella for his master. Suddenly, the slave stopped walking, and his master continued on out from under the umbrella, and by the gods, he did not get wet. No? No, for by Jupiter, flew the it wasn't raining.
Tell me, Rufus, are you wagering on today's contest?
Oh, forsooth I am, Burley, I am. I shall wager 2 talents on Pugnax and 2 talents on Moranis.
But that way you'll only break even.
The consummation's about me to be wished, for indeed I can use the money. I say now, who will take these wages? You, Your Honor. What you say?
Thank you, Antonius Rufus. The trumpets have just sounded announcing the entrance of the gladiators to the arena. For a description of the procession of gladiators, we return you to Jackson Beck up at the top of the amphitheater.
The procession is about to enter the arena from the north portal. I can see the musicians, and behind them, here they come, the gladiators, unarmed, marching in solemn, stately tread into the arena. The crowd is hypnotized by the sight of these men marching slowly to what will certainly be death for many in the ranks. The faces of the gladiators are set in expressions that range from almost inhuman ferocity to utter stoicism. In contrast, the bloodlust of the spectators has charged their faces with almost livid anticipation. All eyes, of course, are on Pugnax and Moranis. Pugnax looks surprisingly young. His body is well-muscled, but not brawny. He looks as lithe as a panther. Moranis, on the other hand, is a picture of savage brutality. His body is covered with hair, and his arms hang from his sides like battle axes. Behind the gladiators, a chariot is bringing up the end of the procession, and chained to the sides of the chariot is that Nazarene family that will be thrown to the lions. There are 3 of them, father, mother, and daughter. The daughter, a girl of about 15. The Nazarenes, you know, are that peculiar sect which of late has been causing so much unrest in the empire since their leader was executed in the Palestine colony by authority of Pontius Pilate. This particular family is well known in Pompeii. The father, Marcus Tullius, was formerly a member of the priesthood of Isis. The prisoners are marching with their heads thrown high, faces that reflect a strange, mystical kind of ecstasy. Now the gladiators have reached the dais. And now the procession is starting its march back out of the arena, which is fairly large, measuring about 400 feet in length and 300 in width. And now Mike Fitzmaurice is waiting to interview another celebrity down in the ladies' gallery. So let's go down there and see who it is.
Here at our CBS microphone with me is one of the most beautiful and famous women in all the empire.
Angel.
A favorite of the emperor, the celebrated entertainer, the delightful Umbresia Januaria. Januaria, what brings you from Rome to Pompeii?
The heat, by Lucifer, is murderous in Rome.
Hard, huh?
Like a baker's oven, but Pompeii is worse. It is like Hades, but no matter. I would travel through brimstone to the ends of the empire to watch Moranis battle. Magnificent, magnificent Moranis.
You're staying here at your villa, of course.
Hardly a villa, Angel. Merely 15 chambers and an atrium and a peristyle of only 84 columns. Just a modest little place, but away from the city. When will this contest begin? It's simply stifling in this gallery, and these women, they smell abundantly of the farm. Gloria, move that fan faster, girl. Move it, move it.
I noticed you're wearing your hair up this summer, Januaria. Is that the latest fashion in Rome?
Yes, the Empress styled it. Do you approve?
It's very attractive with the ringlets piled high on the head that way.
Angel.
By the way, how is the Empress?
Lovely. She gets more beautiful as she grows older.
So I hear. I see you're wearing your robe in solar fashion, almost to the ground.
Yes, you like the sandals? They're more popular than booties this year among the better class of women. Sorry, move that fan faster, or I'll jab you with this hairpin. Necklaces, rings, bracelets, and the earrings of worked gold are also being worn.
That's very interesting. Who do you like in the big contest today, Januaria? Pugnax or Morenas?
Morenas. By Apollo, there is a man. Muscles like granite boulders.
Have you seen him fight before?
Many times. Nobody lunges a triton into his opponent's belly more magnificently than he. I remember the last time he fought. It was against the Saxon. Why, he skewered him with the agility of a fawn dancing on a buttercup. The man is a veritable mountain of Vesuvius.
Thank you, Umbricia Januaria. Now over to Ken Roberts, who has moved from the days to the freedman section. Standing beside me in the freedman section is one of those famous gladiators of all time. A man whose name and glorious career is known to all of you. A man who really needs no introduction. The champion of champions, one of the few gladiators ever to retire undefeated from the list. A former slave, but discharged with honor. And now a freedman and a Roman citizen. Tetraides of Macedonia. Greetings. Well, what have you been doing since your retirement, Tetraides?
Oh, I've become an innkeeper. My inn is at the sign of the Wild Dog. At the Herculaneum Gate. I have a very fine inn.
I'm sure it is. Who is your favorite today, Pugnax or Morenas?
Both are names, I vow.
They don't compare with the gladiators of your time?
By Zeus, in my time, they would not be fed to the lions. In the good old days...
Thank you, Society. The trumpet is sounding. The big fight is ready to start. So over to Jackson Beck in the observation booth for a blow-by-blow description of this great contest.
Now the fighters have reached the large ring drawn on the floor of the arena by the ringmaster. They must battle within the confines of that circle. Now they're in the circle. The battle has begun. A tense air of expectancy has come over the crowd. All eyes are on the combatants. The two fighters are circling, measuring each other, cautious, careful. Morenas has taken up a position in the center of the circle. Pugnax slowly walking around him. Neither fighter's yet made a move. Pugnax lunges with his sword, but Morenas steps aside with the agility of a deer. Pugnax quickly recovers. His eyes never moving from that net in his opponent's right hand. They circle again. Pugnax punches again and he misses. And the impetus of his stroke has thrown him forward. There goes the net, and he's trapped. Pugnax is in the net. He's flashing about like a wild animal. Morenas approaches. His face is burning with a deadly eagerness. Now he raises his trident. He has pinned Pugnax to the ground. The wounded gladiator is still fighting. He's still trying to get out of that net. Blood is gushing from the wound in his side. And now Pugnax drops his hand suddenly in a token of defeat. Morenas steps back. Pugnax lifting his hands now toward the crowd. He's asking for pity, for mercy. The men want cold steel, but the women, look at those women. They'll not let Pugnax die, not young, virile, handsome Pugnax. The 8-aisle signal comes up. Life and mercy for the fallen Pugnax. Listen to those frenzied shrieks of those women. Morenas, snarling disappointment, is stepping back. He lowers his trident, sneers, scowls, but he must stand back. Now the attendants are rushing into the arena to carry out the wounded Pugnax. Morenas salutes the crowd with a clenched fist. Now he's walking from the field. Well, that was a short fight. Rather disappointing to the crowd. The execution of the Nazarenes is the next event. The Lions will be led into the arena in a moment, so over to Cameron Blake at the arena entrance. The Lions are being let out of their cages now. Here the cage door is being opened. Here come the Lions. They're passing through a barred passageway into the arena. There are 8 lions. These beasts have been starved for 48 hours. They are hungry, vicious, panting for the taste of flesh. Here come the Nazarenes from the dungeons. Marcus Tullius, his wife and daughter. They're practically naked. The guards are bringing them up. Marcus holds his wife's hand in his own as if to give her strength and courage. The woman is leaning on her daughter, a beautiful child of 15. They're comforting each other. Marcus Tullius, will you speak to us?
I will pray for you, my son.
This is a bitter end for a former priest of Isis.
When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things.
Are you quoting the words of your leader?
These are the words of Paul, of sacred memory. It was he who converted us in Rome. It was he who...
Trumpets are sounding. The guards are pushing the 3 Nazarenes into the arena. He's trying to embrace. The mother is faint and courageous. He does not weep. Daughter and husband support her. The old man is praying aloud. They're brave, these Nazarenes. Here comes the iron gate, closing the way into the arena. There is no escape for them now. Back to Jackson Beck in the observation booth. The Nazarenes are alone in the arena now with the lions. They're standing together. Their lips are moving in prayer. Now the animals have sighted them. They're bounding forward. They're ready to... What in the world is that? Now they're like... By God, it's Vesuvius! Our Vesuvius has exploded! The whole mountain is on fire! Vesuvius is erupting! Flashes like lightning are coming from the peak. The air has suddenly become black with smoke and fire. The amphitheater here has been thrown into a panic. People are fleeing toward the exit, trampling each other in a wild frenzy to get out. Men and women are tearing at each other, climbing over one another. The people are jumping, falling into the arena. The lions are loose among them. This is horrible. The cloud of smoke is becoming denser. Very dense. I can hardly see anything. The smoke. The people are in the...
This is CBS in Rome. The special Navy Day broadcast from Pompeii this 26th of August in the year 79 has been interrupted because of transmission difficulties. Just before the failure occurred, Jackson Beck reported from the amphitheater that Mount Vesuvius, just outside the city of Pompeii, had suddenly exploded. We're trying to reestablish contact with Pompeii. Meanwhile, we invite you to listen to one of the Emperor Titus's favorite singers, Marcia Campagna, singing Beloved the Pearl.
Speaking. We have just received word this 26th of August in the year 79 from Naples, confirming the fact that Mount Vesuvius has erupted and Pompeii, the most beautiful resort city in this time of the Caesars, is on fire. One moment, please. Another report has just been handed to me. The town of Herculaneum, 8 miles west of Pompeii and on the western slope of Vesuvius, has also been inundated with a flood of fiery mud. CBS will do its best to provide the fullest possible coverage of this sudden and completely unexpected catastrophe this 26th day of August in the year 79, the first year of the reign of the Emperor Titus. Fortunately, we were broadcasting from Pompeii when Vesuvius exploded. Our CBS mobile unit was at the amphitheater, and we may be able to reestablish contact with it again. John Daly, aboard the fleet in the Bay of Naples, is equipped with a shortwave transmitter, and... just a moment. I have just been informed that John Daly is ready to broadcast from the Roman Imperial Fleet. So over to John Daly.
This is John Daly on the deck of Admiral Plini's flagship, the Augustus Rex. Vesuvius has exploded. Pompeii has disappeared under an inferno of flaming rock and a hail of scalding fiery steam. We can't see anything but flame and smoke rising above shattered Pompeii. The crew of the Admiral's ship have begun to launch barges to head for Pompeii to rescue any inhabitants that may reach the beaches. The Admiral himself has gone ashore, and I hope to be able to board one of the barges with my shortwave equipment shortly and get to the beach. The terrible catastrophe came without warning to us on the fleet out here in the bay. It was just past noon Roman time. As you heard the broadcast of the gladiatorial contest, we out here heard a terrific roar. We all turned to look and saw Vesuvius on fire. A tremendous column of smoke was shooting up from the summit, a cloud-like mass that burst upwards and outwards like a huge pine tree. It burned fiery red in spots, and in other spots it was black, blue, violet, all the colors of the rainbow. Huge chunks of rock and earth were tossed about in the air like pebbles, and everywhere a torrent of blazing embers was flying off into space. For a few seconds, this entire ghastly mass seemed suspended in the sky, and then, like a fiery blanket, it fell upon Pompeii and nearby Herculaneum. Wait just a moment. The barge on which I'm going ashore is ready. I'll try to get back on the air when I reach the beach. This is John Daly. I return you to CBS Roll.
This is Harry Marble in Rome this August 26th in the year 79. Our CBS mobile unit, which was at the amphitheater in Pompeii, broadcasting the Navy Day spectacle when Mount Vesuvius erupted, has succeeded in reestablishing contact. So we switch you now to Jackson Beck, somewhere in Pompeii.
This is Jackson Beck. This is Jackson Beck. I hope I'm getting through. I'm in the partly soundproof CBS mobile unit moving slowly along Stavian Street, passing the new Temple of Jupiter. You can probably hear the sound of the unit wheels and the steady thump of cinders, rock, and flaming ash on the top. Outside, through the windows, I can see people screaming and shouting. Buildings are burning and crashing in flames. Ken Roberts is in the mobile unit with me, so is Mike McMorris. But we don't know what has become of Cameron Blake. We lost track of him when the panic started at the gladiatorial combat. We're making our way as fast as we can through the beaches, but the going is slow, tortuously slow. The roads are jammed with thousands of escaping men, women, and children. They're all trying to get in here with us. It's pitch black outside, almost like night. Some people are carrying torches. By their eerie lights, the horrified faces on the road are silhouetted with stark, wild fear. This is the first tragedy in the reign of the Roman Emperor Titus, who was crowned only 2 months ago. The smoke is intense. Most people have thrown their tunics over their heads and are trying to crawl as close to the ground as possible, trying to get under the murk. Smoke. Now, wait a minute. That sound on the roof of our mobile unit. Yes, I can see it now. It's rain. Rain. It's beginning to rain. The rain is mixing with the ashes and embers. The road outside is becoming a hissing, scalding, searing, flaming inferno. Excuse me. The steam and smoke is leaking through. It's unbearable. Hot. I can't talk. I can't. Perhaps Ted Roberts will fit. So they're coughing too, waving their hands. Oh, we can't continue. We can't. I return you to CBS Rome. CBS Rome.
This is Harry Marble in Rome. A report from Misenum says that the estimated deaths are at least 2,000. The Admiral of the Fleet, Pliny the Elder, is missing. Our reporter, Cameron Blake, has succeeded in reestablishing contact. Go ahead, Cameron Blake. This is Cameron Blake. I'm in a room filled with people who have sought refuge from the steady falling downpour of flaming ash, which is continuing to pour from the angry open mouth of Vesuvius and is swiftly reducing this once beautiful summer colony of Pompeii to smoking ruin. This looks like the last day of Pompeii. The Pompeians are almost insensible with fear. Those of us here escaped the amphitheater through a side entrance to the dungeons where the lions were kept. As we ran through the streets, we stumbled over the dead and the dying. The scene was a holocaust. There was a madness about it all. A rich merchant stumbling along with whatever treasures he could salvage from his wrecked and burning house, beads and baubles around his neck, money bags clutched to his waist. Behind him, his slaves carried a smoldering litter. We passed the young boy and girl, clutched tightly together, dead. Somebody just shot us. The roof is on fire. I've got to get out of here fast. This is Cameron Blake. The exit is close. We're trapped. There's absolutely no chance for escape. The smoke and the heat are unbearable. I'm crouching on the floor of the roof. Come down. This is Harry Marble again. The signal from Pompeii has failed. We have only one last recourse now for any news from the burning city, and that is John Daly reporting from the beach by way of the Navy transmitter aboard the fleet. Go ahead, John Daly.
barge is filled with survivors. Men, women, children weeping, bemoaning their lost ones, nursing their wounds and their burns, yet thanking the gods for their escape. It's still almost as black as midnight here. The ashes, the burning embers are still falling. But miraculously the barge is not on fire. And I think we're going to get through. The scene on the beach was and still is pandemonium. People pouring out of the city, but the thousands standing in the water up to their chins, the breakers plunging over their heads and sweeping them away. The water choked with drowned and drowning people. Sailors formed a human chain between the shore and the barges, taking aboard as many as they could. There are barges to right and to the left of me from the other ships. They're also filled with survivors. And we'll be coming back for more. Ken Roberts, Jackson Beck, and Michael Fitzmaurice are in one of those barges. They're safe, but we still have no word of Cameron Blake. It's impossible to believe that here on this land a thriving city existed a bare few minutes ago. There's nothing now but a funeral fire, a mess of flaming, burning, gutted ruins. Now we're beyond the ashes, beyond the embers. The sea is rough, but it's escape. We can breathe again. We're safe. But Pompeii, lusty, glamorous, luxurious Pompeii that only a few short minutes ago was vibrant and alive, Pompeii is dead and gone. As I look above and beyond the ruins, I can barely make out the form of Vesuvius. It is still erupting, flames like lightning draw from its summit. The thick, suffocating cloud of hot ash hangs like a cloud over the entire area.
August 26, 79 A.D. Mount Vesuvius erupts and Pompeii dies.
You have been listening to The Last Day of Pompeii, another broadcast in the series CBS is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Last Day of Pompeii was written by Irv Kunick. Next week,
June 22nd, 1757. Clive of India wins the Battle of Plassey. CBS is there.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week for Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theatre, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster in Sorry, Wrong Number. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play reverses the usual relation between radio and motion pictures. Sorry, Wrong Number was first a radio drama, and it achieved such success on the air that Hal Wallace decided to make a picture of it. He assigned the author, Lucille Fletcher, to expand her short drama into a full-length screenplay, and the result was a triumph of suspense drama. The rest of the success story you know, because the Paramount picture with Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster as the stars was one of the top films of the year. Tonight, Sorry, Wrong Number completes the circle and comes back to radio with Miss Stanwyck and Mr. Lancaster in their original screen roles. Just as our drama had a double success story, so has our product, Lux Toilet Soap. It's been a favorite for years in the regular size, and now the new bath size has made Lux Soap a hit all over again. The curtain rises now for the first act of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry. In the tangled network of a great city, the telephone is the unseen link between a million lives, servant of our common needs, confidant of our inmost secrets. Life and happiness wait upon its ring, and horror and loneliness, and sometimes even death.
Operator.
Your call, please.
Operator, I've been ringing Murray Hill 32491 for the last half hour, and the line is always busy. Will you ring it for me, please?
Murray Hill 32491. One moment, please.
It's my husband's office. He should have been home hours ago. I can't think why that ridiculous wire should be busy. They always close that office at 6 o'clock.
I am ringing your number.
Thank you. Oh, it's busy again. Operator, the line is busy. Now, will you please...
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Stevenson, please.
Hello?
I want to speak to Mr. Henry Stevenson.
Hello, George. Speaking.
Hello, what number is this?
Everything okay for tonight, George? Client says the coast is clear.
I beg your pardon, but I'm using this wire.
What about the time? Still 11:15? 11:15. You got it all straight now?
Hello?
Yeah, I think so. At 11 o'clock, the private patrolman goes around to the bar on 2nd Avenue for a beer. Then I get in through the kitchen window. I wait until the train goes over the bridge in case a window is open and she should scream.
Who is this? Hello?
The client says he doesn't want her to suffer long. You know me, George. And don't forget the jewelry. He wants it to look like a robbery, see? That's very important. Okay. Now let me check the...
Hello? Oh, that's awful. That's horrible. Operator, you just gave me a wrong number. I was calling Murray Hill 32491, but instead I was cut into some other number that you dialed. The wires must have been crossed or something, and I just heard the most dreadful thing, a murder.
Yes, madam.
I want you to get that wrong number back for me at once.
I'm sorry, madam. I do not understand.
I just told you dialed a number for me, and then those horrible men came on, and, well, it's unnerved me dreadfully. I'm an invalid,
I'll
and I...
connect you with the chief operator, madam.
Well, do something, please.
This is the chief operator. May I help you?
What? Oh, yes, you may. I'm an invalid, and I've just had a dreadful shock just now on this telephone, and I'm very anxious to trace the call. It was about a murder, a terrible, cold-blooded murder of a poor, innocent woman tonight at 11:15.
Yes, madam.
I was trying to reach my husband's office. He should have been home hours ago. It's almost 10 o'clock. I'm all alone tonight. My nurse has the night off because my husband promised he'd be home by 6.
About the call, madam.
I don't know any of the neighbors, as we live permanently in Chicago, and it so happens that the couple I have working for me had some important date or other. I don't know, a movie, I suppose. They said it was promised them 3 weeks ago. You'd think they'd at least have checked with me before leaving. They know I'm not well.
About the phone call, madam.
I told you I kept getting a busy signal. Then I asked the operator to call for me. And then, out of a clear sky, I was cut into this ghastly conversation between two killers.
I suggest you call the police, madam.
Oh, for heaven's sake, all this idiotic red tape. You just sit there and let people die. Oh. Is anyone downstairs? Gertrude. Gertrude, are you down there? Oh.
Operator.
Give me the police.
I just told you, ma'am. First of all, there's a lot of people named George. As for the private patrolman on 2nd Avenue and the bridge, well, 2nd Avenue is a very long street.
I don't care about...
Do you happen to know how many bridges there are in Manhattan?
Oh, this is insane. I tell you, a woman is going to be murdered.
But a clue of this sort, why, it's not much more use to us than no clue at all. Unless you think there's something phony about all this.
Phony?
Or that somebody's trying to murder you.
Me? Oh, that would be ridiculous. I mean, why should anybody? What have I...
Yeah, you see, lady, you got nothing to worry about.
Now, just a minute. All right, don't listen to me. Who cares? Oh, Henry, why did you leave me alone? Why did you leave me alone here? Oh, his secretary. Henry's secretary, she'd know. Her number's on the pad. Jennings. Miss Jennings, Elizabeth Jennings.
Why, no, Mrs. Stevenson. I haven't any idea where Mr. Stevenson is.
He was supposed to be home hours ago.
Well, that's odd, isn't it? The last time I saw him was when he left this afternoon to keep an appointment.
What appointment? Where?
Well, I don't know, but I do know he had a luncheon date with a young lady.
What young lady? Tell me, Miss Jennings.
Mrs. Lord, Mrs. Frederick Lord. She seemed very anxious to see Mr. Stevenson.
Mrs. Lord?
I heard him make a date to meet her for lunch.
Why, Mrs. Lord phoned here this afternoon.
Oh?
Yes, the nurse answered. I have the memorandum right here. Mrs. Lord, 4:50 p.m.
I'm afraid that's all I know, Mrs. Stevenson. But I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Mr. Stevenson's so devoted. He speaks so beautifully of you. Well, if there's anything I can do...
No, thank you, Miss Jennings.
I do hope I haven't let a cat out of the bag.
Good night, Miss Jennings. Mrs. Lord, a young lady, she said. Lunch and gone all afternoon. Hello?
Mr. Stevenson, please.
He's not in. Who's calling?
It's Mr. Evans again. Do you know where I could reach him?
I'm sure I don't know where Mr. Stevenson is. Call back later.
Would 15 minutes be all right? I haven't much time.
Yes, 15 minutes.
And if he should come in, the name is Evans. It's very important.
Yes, I'll tell him. Mrs. Lord, telephone. 4:50 p.m. Murray Hill, 3, 9266.
Hello?
Is Mrs. Lord in?
This is Mrs. Lord. Who's calling, please?
Mrs. Henry Stevenson. It so happens my husband hasn't come home this evening. I thought perhaps you might give me some idea as to where...
Yes, but I can't talk now.
I can't hear you.
Could I call you back?
Call me back? Why? Is anything wrong?
Leona, this is Sally. Sally Hunt.
Sally Hunt?
I'm sorry if I sound ridiculous, but I can't talk now.
No, wait. If you're the Sally Hunt I used to know...
I'll call you back as soon as I can, Leona.
Hey, Sally, who was it?
Just one of the girls, dear. She wanted a recipe.
Hey, Joe would like a bottle of beer. You got any on ice?
Oh, no, I'm afraid not. I'll run down to the store.
Thanks, honey. And hurry back. Joe is dying.
Sally Hunt. Oh, yes. Yes, that was long ago. College, spring dance. He was Sally's date. He was with her when I met him. Henry dancing with Sally.
Hello, Leona. This is Mr. Henry Stevens.
Hello, Henry. Well, can I cut in?
If you don't mind, miss, where I come from, it's the man who does the picking.
All right, go ahead.
Look, why don't you get somebody your own speed? I'm sure there are better dancers around.
Oh, you'll do all right, Henry. Leona knows her way around the floor.
Thank you, darling. Well, Henry, let's dance.
So your name's Cotterill, huh? No relation to, J.B. Cotterill?
Distant. He's my father.
Your father?
Anything wrong with that?
Oh, no, nothing wrong. What do they call you? The aspirin heiress?
You from out of town?
Well, that depends on what you call out of town.
Oh, I don't know. Harvard?
You trying to be funny?
Okay. What do you call out of town?
Grassville.
Oh. What college is up there?
No college, Miss Cotterill. Just factories. I never even finished high school.
Neither did my father. He always says if a man has talent for making money, why should he waste his time in school?
I guess your old man ought to know.
What do you say we sit the next dance out?
Why?
I've got a car, Mr. Stevenson, a brand new one, a Lagonda. Ever drive one?
I never even heard of one. Besides, I'm with Sally.
Oh, don't worry, she'll never miss you.
But maybe I'll miss her. Why didn't you think of that?
Oh, come on, don't be silly. For once, I'm not kidding.
And neither am I. So long, Miss Cotterill.
Well, Henry, it took me a few days, but I finally got you in my car. How do you like it?
Fine. Only we don't go together.
It's a lot easier to see you here than, well, with Sally Hunt. I'd never put the two of you together in a million years.
Why not?
Oh, you're both so different. You belong in different worlds.
Yeah. What are you stopping for?
Why not? It's nice here.
Sure, it's nice here. Take a look. This is Grassville. Stick around a few years and then see how much you'll like it.
What do you do, Henry?
I work in a drugstore.
Well, that's a coincidence.
Sure. I work in a drugstore, and your father owns 100 of them.
Would you like to meet him?
Say, who are you kidding?
Nobody. Dad will like you. You're young, healthy, ambitious.
Why don't you stop? What does a girl like you want with a guy like me?
Dad's coming to New York next weekend. I'm cutting my classes on Saturday. Want to come with me?
I don't know. When you look at me like that, Come on, let's get out of here.
No, not yet, Henry. Not yet, darling.
Sure, I like him, honey, but he's nobody, Leona. And what has he got? Nothing.
And what did you have, Dad, when you started?
Besides, I thought you said he was sort of engaged to that girlfriend of yours, that Sally something.
Oh, that's all over with. Dad, I love him.
Love him? Oh, come on. If I really thought you did, you know I'd be the first one.
Oh, no. Don't start telling me that.
Leona, what's the matter?
You make me laugh. What does it really matter to you if I love Henry or not? All you want is for me to stay here with you for the rest of your life. You're afraid of losing me.
Haven't I always let you do anything you ever wanted to do? But marriage is something else. I've worked hard. I built up a big business just for you. And you yourself wouldn't want to see some worthless cluck of a husband, a guy who doesn't even...
Let me alone.
Leona,
you don't
please.
care about me. You're thinking only of yourself and your business. You're hateful, selfish, and hateful.
Leona, stop it, dear. You'll make yourself sick
And what
again.
good is your wonderful money and your wonderful business if I'm dead? Yes, that's what you want to do, drive me into my grave. You don't care just as long as your business is safe.
How can you say things like
go
that?
away. Don't touch me. Don't you dare touch me.
Darling, listen to me. I didn't mean to...
Oh.
Look, we'll talk it all over again as soon as...
Oh.
Leona. Wilson! Wilson, quick, call a doctor!
Sally Hunt. I took Henry away from her. She couldn't stand it. Even after all these years, she couldn't stand it. Going to him today, seeing him in his office. Hello?
Leona, this is Sally again. I'm sorry I had to be so mysterious before, but I just couldn't talk at home. My husband was there.
Well, this is all certainly rather odd, to say the least.
Oh, this whole thing must seem very peculiar to you, Leona. Hearing from me after all these years.
But I had to see Henry again today. I've been so worried about him.
Worried? About what?
Well, my husband, he's with the district attorney's office. And a couple of weeks ago...
Funny, Sally. Here in the newspaper about an old boyfriend of yours.
Old boyfriend?
Yeah. Remember Henry Stevenson?
Oh.
Pictures in the paper. Mr. and Mrs. Henry Stevenson, she's the former Leona Cotterill of Lake Forest, Illinois, have taken a house for the summer in Sutton Place. Mrs. Stevenson, in poor health for several years, is here to consult with specialists. Mr. Stevenson is vice president of the Cotterill Drug Corporation.
Are you tearing it out for me?
Oh, no. No, it may come in handy in a case I'm working on.
What sort of a case?
Oh, special investigation. Joe's on it with him.
Henry hasn't done anything wrong, has he?
Sorry, honey. One too many questions. Hey, don't tell me you're still stuck on that guy.
Oh, don't be silly, darling.
Hello. Anything happened, Joe? And Stevenson fell for it, huh? Oh, well, sure, we'll go. Look, tell Bolger to line it up. Now, 5,000's enough, and $100 bills, and make sure they're marked. And for Pete's sake, keep your mouth shut. Thursday, huh? Okay, 10 o'clock. South.
I'm sorry if this seems involved, Leona.
Involved? I simply don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Well, wait till I finish. I know I didn't have any right to do it. But that Thursday, I went to Southbury. I don't know what I expected to see, but... Well, anyway, I spotted Fred and his friend Joe from the police. There was another man with them. I guess the one who was to bring the $5,000 in marked bills. Well, I followed them.
Followed them? Where?
Aboard the ferry and over to Staten Island. They went far out to a very desolated stretch of beach. Nothing but a few broken-down shacks and an old deserted house. I had to stay way behind them so they wouldn't see me. But then they went in the house. That gave me a chance to come closer. There was a freshly painted sign out front. 20 Dunstan Terrace, it said. And the name Evans. W. Evans.
Evans?
Do you know him?
I've never heard of him. Well, what happened?
Well, after a while, a motorboat came into shore and tied up at a pier in back of the house. A man, sort of elderly, got out of the boat and went into the house. He was carrying a suitcase. A little later, my husband came out. Only now he had the suitcase. Well, he didn't come home until late that night, and I was dying to ask him what happened, what possible connection it could have with Henry.
Well?
I didn't dare ask him, Leona. But things have happened since, and unless we do something drastic, it may be too late.
Your 5 minutes are up. Please deposit 5 cents for the next 5 minutes.
Oh, just a minute, please. I know I have another nickel. Are you still there, Leona?
I'm here. This is one of the queerest things I've ever heard.
Yes, I know. And I just didn't seem to be able to connect Henry with it. That's why I finally went to see him today.
What did you find out?
Well, I met him for lunch. He told the captain he was expecting a very important phone call, and then we sat down.
It's been a long time, Sally. 8 years. Tell me, how's dear old Grassville these days?
I don't know, Henry. I haven't been back.
So you're married now, Living here in New York?
Yes. My husband's with the district attorney's office.
Oh?
That's why I wanted... Henry, what I'm trying to say is this. A few days ago, I saw a picture of you in the newspaper. Vice president now, huh?
Sounds beautiful, doesn't it? Biggest drug business in the country.
I was sorry to read that Leona isn't well.
Yes. Chicago doctors don't seem to know just what it is. Her trouble, I mean.
Henry, what do you do in the drug business?
Push buttons, like all other vice presidents.
Oh, but I'm serious.
So am I. I'm almost as important as the office boy.
Don't mean to be inquisitive. I only mean this for your own good.
Mean what for my own good?
Well, yesterday, my husband was making out a report...
We have your phone call, Mr. Stevens.
Oh, thanks. Excuse me, Sally. I'll be right back.
Well, I waited a while, Leona. But Henry didn't come back, and then
deposit 5 cents for the next 5 minutes.
Operator, but I haven't been talking 5 minutes. I deposited another nickel only a couple of...
I am sorry, madam. Please deposit another 5 cents.
But I haven't any more change.
Hello.
Leona, I'll have to call you back. But I only wanted to say that Henry never came back to the table and that he is in trouble.
Fred's been talking to the police. I've heard him mention Henry's name over and over again. And there's someone else in it, too. That man called Evans. Your 5 minutes are up, madam. Waldo Evans. He owns that house on Staten Island. I am sorry, madam. I will have to disconnect you.
Reverse the charges. Put them on this phone. Operator!
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act 2 of Sorry, Wrong Number. Now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. Well, Libby, that was a gala evening we all had at the premiere of 20th Century Fox's new picture, 12 O'Clock High.
Yes, indeed. And for one person in particular, it must have been the thrill of a lifetime. I'm thinking about our little Lux girl, Jackie Barnes.
The winner of the national contest for the prettiest 15-year-old Lux girl.
Mm-hmm.
Jackie was an honored guest at the premiere. She certainly was a radiant youngster.
She got more compliments than she could count that evening.
Well, that's the way it is with Lux girls, Libby. You know, Jackie was telling me how impressed she was with 12 O'Clock High.
As everyone was. It's always good news when Gregory Peck heads a cast. And this time, I think he has the best role of his career.
Yes, he makes the tough commander of a wartime bomber group an unforgettable personality.
It's a gripping story you feel intensely. The dangerous flying sequences, the day-by-day strain those men endured. The whole cast is magnificent.
12 O'Clock High is one picture, Libby, where the men take the honors.
Yes, except for Joyce Mackenzie. She plays the one feminine role. Makes her debut in pictures as the Army nurse.
There's another lovely Lux girl.
She is indeed, John. Like so many successful young actresses, she finds Lux toilet soap gives her complexion just the care it needs.
Recent tests by skin specialists prove that Lux soap care really works. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, skin became softer, smoother in a short time. No wonder Lux toilet soap is the leading beauty soap, not only in Hollywood, but all over the country. If you haven't tried it, why not begin your Lux soap facials tomorrow? Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars recommend this gentle protecting care. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry. It's a moment or so later. Through an open window, the night air drifts slowly in Leona's window, heavy with the heat of a New York summer. Leona lies motionless on the bed, and the sounds of the night become magnified. The tugboats on the river, the hum of distant traffic, the muffled roar of a train passing over a bridge, and then suddenly...
Hello?
Leona, this is Sally again. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm calling from the subway station. The stores around here are all closed. I've just been home, Leona, and some more has happened. That house on Staten Island, the one I told you about, well, it was burned down this afternoon. The police have captured 3 men, but this Waldo Evans escaped.
But who is Waldo Evans? And for heaven's sake, what's his connection with my husband?
I still don't know, Leona, but I do know the whole thing has something to do with your father's company.
Oh, that's absurd. My father called me from Chicago this afternoon. He never mentioned a word. Now, look, who's been arrested and why?
3 men, and I don't know why.
And why do you think Henry's one of them?
I didn't say that. I only know that somehow he's terribly involved.
Did anyone say he was going to be arrested?
No, not exactly.
Then what are you talking about? Why are you calling me like this? Are you still jealous that I took Henry away from you? Can't you bear to see me happy? Can't you stop telling lies and making trouble even now?
Leona, I can't talk anymore.
Then I'm right. You are just trying to make trouble.
No. Fred and Joe, they're coming down the subway platform. If my husband should see me here... Leona, I've got to hang up.
Hello? Oh... Yes?
This is Western Union. We have a message for Mrs. Henry Stevenson.
This is Mrs. Stevenson.
The telegram is as follows. Darling, terribly sorry, but last minute remembered annual drug convention tomorrow in Boston. Taking next train out, back Sunday morning.
Oh.
Keep well. All my love. And signed, Henry. That is all, madam. Do you wish us to deliver a copy of the...
Oh, no.
Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge in case your window is open and she should scream. Client says the coast is clear. I got your message, George. Everything okay for tonight?
Henry is in trouble. Desperate trouble.
Darling, terribly sorry. Taking next train out. Back Sunday morning. Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge. Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge.
Dr. Alexander? Doctor, this is Mrs. Stevenson.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Stevenson. How are you?
I need you right away, Doctor. Please, come right over.
Now, Mrs. Stevenson, what seems to be the
I
matter?
said I want you to come over at once.
I'm afraid I can't tonight, Mrs. Stevenson. Now, be sensible. If you just make up your mind to cooperate with your husband and me in our plan of action...
Plan of action? What are you talking about?
Mrs. Stevenson, I explained everything in my letter over a week ago.
Letter? What letter?
But surely your husband... Hasn't he spoken to you, Mrs. Stevenson?
About what?
Look, You try to compose yourself now, and perhaps we can discuss it tomorrow.
We'll discuss it now. Do you hear me? Now, this very minute.
Well, if you insist upon knowing. Your husband called at my office about 10 days ago. He seemed quite concerned about your condition.
Naturally. Anyway, we discussed your illness at great length.
Still a puzzle to me, Doctor. I still don't know what's wrong with her.
Well, Mr. Stevenson, your wife's illness seems to date far back to her early childhood. Is that true?
Yes, I suppose so.
But you knew nothing about it when you married her?
No, not till after a couple of years. You see, we were living with her father then, in Lake Forest. I remember early one morning.
Why did you do that, Henry? Why did you send the maid for my handbag?
Why? Because there's something in it that I need.
Well, how much money do you want?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Leona, but this time it isn't money. It's simply that I wrote Ferguson's telephone number in your notebook last night, and I want to call him. We have a date for lunch.
You know perfectly well you're having lunch with me today.
I know, Leona, but I won't be able to make it. This date with Ferguson's rather important.
Oh? More important than me, I suppose?
Oh, it isn't that, Leona. It's just that... Well, it's about a job.
You have a job. What on earth are you talking about?
Leona, I've been meaning to say this to you for weeks. I just don't belong in your father's business.
Who says you don't?
I do. I say it. Working for your father is like running in a dream. No matter how hard you try, you know you'll never get anywhere. I don't want to graft off your charity for the rest of my life. I want a chance on my own.
Only you're not getting the chance. I won't have you traipsing around, you hear? Just because Dad doesn't go falling all over himself, you're not going to throw away $1 million business like Cotterell's for an idle whim. It happens to be my business, too, you know. And to think my own husband turns up his nose at it. Now call Ferguson and tell him you've changed your mind. Go on, Henry, call him.
But I haven't changed my mind.
You're still going?
Yes. And someday you'll see it'll be better for both of us.
Henry, wait.
Now, that's a little silly, isn't it? Locking the door?
You're not going, Henry. Not as long as you're my husband.
Oh, come on, Leona. Give me that key.
You can't do it. You can't do this to me. Nobody's ever done it. Nobody.
Will you please stop and give me that key?
Henry, please. If you love me at all. Henry, I beg you. I'll talk to Dad. I'll do anything. Anything you want, only don't leave me. Don't go away.
Give me that key.
No, I won't. Oh, Henry, you're hurting. Henry, please.
Your husband told me, Mrs. Stevenson, that in spite of your opposition, he had lunch that day with Mr. Ferguson. When he got home...
All right, Henry. Come in the library. I want to talk to you.
What's the matter? Where's Leona?
Leona's in bed. She had an attack. A heart attack. She almost died.
Heart attack?
Did you two quarrel this morning?
Yes, but what's that?
Weren't you supposed to have lunch with Leona?
Yes, but I had to see someone else. Look, Mr. Cotterill, if you don't mind, I'd like to see Leona.
You'll see Leona when she's ready to see you. Just in case you don't know it, Leona's had a heart condition since childhood. Her mother died of it the day Leona was born. Leona can't stand being treated the way you did this morning. She never has been before, and she's not going to be now by you or anyone else.
And what happens if once in a while I have an opinion of my own?
I don't give a hoot about your opinions, Henry. Have them. Think anything you like. But while you're in this house, you'll do what my daughter tells you to do.
I think you should know that the argument this morning was about a very important decision.
Don't be a fool.
A decision I made as much for the sake of Leona's future as for my own.
Was it for her that you had lunch with Ferguson? Well, did you get the job?
No, I didn't.
And I'll tell you why you didn't. It so happens I'm a pretty good customer of Ferguson's. I buy more than $2 million worth of dyes every year. Now, who do you think he's going to care about, you or me?
So that's what happened.
Now, who else in Chicago would you like to have lunch with about a job? Oh, face up to it, Henry. Just as long as you're my son-in-law, you're working for me and nobody else. If you really cared for Leona the way I do, you'd have done the same thing in my place. Besides, you haven't done so badly for yourself. Now go upstairs and see Leona. She's been asking for you.
Well, Mrs. Stevenson, as I say, we discussed all these things in my office 10 days ago, your husband and I. I asked Mr. Stevenson how long this heart attack of yours lasted.
Oh, she got well right away, Doctor. Maybe I should have pulled out then and there. But I didn't pull out. Somehow I couldn't. Her father wasn't altogether wrong. I hadn't done too badly for myself. Anyway, from that time on, I began to compromise. Always with the hope that somehow, someday, I'd win out on my own. But it wasn't long before we were right back where we started.
Another attack?
Yes, sir. I remember one day in particular. I had an idea that I hoped might help the city.
Henry, you mean you brought me here just to look at an apartment?
Oh, you'd be crazy about it, Leona. Now, come on, let's go in and look it over.
I'm not interested, Henry.
But you haven't even seen it. Why, there are terraces on all four sides.
I've told you 1,000 times we don't need an apartment.
Leona, it's not an apartment I'm looking for. What I want is a home of our own. You just can't go on living with your father indefinitely.
I don't see why not. There's plenty of room and I like it. Besides, who's going to pay for this little penthouse?
Well, I hope eventually I will.
Oh, eventually. But in the meantime, it's my money and I'm the one who's going to pay for it.
Okay, Leona. Let's go.
Oh, Henry, you're so naive. You're like a little boy with a box of candy. I just can't throw my money away on everything you happen to see. There's a limit.
Sure, there's a limit. I'm supposed to follow you around like a pet dog tied to a chain. I'm supposed to like whatever crumbs you want to throw me.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Yes, you've got me sewed up 16 different ways for 3 meals a day and pocket money.
That's all you care about. That's all you married me for, my money. I should have known it. I should have known it.
Oh, stop it, Leona. Please, just for once, will you listen to me?
You hate me. You're bored with me. All you want to do is get away.
Okay, I'm bored stiff. Who wouldn't be with that neat little routine you've got cooked up for me? What do I have? Nothing. Nothing on my own. Not even the studs on my shirt or the matches in my pocket.
Henry, how can you say this to me?
You once told me I'd love this kind of life, remember? Well, do you want to know something? I do love it. I love it now more than you'll ever know. But I want to be my own boss, profiting by every bit of it, not just a stooge on the outside looking in.
Henry, get me some water. Quick.
Listen to me, Leona, please.
Oh.
It isn't that I want to be without you. I could love you still if only you'd try to understand.
Henry, my purse. Henry, the pills in my purse.
That attack kept her in the hospital nearly 3 weeks, Doctor. At the time, I thought it was all my fault. But no matter what I did, her attacks increased in violence and became more frequent. About a year ago, Leona, she just seemed to give up hope of ever getting well. She took to her bed more or less permanently. It was my idea to come to New York and see you. The doctors in Chicago said she didn't have much of a chance. Anyway, we rented the house on Sutton Place, and here we are. And believe me, it's been more and more like a nightmare.
Mr. Stevenson, there's absolutely nothing wrong organically with your wife's heart.
Nothing wrong?
I've examined her thoroughly. And what you've just told me confirms what I've thought from the start.
And that is?
Her condition is mostly mental.
Mental?
She's what we call a cardiac neurotic. Her attacks are brought on by her emotions, her lack of control, her frustrations. Whole thing is probably quite unconscious on her part. Now, I'm not saying your wife isn't sick. Mentally, she is sick, and her attacks are real enough. But given the proper treatment, she may snap out of it entirely. Well, I'll call on her tomorrow. There's a psychiatrist I wanted to see.
Doctor, I wish you could wait a few days. I'd like to think this over.
Think it over?
Yes, you see, she's so easily upset. And I think that maybe I ought to prepare her. Get her used to the idea.
Well, a few days more or less won't matter, I suppose.
Unless you wanted to write her a letter. It might make it easy for her to take, and it would give me more time to talk to her.
Well, it's an extremely delicate matter, Mr. Stevenson. But if you think you can manage it, let's try it that way. Give me a ring in a couple of days. Meanwhile, I'll write the letter.
Thanks, Doctor. Thanks for everything.
Well, that's exactly the way I left things, Mrs. Stevenson, 10 days ago. As your husband requested, I wrote you the letter.
And I'm telling you I never received a letter.
Well, let's not worry about that now. I've told you everything, and now I want you to relax. Now, you have that sedative I prescribed?
Yes, it's here.
Well, then take some. Double the dose, and I'll...
Liars! 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 Hello.
Mrs. Stevenson?
Who is it?
This is Mr. Evans. I've been trying to get you, but your line has been busy. Has Mr. Stevenson come home?
No, he isn't here. He won't be back until Sunday. And will you please tell me what this is all about? Why are you calling him? Who are you?
I've already told you, Mrs. Stevenson, and I'm very sorry if I've annoyed you. But there are names and addresses that are very important for Mr. Stevenson to know. So if you'll be good enough to take the following message...
What are you talking about? I can't take any messages now.
If you'll please tell Mr. Stevenson that the house at 20 Dunstan Terrace has been burned down. I burned it down.
You what?
Also, that I do not believe it was Mr. Morano, the name is spelled M-O-R-A-N-O, who betrayed us to the police. And since Mr. Morano has been arrested by the district attorney's office, there is no necessity for the money now.
Oh, this is fantastic. What money? Who's Morano?
Thirdly, tell Mr. Stevenson that I escaped, and I am now at the Manhattan address. However, I do not expect to be here after midnight. If he wishes to find me, he may call me at a phone number, Bowery 2-1000. And now, if you'll be so good as to repeat the message...
You're insane. Do you realize I'm a terribly sick woman?
I'm very sorry for you, Mrs. Stevenson. I don't know. Perhaps it would be better to tell you the true facts. I mean now, before they are gobbled by the police. Maybe then you'll understand. But if you're ill...
I don't know what or whom to believe. So much has happened to me tonight. And I'm sick. My doctor says
I'll tell you all I know, Mrs. Stevenson.
Well, tell me then. Tell me.
It started over a year ago, at your father's factory in Chicago. You see, Mrs. Stevenson, I had worked in your father's company for many years. I'm a chemist. Anyway, late one afternoon, your husband walked into the laboratory and he...
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a few moments, we'll continue with Act 3 of Sorry, Wrong Number. Our guest tonight is Barbara Ann Knudsen, young Paramount starlet. Aren't you glad, Barbara, you were present at a certain little theater production one evening?
A lucky evening for me, Mr. Keeley. A talent scout saw me, arranged for a screen test,
And here you are in picture.
Yes, and from now on I'm going to work like mad. Oh, it must be wonderful to be a great actress like Olivia de Havilland.
Well, I gather you've seen her new picture, The Heiress.
Not once, but 3 times. I can understand why the New York motion picture critics gave Miss de Havilland the award for the best performance of the year.
And how did you like Montgomery Clift as the money-conscious suitor in The Heiress?
He's splendid, so dashing and romantic, too. And Ralph Richardson as a stern father is simply perfect.
Do you remember the scene where he compares his unpopular daughter with her sought-after cousin?
Oh, yes. The party scene where Mona Freeman is the reigning belle. She's like a Dresden doll, so blonde and dainty.
Those lavish costumes of the crinoline era suit her beauty very well.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy. And she's just as delicate and lovely in real life. Always so beautifully groomed.
Real Lux loveliness, huh?
Exactly. Mona Freeman gives her complexion daily Lux soap care. And she's really keen about the new bath size cake.
9 out of 10 screen stars say they're delighted with this new product of Lever Brothers Company. For a luxurious, refreshing, relaxing beauty bath, you simply can't buy a finer soap.
That's the way I feel. I love the nice fragrance it leaves on the skin.
Thank you, Miss Barbara Ann Knudsen. Women who use the generous new bath-size Lux toilet soap will agree. Its rich, abundant lather and delicate flower-like fragrance make a wonderfully refreshing beauty bath. So, for all-over Lux loveliness, why not get the satin-smooth bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry.
I get in through the kitchen window. I wait till the train goes over the bridge. 11:15. You got it all straight now. 11:15.
The clock on the table says 10 minutes to 11 o'clock. But Leona Stevenson, clutching the telephone, listens with mounting bewilderment and fright to the voice of a man named Waldo Evans.
Yes, Mrs. Stevenson. Your husband came into the laboratory and started asking me questions about the drugs we use and how we prepare them.
Well, this is very interesting, Mr. Evans. So, this is where the formula for all our products are developed, huh?
That's right.
Some of these drugs must be very valuable.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stevenson, very valuable.
I see. And tell me, what do you do with them?
Why, they go into the various Cotterell products, sir.
Mm-hmm. And you're the man in charge here, huh?
Yes, sir.
I see. Well, thanks for your time, Mr. Evans. I was just curious.
Thank you, sir. Good night, Mr. Stevenson. That was my first meeting with your husband, Mrs. Stevenson. Then, from time to time, he'd drop into the laboratory and visit with me. And one night, when it was storming, he offered to drive me home.
So you're a bachelor, Mr. Evans. Well, I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. I live in a rooming house on Chestnut Street.
A man all by himself, no responsibilities. Tell me, why do you work so hard?
Well, to tell you the truth, sir, because I have a hope. An ideal, you might say. In a few years, I hope to retire.
Retire, huh?
Oh, I have it all planned, sir. I'm going back to England. I hope to raise horses, sir. Well, not race horses, just horses, sir. Do you care for horses, Mr. Stevenson?
Well, I'm afraid I haven't thought very much about them.
Oh, then you're missing a great deal. Well, that's my hope, sir. To live there quietly and raise horses.
Why have you waited this long? Money?
Money, of course. But someday I'll...
Well, why wait until you're old? What good is a dream when you're too old to enjoy it?
Oh, I've thought of that, Mr. Stevenson. I suppose the zest does come out of things with the encroachments of old age.
Now you're talking, Wally. My motto is if you want something, get it now.
It's the next turn to the right, Mr. Stevenson. Chestnut Street.
You know, Wally, I've been thinking. There might be out.
A way out?
Yes. To have your little place in England. Everything you want.
Indeed, sir.
And all you have to do is to make a little mistake every now and then.
Mistake?
In the laboratory. I've been checking on it, Wally. The way you're set up, no one would ever know.
Mr. Stevenson, I better say good night, sir.
Wait a minute. The differences in the amounts of those raw drugs you handle need be so slight that nobody but yourself would ever know.
I don't understand, sir.
Look what you've done for the company all these years. And what have you gotten out of it? Not a tenth of the salary you should be getting.
No, please, Mr. Stevenson.
Now, don't be silly. I've already talked it over with someone else.
Talked it over with whom?
A man named Morano. He can handle all the raw drugs that we can get. And then we split. You, Morano, and I.
Mr. Stevenson, I just can't believe it. You're a young man. Vice president of the company. A wonderful future ahead of you.
Don't make me laugh. Yes, I'm young. Young enough not to waste my life in dreaming. There are things I want to do, big things, and the only way to do them... I'm sorry, Wally. I thought you were my kind of a person. I trusted you.
But what if we were caught?
Why should we be caught? We'll make our pile and stop before anyone even guesses what went on. Morano knows just what to do. Besides, for once, there's an advantage in being Cotterell's son-in-law.
Yes, I see.
I thought you would, Wally. Well, partner, we're in business.
And so we started, Mrs. Stevenson. A systematic plan of robbing your father's company. By September of last year, I had banked the sum of $7,500. But then, I received a memorandum from the personnel office.
Will you please stop your whining? Didn't you read the memo? You're not fired. They're simply transferring you to the New Jersey plant.
But they must suspect. This is a warning. I'm sure of it. I'm through, Mr. Stevenson.
Look here, you old fool. We've been stooges up till now. Morano's played us for suckers. This is our chance to get rid of him. That transfer of yours is just what I've been looking for.
I don't understand.
Look, I'll tell Morano you've been fired, that the deal's all washed up. Meanwhile, you're back there in New Jersey. We'll operate on our own, and we'll split Morano's share between us.
But I'm just a chemist, Mr. Stevenson. I don't know anything about disposing of drugs.
But I do. I know all about it. Now listen. The Cotterell plant in New Jersey is in Bayonne. And just across the bay from Bayonne is Staten Island. I happen to know a little about Staten Island.
About 6 weeks later, we began operations, Mrs. Stevenson, on Staten Island, New York. Our headquarters was an old abandoned house, 20 Dunstan Terrace. There, twice a week after work, I would come from your father's plant in Bayonne, And there, Mr. Stevenson would telephone me or mail me his instructions from Chicago. A little over 3 months ago, Mr. Stevenson arrived in New York. A few nights later, when I went to 20 Dunstan Terrace, I found that your husband was not alone.
Come right in. We've been waiting for you.
Wally, this is Morano.
Morano?
You didn't expect me, did you, Mr. Evans? Well, neither did Mr. Stevenson. But here I am. You see, I have ways of finding things out. For instance, ever since the two of you broke off our pleasant little association in Chicago, I find you've accumulated a rather large bank account. Am I right?
What about it? I'm warning you right now, Morano. Don't you try any funny business.
Relax, Mr.
I'm warning you.
I said relax. Sure, you're a big, strong guy, Mr. Stevenson, but mussing me up won't get you anywhere. You see, I merely represent an organization. But we had what you might call a board meeting, and the vote was 7-1 against you. Now, that's pretty serious. That's like a death sentence.
Oh, cut it short, Morano. What do you want?
Mr. Stevenson, please, give them what they want. Mr. Morano, you can take everything I've got.
Shut up.
Now, if you were to turn back what you've accumulated, Mr. Stevenson, and pay us $200,000 for our injured feelings, I might get the board to reconsider their decision.
You know as well as I do I don't have that kind of money.
But you have such wonderful connections. A millionaire father-in-law, a very rich wife.
Yes, a lot of good that does. Why do you suppose I went into this racket?
But I thought I read somewhere about your wife being sick. Very sick.
What about it?
Well, she has life insurance, hasn't she? Made out in your name? Now, I'm pretty sure the board would give you, say, 90 days to raise the money on something like that.
Why 90 days?
Isn't that what the doctor in Chicago said? She wouldn't get better?
Yes, that's what he said, but... What's that?
Oh, just a little IOU to make it legal, you see. Everything can be straightened out without any trouble, without any rough stuff.
But suppose something happened, and my wife didn't. I mean, if she got better.
I wouldn't worry about that, Mr. Stevenson. You've got a doctor's word for it, haven't you? They know their business. So here, take the pen and sign the piece of paper.
What I have just told you, Mr. Stevenson, took place 3 months ago. I need not describe Mr. Stevenson's distress when the IOU became due last Wednesday. As I understand it, Mr. Stevenson saw Mr. Morano, but his request for an extension was refused. And now, inasmuch as I have already given you the final message, I believe the rest explains itself quite simply.
Mr. Evans, where is my husband? Where is Mr. Stevenson now?
I wish I knew. Perhaps if you tried the Bowery number.
The Bowery number? What Bowery number?
The one I gave you when I first started to talk. Mrs. Stevenson, I'm afraid I must ask you to check it all.
I can't.
I'll repeat it once more. Point 1, the house at 20 Dunstan Terrace was burned down this afternoon. I did it. Point 2, I escaped. Point 3, Mr. Morano has been arrested, so it will not be necessary to raise the money. Point 4, it was not Mr. Morano who told the police.
Just give me the Bowery number, the one for my husband.
Point 5, I am at the Manhattan address now, but I'm leaving, and may be found at Bowery 2-1000.
Bowery 2-1000.
Yes, after midnight. Good night, Mrs. Stevenson, and thank you very much.
Bowery 2-1000. Bowery 2-1000. Oh, Henry. Oh.
Bowery 2-1000.
Is this Bowery... Is Mr. Stevenson there?
Mr. who?
Stevenson, Mr. Henry Stevenson. I was told to call by a Mr. Evans.
Just a minute, I'll see. Stevenson?
Yes, Stevenson.
Hold on. Hello?
Yes?
No, he's not here, ma'am.
Oh, well, Mr. Evans said he might be expected. Could I leave a message?
Message? Now, look, lady, if this is your idea of a joke...
Oh, please help me. What number is this? What am I calling?
Bowery 2-1000, the city morgue.
Oh!
Operator.
Police! Give me the police quickly.
I will ring the police department.
No, wait a minute. Give me the hospital. I can't be alone. It's 11 o'clock. Hurry, please. It's 11 o'clock.
One moment, please.
Operator, I can't hear you. Are you calling the hospital? Operator.
Bellevue.
Is this a hospital?
Yes.
I want the nurse's registry. I want to hire a trained nurse immediately for the night.
I am sorry, but this is a city hospital.
It doesn't matter. I've got to have a nurse.
I understand that, madam.
I'm sick and I'm all alone in this horrible empty house. I overheard a telephone conversation about a murder to be committed at 11:15. I don't know what's happened to my husband. If something isn't done, I'm afraid What was that?
What was what, madam?
That clicked just now on my telephone. As though someone had lifted the hook off the extension downstairs.
I did not hear it, madam, and if you were...
Well, I did. There's someone in this house. There's someone downstairs. And they're listening to me now. Who is it? Who is down there? Oh. Hello?
New Haven is calling Mrs. Henry Stevenson. Is she there?
I can't talk now. Call back later.
I have a person-to-person call from Mr. Stevenson. Do you not wish
Did you
to
say
accept
Mr.
the call?
Stevenson? Mr. Stevenson from New Haven?
Do you wish to accept the call, madam?
Oh, yes, yes.
1 moment, please. Here's your party, sir.
Hello, darling?
Henry, where are you?
Well, I'm on my way to Boston, dear. Stopping off between trains in New Haven. Didn't you get my wire?
Yes, I got it.
I was sorry I couldn't reach you by phone before I left. But, of course, I knew you'd be all right.
Well, I'm not all right. There's someone in this house, Henry. Right now, I'm sure of it.
Now, honey, how could there be? Don't tell me you're still alone.
Well, of course I'm alone. Who else could be here? You promised to be home at 6 o'clock.
I know, Leona, but I thought I explained to the telegram.
I've been alone for hours. I've been a prey to every kind of horrible call. And Henry, I want you to call the police. Do you hear me? Tell them to come over at once.
Now, honey, you know you're perfectly safe. The doors are all locked and there's a private patrolman. You're right in the heart of New York City, and the phone's there at your bed.
Henry, what do you know? What do you know about a man named Waldo Evans?
Evans? Why? Why do you ask?
I had a long talk with him just a little while ago about you.
About me? Well, what about me?
Oh, he told me some terrible things. Some of it sounded insane, but some of it, maybe it was true.
You mustn't listen to every crackpot that calls you up, dear. Now just try to forget about it.
He said you'd been stealing from Dad's company. Is that true, Henry?
Leona, of course it's not true.
Well, he left some kind of a message for you that the house on Staten Island had been burned down and that the police knew everything and that Morano had been arrested and... Henry, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
They said you were a criminal, Henry, a desperate man. And Evans said you wanted me to die.
Leona.
And that money, Henry, that money those people wanted. Why didn't you ask me for it? Why, I'd have given it to you gladly if it would have saved your life. I'll give it to you now if it isn't too late.
That's all right. Forget about it.
I didn't mean to be so awful to you, Henry. I only did it because I loved you, and I thought you didn't love me, and that you'd go away and leave me.
Leona.
Yes?
I want you to do something for me.
Will you forgive me first, Henry, will you?
I want you to try to get out of bed.
Please, Henry, please.
Leona, listen to me.
I
try
can't.
to get out of bed.
I can't get out of bed.
You've got to. Walk over to the window and start screaming, Leona. Scream out of the street.
I can't move, Henry. I'm too frightened, and
Keep trying. Otherwise, you've only got 3 more minutes to live.
Henry!
Don't talk anymore. Just get out of that bed. I confess everything. I did steal from your father, and I was so desperate that I even tried.
Henry!
I arranged it.
Henry, I can hear footsteps. Somebody's coming up the stairs.
Get out of that bed! Walk, Leona! Walk!
No, I can't. Henry! Oh, Henry, save me. The train, I can hear the train. It's near the bridge, and I...
Please, Leona, I'll wait for them to get me. They'll know. They'll find out from Morano.
Oh, no! No, please don't. Oh, please. Please, I'll give you anything. Please, no.
Ready with your party, sir.
Leona! Hello! Leona!
Sorry. Wrong number.
For a thrilling experience in the theater, our thanks go to this evening's stars, Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster. They're coming down stage now for a curtain call. You know, it's good to have you both back.
And it's nice to be back.
Bill says you got him in bed with the audience, Barbara.
In what way?
Well, we keep getting letters asking why you haven't been here for so long. And we have to keep explaining that you've made one picture right after another with no time off in between.
One thing is sure, Bill. I haven't forgotten the Lux Radio Theatre or Lux Soap. It's my favorite complexion care and has been for years.
And that's one of the nicest compliments Lux has ever received.
Barbara, tell me if you can. Isn't she wonderful?
I sound like Andy Devine.
She says she sounds like Andy Devine. Tell me, Barbara, how many pictures have you made that still aren't released?
4, Bert.
And what's the first one we'll see?
The Hal Wallace production, Thelma Jordan.
Oh, yes, Wendell Corey's in that, too. You know, when you and Hal Wallace get together on a picture, we know it's going to be a hit. Bert, I hear you are off for New York in a few days.
Yes, I've just finished my own Norma F.R. production of The Hawk and the Arrow at Warner Brothers. And now I'm going to New York to see a few shows and take a brief vacation.
Well, your last vacation you spent out on the road with a circus as an acrobat. Nothing like that this time?
Not unless you have to be an acrobat to get tickets to South Pacific. Bill, tell me, what's next Monday's show?
Next week, Bert, one of America's best-loved characters will return to this stage. The gentleman I'm talking about is Mr. Belvedere. And our play is the 20th Century Fox hit, Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. Naturally, we'll have the original Mr. Belvedere here to play the part, the amazing Clifton Webb. And besides Mr. Webb, we have 2 other stars, Colleen Gray and the popular Robert Stack. A great comedy and the return of Mr. Belvedere all on next Monday night.
Everybody will love it, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a great deal of vague and sentimental talk about the American economic system. But here are some cold facts. Since 1910, we have increased the income of each household from $2,400 to about $4,000. And the figures are in dollars of the same purchasing power. We've done it by increased production, and yet we work 18 hours less each week for this extra money. This is the miracle of America. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Clifton Webb, Robert Stack, and Colleen Gray in Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers.
Here's a fashion flash from Hollywood. Barbara Stanwyck has one of those smart, new, finely pleated nylon nighties that stays in pleat when you wash it. Of course, she insists on Lux Flakes' care for it just as she does for all her lovely lingerie. One of her favorite shades is a pale green orchid. This spring, you'll be seeing more and more delicate and unusual colors in slips and nighties. So play safe. Wash them with gentle Lux Flakes. Tests prove that wrong washing soon fades colors, often tears delicate lace. Lux Flakes Care keeps pretty slips and nighties new-looking 3 times as long. Use Lux Flakes to give your nice washables that lovely Lux look.
This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Mr. Belvedere Goes to College, starring Clifton Webb, Colleen Gray, and Robert Stack. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with You Know That I Know. Here is a young woman who recently wrote a short story about Johnson's Glow Coat. And I'd like to ask her to just step up here and tell us something about it. Will you?
Well, it's only 5 words, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, I know, but I think it's right to the point. Now, let's hear your 5-word story.
Well, apply, let dry. Oh, my.
Well, now, that's a pretty complete story, but just in case that you haven't already used Johnson's Glow Coat on your floors and linoleum, perhaps I'd better explain the story. Now, let me see. How does it start?
Apply.
Spread Glow Coat lightly over your floors without bearing down or rubbing in.
Let dry.
Glow Coat dries in 20 minutes and shines as it dries without rubbing or buffing.
Oh, my.
And that's what you'll say when you see the beautiful polish that Glow Coat gives to your linoleum and floors. Now then, all together, children, let's repeat the Glow Coat story. Apply, let dry. Oh, my! Well, autumn is in the air, and Molly McGee is determined that Fibber get himself a new fall outfit. And whom do we find en route to the Bon Ton department store, driving along and looking for a place to park, but Fibber McGee and Molly?
Thank goodness, McGee, I'll soon have you looking respectable again.
What do you mean, look respectable? Think I had as many patches on me as Rip Van Winkle.
The only difference is that he finally woke up to himself. 70 days, you look like you'd been hitchhiking in Spain.
Well, let me tell you,
Oh,
Molly...
stop, McGee. Stop the car. There's a parking space.
Okay. Gotta get them brakes fixed. Now, if I can only back in here.
Oh, I'm sorry, McGee. We can't park there. It's the fire plug.
What say, Molly?
I say don't park here. It's the fire plug.
I can't hear you. Wait till I park. There. Now, what was you saying, Molly? I couldn't hear you for the motor.
Oh, dear. What a man.
I'll say so. Nobody else could have parked in there as graceful.
McGee.
Huh?
Do you see that fire plug?
Well, what about it? They got them things all over town. Didn't you ever see a fire plug before?
Yes, I have. But what do you suppose they paint him red for?
Search me. They say dogs are colorblind.
McGee. What is this? Don't you know it's against the law to park against the fire plug?
Molly, this is the only parking space for 4 blocks. And look, we're right in front of the Bon Ton, too. Besides, the chief of police is a friend of mine. Come on, Molly.
High time you got yourself some clothes. You look like a tramp.
Oh, I admit I need some new clothes, but I don't think I look like a tramp.
Go on, McGee. The back of your pants is so shiny that if you tore them, you'd have 7 years bad luck.
Come on. What are you waiting for?
Oh, just a minute, McGee.
Huh?
Look at that little $25 hat in the window there. Isn't it a dear?
Deer's right. $25 is a whole herd of deer.
Oh, well, come on. We better get started. Watch the revolving door. And don't be a parasite. Push.
Where are we going first?
Well, now, let's get you a hat first. I wonder where the hat... Excuse me, sir. Where are the men's hats?
Where are what man's hats, kiddo?
Oh, excuse me. I thought you were a floor walker.
Sure. I am floor walker. Every night I'm walking the floor with my baby. She's a cute kid, too, nearly 1 year old. Here's a snipe shoot of it.
Well, now, isn't that cute?
Oh, that's a cute snapshot, all right. Only 1 year old. Hey, he's kind of bald-headed for a year old, ain't he, Bud?
McGee.
Huh?
You're holding the picture upside down.
Oh.
Well, you'll excuse me for mistaking you for a floor walker, but you weren't wearing a hat, so I thought you worked here.
Don't mention it, babushka. I am not wearing hats because I am collegiate. University of Russia.
Heavenly days, a communist.
You a communist, Bud?
Sure. I am believing in taking everybody's properties and giving them to me.
Don't argue with him, or you might start something. Be like waving a red rag in front of a Bolshevik. Well, come on, here's the hat department.
Oh, excuse me, please. Can you wait on us?
Well, I certainly can.
Well, my husband needs a new hat.
You're telling me?
Hey, easy there, Bud, or I'll slap you down with a piece of wet lettuce.
Now, please, no violence. How about a nice pork pie?
We're cold, not hungry.
Oh, heavens, you don't understand. I mean a pork pie hat. They're all the rage now. They're just the latest scream, really. Haven't you seen the magazines for men?
How'd you ever get a hold of one?
Heavens. I mean the magazines like Esquire.
Oh, our dentist doesn't take Esquire.
I have it. How about a nice cap?
Oh, you got one of them new Cap Callaways, Bud?
Cap Callaway?
Mm-hmm.
What's it like?
It's got a colored band. Did you get it, Molly? I says the cap.
Ain't funny, McGee.
Okay, I can take it.
How would you like a nice welt on the brim?
How would you like a nice kick in the teeth?
He meant a hat with 6 edges.
Yes. Now, here's one, for instance. Oh, this is a lovely French import.
French import, huh? Them French will pass the hat once too often in this country.
There's a sweet hat over there. Try it on, McGee.
All right. Oh, it's too tight for me. You try it on, Molly. I want to see how it looks on somebody else.
All right. There. How does it look?
Gorgeous. Simply devastating.
Does look pretty good on you, Molly.
It's cute, isn't it? How much is this one, mister?
Only $10.
We'll take it.
Hey, I don't want that thing. It's
no, but I do. I'm buying this for myself.
Well, for that. Say, I thought we'd come in here to buy me an outfit.
Oh, I'm sorry, but we haven't a hat small enough for you, sir.
Huh?
If you'll be in the store a while, I'll look you up a little bit later if I can find something.
Oh, all right.
Meanwhile, I'll go look in the junior department.
In the junior?
Well, we'll be around for a while, young man.
Yeah.
Let us know if you find a hat for McGee.
Certainly. Will you take this one with you, madam?
No, send it out to Mrs. Fibber McGee, 79 Wistful Vista.
USA?
C.O.D.
Okay. Now, if you don't mind my saying so, madam, I think a very appropriate hat for your husband would be a coonskin cap. He's the backwood, the pioneer type, if you know what I mean.
Oh, thanks, but I always thought so myself.
You know, my Uncle Clem had a coonskin cap once.
Yeah?
With the tail hanging down the back of his neck.
How'd you like it, Molly?
Oh, he was just tickled to death with it.
Well, now, don't forget. I'll look you up if I find something for you. Gracious, here's another customer.
Oh, that's Perry Como. He's the singer.
Really?
Sure he is, Bud. He likes to sing, too. Matter of fact, he'll sing at the drop of a hat. Drop a hat, Bud.
All righty.
My kingdom for a kiss I'd gladly give you. My kingdom just for this
kiss from you. A million skies of blue and miles of moonlight, they've all belonged to you for a smile or two. You'd have a crown for your curls made of stars, and your pearls would be made of the morning dew. Can I do more than this? My heart surrender, a kingdom for a kiss from you.
Gotten anywhere with his fall shopping. Molly not only bought that hat for herself, but she also bought a pair of gloves, a purse, some stockings, and a dress. So far, all Fibber has had is a long walk. Well, here we find them on the 4th floor of the Bonton.
Hey, Molly, I thought we'd come down here to buy me an outfit.
Oh, don't be selfish, McGee. Just because I saw a few things I needed. Now, I think we better get you some neckties and some... Oh, look at that sweet little cocktail dress.
Cocktail dress, huh? Oh, it does look a little tight. Say, them kind of cute little wax models they make nowadays. Look at them wax models. Ain't they cute, Molly? Looks like they got genuine hair, don't they? How do you think they keep the hair on them? Good? Let's see if it'll come off.
Ah! Look what you're doing there, Skippy. You pulled my hair.
Oh, excuse me, Grandma. I thought you was one of the dummies. Or the other dummies. I'm sorry.
Well, I should think you would be. It's getting so a girl can't go anywhere these days without some man pestering her.
Oh. You work here, Grandma?
I sure do, Skippy. I'm a model in the debutante department.
You a debutante?
Yes. I came out in 1863. Oh. I was a war bride.
A war bride? Oh, I get it. A shotgun.
McGee.
I'll bet you was a pretty kirpy-looking debutante back in 1863, Grandma.
Yes, that's what they tell me, son. Yeah. But then I was always an outdoor girl. I used to plow and pitch hay, drive the oxen. I even made my own black snake whips.
Honest? How do you make a black snake whip, Grandma?
Oh, just step on his tail, Shorty. Well, gotta be getting back to my...
for the love of mine. Can you imagine that old...
That'll teach you not to go around pulling people's hair.
Oh, well. Are you ready to walk on?
Johnson's Glow Coat is ready to walk on in just 20 minutes after you apply it.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harpo.
Hello, folks. What are you doing here?
We're buying McGee a new fall outfit.
Yeah, so far she's got the outfit and I took the fall. You working here, Harpo?
Yes, I'm the store detective.
Well, you certainly make a ducky dick.
Oh, thanks.
McGee, we'll get you some neckties now.
Okay.
It's time you had them.
Oh, there you are. My gracious, I've just looked all over for you.
The hat sale.
Well, what's on your mind, Bud?
Oh, say, I found just the right hat for you.
Good.
Look, isn't it marvelous?
Oh.
And marked way down, too.
Heavenly days. He don't want a straw hat in October.
Well, it would be very distinctive.
I don't want it, Bud. Shucks, a straw hat in October.
Well, won't you winter at Miami?
No, but I'm liable to spring at your throat. Now, go away and try again.
Well, all right, but I'm just terribly, terribly disappointed. I thought sure I'd found it.
Oh, well, he was at least trying.
Not only that, he gets more trying every time I see him. Oh, here's the neckties, Molly.
Was there something for you, sir?
Well, there hasn't been yet, sis, but I'm still hoping. Oh, here's a nice four-in-hand, Molly.
Not very well made. Who made your four-in-hands, dearie?
And who made your bow?
All right.
These are the very latest fall knitwear, sir.
How do they not?
How do they not what? He means how do they not up? Oh, they're not up, they're down.
No, sis. How are they for knotting?
Oh, you can't get them for knotting. They're $1 apiece. No, we mean do they not good? What do you mean they're not good?
No, not are they not good.
Well, I should say not. You should say not good. I mean, not
Skip it,
not
sis.
good.
Skip it, sis. Let's forget the whole thing.
Oh, looky here, McGee. A narrow black tie. Just what I've been looking for.
That thing, say I wouldn't wear that
I
thing.
don't mean for you, for me. It's
Oh.
just right to wear with me gray blouse. I'll take it, dearie.
How will I make out the slip? Cash or charge?
Cash. COD.
I thought so. No account.
Who's no account? Why, say I can...
Where shall I send it, madam?
79 Wistful Vista, Mrs. Fibber McGee.
Yes, madam.
Come on, McGee.
Hey, I didn't get myself a necktie.
Oh, well, we can come back this way. First, I think you ought to get an overcoat. I think there's...
Oh, there you are. Look what I found. Isn't this the best-looking hat? Oh, do try it on, sir.
Heavenly days. A sombrero?
What's the idea of this hat, Bud? Why, I thought this would be just the thing, sir. It's a marvelous grade of felt. Really it is. Just feel that nap. Why don't you go take one? I don't want any sombreros. Well, I'll go see what else we have, though I was sure this would be just the duckiest.
I suppose the next thing you'll bring will be a rubber bathing cap.
Excuse me, lot. Could you be directing me to the underwear department?
Try the third floor, Scotty.
Thank you kindly, lad. My kilts are a wee bit chilly since my brother went into the stock market.
Well, what's your brother going into the market got to do with you being cold?
He sold me short.
Speaking of underwear, McGee, isn't this the place for our Teddy to step in?
I word, haven't you heard? Five-piece band. They play in a cafe, five-piece band. There's a trumpet, trombone, clarinet, piano and drum. Hey, hey, what do you say? Let's hear the five-piece band. When the clarinet and the old cornet start a-harmonizing, it's surprising what a five-piece band can do. Hear the weary moan of the old trombone. Say, when he starts phrasing, it's amazing what a five-piece band can do. They play the hottest tunes, that's all. Swing that 12th Street. They go to town on bugle call when the hidey-hidey-ho of the offbeat, when the drummer man plays to beat the band. Why, it's just the start of, only a part of what a five-piece band can do.
An argument for us?
Why, certainly.
Well, my friends are trying to tell me that Glow Coat will make my linoleum shine like new while I'm out enjoying myself. It sounds impossible.
Well, it may sound impossible, but it's true. Now, I'll give you an illustration. Suppose that you're just getting ready to put some Glow Coat on the floor, and a friend of yours phones and asks you to go to the movies. She lives a few blocks away from you. You can have the Glow Coat on the floor before she calls for you. You simply spread a little of this no-rubbing liquid polish lightly over the floor with a soft cloth or the long-handled glow coat applier. Then you're through. You go out the door with your friends and forget all about the floor. In 20 minutes, the glow coat will be dry, and the linoleum will be shining like new. When you get home, you'll be greeted by a beautiful, polished floor that will stay clean and bright for weeks at a time. Friends aren't exaggerating a bit when they tell you that glow coat is the easiest polish you ever use. You don't have to do one bit of rubbing or buffing, for glow coat actually polishes your floor while you're out enjoying yourself. And now back to the 5th floor of the Bonton, where Fibber is going to select fall overcoats. He hopes. So far, Molly has made all the purchases, and Fibber hasn't even a new handkerchief. Here they are in the overcoat section.
Oh, dear. All the clerks seem to be busy. Yoo-hoo, mister. Can you wait on us?
Just a minute, madam. I'll get you a salesman. Salesman? Salesman?
Salesman!
Oh, there you are. Thank you for calling. Now look what we did. I wondered where you folks were. Just look at this marvelous hat that I found for you, sir. It's just too perfect for you.
Say, what is... This is a sun helmet.
Mm-hmm. Handsome, isn't it? We call it a solar topi. Wonderful thing in the tropics.
Well, I don't like to change the tropic, but why don't you find me something I can wear?
Yeah, 70 days. He can't wear a sun helmet in the winter.
Well, perhaps it is a bit daring.
Yeah, daring is right, and the helmet...
McGee!
Well, I was going to say that the helmet wouldn't be very good while I was shoveling snow off the sidewalk.
Well, all right, but it's really a wonderful value. You don't get a value like this very often.
McGee, what's the matter with him anyway?
Oh, he's just... Hey, didn't you get us a salesman yet, Bud?
Well, I'm very sorry, sir. There doesn't seem to be a salesman available. I'll wait on you myself. I'm the manager of the overcoat department. My name's Oliphant.
How do you do, I'm sure?
Hi, Elephant.
Oliphant, sir. Not elephant. Oliphant. Not a very common name.
Well, elephants aren't very common animals.
No, indeed. Very amusing. It would be if I didn't hear it so often. What can I do for you?
Show me something snappy in overcoats, Bud.
Certainly. How would you like a belt in the back?
How would you like a sock in the...
McGee!
One guy wants to give me a welt on the brim, and this guy wants to give me a belt in the back.
Wait till you buy a suit and get a cuff on the pants.
Give me something snappy, Bud. One with a nice check in it.
A check? Yes, sir. Now, let me see. Where did I put those new plaids?
I thought an elephant never forgets.
I want... How do you like it, Molly?
Well, I don't know, McGee. Will it shrink, mister?
Is it too large?
Yes, it is too large.
Yes, it'll shrink.
Kind of a dizzy pattern.
Oh, I don't know, McGee. Don't you like it?
No.
I think it's a beautiful coat.
Well, you can have it.
Can I really? Oh, I love those managed
Say, I thought we'd come down here to buy me an outfit.
Oh, now, McGee, don't be so selfish. You can get a coat, too.
Oh, well. How much jack for this Benny, Bud?
Well, this is a Phil Harris tweed. This coat's only $60 today. It's on sale. It was formerly a $62 value.
Well, how does it fit me?
Perfectly. Perhaps a little snug about the, it could be altered, though.
I'm afraid I am getting a little heavier.
Well, the trend is back toward curves, you know.
Hippie days are here again.
I'll take it, sir. Send it to Mrs. Fibber McGee, 79 Wistful Vista, C.O.D.
Yes, indeed. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll get the tailor to make the alteration.
Well, this has been a real enjoyable shopping trip, Molly. I'd have had better luck if I'd have come alone.
Oh, be still, McGee. I'm just thinking what kind of shoes you ought to have.
Oh, you're not thinking of me, are you, Molly?
Why, certainly. Why do you think we come down here to the Bonton?
I don't know.
Now, let me see. The shoes are on what floor?
Johnson's Glow Coat is on every floor where the up-to-date housewife wants a no-rubbing, no-buffing floor polish.
Hi, Detective Wilcox. How's crime?
Well, I haven't caught anybody but one man in the hardware department stealing some putty.
Putty?
Oh, did you arrest him?
Oh, no. It was just putty larceny. What? Got everything you want, Fibber?
Oh, but one thing, Harpo. I gotta help some fellas across the street from us dig a basement, and I gotta get some overalls.
Oh, I see. You want a foundation garment.
Oh.
7th floor. Well, I'll be
Foundation. Oh, hi, Bud.
Hello. Here's your receipt for the coat, madam.
Oh, thank you.
Good. Now, say, Bud.
Yeah.
Could I please get a nice, snappy overcoat for myself?
Why, certainly. Now, if you'll just
come on.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the signal that the store is closing. I'm very sorry, really.
Well, can you beat that?
Oh, it's all right, McGee. It's all right. We'll come back tomorrow.
Tomorrow? What do you mean?
Sure, tomorrow's another day. Come on.
Oh, well, it's good to get out into the air anyway. Where'd we leave the car?
Right against the fire plug, you see? The car with the policeman standing by it.
The policeman? Let's walk around the block a minute. Maybe he'll get tired of waiting.
No, I warned you against parking there, and I'll face the music. Besides, the chief of police is a great pal of yours, remember?
Oh well. Hi, officer. Nice day.
What's nice about it?
It is a little cloudy.
Is this your car?
Well, you see,
Is it or isn't it? Don't you know your own car when you see it?
Well, he hardly recognized it since he put the Johnson's wax on.
Pipe down, lady.
Yes, it's my car, all right, officer, but I don't know how it got here. Somebody must have pushed it over in front of that fire plug.
Oh, yeah? That's what they ought to say. Here's a ticket. That'll cost you $5.
Say, now, listen here. Listen here now. Me husband knows the chief of police very well, and he'll have you transferred.
Oh, he will he? See this badge? I'm the chief of police.
Oh.
Now get started. I almost made your friend drive your car down to the station.
Friend?
What friend?
The one in the back seat there. Hey, you. Here's your pal.
Oh, there you are.
Sure.
I got just the head
No wonder housewives are saying,
Glow Coat is the easiest floor polish I ever used. I don't have to do any rubbing or buffing.
and dealers everywhere are saying,
Once my customers try Johnson's Glow Coat, they always come back for more. Like all the other fine polishes made by the makers of Johnson's Wax, it's bound to give satisfaction.
for Glow Coat gives brighter luster, longer wear. Look for the attractive yellow can with the lettering GLO-COAT. Johnson's Glow Coat. And remember, you save money by ordering the larger sizes.
Speaking of shopping, Molly, I ever tell you about when I was down in Central America shopping for bananas? Oh, that was a tough job down there. Them Indians down there, they haven't got any sense.
Well, that makes it even.
Why?
Well, our sense up here haven't any Indians.
Good night.
Good night, Oliver.
We're having lots of fun with the Fibber McGee Limerick Contest, conducted by Radio Mirror magazine. 26 cash prizes are being awarded each week. All you have to do is supply the last line for an unfinished limerick about Fibber McGee and Molly. The winner of the first prize this week is Mr. Will Gidley, 34 Dorchester Street, Springfield, Massachusetts. 25 other cash prizes are also being nailed out. If you didn't win this week, try again next week. You'll find the limerick and complete rules of the contest in the November issue of Radio Mirror magazine, now on sale. Harlow Wilcox inviting you to be with us again next week. Good night.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Rochester, step on it, or we'll be late for the broadcast.
Okay, boss.
Don't turn here. We got to pick up Miss Livingston.
Pick up Miss Livingston?
Yes, then we've got to pick up Mr. Harris and Mr. Wilson. This is our first program, and it's up to me to gather my little group together.
What are you, mother hen?
Never mind what I am. Be careful of those bumps. No wonder you wouldn't put a little air in these tires.
There's plenty of air. There just ain't enough tires.
Now, don't be so funny. I've got a brand new one on the front.
Sure stands out, don't it?
Rochester, just drive. Take it easy. Here we are at Miss Livingston's house now.
There she is, waiting for us.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't she look cute? Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Gee, Mary, I called you only 10 minutes ago. I'm surprised to see you all dressed up and waiting for us.
I owe it all to zippers.
Well, they are very handy. Well, hop in the car. We got to get to the studio.
Okay. Pull those springs down. I don't want to tear my new dress.
All right, get in. There you are.
Ouch, they got me.
Isn't that awful? Rochester, how many times have I told you to fix these seat cushions?
Either 9 or 10.
Well, I wish I knew what number was bingo with you. Now get going. We still got to pick up Phil and Don.
Okay, boss.
This motor's a little cold.
Gee, Jack, I thought you told me you bought a new car this year.
I said nothing of the kind. I said I was looking at new cars.
That'll never start a boom.
Rochester, this is a two-way conversation, so keep out of it.
Oh, Jack, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Still driving a 1920 Maxwell.
Now, wait a minute. It's a late 1920. Anyway, in a couple of weeks, I may trade it in on a new model.
Don't do anything rash. I hear the horse is coming back.
Well, thanks for the tip. Now, turn here at this corner, Rochester. We got to pick up Mr. Harris.
I think we better stop and get some gas.
Yeah, so we can make it. We only got about 5 more blocks to go.
I know, but we've been riding on borrowed time all week.
What are you talking about? Look at that gauge. The needle says full.
You blew it there.
I did not. Now, hurry up. We got to get to Mr. Harris.
Where are we going to meet Phil?
Well, he told me to pick him up at Maisie's beauty parlor. Probably getting the bags under his eyes pressed.
Oh, Jack, you're always running him down.
I am, eh?
Yes. You're just jealous because Phil's handsome and you're you.
Look, Mary, if you think I'm homely, why don't you come right out and say so?
It was perfectly clear to me.
Rochester, when I want anything decoded, I'll ask you. Until then, hush your mouth. Now pull over. There's the beauty parlor. Rochester, run in and get Mr. Harris. We haven't much time.
Never mind. Here he comes now.
Oh, yes. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Phil.
Well, how do I look?
Oh, just like Ann Sheridan. Now get in the car. Move over, Mary.
Boy, what an afternoon I had, sitting under that hot dryer.
Gee, I can imagine.
Who does your hair, Phil? Gladys or Maybelle?
Oh, I always use Goldie. She can curl rings around the other girls.
You know, Phil, if you'd wave your baton more and your hair less, I'd be a lot happier. Have you any good orchestra numbers prepared for our first show?
Darned if I know. I haven't seen my boys in a month.
Why, Phil Harris, you mean to say you haven't even rehearsed for our opening program? We'll be on the air in 5 minutes.
All right, so my band will sound spontaneous.
Spontaneous?
Yes, Mary, that's French for lousy. Can you imagine that? A guy has all summer to get a couple of numbers ready and doesn't do a thing about it.
Ah, stop worrying. My orchestra will sound as good as last year.
Well, Phil, for your information, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, orchestra better get better, or orchestra better get. Get it? I'd remember that, Phil. Who are you tooting at, Rochester?
There's Kenny Baker.
Kenny Baker, where?
There he is, sitting on his front porch.
Oh, yes. Hello, Kenny. Oh, Kenny.
He can't answer. He's on another program.
Oh, that's right. Say, Rochester, you better step on it. We still have to pick up Don Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, my.
What are you my-mying about? This car seats 5, doesn't it?
Yeah, but Mr. Wilson seats 2.
Now, there's plenty of room, Rochester. He can sit in front with you.
You know, boss, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when fat man sit down in small car sit down also.
All right, Confucius, just drive. Hey, Jack, isn't that Don Wilson's house there on the corner? Yeah, there it is.
Look, there's his mother in front selling Jell-O.
Oh, loyal, isn't she? Slow down, Rochester. Oh, Mrs. Wilson! Mrs. Wilson!
What flavor, please?
Strawberry, and where's Donald?
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. John's gone ahead to the studio.
Oh, he has. Well, thank you, Mrs. Wilson. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Jell-O, get your Jell-O here. Look for the big red letters on the box.
Oh, isn't she a sweet little lady? Huh?
Hey, Jack, look what time it is.
Oh, my goodness. Step on it, Rochester. We'll be late for the first broadcast.
I told you we better get some gas. This miracle can't last.
Oh, it's downhill from now on, so hurry.
Okay, boss.
Not too fast. There's no top on this car.
There was when we started.
Oh, did we lose that again? Faster, Rochester, faster.
Darn it, my hair's blowing all over the place.
Well, stop complaining. So is mine.
Yeah, but yours blows right off.
Is that so? Come on, step on it, Rochester. We'll be late. Step on it.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Merry Old Land of Oz. Well, here we are again, folks, beginning our 6th year on the air for Jell-O. Sounds like a long time, but speaking for myself, I never knew time could go so fast. Why, it's disappeared before my very eyes, the way a Jell-O dessert disappears when you serve it to the family. For Jell-O has been good news to families ever since your grandmother brought home her first package of it, more than 40 years ago. And it's better news than ever today, for Jell-O has been constantly improved. It's quicker and easier to prepare nowadays. Dissolves instantly and sets quickly. It's far less expensive to buy, one of the most economical desserts you can have. And that wonderful Jell-O flavor has been made extra rich, made so full-bodied and tempting that it rivals the real ripe fruit. So remember what I've been telling you for the past 5 years. Those big red letters spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. Of Oz played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as this is our inaugural program of the new Jell-O series, I would like to present our master of ceremonies. Who is he?
Who is he?
To begin with, he's a star of stage, screen, and radio. Plays the violin and was born in Waukegan, Illinois.
Oh, it must be me.
He is humorous, witty, and spends money like a drunken sailor.
Now that throws me off. Oh, well.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, there you are. It's up to you. Who is he?
Ya-da-da-da-dum-da-dee-da-dum. For heaven's sake, Jack Benny. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I'm simply amazed at our audience. I've only been off the air 14 weeks. You'd think that somebody would have recognized me.
Well, Jack, you can't exactly blame our guests here tonight. After all, they're strangers.
Well, my father isn't a stranger. Look at him sitting in the second row. He's still guessing. Well, anyway, Don, it's sure good to be back on the air again, isn't it?
It certainly is. You know, Jack, I'm much happier when I'm working than when I'm laying off.
Me too, Don. I hate just walking by the bank. What have you been doing this summer, Don? Did you have a nice vacation?
Well, Jack, I didn't do much of anything. I just got on my yacht and took a cruise up and down the coast. It was a lot of fun.
You got on your yacht? Why, Don, do you own a yacht?
Oh, sure. I bought one last July. It's a tremendous thing.
Well, that's quite a surprise. You mean to say that you bought a yacht on what I... Well,
I was pretty lucky in the stock market this summer.
Oh, you must have been, Don. You must have been. Well, that was nice, Don. I'm glad you had such a grand summer. And, you know, I've never seen you looking better. You've lost weight, haven't you?
Yes, boating in the salt air will do that for you. I've lost 5 pounds.
5 pounds. That's like a centipede losing a toenail. 5 pounds.
Well, it's a start. By the way, Jack, what did you do on your vacation?
Well, I wanted to do something different this year, so Rochester and I just piled into my car, took a tent along, and toured the whole country. You know, we Sort of led the gypsy life.
Gypsy life, huh?
Yes, Rochester read tea leaves, and I played the fiddle. We did very well in Memphis. And, oh, Don, I must tell you something. Just a second. Come in.
Pardon me, is this the Aldrich family?
No, this is the Benny family. The Aldrich family has moved to another station.
Well, turn my dial. Goodbye.
Oh, how I'd love to. Well, anyway, Don, say, what was I talking about?
You were telling me about your vacation, Jack.
Oh, yes. I must tell you what happened when I was... Oh, wait a minute. I'll tell you later. Here comes Mary.
Hello, Joe. What do you know? I'm back again on the Jello show. I hope I make you laugh and giggle. Chop, 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 and dig, dig, diggle.
Well... Well, it was certainly nice to you, Mary. I didn't get a reception like that.
Hello, Mary. It's sure good to see you again.
Oh, hello, Don. Say, what happened to you? You look marvelous.
Well, thanks. I've been taking good care of myself this summer.
Yes, Mary. Don lost 5 pounds on his yacht.
Your stomach looks thinner, too.
Certainly does. Now, you got quite a nice coat of tan, Mary. What'd you do all summer?
Well, I stayed right here in Hollywood until we had that awful heat wave. Good thing you missed it.
Yeah, they tell me it was pretty bad here.
Jack, it was simply unbearable. It was 107 degrees in my shade.
Well, you must have been in demand, Don. Say, Mary, you didn't stay in town during that hot spell, did you?
No, I went down to Laguna Beach and spent 2 weeks with my aunt and uncle.
Oh, is your uncle in business down there?
Yes, he's a shill for a lemonade stand.
Well, that's quite a novel occupation. So you were down at the beach, huh?
Yeah. And, oh, Jack, I must tell you.
What?
I met the cutest lifeguard down there.
Yeah?
What a doll.
Uh-huh.
He saved my life 4 times.
Mary, how could he save your life? You always wear water wings.
I bit a hole in him.
Well, that was using your teeth. So you found a new romance, eh? What's his name, Mary?
Barracuda Jones.
Oh, I'd like to catch him or meet him sometime. Bring him over. Well, Don, I think it's about time that Mr. Harris got here. Where's Phil?
Here I am, Jackson.
Oh.
Hi, everybody. This is Smiling Phil Harris, back on the good old Jello program. Yeah, make it Jello. Back at the NBC studio, which is just 1.5 miles from the Wilshire Bowl, no cover charge. Yeah.
Don't humor him, folks. He's conceited enough. Well, Phil, that's quite an entrance you gave yourself. Music and everything.
Well, I had nothing to do with that, Jack. The boys planned it themselves. It was spontaneous.
Is that from the French?
Definitely. Well, Phil, at that, I don't blame you for giving yourself a build-up on the first show. And now that you're here, how about a number?
Look, I'm an actor. I ain't playing till I get a little dialogue.
Oh, a little dialogue, eh? All right, then. Tell me, Phil, what'd you do this summer? Did you have a nice vacation?
I certainly did.
Well, and now, ladies and gentlemen, Phil Harris.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I told you I'm not playing a number until I get a couple of laughs here.
Phil, the easiest way for you to get laughs is to play a number. Now, go ahead.
Okay, Jackson.
Oh, by the way, Jack,
Yeah.
I meant to ask you, aren't we going to have a singer on the show this season?
Oh, of course, Don. I'm trying out a young tenor. He's a kind of a cute kid, too. He should be here soon.
Hey, Jack.
What?
Tell him about that other singer you wanted to get.
What other singer?
You know, the one you thought you could put over on the sponsor.
I didn't try to put anything over, so don't...
What was it, Barry?
Well, after Kenny Baker left, Jack thought he'd save a little money this year.
I did not.
What happened, Mary?
He tried to get his canary on the program.
Well, I just figured it'd be a novelty for a couple of weeks. Besides, Dickie Boy can whistle Sunrise Serenade with the best of them. Believe me.
What's the name of this young fellow you're trying out?
His name is Day, Dennis Day. His mother's here with him.
How old is she?
It's none of your business. Anyway, you'll meet him soon. Now, go ahead, Phil. Let's hear a good, hot tune.
Would you like to hear something about 107 in the shade?
As if you could, brother. Play anything. We can take it. Hold it a minute. Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello? Who? Yes. It's for you, Jack. It's Mrs. Day.
Oh, Dennis's mother. Give me that phone. Oh, boy, what I've gone through with her already. Hello, Mrs. Day. How are you? Yes. Uh-huh. Yes, we're expecting you right away. Well, look, Mrs. Day, can't Dennis take his bath later? I mean, we're on the air now. We need him. Fine, he's been in town 3 weeks, and he has to take a bath today.
That'll never hurt the program.
Quiet. Now, look, Mrs. Day, I'm not trying to run your affairs, but you see, this is our first program of the season, and Dennis should be here on time. You know, this isn't a clam bake. We're established. Now, please hop in a car and rush Dennis over here immediately. What? Should he wear a blue suit or a gray suit?
Tell her to wrap a towel around him.
Mary. He can wear anything, Mrs. Day. Now, hurry, won't you? Goodbye. Oh, boy, what a lilac she is. Play, Phil, and that canary wasn't such a bad idea after all. That was Go Fly a Kite from the Star Maker, played by Phil Harris and his spontaneous orchestra. Say, Phil, that number sounded a lot better than I expected. Wasn't it good, Mary?
Yeah, that was swell, Phil.
Oh, it was all right, but personally, I thought the boys played a little too pianissimo.
Too what?
Pianissimo, too loud.
Phil, even though you carry a union card, for your information, pianissimo means soft. Fortissimo is loud.
Is that so? Would you like to make a little bet on that?
Would I like to? I'd love to.
Then you must be right.
You're darn right I'm right. You know, I didn't study music 15 years for nothing.
No kidding, Jack. Did you study the violin for 15 years?
I certainly did.
He admits it yet.
Listen, Mary. Mary, you can joke about it now, but when I was a young fella, I was torn between two loves. In fact, it was a toss-up whether I'd become a concert violinist or a comedian. I didn't know which path to take.
Don't tell her finish. I'm reading the book.
That's very amusing, Mary. However, if you'd like to know the truth, the first time that I... Hey, that must be Dennis Day and his mother. Now, listen, fellas, before they come in, I want to tell you something. While they're here, I want you to show me a little courtesy and respect. I'd like to get this kid started out on the right foot. Now, remember that.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
And that's more like it.
There's somebody at the door, kind sir.
All right, don't overdo it. Come in. Well, how do you do, Mrs. Day? How do you do? Come right in.
Thank you. Come along, Dennis.
Yes, come in. Well, I'm glad you found the studio all right, Mrs. Day. Did you take a cab like I told you to?
Yes, it was $1.65. Here's the slip.
Oh.
You sure walked into that one.
Oh, well, I don't mind.
Then smile.
Mary, I'll mind my face and you mind your business. Oh, Mrs. Day, I want you to meet the members of my cast. This is Mary Livingston, Don Wilson, and Phil Harris.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Day? How do you do, Mr. Day?
And this is her little boy, Dennis.
Say hello to the people, Dennis. Hello to the people.
Oh, fine.
Well, naturally, Mary, he's a little nervous, aren't you, Dennis?
Am I, Mother? Certainly not.
Oh. Now, Dennis, I want you to feel right at home here. After all, I know you must be a little bit nervous. We're all your friends, and we want to help you in every possible way.
I'm indeed grateful, Mr. Benny.
That's sweet. And now, Mrs. Day.
Yes?
How can a basso profundo like that have a tenor for a son? Now, Mrs. Day, I realize this being Dennis's first time here that you're not aware of our schedule. You see, we have a very definite starting time.
You have?
Yes, we do our first broadcast at exactly 4 o'clock Pacific time, and our repeat broadcast at precisely 8:30. Now, is that clear?
Perfectly. And when is payday?
Payday?
That's not so definite.
Miss Livingston, please. Oh, he'll get paid, Mrs. Day. Don't worry about that. Now, Dennis, I think that about covers everything. That's all there is, and that's all you have to know. You're here to sing, so just be on time and do your best. Now, are there any questions?
Yes. When do I get some funny lines?
Funny lines?
I know how you feel, Bub.
Phil, you complain once more, and you'll be known as the silent maestro. Now, Dennis, what song have you selected for your debut on our Jello program?
He's going to sing a delightful new number called Good Night, My Beautiful. It's becoming very popular.
Yes, I know. It's a grand number. Now, before you sing, Dennis, I thought our audience would like to know something more. Know your age. How old are you?
59, including mother.
Well, that's not what I meant, Dennis. How old are you by yourself?
Dennis is just 19.
19. Well, 19 from 59. That makes you 40, doesn't it, Mrs. Day?
I'll take that.
Take it. You snapped at it. Now, just one more question, Dennis. Where is your home? That is, where were you born?
Dennis was born in Cairo, Illinois.
Oh, Cairo, eh?
Whoop, an Egyptian.
Bill, the boy was born in Cairo, Illinois, not Egypt.
Well, a comedian like me overlooks them details.
I'd like to catch you overlooking the Grand Canyon someday. Now, go ahead, Dennis. We're all waiting and anxious to hear your song. Now, this is the microphone.
How do you do?
You are nervous, aren't you? Well, go right ahead. You haven't a thing to worry about. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for his first song on the Jello program, Dennis Day will sing Good Night, My Beautiful from George White's Scandal. Take it, my boy.
Now, remember, Dennis, breathe deeply. Yes, Mother. Don't forget the words. No, Mother. Come here. Let me fix your tie.
Oh, don't bother, Mrs. Day. You know this isn't television.
You're quite fortunate, Mr. Benny.
Very good, Mrs. Day. Very good. Sing, Dennis. Oh, boy, I'd love to give her a hot foot.
Good night, my beautiful. The night will be lonely but beautiful when I am alone with my wonderful dream of you. Darling, someday I hope that bidding you good night will mean nothing more than turning out a light. Someday good night will bring me closer to you. But in the meantime, this will have to do. Good night, my beautiful. Just being with you is so beautiful, and tearing away from your arms is not easy to do. Good night, my wonderful. There's nobody who is so wonderful. Each moment with you is like living a dream come true. So hold me close to you. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Your love is all I have to wait and for tomorrow. Good night, my beautiful. The night will be lonely but beautiful when I am alone with my wonderful dreams of you. My wonderful dreams
Dennis, that was very, very good. I'm sure everyone enjoyed it.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. You've made me the happiest girl in the world.
Oh, he is nervous, folks. Play, Phil.
If you want to enjoy real delicious old-fashioned goodness in a new-fashioned dessert, a dessert that's quick and easy and inexpensive, here's the answer. Jell-O chocolate pudding. Yes, ma'am, there's the answer to your family when they ask you for something new for dessert. Jell-O chocolate pudding is the best-tasting dessert you ever dipped a spoon in. Rich and creamy with a satin smoothness, with an old-fashioned chocolate flavor, and a rich, full chocolate flavor that's tempting and delicious. And best of all, Jell-O chocolate pudding is just one of 3 new Jell-O puddings. There's Jell-O butterscotch pudding, mellow tasting and smooth. It has a delicious taffy color and a real true butterscotch flavor as appetizing as old-fashioned butterscotch candy. And there's Jell-O vanilla pudding, delicate and inviting, always a family favorite. All 3 Jell-O puddings are quick and easy to make. The simple directions are in every package, and the easiest and most economical way to buy is 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding.
This is the last number of the first program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, Mary, our first program is over. Aren't you happy?
Yeah. Just think, only 38 more weeks and we take our vacation.
That's right. Gee, I don't know where to go. Do you?
Oh, we'll someplace think of...
Gee, I don't know where to go. Do you?
Oh, we'll think... I'm nervous, Jack.
Oh, we'll think of someplace. Yeah, good night, folks. See you next week.
Jell-O.
Here's news. There'll be another Jell-O product on the air starting next Tuesday night, October 10th. Jell-O pudding. Jell-O puddings will bring you the Ulrich family, and if you've enjoyed the adventures of Henry Ulrich all summer, we think you'll be mighty glad to know that he'll be with you this winter, too. Consult your local newspaper for time and station. Next Tuesday, October 10th.
The merry old land of Oz is from the Wizard of Oz. Go fly a kite is from the Star Maker. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The First Nighter program, a copyrighted feature coast to coast, presented by Campana, the makers of Solitaire, the new cake makeup, and Campana Balm, the famous hand lotion. Theater time. Broadway is buzzing with excitement and eagerly waiting to welcome an opening night performance at the Little Theater off Times Square. There'll be a crowd of onlookers and autograph fans on hand at the entrance to greet the celebrities who always attend the premiere on the Great White Way. So let's not miss a minute of the excitement. It's just a short walk around the corner. Will you join me? There are lots of uniforms in the crowd tonight at Broadway and 42nd Street. Shall we cross the street here? Well, here we are at the Little Theater off Times Square.
Have your tickets ready, please. Have your tickets ready, please.
Good evening, Mr. First Nighter. The usher will show you to your box. Thank you. We'll go right in. Well, here we are, and every seat is taken. Advance theater notices have heralded tonight's play as a thriller, packing plenty of excitement in every scene, with the biggest surprise coming at the very end. Its title is The Chinese Gong, and it was written by Arch Oboler. Topping an all-star cast is our popular leading lady, Barbara Luddy. And opposite Miss Luddy is her guest leading man, Olin Soleil. The play is pure fiction, of course, and does not refer to real people or to actual events. And now, before first curtain, let's listen to Eric Segerquist's First Nighter Orchestra. Lights are out, and here's the play.
Well, when do we eat?
John.
Well, this is a dinner party, isn't it?
John, will you behave yourself? We're waiting for Mr. Wilson. He was unavoidably delayed.
Well, I wish he'd hurry up. I'm hungry. What a room. Looks like a Chinese junk shop.
John, how can you say such a thing? The Wilsons have one of the finest collections of Oriental art in this part of the country. I think this room is simply fascinating.
Fascinating? I think it's nothing but junk. Look at this thing. What's it good for?
Now, John, that's a genuine Chinese gong. The chances are it's twice as old as you and me put together.
Looks like a tin soup plate to me. I wonder what it sounds like.
John, don't you dare strike that gong.
Oh, I'm not going to hurt it.
There. Now you've done it.
Hi, George, that's got a nice tone. Just listen to it.
John! Oh, Mr. Clark, no. Don't do that.
Oh, it's you, Mrs. Wilson. I thought you were out of the room.
I'm sorry, my dear. I told you not to strike it.
Well, will someone please tell me what harm there is in striking a gong?
None whatsoever, Mr. Clark, but... Well, you see, this doesn't happen to be an ordinary gong.
What do you mean?
This gong is... Oh, here comes Bob.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry I'm so late.
Good evening, Mr. Wilson.
Hello, Wilson.
I'm so glad you came, Bob. Mr. Clark was just asking me about the gong.
Say, that reminds me. Did someone strike that gong just before I came in?
Yes, dear. Mr. Clark struck it twice. I stopped him before he hit it the third time.
Good.
Say, what is all this? Is there something wrong with me or with the gong?
Oh, everything's all right, Mr. Clark. Just a little family superstition, that's all. You see, this gong is... Oh, well, let's forget all about it.
Forget it, nothing. Young man, I want to know what this is all about.
Yes, please tell us. It sounds simply fascinating.
Well, Look here, Jean, you tell the story. I don't tell it very well.
All right, Bob. Shall we sit down?
Yes, sure.
Well, the story of the gong begins in Shanghai. Bob and I went there, on our honeymoon. It was almost 10 years ago. We were very young and very much in love. And our stay in China would have been simply perfect if it hadn't been for a certain man who decided that he was in love with me. We'd met him on the boat. His name was Count Brenikoff.
A count? Oh, how fascinating.
Don't interrupt.
Well, the Count's attentions to me became more and more insistent until finally Bob decided to take matters into his own hands. One night, without my knowing anything about it, Bob went to see Brenikoff to demand that he stop annoying me. The Count was staying at the same hotel that we were.
Yes, please?
Is Count Brenikoff in?
What name, please?
Who is it, Juan? Well, if it is not the bridegroom himself. Come in, Wilton, come in. Well, this is an unexpected pleasure. Here, take this chair by the window.
Thank you.
Juan! Now, where did he go? Juan!
Yes, please?
There you are. Yeah, that will teach you to come the first time I call you. Now then. No callers, Juan. I do not want to be disturbed while I'm visiting with Mr. Wilton. Understand?
Yes, please.
You may go. Go on, get out! Well, now, Wilton. And what do I owe the pleasure of this little visit?
I'll be as brief and to the point as I can, Brenikoff. I came here to ask you to stay away from us.
You want me to stay away?
Yes. On the boat, we couldn't help ourselves. We had to endure you. Now that we're in Shanghai, we want you to leave us alone. Do you understand?
I understand better than you think, my young friend. So, you are jealous, huh?
My own feelings have nothing to do with this. I'm here because of my wife. You're annoying her, Brenikoff, and I want you to stay away from her.
So, I am annoying a little American woman, am I? It is most amusing.
It won't be so amusing if you persist in playing the Don Juan. Great Scott, man. Can't you see when you're not wanted? My wife doesn't want your hand-kissing, your cheap compliments. Shanghai is full of women who'd appreciate your expert continental lovemaking. Why not give it to them?
You are insulting, sir.
And you're annoying. I've been as patient with you as I could possibly be. I thought an old man like you would have more sense.
That is enough. You will go. Tomorrow I will speak to the little one myself. I will tell
You
her.
annoy my wife again, and I'll hit you so hard I'll jar your ancestors.
You threaten me?
Yes, Renikoff, I threaten you. What are you going to do about it?
I will report this threat to the authorities.
Report and be hanged. But I'm warning you for the last time, stay away from me and stay away from my wife.
Is that you, Bob?
Yeah.
Well, Bob, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for hours.
Sorry, dear. I had some business to attend to.
Bob, you didn't go to him.
Well...
Oh, Bob, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I've stood all I'm going to stand from that hand-kissing four-flusher.
What did you do?
I told him to leave us alone from now on.
Oh, Bob, you didn't.
Certainly I did. Gosh, Jeannie, now you're not going to be angry at me, are you?
Angry at you? Oh, Bob, I've never been more pleased in all my life.
Oh, you
That
darling.
big ape. He might have been God's gift to the women on the Volga, but he certainly is the pest of Shanghai to me.
Well, I guess I settled that. I'm sure he won't spoil our honeymoon anymore.
Spoil our honeymoon? Oh, Bobby, how could anyone spoil that? I love you so.
And I love you.
Oh, Bob, I'm so happy. It's been the most glorious honeymoon a woman ever had.
Has been great, hasn't it?
We could only stay like this forever.
You mean here? In China?
No, you silly. I mean so terribly, terribly in love.
We will stay in love, Jeannie. I'm going to see to that.
Yes, Bob. You see to that no matter what happens.
Jeannie? The trouble with you is you've been cooped up in this hotel room too long. Come on now, get dressed. We'll go places.
Oh, no, Bob, I'd rather stay in.
Stay in nothing. You realize we've been in Shanghai almost a week and you haven't even bought a souvenir?
Haven't I?
You know doggone well you haven't. Gosh, Jean, that isn't normal behavior for a woman. Come on now, get dressed and we'll go shopping. I'll buy you anything. Anything at all. From a Chinese pagoda to a chop suey factory. And the curtain comes down on the first act of tonight's play in the little theater on Times Square.
Smoking in the outer lobby or downstairs, please.
From Hollywood to New York and right across the country, girls and women are saying,
Goodbye, winter. Hello, springtime. I'm changing my complexion. Yes, I'm facing the world with a dewy, fresh solitaire complexion because I love its thrilling smoothness, its springtime color tones. And when it comes to hiding freckles and small skin blemishes, solitaire is just too clever for words. I know, too, when I use solitaire, my makeup will look fresh and faultless for hours and hours without redoing. So won't you join me in a beauty salute to springtime? Greet Easter with one of the most important changes you can make in your appearance. A thrilling, exciting change in your complexion beauty. Once you try Solitaire, Campana's new cake makeup, you'll want to start every day with the long, lingering loveliness of a Solitaire complexion. For nighttime dates, Solitaire will give you a bewitching charm that you never dreamed possible.
and is Solitaire kind to your skin?
Adorably kind, because Solitaire has a rich lanolin base that helps prevent skin dryness.
All right, ladies, isn't that a challenge to match the new season's loveliness with the new loveliness of your own? Ask for Solitaire cake makeup in any one of 6 flattering shades. And remember, Solitaire gives you a big compact, 3 inches in diameter for only 60 cents. There's also a handy 25-cent trial size. Insist on Solitaire cake makeup containing lanolin, a product of Campana.
Lights are dimmed, and here's the second act of the Chinese Gong.
But, Bob, we simply have to buy something. We pawed over practically everything the old man has in the shop.
Yeah, but his prices, Jeannie. I'll bet he doubled them the minute he saw us coming.
Here he comes.
Here, Missy, a bracelet I speak of. Handcuff, good jade, no glass.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Very cheap. $50.
$50? Now, look here, Mr. Sentai. We'd like to do business with you, but get this straight. We're not millionaires by a long shot.
Too much money?
Well, that's the general idea, yes.
All right. $45.
No, really, Bob, I don't want this jade at any price. Listen, Mr. Tai, what we would like is something we can take home with us to use around the house. I mean, a vase or a lamp or something of that sort.
Yeah, I know. Look, see, very fine vase. Very old.
No, wait. This gong. How much is it?
No gong.
Yes, gong. Mrs. Wilton wants that gong. She gets it. How much?
Well, wait, Bob. I want to hear the tone first. Oh, that's beautiful.
That's all right. Hit it again.
Oh, I want this gong, Bob.
Not so enthusiastic. You want $1 million for it. Well, come on now. It's my turn. Let me hit it.
No more.
What? You mean you don't want me to hit it again?
No hit. 1 time, all right. 2 time, all right. 3 time, no good.
You mean it's bad luck to hit the gong 3 times?
Yes, Missy, bad luck. Very bad luck. Terrible thing happen.
Oh, yeah? All right, what's the bad news? How much?
You want buy?
Sure, I won't buy. How much?
$15.
Sold. Gene, the gong's yours.
Well, I'm not so sure I want it now.
What, you mean because of what he said?
Mm-hmm.
Forget it. It's one of those silly superstitions. Come on, Mr. Ty, wrap it up. We're taking it with us.
All right, Mr. But don't forget, don't never hit gong 3 times one day. Bad luck, Mr. Very bad luck.
You big baby. Will you please get away from that gong?
Gosh, Gene, this thing intrigues me. What do you say we swat it again and see what happened?
Oh, Bob, you don't really think anything would happen, do you?
Well, don't forget what the old man said. Don't hit 3 times one day. Very bad luck. Terrible thing happened, Mister. Terrible thing.
Bob, wouldn't we be embarrassed if you hit it and the hotel caved in?
Yeah, wouldn't we? Me in my pink pajamas.
That'd be terrible, all right. Well, go on, hit it.
You mean hit the gong?
Certainly. Maybe it'll start a nice, exciting earthquake. Or don't they have earthquakes in Shanghai? Well, what are you waiting for?
Well, I was just thinking.
Bobby, don't tell me you've lost your nerve.
Oh, gosh, Jeannie, it isn't a matter of nerve, but I was just thinking, after all, this is the Orient, and funny things do happen.
Oh, you big baby, give me that mallet.
Well?
Now, hold on to your hat, because I'm going to give this gong the fatal third stroke if it's the last thing I do. Here it goes.
You did it.
Certainly I did it. Well, when does the excitement start? When does the... Oh, Bob.
I'll go see who it is. Yes? What?
Mr. Robert Yilton?
Yes?
I am from Shanghai Police Department. You will come with me, please?
But why?
I have here a warrant for your arrest. You are charged with the murder of Count Nicholas Renikoff.
Isn't there something I can do?
I'm afraid not, Mrs. Wilton. All we can do is wait.
Oh, and Bob in that filthy cellar. I can't bear it any longer.
Please try to control yourself, Mrs. Wilton. You make it very difficult.
I'm sorry.
As your lawyer, I assure you I've done everything possible. But, well, to speak bluntly, the law must take its course.
But Bob didn't kill Renikoff. I know he didn't.
Of course he didn't, Mrs. Wilton. But I assure you there's nothing further I can do. We can only wait.
Wait. I'm going crazy waiting. Day after day in that hotel room. I tell you, I can't stand it anymore. Why won't they believe Bob? He didn't kill that man. Everyone knows he didn't.
Unfortunately, Mrs. Wilton, the evidence in the case indicates otherwise.
What?
Now, please understand me. I'm not saying that I believe the evidence, but there it is, and it's quite damning to say the least. Your husband was overheard quarreling with Count Renikoff. He threatened the man with bodily harm, unless he ceased his, might I say, unwelcome attentions to you.
But that doesn't prove anything.
No, perhaps not. But a few hours later, Count Renikoff was found murdered, a knife in his back. And on that knife were the fingerprints of your husband.
Oh, no.
I assure you I'm telling you the facts, Mrs. Wilton. Your husband's fingerprints were right there on the handle of the dagger. I saw them there myself.
But that's impossible.
Quite. And yet it's the very evidence that will put a noose around his neck.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait. It's best to face it now, I know. Bob will hang unless we do something. I know he will.
Those fingerprints on the dagger. I tell you, it's almost as if some power of evil had put them there. As if some supernatural... Why, Mrs. Wilton, what's the matter?
I just remembered.
What? Speak up, child.
It was nothing at all.
Well, let's see, you gave me a bad turn for a moment there. Your face went so white I thought something was wrong. I say you had a pretty rocky time of it, haven't you? Look here, my child, why don't you appeal to the American consul again? Perhaps he can do something.
I just came from the consulate.
Oh?
He says there's nothing he can do.
Yes, I expected that. Count Renikoff is a very influential figure in Chinese nationalistic circles. He issued, you know. If the American authorities try to interfere, well, all sorts of international complications might arise.
International complications? What do they mean to me? It's Bob I want.
You have 3 minutes. In there, please.
Bob.
Oh, Jean.
Oh, Bob, what have they done to you? So thin, so white.
Oh, I'm all right. Really, I am. Oh, my darling, let me hold you close.
Oh, Bobby, what's happened to us? We were so happy.
It's that gong, Jeannie, that confounded Chinese gong.
Oh, no, Bob, that can't be it. It just happened, that's all.
I'm half crazy with worrying. Tomorrow they're going to try me for murder. Jean, me, Bob Wilton, murderer.
Oh, Bob, please.
I'm sorry, dear. These weeks in this filthy hole, I'm just not myself, I guess. Oh, my darling, what a horrible honeymoon I've given you.
Oh, no, Bob, please don't say that. Those days we had together, let's not forget them. Glorious days, and we'll have them all over again. I know we will.
Yes, Jean, we will. I'm going to be brave, as brave as you are. The one thing that's kept me sane all these horrible weeks, knowing that you were outside, waiting for me.
Yes, Bob, I'm waiting for you. I'll always wait, darling.
As the curtain comes down on the second act of tonight's play in the little theater off Times Square.
Smoking downstairs or in the outer lobby, please.
Everywhere you go, women are doing extra work, subjecting their hands to extra punishment. Yet have you noticed how some women keep those busy hands well-groomed, soft and youthful looking?
You can do it, too, by choosing original Campana Balm when work and weather threaten to make your hands look coarse and unlovely. Begin tomorrow using original Campana Balm before you start work as protection against dirt and grime. And be sure to use it every time after your hands have been in water also to help bring back the soft, adorable smoothness that your skin loses when you scrub it frequently with soap and water. Original Campana Balm acts so quickly and with such positive results that you, too, will soon be calling it the before and after lotion. Remember that smooth, protected, unchapped hands add to your efficiency, bolster your morale, and please the man who holds them.
Lack of certain basic ingredients, for a while, caused a shortage of original Campana Balm. We're happy to say that these ingredients are again available, and your dealer can now obtain supplies of original Campana Balm. If he does not have it, ask him to order it for you from his wholesaler.
If you prefer a lighter lotion, ask for the new Campana Cream Balm, the creamy lotion with lanolin.
Be sure you get either original Campana Balm in the green and white carton or the new Campana Cream Balm in the yellow and white carton.
Want to see you, please? No, I don't want to see anyone today. He say must. Please, Missy. All right, show him in, whoever he is. Thank you, please. You come in, please. Well, what is it? What can I do for you, Mr. Suntai?
You remember me, please, Suntai?
No, I'm afraid I don't. Oh, yes, I do. You're the old man in the antique shop.
That's right. I sold you gong.
Yes, you did sell us the gong, didn't you?
Yeah, I sell.
Well, what is it you want? I don't want to buy anything.
Suntai no come sell.
Then what do you want?
Mr. Wilton, he very much trouble, no?
Yes.
Clive tomorrow looking very bad, no?
Yes, very bad.
Mr. Wilton, no kill that man.
No, of course he didn't.
Please go away. I'm very tired. I'll see you some other time.
No, wait, please. I help.
You can't help us. No one can help us. No one.
Please, Missy, don't cry. I help. Mr. Wilton, good man. Lenikoff, Eva, I know.
Please go now.
No, Missy, please listen. Suntai, very old man. He know many things. He know Mr. Wilton, no kill man.
But what good does that do? They're trying my husband for murder tomorrow, and neither you nor I nor anyone else can stop them.
Oh, yes, please. Suntai, stop.
What do you mean?
Suntai know who killed everyone.
You know who killed Renikoff?
Yeah, I know.
Who? Tell me. Who?
My son.
Your son killed Renikoff?
Yeah. My third-born, Wang. Wang Lenikoff 7. Lenikoff evil man. He beaten Wang many times. Wang killed him.
But my husband's fingerprints were on the knife.
I know. Wang tell me. Mr. Wilson come talk Lenikoff. Mr. Wilson very angry. He pick knife up from table while talk. Put knife down. Go away. Wang wear kitchen gloves. No show a knife.
Oh, I see. Bob handled the knife while he was talking to Renikoff, but in his anger he didn't realize it. Then when Bob went away, Renikoff hit your son. Your son stabbed him. And since your son was wearing gloves, only Bob's fingerprints appeared on the knife.
That lie.
Oh, but what's the use? The police will never believe that.
Oh, yes, police believe. See, Wang like everything down on paper.
You mean that's a confession?
Yes, please. Wang like everything. Chinese. Police savvy.
But I don't understand. Your own son, they'll hang him.
No hang Wang. Wang, good boy. China so big, won't go far away.
But why are you helping me, a stranger?
My family very old, very humble. No can see good man die. So I come to you.
Oh, bless you. Bless you.
Oh, no, Missy, please, no cry. Everything fixed. Everything all right. Goodbye, please.
Well, Jean, we're on our way.
Yes, Bob. On our way home.
That's a grand word, isn't it?
Oh, Bob, dear, put your arm around me. I always want to remember my last glimpse of China like this. You beside me and your arm tight around me.
China. I suppose I should hate the place after what happened to us there, and yet somehow I don't.
Of course you don't. We'll always remember China. Not for those terrible weeks, but because of what we've been through. It's brought us so very close together. As if we'd been married for many years instead of just a few weeks.
Yes, I guess that's right, isn't it? We are close together, aren't we?
Oh, yes, Bob. We're going to stay that way forever.
Oh, dear, I forgot to ask you, that gong. What did you do with it?
It's down below in one of the trunks.
You mean to say you didn't throw it away?
Well, of course not. Why should I throw it away?
Well, because of the bad luck it brought us. Don't tell me you've forgotten already.
The gong didn't bring us any bad luck, Bob. It was a stroke of good luck, our buying it.
How do you figure that?
Well, if we hadn't gone to Sun Tai for the gong, he'd never have known who we were. He'd never have come to me with his son's confession.
Well, that's one way to look at it. But believe me, I'll never strike that gong 3 times again. You can bet on that.
So there's the story of the gong, folks. From that day to this, neither Bob nor I have struck it 3 times. We're not superstitious,
No, but we know when to leave well enough alone.
Hi, George. That was an interesting story.
Oh, wasn't it, though? Oh, John, just think what might have happened if you'd hit it a 3rd time.
Yes, I'll have to admit, Mrs. Wilson, that I'm glad you stopped me before I struck this thing. It certainly was a close call. I had my hand raised like this.
John, you hit it.
I didn't mean to.
Good heavens, that was the 3rd time. What'll happen now?
Well, I don't know, but...
Bob, it's happened. Just like that night in Shanghai. I'm going to faint.
Come in. Well? What is it?
Just for heaven's sake, speak up. What is it? What's happened, Jenkins?
Beg pardon, madam, but dinner is served.
In the little theater off Times Square. Miss Lottie and Mr. Calais are in front of the footlights. Did the first nighters like it? Listen to the applause. Let me invite you to be with us again next week at the same time. By special request, we are presenting next week a beautiful play about Easter. It's entitled The Third Day. Special Easter music will accompany the drama. Be sure to tell your family, including your children and your friends, to listen to this special Easter performance. Are you saving old newspapers, magazines, paper bags, and boxes? Paper is a vital war material, and there's a serious shortage. Sell your waste paper or give it to a local charity. And now we move out of the theater and into the street. What do you say we stroll down Broadway?
Good night, Mr. First Nighter.
Good night.
The First Nighter program is a copyrighted radio feature.
Don't be tormented by itching. You can get soothing relief in a jiffy with DDD prescription. This soothing, greaseless, medicated liquid brings quick relief from itching caused by eczema, skin rash, industrial allergy. Get a 35-cent trial bottle of DDD prescription from your druggist now. This is Mutual.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Ma, He's Making Eyes at Me. Here, ladies and gentlemen, are two of the most welcome sights in the world. The fat, saucy robin hopping on the lawn, first happy sign of spring, and that perfect dessert for spring, the shimmering mold of rich, radiant Jell-O. Yes, Jell-O is a gay, tempting treat with brilliant flower-like colors that promise a true feast of flavor and keep that promise in a big way. It's simply full of grand, exciting goodness that makes friends quickly and keeps them long. And when you serve any one of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors, you can be sure everybody will like it, because Jell-O has a delightful, refreshing taste, as inviting as the fresh, ripe fruit itself. So folks, enjoy this rich, striking dessert just as often as you can. Help yourself to happy meals by always asking for Jell-O. And when you buy, be sure to look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a perfect dessert. Was Ma, He's Making Eyes at Me, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, this is the beginning of spring. Tiny blades of grass are peeping through the soil. Blossoms are bursting into bloom. The harsh winds of winter have changed to soft, balmy breezes. So without further ado, we bring you a man who is still wearing his longies, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I don't mind your kidding about my age or my dramatic ability or my work in pictures or a lot of other things. but I think that my underwear is my own business. Is there nothing sacred around here? Heaven.
But, Jack, spring is here. Don't you think you ought to change into your shorts?
Don, this is only the first week in April. When the butterflies come out of their cocoons, I'll come out of mine. Until then, I'm taking no chances.
Now, Jack, aren't you being just a little overcautious? The winters are so mild out here.
He's right, Jackson. You're the only guy in Southern California that wears long underwear.
What did you say, corn fuchsias? What was that?
I said you're the only guy in Southern California that wears long underwear.
Oh, yeah? Did you ever see Tyrone Power's backyard on a Monday morning? Don't tell me those are Annabella's. And another thing, Phil. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
And another thing, Phil, that reminds me. I wish you'd stop running around telling everybody that I wear pajamas with feet in them.
Well, you do, don't you?
That was one night when I forgot to take off my inner socks. Just one.
Inner socks? My goodness, Jack. What's the idea of wearing 2 pairs of socks?
He bought some big shoes cheap.
Now, wait a minute, fellas, wait a minute. Don started out with a beautiful poetic introduction about blades of grass and blossoms on the trees and balmy breezes, so let's stay in the mood.
You're right, Jack. Spring is beautiful.
I'll say it is.
You know, I was out in my yard this morning, and I saw the cutest little robin.
Yeah?
Gee, he was sweet.
Oh, I love robins.
And he just got in from the south.
How do you know?
He wasn't unpacked yet.
Now, cut it out! Heavens to Betsy. You have to make a gag out of everything. Now, isn't there any romance in this crowd at all?
I was up all night, if that's what you mean.
I don't mean that. I'm talking about spring, birds, nature, flowers. Gee, doesn't a buttercup mean anything to you, Phil?
Yeah, but don't let it get around.
I won't. But no kidding, fellas. This is the season of the year when we should have joy in our hearts. We should be happy and gay.
I'm happy, Mr. Benny.
I know you are, Dennis. You're always happy.
What a mallet his head would make.
Mary, believe me, it's a real pleasure to have one person around here that's contented and glad he's working for me. That kid's going to get a raise.
What are you going to do, let him stand on a box?
No, I'm not going to let him stand on a box. I'm going to give Dennis an increase in salary.
I've heard that too, Dennis. Don't go out and buy a car.
Now, just a second, Phil. I don't know what you're complaining about. Remember that day you came to me looking for a job 4 years ago? Mr. Benny, you said. You called me Mr. Benny then. Mr. Benny, you said, please put me to work on your program. My beer garden job is all right, but I want to improve it. I want to get somewhere. Remember that, Phil?
Yes, but...
And I said to you, cheer up, young man. I'll take you under my wing. Well, Phil, I've kept my word, and you've been with me ever since.
That's true, Jackson, but I still think that I'm not getting enough dough.
Listen, Phil. Listen to me. Always be loyal and always be true to those who have toiled and struggled for you. It isn't the salary or money you get. It's the smile of a friend that counts. You can bet. For Benny's your pal, your buddy, your friend. He won't let you down. He'll stick to the end. So if it's money you want, pal, speak up, that's all. And I'll have a new orchestra beginning next fall. Applause. Thank you. Now, Mary, you're next. Have you any complaints to make, young lady?
No, Jack, it's wonderful working for you. It's heaven, it's paradise. Skies are all blue.
Well.
You're so sweet and charming, and you never irk. But in spite of all this, I think you're a...
Now, Don, have you anything to complain about?
No, Jack, I'm happy here working for you. There's no other thing that I would rather do. I'm glad to be able to stand up and shout that Jell-O's so tempting it melts in your mouth.
Is it easy to make, Don? Oh, tell us, pray do.
Not only that, it's economical, too.
Then what should I tell my dear cousin Mo, sir?
Tell him to run to his neighborhood grocer.
Well, we dragged that in beautifully. And now let us hear from our own Dennis Day. Have you got a song, something mellow or gay?
Oh, yes, sir, I have, and it's really brand new.
Well, go ahead, swing it. Come on, let it go. Or go. Sing, Dennis. Doesn't spring make you silly, folks?
my kind of country. Round that last bend we're heading for. Old-timer, stay with me, and tonight we'll see my kind of country once more. There lives my kind of people, where that sundown smiles bright and red. Old-timer, I'll strike gold when these eyes behold my kind of country ahead. Travel home, maybe 9 more miles, maybe 10. May I ever grieve if I ever leave my kind of country again. Travel home, maybe 9 more miles, maybe 10. May I ever grieve if I ever leave my kind of country
Very good. That was My Kind of Country, written by Frank Lesser and Jimmy McHugh for that forthcoming Paramount picture, Buck Benny Rides Again.
Starring Phil Harrison. Thanks for the plug.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. Let's straighten this out right now. You're not the star of Buck Benny Rides Again.
Well, I stand out in it, don't I?
Phil, you stand out in that picture about as much as an oyster in Chesapeake Bay. In other words, son, you could be left out entirely and not affect the plot, the length, the suspense, the write-ups, the audience, and you take it from there. A fine star.
By the way, Jack, when will the picture be finished?
Oh, we're through with it, Don. In fact, I have a little surprise for you. Buck Benny is going to have his world premiere in New York in a couple of weeks, and we're all going.
Oh, New York!
Yes, sir.
When are we leaving, Jack?
Right after next Sunday's show, we're going to do 2 broadcasts there. Wait till the big city gets a load of me in my 10-gallon hat.
Well, Jack, that's the kind of a He-Man part you've always wanted to play. So you finally made it, huh?
Yes, and I don't want to brag or anything, Don, but I think I make a pretty good cowboy.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Tell him about the trouble you had with your horse.
Oh, you mean Abdul? Yeah. What a ham that animal was. He tried to steal every scene from me.
Why didn't you turn him around so he wouldn't face the camera?
He did, and the horse still had more personality than Jack.
He did not. But you should have seen that horse, Don. He was always looking right in the camera and flashing those teeth of his. What an animal.
Well, why didn't you do the same thing?
Because in the first place, Phil, my teeth aren't as big as a horse's.
You could have ordered them any size you wanted.
That's so. Well, you're just making things up, Mary. Because if I have false teeth, how is it I can crack nuts with them?
You take them out and hammer.
All right, Mary, all right. You can get on more subjects. We were talking about Buck Benny Rides Again.
That's a swell title for a picture, Mr. Benny. How'd you happen to think of it?
Well, you see, we used to do a series of... Dennis, didn't you ever listen to this program before you came to work on it? Didn't you?
There goes my raise.
Well, anyway, and you're right, Dennis. Anyway, we used to do those Western plays, and we called them Buck Benny Rides Again. Oh, boy, they were fun. I used to be Sheriff Buck Benny. A rootin', tootin', shootin', hootin', galootin', fig Newton. That was me.
And I used to be your deputy, remember?
Yes, sir.
And I was Daisy Carson, your sweetheart. Remember how you'd always ride over to my house and visit me?
Yeah.
And we'd sit in the parlor and hold hands.
Uh-huh.
And then you'd put the lights out.
Uh-huh.
And then you'd show your home movies.
Oh, boy, was I romantic. And then there was your pappy, Frank Carson, the town cut-up.
That was me, folks. Where's my jug, Daisy?
And didn't we have an awful time trying to catch Cactus Face Elmer, the villain? You know, fellas, I've got a great idea. Let's put on a Buck Benny tonight and show Dennis how we used to do him. Would you like to hear another one, folks? Well, I'm glad to hear that the horse opera is still popular. So immediately after the next number, ladies and gentlemen, we will bring you a brand new episode of Buck Benny Rides Again. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
You can be one of my deputies and work with Don. You're sort of a dumb stooge type.
Well, gee, I don't know if I can handle it.
Dennis, believe me, you'll come through. All right, Phil, let's have a number, and then we'll go into our sketch.
Okay, Jackson, do you want us to play loud or soft?
There's no choice, and you know it. So just blast away. Hold it a minute. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Rochester, I've begged and pleaded with you not to call me in the middle of a broadcast. Now, what do you want?
Well, boss, I was just listening to the program, and I heard you say you were going to New York a week from tonight.
That's right.
Do your plans embrace your ambassador to Harlem?
Yes, Rochester, you're coming along. But we're going to be awfully busy in New York, so I don't know if you'll have time to go to Harlem.
Let's get to New York and worry from there.
All right. Now, as long as you know we're going, you might as well start making preparations. First of all, tell Mr. Billingsley, our boarder, that we're going to be gone a couple of weeks, so he'll have to make his own coffee in the morning.
Okay. By the way, what are we going to do with that polar bear and ostrich?
Carmichael and Trudy? I don't know.
Maybe we can get them a week at the Orpheum.
I doubt it. Carmichael hasn't rehearsed on his bicycle in a month, and he's all butterfingers with those Indian clubs. They'd never get booked.
I don't know about that. Trudy does a mean striptease.
Striptease?
Yeah, she pulls her plumes out one by one.
I know, but what have you got after the first show? Besides, they work much better with me. Now, Rochester, go down in the basement and bring up my big trunk and start packing.
That old thing? I don't think it'll stand another trip, boss.
Oh, it'll do. I only bought it 4 years ago and was practically new then.
That auctioneer must have lied to you.
I don't want to hear another word about it, Rochester. That trunk isn't so old.
It's got a bustle compartment.
That's for sure. Now, hang up, Rochester. I got a program to do.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
What?
Did you see our new picture yet?
Yes, they ran Buck Benny for me at the studio last night.
How am I in it?
Very good, Rochester. You're swell. You're a big hit.
I think I'll treat you to a new trunk, boss. So long.
Wait a minute. Rochester. And he hung up. Oh, well, if he wants to, he wants to. Bless his little heart. Play, Phil. I Hear Bluebird, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the 24th episode in our Western melodrama entitled Buck Benny Rides Again, or Strange Cargo. The opening scene is the office of Sheriff Buck Benny in the thriving little cow town of East Moo, Texas. Curtain. Movie. Hello? Sheriff's office, Buck Benny speaking. Oh, hello, Red. What? Did I hear about Deadeye? Oh, did I hear about Deadeye? Plugged, eh? What did Deadeye die? I mean, is he dead, Red? Oh, his dad. Deadeye's dad's dead. Red. Well, how'd he happen to get shot? Oh, he thought he found a horse. Well, thanks, Red. Goodbye.
What's up, Sheriff?
Deadeye's dad's dead. Deadeye's father just sold his last horse. Too bad.
Good riddance, all. Now, if we could just get rid of Frank Carson, this town would be fit to live in.
Now, hold on there, Deputy. That low-down, no-good skunk is my gal's father. Besides, he's reformed.
Reformed? Why, last night he slept in the gutter in front of the East Move Biltmore.
Well, that's the best hotel in town, ain't it? I remember when Frank used to sleep in front of the firehouse. They had to take the hook and ladder out the back door. Where's Deputy Day? Oh, Day?
Yes, please.
Not too low, Deputy. You're liable to stay there. Now, look here, Day. I want you to go out and catch some crooks. We ain't got a single prisoner in this jail.
With these beds, no wonder.
Never mind that and hang out the vacancy sign. That always helps. And remember, Dave, the next time you go out...
Did you hear that shooting, Buck?
Yep, that's either 5 aces or her husband came home. But that's life, I guess.
Say, Sheriff, I hate to keep harping on this, but when are we going to catch Cactus Face Elmer? We've been looking for him for 3 years.
I don't know, Wilson. That varmint is harder to find than art in the Mighty Allen art player. But I'll get him one of these days. Well, see you later, Deputy.
Where you going, Sheriff?
Next door to Deadeye's barber shop and get a haircut. Then I'm going over and propose to Daisy Carson.
Why, you've been proposing to her for over 10 years. When's she going to say yes?
I don't know, but if she don't say it soon, it won't be worth it. So long, Deputy. Hello, Deadeye.
Howdy, Sheriff.
You hear about your father getting shot a few minutes ago?
No, was it fatal?
Yep.
Too bad. What'll it be, haircut or shave?
Haircut. Put the bowl on and let's get going. Hello, Goldie. Give me one of them manicures, will you?
Okay, Sheriff. Slip me your paw.
There you are. Watch out for my ears, Deadeye. I declare, Goldie, you're getting prettier every day.
I am?
Yep, but you've got a long way to go. A mighty long way. How was that, Deadeye?
That's a good one. Say, Buck, at the time they plugged my old man, was he stealing a horse?
Yes, he was, Deadeye.
Bad habit. Sure you don't want to shave now?
No, not today.
There's a long hair growing out of your ear, Sheriff. Should I pull it out?
Sure, go ahead.
Now hold steady.
I'm a-holding.
Here we go.
Yikes!
That got it. Well, I guess I'll run over to Daisy's now. What do I owe you for that manicure, Goldie?
15 cents, and that's final.
15 cents for all the other boys only pay a dime. What's the extra nickel for?
You're the only guy in town with 10 fingers.
That's right. There is a lot of shooting going on here. Well, so long, Deadeye. I'm going over and see Daisy.
So long.
Come on. Giddy up there. Well, here's the Carson house now. Whoa, partner. Whoa. Steady, partner. Steady now, and here's a note to chew while I'm gone. Hope Daisy likes my haircut.
Come in.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and bow-legged.
Well, gal, you don't exactly have to detour when you come to a fire hydrant yourself. I just came from the barber shop, Daisy. What do you think of my haircut?
Can't can't tell with that beanie you're wearing.
That's the haircut.
Oh.
Well, Daisy, I suppose you know what I came here for. I've been a-courting you now for over 10 years. You meant everything to me, and you still do. Now, what do you say, gal? Will you marry me?
Yes.
Now, wait a minute. No use rushing into this like a couple of school kids.
Buck, I was only kidding. I told you before I can't never marry you as long as Pappy is alive. I gotta stay home and take care of him.
Well, don't you care for me?
Yes, but I care more for him.
Same old story. Where's your pappy now?
Upstairs. He filled the bathtub full of dry martinis, and he's diving for olives.
Doggone him. You know, Daisy, if your old man don't give up drinking, he's going to start seeing things.
Start seeing things? He runs all over the house now trying to trap them.
No fooling.
Why, Buck, you know that big empty closet we got upstairs in the attic with nothing hanging on the walls?
Yes?
That's his trophy room.
Well, I think I better have a talk with Frank and see if I can straighten him out. Well, hello, Buck. Have an olive. Thanks.
Come on, Buck. I think we better go downstairs and join Daisy.
You're downstairs now.
Then I'm going to take them steps out. I don't need them.
Well, Frank Carson, I'm disgusted with you. Look at him, Daisy. Look at him standing there with a jug in each hand.
If I take one away, you'll fall over.
I'll say you will. Now, you go back upstairs, Frank, and get some sleep. It'll do you good.
Okay. Come on, boys.
Boys? I don't see anyone.
That's his elephants. He's got a herd of them.
Well, Daisy, now that we're alone again, how about a kiss? Come on, pucker up, gal.
Open up! Open up the door, Sheriff!
Yeah, open up!
Unpucker, Daisy. We got company. Come in. What's the trouble, boys?
Sheriff, we got bad news for you. Catch-his face Elmer's back in town. He's just robbed the First National Bank.
He did?
Yep, he got $8,000 in my gun.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go after him.
We'll never find him, Sheriff. We don't know where his hideout is.
That's right. That varmint always gets away.
You better do something, Buck. If you don't find Cactus Face this time, it'll cost you your job.
I know it will. Doggone, I wish I could find him. I wish I knew where his hideout was. Can't anyone help me?
I'll help you, kid.
What?
I am the Blue Fairy.
That was last week. This ain't Pinocchio. What are you doing back here?
I didn't get paid yet.
Oh. Well, wait a minute. Maybe you can help me. Do you know where Cactus Face Elmer is hiding?
Yes.
Where?
You will find Cactus Face Elmer at the...
This, ladies and gentlemen, will not be continued next week. If you want to know the ending of this little play, eat a Welsh rarebit, a dish of chocolate ice cream, 4 dill pickles, doze off, and go to town. Play, Phil.
Here's a real prize winner of a recipe that's sure to prove a real praise winner every time you serve it. It's Jell-O Swell New Dessert, Cherry Pie Glacé. A rich, colorful combination of bright red cherry Jell-O and ripe, juicy cherries with a gay, beguiling flavor that will make everybody pass their plates for more. All you have to do is just make up a package of cherry Jell-O and fold in 2 1/2 cups of canned red cherries, which have been drained and sweetened. Then after you've poured it into a cold baked pie shell and let it chill until firm, serve it up plain or with whipped cream. And take it from me, you'll have a grand treat that will win smiles and cheers from the whole family. So plan to have this tempting dessert for tomorrow night's dinner. Cherry Pie Glacé, a striking blend of delicious red cherries and rich crimson cherry Jell-O.
The last number of the 27th program in the current Jell-O series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And, Dennis, that's the way we used to do Buck Benny. Did you like it?
Yes, but I'd like to know where Cactus Face is.
You're the only one that cares. Good night, folks.
fun and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half hour of Jell-O entertainment, the famous Aldrich family. See your local paper or movie and radio guide for time and station.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theatre, starring Al Jolson and Gail Patrick in The Jazz Singer, with Ludwig Donoff and Tamara Shane. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I'll wager that no popular performer has so captured our American enthusiasm as tonight's star, Al Jolson, for years billed as the world's greatest entertainer. Al appears in Samson Raphaelson's dramatic hit that is almost Jolson's life story. When Warner Brothers made the first talking picture, they chose not only tonight's play, The Jazz Singer, but tonight's star, Al Jolson, and tonight's musical director, Louis Silvers. With Al, we star another favorite, Miss Gail Patrick, who appears as Mary Dale. 20 years ago, when The Jazz Singer reached the screen, it revolutionized the motion picture industry, a tribute to the American people's continual search for something new and better. In fact, it was that same national trait of ours that led to the development of Lux Flakes and their rapid acceptance throughout the country. Today, Lux Flakes are as familiar and popular in our homes as the talking picture in our theaters. And in their way, Lux Flakes have done as much to brighten the average woman's life and contribute to her leisure hours as have the many other American conveniences we take so much for granted. Yes, public approval rests on performance. And here's another example as we raise our curtain on tonight's play, The Jazz Singer, starring Al Jolson. In New York's East Side, opposite the Orchard Street Synagogue, is the humble home of Cantor Rabinovitz, an austere and venerable dignitary whose beard has grown white in the service of his faith. At his side is a young boy who struggles bravely with the passages of an ancient Hebrew hymn.
No, Sammy, no. You must sing from your heart, my boy, from your heart. You're praying to God.
Yeah, Cantor, I'll try it again.
The words of the hymn, you know what they mean?
Well, not exactly, I guess.
Is that nice? You will never sing in the choir till you know what the words mean. Now you listen. I tell you what they mean. O Lord, satisfy us with thy abundant goodness and purify our hearts to serve thee in truth.
Thank you.
If my Jakey were here, he could show you how to sing it. The words he understood, even when he was smaller than you, Sammy.
Cantor, what happened to your son? Did he really run away?
Who said? Where did you hear that?
Well, gee, everybody knows he disappeared.
Oh, that was long ago, Sammy. I should not have spoken his name. Come on. Come, we try the hymn again.
Yes, it was a long time ago. And Jakey Rabinovitz, the Cantor's son, long since has become Jack Robin. Jack Robin, who's singing in a new musical revue, The Broadway Parade. Prior to its New York premiere, the show is now in progress in New Haven.
Tut-tut-tutty, goodbye. Tut-tut-tutty, don't cry. The little train that takes me away from you, no words can tell how sad it makes me. Kiss me, goody, and then do it over again. Watch for the mail, I'll never fail. If you don't get a letter, then you'll know I'm in jail. Don't cry, Tootsie, don't cry. Goodbye, Tootsie, goodbye. a letter, then you'll know I'm in jail. Don't cry, Tootsie, don't cry. Goodbye, Tootsie, goodbye.
Hey, Jack. Jack, can I see you a minute?
Oh, sure, Mr. Stevens. Nothing wrong, is there? Didn't the audience like us tonight?
Stop worrying. You were great. I mean it, Jack.
I hope you'll say that next week when we hit New York.
Jack, do you know the lyrics to Keep Smiling at Trouble?
Well, yes, I think so, but that's Bill Carter's number, isn't it?
It was his number. It's yours now.
Mine? Well, what's the matter with Carter?
Oh, that isn't Carter's type of song, and I want you to be ready to sing it tomorrow night. You'll have all this week to get it down pat before we open in New York. Think you can handle it?
Oh, sure, but... Okay, Mr. Stevens, you're the producer. Say, this isn't a gag, is it?
I want that number sold, and you're the only one who can put it over. Hey, where are you going?
Well,
Try our dressing room, Jack. I think Mary's in her dressing room.
Thanks.
Come in, Jack. Did Stevens tell you about your new number?
Yeah, just now. You knew about it?
Uh-huh. Well, you don't seem very excited.
Oh, I think it's great, only it's kind of tough on Bill Carter.
Stevens knows what he's doing, Jack.
You know, it's funny when you come to think of it. If it wasn't for you, Mary, I'd still be working at that honky-tonk nightclub in Minneapolis.
Oh, I knew what the show needed, and I saw that you had it.
Well, I'm not going to try to tell you what it means to me, Mary, this chance. I guess I've been waiting for it all my life. It's certainly going to be funny being in New York.
Funny? I thought you were born there.
Yeah, I was. But I ran away when I was 16. I sang my way from the Bowery to Frisco.
Is your family still living there?
Yeah, my mother and father, but they don't write to me. I guess Mama wanted to, but my dad, well, he's, a little old-fashioned about some things.
You'll go and see them, won't you?
Oh, sure. Before we leave here, I'll send a wire to Mama, and boy, will she be surprised.
Just wait till she sees your name in lights. Jack Robin.
Yeah. I guess Mama'd like that. Take a telegram, will you? To Mrs. Joseph Rabinovich, 121 Orchard Street, New York City.
121 Orchard Street, New York City.
Dear Mama, I'm coming home tomorrow. Please be
Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Rabinovich.
Oh, Mr. Udelson.
Congratulations, Mrs. Rabinovich. Good luck.
For what?
For what? For the cantor's birthday.
My husband has a birthday, and I should get congratulations.
The greatest cantor of all time, Mrs. Rabinovich. Did you hear what the Gershons are giving him?
The Gershons?
You remember all the pictures which are hanging in the committee room at the synagogue? The cantor's father and grandfather for 4 generations?
Yes.
Well, the Gershons made a hand painting from all the pictures.
No, a hand painting.
With a fancy sign. The sign is saying 5 generations of great cantors. And the 5th is the best.
5 generations of great cantors. It will make him think of Jakey.
Jakey? Yeah, I had not thought. Even now I'm afraid to speak to the cantor about Jakey. Once I said to him, Jakey would have made a great cantor. He had a beautiful voice.
That made him angry.
He says, never mention his name to me.
Oh, he's lonely for him, Mr. Udelson. He don't say so, but I know.
Tell me, why did Jakey run away? Why did he do it?
Why? Because he didn't want to be a cantor. Because he didn't want to sing in the synagogue.
Who knows, Mrs. Rabinovich? Someday, maybe he will come back. Someday, maybe.
Jakey, I can't believe it.
Mama, please, don't cry, Mama. I'm home.
Only yesterday it was. Yesterday. Mr. Udelson said, maybe someday he will come back. Like a miracle, Jakey. My boy.
Well, didn't you get my telegram?
Telegram? But I didn't open. I thought it was congratulations. Papa's birthday.
Papa's birthday. He's at the synagogue?
Where else, Jakey?
How is he? How does he feel?
Jakey, he's an old man. You will live here with us, no?
Oh, no. I'd love to, Mama, but you see, I wired for a room at the hotel.
Oh, don't be foolish.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing?
I want to put the grip in your room. I put everything so you will know where they are.
If you put them away, Mama, I won't know where anything is.
Well, I want to see what you got.
All right, I'll open the bag and show you. Oh, an expensive bag, Mama. That's what you call genuine pigskin.
Pigskin? Pigskin you should bring in this house.
Mama, you're wonderful. Well, it's open. Take a look. Come on.
Jakey, right there on top is a picture. A picture from you.
Now, what would I want with my picture?
Who else?
A girl, Mama. A girl who did some wonderful things for me. Look, how do you like those neckties? Aren't
Such
they
a beautiful girl. She lives in that house from the
Yeah,
picture?
she lives there in the summertime. Look at my pajamas
Such
and
a
my
big
shirt.
house, Jakey, for only one girl. She's got a husband?
No, not yet, Mama. These shirts, French cuffs, aren't
Only
they?
a big house and a dog she's got? What does she do all day in such a house?
She was born there, Mama. Then she came to New York and studied for the opera. But if a girl doesn't weigh more than 200 pounds, they don't want her. So now she's a big star on Broadway.
Ain't that a shame? Such a nice-looking girl, too.
Oh, Mama, look. I've got a surprise for you. Something you wanted all your life. Take a peek at this. Look. Nice.
Jakey, diamonds with stones in it.
Sure. It's what you call a diamond brooch.
Real diamonds.
Uh-huh.
Jakey, where did you get so much money?
Oh, don't worry, Mama. And I got lots more where that came from.
You don't do something wrong.
Oh, no, Mama. Of course not. Well, let's take a little look around. Same old apartment. Yep. Just the way I always remembered it. Everything spick and span. Mama, didn't there used to be a picture of me over there?
Yes, Jakey. We don't have it no more. You see, it fell down and got broke.
Sure, I know.
We got a new piano, Jakey. It's in the front room. Come.
A piano? What kind, Mama? Grand or an upright?
Who knows? We pay every month.
You got an upright. Come on, Mama, show it to me.
You still practice on the fiddle, Jakey?
No more. I got too busy. Oh, boy, that's some piano. That's all right. You mind if I try it? Oh, good tone, Mama. Good tone. Sit down and I'll sing you something. I'm sitting on top of the world. I'm rolling along. Hey, Mama, what's the matter?
Jakey, you shouldn't sing like that. It's wrong.
Wrong? Why? Why is it wrong? Look, I'll sing you another one. Maybe you'll like this one better, huh? Blue skies smiling at me. Nothing but blue skies. Sarah!
Joseph,
Hello, Papa.
What are you doing in this house?
What am I doing? Why, I came home.
He said, hello, Papa. He's your son.
Why did you come?
I came home because I wanted to see you and Mama. I've been away so long.
For all this time you didn't need us. You don't need us now. You come into my house, you sit down by my piano, and you sing your cheap songs from the sidewalks.
Joseph, I wanted that you should play the new piano.
Now, wait a minute, Mama. I don't think you know how I feel, Papa. I thought about you 1,000 times while I've been away, and I didn't mean any harm when I played the piano. I just want to sing Mama a little jazz song.
Jazz? A song of prayer wouldn't come into your head. Even when you were a little boy, I taught you to sing to please God. But you sing to please yourself, sang in the streets. And you're the same now.
You're right, Papa. You taught me to sing prayers, and I sang them here for you. But when I got out on the street with the other kids, I found myself singing the same songs they sang. And they're very much alike, our songs and the street songs.
Alike?
Yeah. Sometimes when I'm on the stage and I'm singing a song, it seems just like one of our prayers.
On the stage? You're in the theater.
I'm an actor, Papa. Jack Robin. That's how I'm billed.
An actor. After all my prayers that you should be a candle.
Wait a minute. What's so wrong with being an actor? I meet nice people. I make good money.
Money. Pickpockets make money, too.
Joseph, please.
What kind of acting are you doing?
Oh, come on, Papa. Let's not go into that. Let's celebrate your birthday. And later I'll tell you
all.
What
kind of acting are you doing?
I sing just like you sing. Only I sing in a theater.
What kind of singing?
Jazz songs, Papa. Popular songs. Well, right now, I'm with a show called Broadway Parade. I'm going to open in about a week. You'll be proud of me. You'll see, Daddy.
A jazz singer. Does it mean nothing that Rabinovich is the name of great candors? Does it mean nothing that there is a God? Oh, you are no son of mine. Get out! Get out!
Jakey, tell him you're sorry. Tell him you're ashamed.
Ashamed, Mama? Ashamed because I worked like a slave to get a break? Did I come home broke? Did I ask him for anything? I came home because I thought you'd be glad to see me.
Joseph.
I'm all right.
The doctor told you, Joseph. No excitement.
I'm all right.
Jakey, My son, tell him. Tell him you're sorry.
Of course I'm sorry.
About the jazz singing, Jakey.
Mama, it's all I've got. It's all I am. I've got a life to live, and I've got to live it my own way. I was away a long time, and I can stay away longer.
Oh, Jakey. Jakey. Oh.
Let him go, Sarah. Let him go.
Our stars, Al Jolson and Gail Patrick, will return in a moment with Act Two of The Jazz Singer. Say, Libby, I hear you've added Van Johnson's autograph to your collection. How did you manage it without getting into a mob?
Oh, I met him over at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer on the set of High Barbary. Oh, my, he and June Allison make a wonderfully romantic couple.
Well, if I were collecting autographs, I'd go for June's. She's really lovely, and with plenty of talent to match. This looks like the most mature and dramatic role of her career.
Well, I think any girl is pretty lucky to play opposite Van Johnson. He's such a sensitive, emotional person. He makes that picture one of the most touching love stories you can imagine.
Claude Jarman Jr. does a fine job of playing Van as a youngster, too. It's only his second movie role, but that lad has a real future.
And I can't imagine a more delightful old seafarer than Uncle Thad, the way Thomas Mitchell plays the part in MGM's High Barbary.
Well, if I can dream, I'll take June Allison. She's the kind of sweetheart no man could ever forget. You know, whether she's wearing a summer dress or a nurse's uniform, she always looks so immaculate, so fresh. You just know she's the kind of a girl who would never have a crooked seam or a run in her stockings.
Well, the studio wardrobe department helps her there. They use Lux Flakes for all the stockings and other nice washables used on the lot.
And Lux is the very same kind of care that girls everywhere give their nylons. And for the very same reason that studios use it. Luxing cuts down runs and helps stockings keep their fit. In fact, a famous laboratory recently proved by a series of strain tests that stockings last twice as long with Lux. Identical stockings that were washed with a strong soap popped into runs very quickly. It was amazing the way the Luxed ones outlasted them.
Well, when you get twice the wear from a pair of stockings, that's just like getting an extra pair of stockings every time you buy one. Believe me, Lux is a wonderful help to any girl's stocking budget.
That's why girls all over the country make Luxing stockings a nightly habit. Back now to William Keighley.
Act Two of The Jazz Singer, starring Al Jolson as Jack Robin and Gail Patrick as Mary Dale, with Ludwig Donath and Tamara Shane. It's a week later. In the theater on 44th Street, the cast of Broadway Parade has been rehearsing tirelessly all day, making last-minute changes, polishing routines, waiting excitedly for one of the greatest moments that show business can offer, opening night in New York.
Hold it a minute, Harry. Hold it. Stop the music.
That's the way we rehearsed it before, Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, I know that's the way you rehearsed it before. It's a lively dance number. Pick up the tempo. How many times do I have to tell you? Pick it up.
Okay, Mr. Stevens. Come on, boys. We'll try it again.
All right, chorus girls in the wings. Clear the stage and make your entrance again. Come on now. We're opening tonight. All right, Harry, from the beginning. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's more like it.
Oh, Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, Jack?
You won't be needing me for a minute, will you?
No, but if you're hungry, send Jimmy out for a sandwich. Don't leave the theater.
Oh, I'm not hungry. I'll be around.
Come in, Jack.
Hello, Mary.
What's the matter? Time for my number?
Oh, no, I just thought I'd drop in your dressing room.
I'm so glad you did. How's it going out there?
Stevens is tearing his hair out. He better be careful. He doesn't have much.
You seem pretty relaxed. I was afraid you'd be nervous on your opening night.
Me nervous? No. Only I can't go over to the feeling that if I don't make good tonight, you're going to be the goat. You and Mr. Stevens. Why, you've done everything for me. You know, if anything should go wrong now, I'd feel like jumping off a bridge or something.
You're going to be a great success, Jack. Don't you realize that? And everybody's going to be proud of you.
No, not everybody. You see, my folks...
What about your folks?
Well, I quarreled with them. My people, they'd sooner I was a criminal, Mary, than be on the stage.
Do you think my family liked the idea of my being in the theater?
They thought I was just another stage-struck Deb. But I did what I wanted. And now, well, when that curtain goes up tonight, take a look at the fifth row center. Aisle to aisle. Relatives.
Yeah. And they'll brag about you and have every right to brag. But my father's never going to brag about me.
What is it, Jack? What's happened?
You wouldn't be interested, Mary.
I'm interested in anything that concerns you. And if you haven't realized that by now, you... Oh, well, it's time you did.
Mary,
I just want to help you, Jack. If I can.
Say, what makes you so nice to me, anyhow?
I don't know.
Mary.
Uh-huh.
Mary, look. If I make just half the hit tonight that Stevens expects me to make, and if I go over half as big as everybody seems to think I will, then maybe I can tell it to you, Mary. I want to tell you how wonderful you are and how much I love...
Mr. Robin. Hey, Mr. Robin.
Okay, Jimmy.
Mr. Stevens said he'd be ready for your number in a minute, Mr. Robin.
I'm coming.
Jack, what were you going to tell me?
It can wait, Mary. It's waited.
All right, everybody, take 10 minutes. We'll rehearse the third act opening in 10 minutes. Oh, just a second, Jack.
Yeah, Mr. Stevens.
Jack, you sing your songs tonight as well as you've been doing in rehearsal, and we'll be packing them in here for 6 months.
6 months? I just bet Jack the show would run a year.
Well, I'm going out front to check the box office. See you later.
Oh, Mr. Robin.
Yes, Jimmy?
Mr. Robin, there's a man at the stage door asking for Jakey Robin. He said his name was Udelson or something like that.
Udelson? It can't be.
Jakey.
Udelson, well, what are you doing here?
Jakey, I never would have known you. Oh, but the trouble, I had to get in. First, I asked for Jakey Rabinowitz. I forgot your mama told me to ask for Jakey Robin.
Oh, pardon me, Mary. I want you to meet Mr. Udelson. This is Miss Dale.
How do you do?
How do you do? Thank you.
Mr. Udelson's an old friend of the family.
Cantor Rabinowitz and me, we are like this.
Cantor Rabinowitz?
Yeah, that's my father. And he happens to be the finest cantor on the east side.
You never heard of Cantor Rabinowitz?
Oh, I'm sorry. I never have. Well, I have to make a change now. I'm glad to have met you, Mr. Udelson.
By me, it's all right, too.
Well, tell me, Udelson, what brings you up in this neighborhood?
Jakey, your papa, he's sick.
He's sick? What's the matter with him? Has he got a good doctor?
The best doctor in New York, Dr. O'Shaughnessy from the East Side Hospital. Jakey, my boy, tonight at sundown starts the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur. And this is the first time your papa, he wouldn't be able to sing in the synagogue. So we had a meeting from the committee. Who should sing in his place? You, Jekyll.
Me? Sing in a synagogue?
Your mama says what a wonderful thing it would be for your papa.
It sure would. He kicked me out of the house only a week ago.
A son is a son, Jakey. He could be kicked out 20 times.
Udelson, it's impossible, and I can't do it.
Well, you don't forget the words, Jakey, the prayers. Oh, what a boy learns, he never forgets.
Who said I forgot him? But don't you understand, Udelson? The show is opening tonight.
What's the matter with you, Jakey? Ain't I telling you your papa is sick? Your mama is waiting. I should bring her to answer.
Udelson, look, this is business, show business.
Business? Making money?
No. Well, I didn't mean that exactly, but the first thing you learn in the theater is that the show must go on. It's like a religion, Udelson, like soldiers in the army.
Jakey.
Now, wait a minute. These people are giving me a great chance. Mr. Stevens, the producer, Mary Dale, that girl you just met. Well, I just can't let them down. You can understand that, can't you?
I can understand that your mama is counting on you.
Well, I can't do it. I'm sorry, Udelson.
Sure, Jakey. All right. Lashonotovo Kusemo.
Thank you. And a Happy New Year to you, too.
Look, he remembers.
Well, what did Jakey say, Mr. Udelson? Tell me.
He can't come, Mr. Rabinowitz.
But his papa. You told him that his papa is sick.
I told him. His show, it's like soldiers, he says. Like religion.
A show is like religion? Singing a jazz song is like singing in the synagogue?
Mrs. Rabinowitz, please.
I want to see him. You take me where he is.
He's no use.
Please, all his life, Jakey said he would do anything for his mother. And now I ask him.
Come in, Mary.
Almost ready? Stevens wants us to run through the third act finale.
Well, I'll have this makeup on in a minute.
Look out. You're getting that burnt cork all over your shirt.
Yeah. And I'm kind of all thumbs tonight. All of a sudden, I don't know, and I was the guy who said I wasn't nervous.
Jack, what's worrying you?
Huh?
That man who was here before, what did he want?
Oh, nothing. He brought me some news about my father and mother, that's all.
Your father. I've been thinking about that, Jack. I can't get you out of my mind. The son of a cantor.
Mary, maybe it would be best if you did get me out of your mind. Maybe it would be better if I got you out of my mind. You see, since Udelson was here, I kind of got a different slant on everything. You and me, Mary, we're far apart. We're worlds apart.
Then why did you say you loved me?
Because I couldn't help it. You see, love means marriage to me, and marriage means a home and kids. I'd like to have a kid like you. A little boy. But like you. Oh, Mary, I'm crazy about you.
Jack,
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said it. I've no right to say it. Udelson came here to tell me that my father...
You've got to forget it. Whatever it was he told you.
I can't forget it. My father's sick, don't you understand? And tonight is the eve of the Day of Atonement, the most solemn holy day of the year, the big day of every cantor's life. You know what a cantor is? Well, he's the mouthpiece of the congregation. He sings to God. My mother sent Udelson to ask me to sing in my father's place.
What did you tell him?
I told him I couldn't go.
Oh, I'm glad, Jack.
Glad? Mary, here's something I never told anybody in my life. Sometimes when I'm alone, the old songs from the synagogue start wailing in my ears. And I cry. I get down on my knees and I talk to God in Hebrew. I ask him why he didn't make me like my father. Why he didn't make me a cantor, too.
You'd want to be a cantor?
I think I would.
Then why didn't you go with Udelson? Because you're like me. Like Stevens. You've got Broadway in your blood. Jack, I know what you're going through.
No, you don't. You couldn't. Mary, look, my father's sick because of me. He said a week ago he never wanted to see me again. But I can see him now eating his heart out ever since.
What can you do about it? Go back and be a cantor the rest of your life?
No.
Don't you care about your career on the stage?
Care is the only thing in the world I want.
More than me, Jack?
Yes. Even more than you.
That's what I've been wanting to find out. Don't you see, Jack? I don't want you selfishly. I want to see you live your own life. If the thing you want most is to be a black-faced minstrel, then don't let anything stand in your way. Not your parents, nor me, nor anything.
Oh, Mr. Robin.
Well?
Mr. Robin, that man, he's back again.
Udelson?
Yeah, and there's someone with him. A lady.
Jakey, where's Jakey?
Mama, come here. This is me right here. Right here, Mama.
Jakey, but this ain't you, that black on your face.
It's only burnt cork, Mama.
Jakey, I told her the same way you told me, but she says I should bring her anyway.
Your papa is sick, Jakey. He's lying in bed. His face is white.
Mama, sit down, please.
All the time he's talking about you. He was saying to me in such low voice, I could hardly hear him. Maybe my son will sing tonight in the synagogue.
He really said that, Mama?
He said it. The way I'm sitting here this minute, he said it. Jakey, your papa is dying, maybe. And God will ask him, is Jakey singing tonight? How can he say, no, he's singing in the theater? Jakey, oh, my son, come with me home.
Mama, I can't do it.
Jack, get ready for your number.
All right, Mary. Mama, look, I haven't time to tell you. I got to rehearse my song.
Jakey, your papa said, ask Jakey he should forgive me. He's doing things from sin, but he don't mean it. Jakey, the way I'm sitting here, before God, I swear it, that's what he said.
I believe you, Mama. I believe you.
Come on, Jack, please.
Yes, I'm coming. Mama, look, if you only knew how everyone is depending on me. They're making me a star. Mama, wait here. Udelson, please talk to her. Wait for me. Don't forget, Mama, wait.
Where is he? Where's Robin?
Here I am, Mr. Stevens.
Well, get out there. You're holding up the whole works.
Mammy mine, your little rolling stone that rolled away. Mammy mine, your little rolling stone is home today. There to stay. I want to see your smiling face. Smile a welcome smile.
I want to feel your fond embrace. Listen, Mammy mine. Rock-a-bye your baby with a Dixie melody. When you croon a tune from the heart of Dixie. Hang that cradle, Mammy mine, right on that Mason-Dixon line. Swing it from Virginia to Tennessee with all the soul that's in ya. Weep no more, my lady. Mammy, sing it again for me. And old Black Joe, just as though you heard me on your knee. 1,000,000 baby kisses I'll deliver if you will only sing the Swanee River. Rock-a-bye, your rock-a-bye baby with a Dixie melody. Rock-a-bye, rock your baby with a Dixie melody. When you croon a tune from the heart of Dixie. Hang that cradle, Mammy mine, right on that Mason-Dixon line, and swing it from Virginia to Tennessee with all of the soul that's in ya. Mammy, listen what they're playing. They're playing Weep No More, my lady. Sing it for me and old Black Joe, just as though you sang when I was on your knee. 1,000,000 baby kisses I'll deliver if you will only sing the Swanee River. Rock-a-bye, your rock-a-bye baby with a Dixie melody.
Oh, that's the stuff, Jack. Do it that way tonight and you'll murder him.
Yeah, thanks. Excuse me, will you?
Jack, you were wonderful.
Mary, my mother, I got to see her.
She's not here, Jack.
What?
She's gone. She heard part of your song, and then she...
She left. She's ashamed of me.
No, Jack. No.
Yes. Ashamed of her own son. And I don't blame her.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We'll bring you Act 3 of The Jazz Singer, starring Al Jolson and Gail Patrick, in a moment. There's a superstition that if your initials spell a word, they'll bring you luck. Well, J.W. doesn't speak a word, but Joan Winfield, our guest tonight, tells me that those initials have already proved lucky for her.
Because they're the same as Jane Wyman's, Mr. Keeley. It started when Jane was on location filming Warner Brothers' new thriller, Cheyenne.
Filming some of those scenes in the Arizona mountains was a real feat. The stagecoach wreck is one of the finest I've ever seen on the screen.
Oh, I thought Dennis Morgan was wonderfully believable as a two-gun gambler hero.
You know, Janice Page and Bruce Bennett, too, helped make Cheyenne a first-rate Western. But tell Mr. Kennedy here how Jane's trip to Arizona resulted in a beautiful gift for you.
Well, a fan club in Flagstaff gave Jane some beautiful handmade lingerie as a gift, all monogrammed J.W. The lingerie didn't quite fit Jane and couldn't be altered, so...
Jane decided it could stand for Joan Winfield just as well?
That's right.
I hope you'll take good care of it.
Oh, you can be sure of that, Mr. Kennedy. I want to keep it lovely for a long, long time. And you'll be interested in this. Jane's maid advised me to use only Lux Flakes to care for it. That's what she uses for Jane's things.
Well, then you needn't worry about it staying lovely, Miss Winfield. Actual tests prove that underthings washed the Lux way stay lovely 3 times as long. When identical slips and nighties were washed the wrong way, they looked faded and drab in a surprisingly short time. The difference in color between them and the Lux slips was amazing.
Well, Lux would have been my own choice anyway, because I've used it for years. I know it's safe.
That's the way thousands of girls all over the country feel, Miss Winfield. Year after year, they've trusted their nice things to Lux, found Lux Care wonderfully gentle and safe, so that colors stay lovely far longer. Thank you for coming tonight, Joan Winfield. We hope J.W. will continue to bring you luck. Here's our producer, William Keeley.
Act 3 of The Jazz Singer, starring Al Jolson as Jack and Gail Patrick as Mary, with Tamara Shane and Ludwig Donat. The theater on 44th Street is all but deserted now. The final dress rehearsal is over, and the cast and stagehands have gone out for a much-needed breather before the opening night curtain goes up. Only Jimmy and Jack Robin have remained. Jimmy guarding the stage door, Jack at a telephone.
Hello? Hello, Udelson? This is Jakey. Look, I've been trying to get you for over an hour. Listen, Udelson, I got to speak to my mother. Put her on, will you? What? Well, where is she? At the hospital? Is he very bad? All right, look. You meet me there in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I'm on my way now. Jimmy.
Yes, Mr. Robin?
Jimmy, listen, my father, he's sick. Tell Miss Stevens I had to leave.
Leave? But you can't.
Please, do what I tell you. I'm taking a cab to the East Side Hospital.
East Side Hospital.
Yeah, tell Stevens he can reach me there or at home. 121 Orchard Street.
I better get a pencil.
No. Wait a minute. Just tell Miss Stevens I won't be able to go on tonight.
But, Mr. Robin.
Well, he's got to get somebody else. I'm finished. Before I go in, Doctor, tell me, will you?
Your father's very sick. He took a turn for the worse a few minutes ago, after your mother left.
Can I speak to him?
Yes. He's been asking for you.
For me? Asking for me?
You'd better go right in.
Jakey. Here, Papa. Here I am.
You came.
Sure I came. You didn't think I'd stay away, did you?
Jakey. What time is it now?
Oh, you shouldn't think about that, Papa.
Is the sun gone down?
No, Papa, not yet.
Soon begins the service. The day of atonement. And I won't be in the synagogue. For the first time in 5 generations, a Rabinovich does not sing to God.
Papa, please, you mustn't. You'll be there again soon. There'll be other days.
Who's going to sing tonight?
Don't worry. There'll be someone. And it'll be a Rabinovich, too. I'm going to sing, Papa. I'm going to take your place.
Jakey, my son. Now I'm happy.
Papa, I'll be right back. I got to speak to Udelson.
Yeah, Jakey. Yeah.
Jakey, how is he?
I want you to call my mother, Udelson. Tell her to get me a praying shawl and a cap and have it ready for me.
Jakey.
And tell her I'm going to sing tonight in the synagogue.
But, Miss Dale, I do not understand. You come here to see Jakey? I just told you, Jakey's at the hospital.
We didn't come here to see him, Mrs. Rabinowitz. I'm a friend of Jack's. I'm in the show with him. Mr. Stevens here is the producer of the show.
Jakey tells me you're good to him.
We came to talk to you.
This is Jack's big chance, Mrs. Rabinowitz. You can't let him pass it up. Not for anything.
Already Mr. Udelson has told me that Jakey will sing tonight. And across the street in the synagogue, the choir is waiting for him.
But this is important.
Making his papa happy, that is not important.
But is it fair to let it stand in the way of everything he cares for? Mrs. Rabinowitz, I love your son. And
You love him?
That's why I want him to go to the theater tonight. It's the greatest opportunity he's ever had. Maybe the greatest he ever will have.
Mrs. Rabinowitz, when was the last time that Jack attended a synagogue?
When he was confirmed, he sang a solo in the choir. So long ago it was.
And that was the last time he went? He ran away from all this, didn't he, Mrs. Rabinowitz?
Why are you asking me like this question?
Because I want your son to be true to himself.
Do you suppose the cantor would want Jack to sing unless he sings with his heart? I know Jack. I know what he's saying to himself. I don't want to sing in the synagogue, but unless I do, my mother will be heartbroken. My father will die. And that's why I'll do it.
No. You're telling me lies.
Oh, Mr. Stevens, we'd better go. Can't you see how we're hurting her?
Mama.
Jakey.
You'd better get ready, Mama. The services. Mary. Mr. Stevens.
Jack, I guess you know why we came here.
There's still time to get back to the theater, Jack.
Jakey, I want to ask you something.
Yes, Mama.
I want you to tell me the truth. I want you to do only what is in your heart. Answer me. Are you singing tonight because you love me and you love your papa and your God? Because you want to be in the synagogue on the Day of Atonement? Or is your heart far away in theaters with jazz music?
Mary, Mr. Stevens, what have you been saying to her?
That we're here for your sake, Jack.
You told my mother that?
I did, Jack.
So did I. Oh, Jack, don't you understand? Tell me that you are true to yourself in staying here, and I'll go. Say that you lied to me when you said that the only real thing in your life was your career. Well?
Mama, get ready. We'll be late.
Yes, Jakey. Yes. There is your answer. My son's answer.
Jack.
I'm sorry, Mary.
Why are you doing it, Jack? Why? Your mother and father want you for one night in a synagogue. One night. For that, you're throwing away years of work. The show's built around you. It can mean everything in the world to you.
I'll tell you why. My father died 10 minutes ago.
Oh, Jack. Jack, I'm so sorry.
The Day of Atonement. It is for me.
Jakey, I'm ready. What's the matter? You're crying, Jakey. You ain't changed your mind.
No, Mama. I'm going to sing. I'm your son, Mama. I'm the son of my father. I'm a cantor, see? Cantor Rabinowitz. God's going to hear me sing Kol Nidra tonight.
Jakey, your papa will be so happy. So happy, Jakey.
Jack, is there anything you want me to do?
No. Just root for me to get over like you did before. I'll be all right. You see, what a little boy learns, he never forgets. Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye, Jack.
There goes your black-faced comedian.
Listen, they're praying in the synagogue across the street.
He'll never come back, Mary.
He'll come back. He can't stay away. It's in his blood. You can postpone the opening. Say that he's sick. Say that I'm sick.
I can't wait all my life for Jack to make up his mind.
But you've got to wait. I'm going to wait, even if it is all my life.
The taxi's downstairs, Mary. We might as well go.
No, not yet. Wait. Listen.
That's him. That's Jack.
Yes. A black-faced comedian singing to his God.
om mig. Väcken om mig, vad kino säg, vad kino ger. Vad kino säg, vad kino ger. Hos
The curtain falls on the career of Jack Robin, the jazz singer.
Will return for their curtain call. Sally, I hear you'd like to be on a quiz program. Suppose I give you a tryout on some famous lines of poetry.
Okay, quote.
Pale hands I loved beside the Shalimar.
Why, that's from the Kashmiri song. But I don't remember who wrote the words.
Most people don't. Lawrence Hope was the name. How about the white wonder of dear Juliet's hand?
Oh, the clue's right there. That's from Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet.
Now, this one is tougher. Adieu, she cried, and waved her lily hand.
You've got me there.
An English poet, John Gay, wrote that in the early 18th century. The lady was known as Black-Eyed Susan. Did you notice, Sally, that all of those lines emphasize the lady's beautiful hands? You'll find many examples in poetry and song, and that's not surprising, because every man admires soft, smooth, feminine-looking hands. That's why it disturbs a man when his wife lets her hands go, lets them get red and rough. It hurts his pride, because it seems to be his fault she has to work so hard.
But it's so easy to get rid of dishpan hands nowadays, Mr. Kennedy. Why, all a woman has to do is change to gentle Lux Flakes for dishes.
That's right, Sally. And scores of women have proved by actual tests that changing to Lux for dishes really does wonders for their hands. So, ladies, if strong soap has made your hands rough and red, simply change to Lux for all your dishwashing. In just a few days, you'll see them start to improve. It won't be long before your hands are soft and smooth again. Your husband may not write a poem about them, but you can be sure he'll notice the change and be mighty proud of you. And here's good news for your budget. Lux makes such rich suds, ounce for ounce, it washes up to twice as many dishes as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. And no creams or lotions to buy to repair dishpan damage. Isn't Lux a thrifty way to keep hands lovely? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
I know you're all eager to have Al Jolson and Gail Patrick back again, so here they are at the footlights for a curtain call. And that applause will assure you both how much we enjoyed tonight's performance.
Well, thank you so much, Bill. It was a lot of fun doing the jazz singer with you and Al.
And believe me, you gave me a very charming leading lady, Bill.
Thank you.
And a swell supporting cast with Ludwig Donath and Tamara Shane.
Ludwig and Tamara were both so wonderful in the Jolson story.
They sure were, Gail.
You know, Al, this takes me back to the old Winter Garden days in New York, when they used to pack the house to hear you sing April Shower.
That sounds just like a music cue, Bill.
Could be. Why not sing it for us, Al?
No, Bill. No. No, not April Showers. I got a reason for that.
Why not, Al? It's such a great song.
Sure, I know it is. Lou Silvers, our conductor, wrote it. But I sang it on Jack Bennett's program in New York 2 weeks ago, and he claims I'm responsible for all the rain they've had in New York ever since. And I don't want to start it raining in California. I came here for sunshine. Try and get it.
I'm afraid our audience will be disappointed, Al.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Bill. Will you settle for a new song I've just written? A sort of a follow-up to the anniversary song?
I'll leave that up to the audience.
Well, Al, it looks as if they can't wait to hear it.
All right, then. If Lou Silver and the Orchestra will accompany me...
Wait a minute, Al. What's the name of this song?
The title is All My Love, and this goes for all the listening audience. Take it, Lou. All my love is for you alone. It will still keep growing
when most other loves have blown. And all my love of an endless spring and our dreams untold that was so ideal will all fade as we make them real. I promise this by the stars above, dear, that I'll spend all my life giving you all my love.
That was beautiful, Al. Indeed it was. I'm sure our audience appreciated it.
Well, thanks both of you. And Bill, it's time, don't you think, to give us the good news for next Monday night thing, you know?
Indeed it is, Al, and it's very good news. Because we're bringing our audience another great Broadway play that made an equally great movie. It's Warner Brothers' recent hit, One More Tomorrow. And our stars are Morgan, Jane Wyman, and Alexis Smith. One More Tomorrow is the tense, dramatic story of a man caught between a calculating marriage and a love he's never quite forgotten. A play I'm sure our audience will never quite forget.
Sounds great, Bill, but don't you think it sounds a little like Jesse James? Listen, I just put that in for a gag. But I know the listeners are going to love it because I'm going to sit in the audience myself next week.
Good night, Bill.
Good night, and thanks for a memorable evening. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Dennis Morgan, Jane Wyman, and Alexis Smith in One More Tomorrow. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Did you use any fat in cooking today? Well, then the chances are you had some used fat left over. I hope you didn't throw it away, because that used fat from your frying pan or roaster is worth money. Dealers are now paying more for used fats than they did last year. So save every drop of used fat and turn it in now for cash. Used fats are needed to make soaps and other things you want. Gail Patrick is soon to be seen in Jerry Fairbanks' production, A Day at the Enchanted Cottage. Heard in our cast tonight were Carlton Cadell as Stevens, Bill Johnstone as Judelson, Eddie Marr as Jimmy, and Charles Steele, Bobby Ellis, and June Whitley. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear One More Tomorrow with Dennis Morgan, Jane Wyman, and Alexis Smith. And why not tune in to Joan Davis every Monday night over most of these stations? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jell-O program coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I See the Moon at Noon. You know, ladies and gentlemen, along about this time each year, folks seem to appreciate a lovely Jell-O dessert even more than usual. For Jell-O, with its vivid, shimmering colors, seems almost like a preview of spring. Its glowing beauty makes you forget that winter is still with us. It adds a special note of gaiety and good cheer to any March meal. And the refreshing, extra-rich flavor of Jell-O gives you a welcome foretaste of next summer's fruits with all their tantalizing, juicy, ripe goodness. So brighten up tomorrow night's dinner with a brilliant Jell-O dessert. Order several packages from your grocer the first thing in the morning, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. And be especially sure to include strawberry, raspberry, and cherry Jell-O, for each has a new, improved flavor, obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is something mighty swell, a unique and delightful flavor that you'll find better than ever. Enjoy a tempting Jell-O dessert tomorrow. That was I See the Moon at Noon, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after a month's vacation in Palm Springs, we bring you a man who looks a month younger, as if that made any difference, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I may only look a month younger, but believe me, I feel like a kid. If there was anything I needed, it was those 4 weeks on the desert. Roughing it really did me a world of good.
Roughing it? Well, I wouldn't exactly say that you were leading such a rough life there, Jack.
Oh, you wouldn't, eh?
No, I saw you out many a night in Palm Springs, and you were wearing a tuxedo.
Yes, but it wasn't pressed. And if you'd have looked close, you'd have noticed that carnation in my buttonhole was a cactus blossom. And full of stickers. Don't tell me I didn't rough it. Why, I'm as hard as nails.
Well, you feel pretty rugged now, huh, Jack?
Do I, Don? You remember how soft and flabby my arms used to be?
Uh-huh.
Well, wait till I roll up my sleeve. I'll make a muscle for you. Wait.
Oh, Jack, you don't have to bother. I'll take your word for it.
No, Don. You know what a liar I am. No, I want to show you. Now, watch. I'll raise my arm. There. How's that, Don? How's that muscle?
Where? I don't see it.
Right there on that tattoo. See how fat the eagle is now? See?
Eagle? I thought that was a sparrow.
With E pluribus unum on it? What are you talking about? I tell you, Don, I feel so good I'd like to get in a scrap with someone. Wait till Dennis Day comes in. I'll straighten him out fast. He'll never know what hit him.
Now, Jack, wait a minute. Take it easy.
Take it easy, nothing. I've got a muscle, and I'm going to use it. That kid has got to learn how to behave himself.
But, Jack, you're being unfair. Ever since Dennis has been on this program, he's been a perfect little gentleman. Well-behaved and well-mannered.
Well-mannered? Let me tell you something, Don. Last Monday, when I gave Dennis his salary check, he looked me straight in the eye and said, "Thank you very much."
Well, what's wrong with that?
Don, with the check he gets, that very much is pure sarcasm. Teach that kid to thank me. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you doing with your fist up in the air?
I made a muscle for Don. I can't get my arm down. See? See the muscle?
Where?
Right there.
Some muscle. Looks like a marshmallow with a hangover.
The hardest marshmallow you ever saw. Boy, there's a real muscle.
What are you going to do, stand there like a baking soda ad?
No, help me get my arm down. Here, pull. Ooh. Well, the eagle's a sparrow again. But just the same, wait till Dennis gets here. I'll fix that kid.
What about Dennis?
I'm going to beat him up, that's all. He's been acting too fresh around here lately, and it's time I straighten him out.
Straighten him out? Why don't you do something about Phil Harris? He's the wise guy.
Mary, Phil is nothing but a big, playful kid. But Dennis is a real troublemaker.
And he's smaller than you are.
That's merely a coincidence. Let me ask you something, Mary. How about when we were driving back from Palm Springs in the Maxwell? All that kid did was complain all the way in.
Well, who wouldn't complain? It's a 3-hour trip, and it took us 4 days to make it.
Well?
4 days from Palm Springs to Los Angeles? Why, it's only 120 miles.
129. We came by way of San Bernardino. Besides, we stopped to enjoy the scenery. It was lovely down with those snow-capped mountains and beautiful orange groves.
Oh, you and your orange grove. That's all we had for 4 days, orange juice.
Never mind.
The sign got 'em. All you can drink for 10 cents.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Wait a minute. Don't give Don any false impressions. There was food, too. What about that delicious pressed chicken we had?
It had to be pressed. You ran over it.
All right, I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident.
An accident?
Yes.
And why did Rochester yell tally-ho and chase it clear through a cornfield?
That never happened, and you know it. Would have been a very pleasant trip if you and Dennis hadn't been beefing all the time. I'll fix that, kid. By the way, Don, how did you come back to town?
Well, the little woman and I took the train. It was a very nice, restful trip.
Oh, the train is swell, Don, but I prefer motoring myself. I don't know, you see more of the country that way.
But, Jack, even allowing for sightseeing, I can't understand why it took you 4 days to come from Palm Springs to Los Angeles.
Oh, 4 days isn't so bad.
That's progress. It used to take the covered wagon 6.
And they didn't come by way of San Bernardino like I did. Anyway, Mary, you had a swell time in Palm Springs. You're back in Hollywood safe and sound, so forget it.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, here he is. All right, kid, put him up. Put him up. You've been aching for trouble, and you're going to get it.
What's going on here?
It's a long story. Jack found a muscle.
It's not it at all. Come on, kid, up with your dukes. I'll teach you to be careful.
Well, gee, I didn't mean to run over that tin can with the lawnmower.
That's not what I'm talking about. A small fine covers that. I just don't want you to go around complaining about your trip home from Palm Springs. I was nice enough to invite you.
Gosh, I drank so much orange juice I feel like a sunset.
Well, let me tell you something, Dennis. Orange juice is not only nourishing, but it's very good for you. It'll keep you from catching a cold.
I won't sneeze till 1980.
Well, that does it. All right, Dennis, put up your due.
Oh, Jack, will you stop being so childish? You're just picking on Dennis because he's the smallest one in our gang.
Mary's right. It's not like you, Jack, to be a bully. Why, in your physical condition, you could mangle the kid.
I could? Gee. Huh?
Certainly. You're a gorilla. You don't realize your own strength.
I don't? Well.
No. Now, the least you can do is apologize to Dennis.
Well, all right.
You don't have to, Mr. Benny. I'm a rat, and that's all there is to it.
No, you're not a rat, kid.
Well, one of us is.
Look, Dennis, you better sing your song before I lose my temper again. I don't know my own strength, like Don says. Now, what's it going to be?
I'm going to sing In Dublin Fair City.
Good. Oh, Mary.
What do you want?
Help me get my arm down. It's stuck again.
Okay.
Ooh. Thanks, Mary. Sing, kid.
In Dublin fair city, where girls are so pretty, I first set my eyes on sweet Molly Malone. As she wheeled her wheelbarrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. She was the fishmonger, but sure it's no wonder, for so were father and mother before. They wheelbarrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. She died of a fever, and no one could save her, and that was the end of sweet Molly Malone. Her ghost wheeled her barrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh.
That was In Dublin Fair City, sung by Dennis Day. And very apropos, Dennis, tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day, isn't it?
Sure it is.
Yes, sir.
You tell me to put up my dukes tomorrow, and I'll knock your block off.
Dennis, I'm not going all the bother putting my arm up again. So control yourself.
Oh, Jack.
What is it, Don?
Tomorrow being St. Patrick's Day, I have a great treat for our audience tonight.
A treat?
Yes, I prepared my commercial this evening with a Gaelic slant. I'm going to deliver it with an Irish brogue. I do it very well.
No kidding. Well, that really is a treat, Don. Any novelty is always welcome on this program. You say you do it with an Irish brogue, eh?
Yes.
Swell. Now, go ahead. Let's hear it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer, why not ask him for a package of tempting and appetizing Jell-O? It is not only economical and easy to make.
Where's the brogue?
But comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Don, where's the brogue?
So always insist on genuine Jell-O and look for the big red letters on the box. Be Gora.
Oh! There it is! Oh, that's it!
Oh, I didn't know we were going to have... Well, you did that beautifully, Don. Oh, that's a marvelous brogue. How did you ever acquire it?
Oh, I do several dialects, Jack. Would you like to hear me read the same commercial as the Swede would do it?
Don, if you think I'm going to listen to that whole thing again just to hear you say yump and yiminy at the end of it, you're safe. Now, go away. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. You back in town already?
Yeah, I got in last night. But you know, I don't know, I wish we could have stayed in Palm Springs a couple of more weeks. It's wonderful there.
Well, personally, I'm glad to be back in the city.
What's the matter, Phil? Don't you like the desert?
No, that fresh air gets under my eyes and puffs them up.
Oh.
And I can't stand that hot sun beating down on my head.
Well, why don't you wear a hat?
Look, Jackson, I got gorgeous hair, and it would be sheer madness to hide it.
Well, that's the most conceited thing I ever heard. You know, Phil, I could have gorgeous hair, too, if I got it marcelled every week like you do.
Well, why don't you?
Well, maybe I will.
If you can get a Marcel, so can a coconut.
What? What did you say?
Should I put my dukes up, Mr. Benny?
Not this time, kid. This is strictly between Miss Livingston and me.
You want to step out in the alley?
Oh, quiet. We're talking to Phil about Palm Springs. Now, how long did it... Mary, put your dukes down. Phil, how long did it take you to drive back?
Well, with all the traffic and everything, about an hour and 45 minutes.
Only an hour and 45 minutes?
Yes, and I stopped for a rumble lesson in Pomona.
Well, I'll be darned. An hour and 45 minutes.
That's what I can't understand, Jack. Why in the world it could take you 4 days to drive that distance?
Well, we had a lot of tough breaks, Don, and hard luck all the way.
I'll say, just as we were pulling into Beaumont, all the tires blew out.
Yeah.
All 4 of them?
All 4 in the spare. They've got a union.
Wait a minute, you're wrong, Mary. We had that tire trouble in Banning. Beaumont is where we ran out of gas.
We ran out of gas in Azusa.
No, Mary, I think it was Arcadia. Yeah, we ran out of gas in Arcadia.
Arcadia's where the top blew off.
The top didn't blow off. It shook off. Besides, it didn't happen in Arcadia. It was Pasadena.
It was not.
It was, too.
Pasadena's where we hit a bump and the headlights changed places.
Oh, yes. We had motor trouble there, too.
Motor trouble? Were you held up very long?
Yeah, we had to stay overnight, so Jack and Rochester made a personal appearance at the theater.
That's right, Don. I figured as long as we had to stay there, we might as well do our act.
How was the business, Jackson? Did you pack them in?
Well, it was on such short notice, Phil, and then it was raining, and besides that, we were bucking a terrific picture that was playing right across the street.
Yeah? What was the name of it?
Puppets of Passion, starring Ronald Glick and Heather Noodleman. Adults only. But we did pretty well at that. Anyway, enough of our adventures getting back home. What do you say, Phil? How about a band number?
Okay, Jackson. What do you want us to play? Something popular or something classified?
That's classical. Classified. Oh, brother, what a dodo.
Well, it ain't my fault. You dragged me down to Palm Springs, and I missed 4 weeks of night school.
Oh, that's right. You did miss night school. Did it set you back any?
Yeah, the teacher's going around with another guy now.
Oh, she is. Say, your teacher must be good looking.
Jackson, she's pretty enough to be a cigarette girl.
I see. Well, Phil, let me know when you graduate from school, will you? I want to send your diploma to Ripley. Now, let's have a number. I don't care whether it's classified or classical. Just play it. Wait a minute. Come in.
Pues bueno, muchachos, estamos esperando aquí mucho tiempo. No vale la pena. Mira la molestia que ya nos ha dado. Esperamos por tanto tiempo. Ya voy a pedir a Jack Benny que nos pague enseguida, pronto.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait, who are these three guys?
Those are the boys that sang on the program last week.
Oh, the Guadalajara Trio from Palm Springs. Well, I paid them their money. What do they want?
More.
More. I gave them plenty. I gave you mucho pesos, boys, remember?
Pero queremos más dinero, por eso estamos aquí.
Look, fellas, if you want more money, I'll straighten it out with you tomorrow. Mañana. Mañana.
Why don't you pay them tonight?
I don't know the word. Mañana, boys. All right, go ahead and play, Phil. Hey, fellas, adios, will ya? Adios. I wish I knew a good Spanish lawyer. That was Darling Nellie Gray, played by Phil Harris and his classified orchestra. Classified meaning I'm going to put an ad in the paper. I've had enough of them. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oiga, Jack Benny, ¿por qué no la arreglamos ahora?
Oh, please, fellas, I'll pay you pronto. Pronto.
Pronto means right now.
Oh. Mañana, fellas. Mañana. Adios, will ya? And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next Sunday night for our feature attraction, the Benny, We Know Our Business, but We're in the Wrong One players, will present their version of 20th Century Fox's version, of Jack Kirkland's version, of Erskine Caldwell's famous book, that sensational and daring saga of the Georgia Hill Country, Tobacco Road. Thank you, Cupcake. I should have hit that thing. I've got a muscle. Now, this great American classic will be the outstanding effort of our next Sunday's broadcast.
I haven't seen the picture yet, Jack. What's it like?
Well, it follows the play pretty closely, Mary. And just think, the legitimate show is still playing at the Forest Theater, New York. Remember the time I took you to see Tobacco Road when it first opened?
Oh, yes. Gee, that was a long time ago.
Uh-huh.
I'll never forget that night. You wore a derby hat, white spats, and a checkered suit.
And a bamboo cane. You know, in those days when I'd walk down the street, I wanted people to know I was an actor.
You never could tell in the theater.
Oh, yes, they could.
Say, Jackson, I remember Tobacco Road in them days.
Oh, did you see it, Phil?
No, I lived there.
Oh, that's right. Well, Phil, you can be our technical advisor and tell us when to take our shoes off. You know? Anyway, folks, tonight, as a trailer to this outstanding dramatic vehicle, we are going to present a few of the highlights that will... Pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Bay, guess who this is?
Well, really, I haven't the slightest idea.
I'll give you a hint. Who works harder than anybody in the world?
Not you, Rochester. I bet $12 you're laying down while you're talking to me. You got the phone in one hand and a chicken sandwich in the other.
White meat or dark meat?
Never mind. I'm very busy now, Rochester. What do you want?
Well, I'm over here in Pasadena to pick up the Maxwell, but you didn't give me enough money.
Rochester, I gave you $20 to have that motor fixed. And that's plenty.
I know, but complications have set in.
What do you mean?
You remember how the motor used to backfire just before it blow up?
Yes.
Well, now it whistles 8 bars of there I go and boom.
Well, that's only because it's overheated. Is the fan turning over?
What's that, boss?
I said, is the fan turning over?
How can it? You've been wearing the belt for 2 weeks.
Well, that's your fault. You gave me a buckle for Christmas. Now tell the man to put on a new fan belt and have him fix that little leak in the radiator.
Little leak?
Yes.
Boss, that thing drips like a California sky.
No, it's not that bad. Now have it fixed and pay the garage man. And Rochester, if I didn't give you enough money, pay the difference and I will reimburse you.
I beg your pardon?
I said I'll reimburse you. That means I'll pay you back.
I know what it means. I just want to hear you say it.
You'll get it. Don't worry. I'll see you at home.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I read in the paper where you signed a contract to make another picture pretty soon. Is that correct?
Yes, why?
I wish you'd speak to me about those things.
That's none of your business. Goodbye. To speak to him about it. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I start to announce, we will now have a preview of Tobacco Road. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
Tobacco Road, a few of the highlights from this sensational production. First, romance.
I'll love you, Ellie Mae. What do you say we get hitched?
You mean get married?
No, get hitched. I want to plow the field.
Drama.
Hey, Jeter, ain't the crowd fleecy tonight?
That's the mattress. You're under the bed.
Intrigue.
Is there anybody home?
Yes, come in, Tree.
Comedy.
Why does a hen cross the road?
So Jack can have pressed chicken.
Now cut that out.
Suspense. Estamos cansados de esperar aquí. Queremos el dinero.
I told you, fellas, mañana.
Technicolor.
Oh, boss.
Rochester. These are only a few of the highlights of dramatic thrills that are in store for you next Sunday night. Don't forget to tune in, folks. Tobacco Road.
Bigger than puppets of passion.
You said it. Play, Phil.
Many folks find that Sunday evening is a swell time for writing those letters they've intended to write all week but just haven't got around to. So if you haven't yet written for your copy of General Foods' new dessert recipe book, as I know you've meant to, why not do it tonight? Just address an envelope to me, Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Then place a dime in coin or stamps in the envelope, together with your name and address, and mail it right away. In return, we'll send you a copy of our new dessert recipe book, a big 48-page recipe book so beautiful that you'll never tire of looking at it, and so convenient that you'll use it not just once or twice, but all the time. It's a new idea in recipe books altogether because it's designed to give you a different idea for dessert every single day of the year. There are tempting suggestions and recipes for 365 luscious desserts. Pastries, puddings, cakes, cookies, and every other kind of treat you can think of, including lots of desserts made with rich, shimmering Jell-O. And this grand book is simply full of colorful, fascinating pictures, lovely photographs, and clever, attractive paintings. Page after page of them. So don't wait another day to send for this useful and beautiful book. Tonight, take a few minutes to write for your copy. Just send 10 cents in coin or stamps to Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Be sure you remember the address. Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan.
Number of the 24th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So be sure to tune in and hear our version of Tobacco Road. Say, Mary, I'm going to be a hillbilly next week. I better dig up some old clothes.
Why don't you wear that checkered suit? You still got it.
Oh, yes. But the coat is so tight on me now. I'll never be able to get my muscle in it.
Oh, just wear the vest. That hollow chest of yours will fit anything.
Not when I inhale. Good night, folks.
WDAF, Kansas City.
Dan Henry, WDAF Local News at 11. The outlook for Kansas City, a chance for thunder showers. Kansas City, Missouri police have one suspect in custody in connection with a shooting on the street at 33rd and Troost. 2 women were injured. They have been identified as 30-year-old Joan Oglesby of 2139 East 15th in Kansas City, and General Hospital lists her condition as critical, with gunshot wounds in the chest and stomach. The other is identified as Kay Sue Hammond of 5814 Olive in Kansas City. Hospital authorities say she is in fair condition with gunshot wounds in the pelvic area and right leg. The identity of the suspect in custody in connection with the incident is not known. Police are still investigating. A class action suit against the Kansas City, Missouri Board of Education and the Kansas City Teachers Union has been filed on the docket of U.S. District Court Judge Elmo Hunter. The suit was filed on behalf of his sons by the father of 2 boys who attend Southwest High School, asking the judge to order schools opened and teachers to halt the strike. A hearing was set for April 25th. Norman Hudson, president of the Kansas City Teachers Union, sits in jail tonight, his first in a 10-day contempt of court sentence, and all negotiations between teachers and the board are being handled by a federal mediator. In Kansas City, Kansas, teacher talks are to resume immediately, according to Superintendent of Schools Dr. O.L. Plucker. But negotiations between the NEA, representing Shawnee Mission teachers, and that district school board appear to have been stalemated, with teachers apparently demanding more than the 10.5% increase reportedly offered by the board. WDAF News Time, 11 o'clock.
News of the hour on the hour from American Information Radio. This is Richard Wall from Los Angeles, and at this hour, some black police officers in San Francisco have joined the protest against the stop and search policy in the Operation Zebra hunt for the killer of 12 whites. A member of the group, Officer Jesse Bird, announced,
"We are just as much concerned about the apprehension of this individual or individuals as anyone else. But we do not approve of the Gestapo-type tactics that are being used. We do not approve of people being stopped and frisked at random. We can only view this as another type of harassment."
Officer Bird's objection came as 5 black civic leaders filed a class action suit saying the tactics of searching blacks who match the zebra killer's description in San Francisco are unconstitutional. A Statue of Liberty takeover. That story coming up.
children in the United States who should be running, laughing, and playing are coughing, wheezing, and choking. 6 million boys and girls are suffering from serious lung-damaging diseases. The National Cystic Fibrosis Research Foundation needs your help to help them.
In the breath of a child lies the hope of our land.
A group calling itself the Attica Brigade has taken over the Statue of Liberty in New York and promises to stay the weekend, demanding impeachment of President Nixon and protesting what's called social injustice in the U.S. President Nixon is spending the night at Camp David in Maryland. Earlier, the president went for a dinner cruise aboard the yacht Sequoia on the Potomac and then stopped by the home of his daughter Julie Eisenhower in Bethesda, Maryland. Mark Felt, former associate director of the FBI, says the White House asked him to issue news releases on Watergate that he considered improper for the FBI to be involved in. Felt ran the FBI after J. Edgar Hoover's death. The defense has rested its case in the perjury conspiracy trial of John Mitchell and Maurice Stans in New York. The prosecution will present rebuttal witnesses Monday. Israel and Syria disagree on losses in the first major air battles in the Mideast since the October War. But there's a warning about the consequences of the increasing escalation of the Golan Heights fighting. Correspondent Andrew Mizell's reports from Tel Aviv.
Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Dayan warned today that if the Syrians continue escalating the battle around Mount Hermon, Henry Kissinger might arrive here in 10 days to find a full-scale war in progress. Dayan issued the warning in a television interview which I watched here in Tel Aviv. It came on the eve of the heaviest day of fighting yet, a day in which Israel reported its first battle losses in the air, 2 warplanes shot down by ground fire. Dayan said that if Syria continued trying to capture territory, Israel would feel free to do the same. Andrew Mizell, ABC News, Tel Aviv.
Japan has signed an agreement with China for mutual airline service. The nationalist Chinese on Taiwan have threatened to end their aviation agreement with Japan because of the arrangement between Tokyo and Peking. Government economist Gary Seaver says inflation will remain a serious problem in the U.S. Seaver's remark followed release of figures showing the cost of living rose 1.1% in March, raising the 12-month increase in consumer prices to 10.2%. The Chicago Tribune has an announcement of interest to nostalgia buffs. The Tribune says it will bring back the original Orphan Annie cartoon strip starting Monday. The first episode will show Annie and her dog Sandy in 1936. This is Information Radio News.
From the Kurt Mears Sports Desk, the Kansas City Royals play the Chicago White Sox 2 more games in this series, tomorrow and Sunday, then move to Boston. A temporary restraining order has been issued against the Cincinnati Bengals linebacker Bill Bergey and the World Football League that keeps all WFL owners from negotiating with any member of the Cincinnati squad. Peter Oosterhouse holds the lead in the Monsanto Open Golf Tournament with a 36-hole total of 133, and the KU relays will be wrapped up tomorrow. Kansas City's forecast partly cloudy and mild with a chance for showers or thunder showers through tomorrow. After an overnight low around 60, the high tomorrow will be in the upper 70s. Dan Henry, WDAF News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the world of your own terrifying imagination. The art of the double cross, unfortunately, has become part of the fabric of our lives. In espionage, however, it is almost a lifestyle. In the world of spies, for the left hand ever to know what the right is doing is unthinkable. For the next hour, imagine that you are Larry Fielding, a 32-year-old newspaperman caught in a dizzying web of circumstances seemingly beyond his control.
Larry, please change your mind and come with me.
Not until you tell me who you are and why you sneaked into my hotel room.
You're a fool, Larry. You must know that the police are looking for you, and they'll be here any minute.
Oh, well, you're here now, and I still want to know who you are.
If that's so important, my name is Carol Johnson. And when I tell you I know all about the murder of Dave Wilson, maybe you'll believe that I'm here to help you.
mystery drama, The Lady Was a Tiger, written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett, stars William Redfield. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Hi, I'm Goldilocks, Miss Goldilocks, if you please, and I'm a professional taste tester. Here at my taste test laboratory, that's TTL for short, I taste test everything from porridge to diet drinks. Actually, there's not that much taste testing in porridge these days. There used to be. Once upon a time. I mean, that's how this Miss got into the biz. But lately it's been diet drinks. I mean, with so many diet drinks going sugar-free, I've been really busy conducting taste tests. A rather unbearable assignment, to be sure. But then I discovered sugar-free diet 7-Up. Fresh, natural, delicious. My only problem is that sugar-free diet 7-Up tastes so good that it broke my Goldilocks diet drink taste-o-meter. Well, sugar-free diet 7-Up certainly has my seal of approval. This one's just right.
Don't let anyone con you into thinking it's wrong to turn in a heroin pusher. You're not ratting. You're doing your part to wipe out one of the most insidious epidemics racking our country today. So don't let anyone kid you. If you really care about the quality of life, if you really care about improving society, you'll do everything you can to get the heroin pusher off the street and into jail where he belongs. If you have information about a drug pusher, use the heroin hotline. The number is 800-368-5363. That's toll-free from anywhere in the country. The number again is 800-368-5363. A trained operator will answer your call, take your information, and pass it on to experienced federal agents who will investigate. You'll make your own special contribution toward helping us wipe out what President Nixon has called public enemy number one. Call 800-368-5363.
Walking is great exercise, and with good weather can also be great fun. But not when you've just been fired by the editor of the newspaper for which you've worked happily for 5 years. Larry Fielding has been walking aimlessly for 2 hours, trying to figure out why Horace Finley, the editor and his boss, had refused to give him any reason for his dismissal. Tormented by his frustrating thoughts and tired, Larry sits down on a park bench to think. He is so deep in thought, he is unaware of 3 men who suddenly surround him. Larry has only to look at them to know that he is in trouble. He tries to get up, but is pushed back down, and the men start to beat him up.
No, take my money and leave me alone, will you? Look, if you want money, I told you can have it. Help! Help!
Calling for help when you're being mugged in a big city park is sometimes as helpful as trying to catch hold of a windowsill in a 30-story fall. But this time, there was a miracle. A stranger has seen the attack and rushes to help.
Here comes... That's a nice jaw you have there, fella. You need a lesson in kicking.
That took care of them. They're gone.
Oh, thanks.
Let me help you up.
Thanks, mister. Thanks a lot. I tell you, I was in real trouble.
My pleasure. Did they get your wallet?
I don't know. No. I got a lot of bruises, but they didn't get a thing. Say, you're a pretty good scrapper for
a guy my age.
Well, yeah. Hey, what are you, a karate expert?
Oh, just keep myself in shape.
You sure do. Listen, can I do something for you to show you I really meant thanks?
You certainly can. How about coffee?
Oh, sure, but that's nothing. What I meant was...
I know what you meant. My name's Dave Wilson.
Oh,
Good. I'm Larry Fielding.
Oh, come on, Larry. Let's have a cup of coffee.
You know, I still can't get over the way you tore into those guys.
I was a commando in World War II.
World War II?
Did you think I was in the Civil War?
No, I didn't mean that. It's just...
Well, to a young fellow like you, World War II might as well have been in the last century. It was only 30-some-odd years ago, you know.
Oh, I know. After all, I was in the newspaper business.
Yeah, that's tough what you told me about losing your job. What are you going to do?
Oh, I don't know. Look around for another one. What bothers me is the way my editor let me go. No explanations. You know, we were friends. You'd think he'd at least tell me why he fired me.
Those things happen. Stop torturing yourself and begin making plans.
No, not until I get this thing straightened out in my own mind. I think I'll call my editor at home tonight and...
I've got a better idea.
Go out and get drunk, huh?
Nope. How about a trip to Paris?
Are you putting me on?
I'm serious.
Well, what are you? A scout for contestants for some kind of TV quiz show?
No, I am a man sitting on $200,000.
What?
And I need a guy just like you.
Now, look, I'm a newspaper man. Anytime a stranger starts talking about a trip to Paris and $200,000, I,
Walk away without even listening?
Yeah.
Even if the man just happened to maybe save you from being mugged, robbed, and beaten up?
Okay, all right, I'll listen, but believe me, that'll be it.
Fair enough. First, here's my card.
Oh, David Wilson Calridge Imports. I never heard of him.
You can call and check me out. I told you I was in World War II.
Oh, look, I'm grateful to you, but you're wasting your time.
Why don't you shut up and listen? You've probably heard about the millions of dollars in artworks and precious jewels that the GIs liberated during the last days of the war.
Liberated, sure, yeah. Well, I've heard stories.
Well, most of them are true. One that I know in particular certainly is. Did you ever hear of the Lancer collection?
Lancer?
The Comte de Lancer came from an old French family. And the Lancer collection is a fabulous assortment of diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and other precious stones which were seized by the Nazis when they swept through France in 1940. A pal of mine, not a commando, happened to come upon the collection when the Americans were driving the Germans back in 44.
Wait a minute. And he liberated it?
Exactly. He and a distinguished Frenchman named Henri Thiel.
Oh, Professor Henri Thiel? The archaeologist?
That's the man.
Oh, come on. He wouldn't,
You were saying something?
No, nothing.
You were about to say he wouldn't get involved in anything crooked, weren't you?
Yeah, something like that.
You're right, he wouldn't. But he was younger. The world was quite different then. And my GI pal was a most persuasive guy. They decided to bury the Lancer collection. They did. They drew a map. And today, Professor Thiel is the only possessor of that map.
Uh-huh. And, what happened to your nameless friend?
He's dead. Professor Thiel wants to return the jewels.
But that's easy, isn't it?
Not if the professor doesn't want embarrassing questions asked about how he came by that map in the first place.
Oh. What about you?
Calridge Imports is a highly respected and reputable importing firm. I want to keep it that way.
Oh, so do I, even though I've just been fired.
You haven't heard what I'm asking you to do.
Well, what?
Come with me to Paris. You're writing a story on Professor Thiel. He's good material. You'll grant me that.
Yes, yeah.
You'll interview him, naturally. During the course of that interview, he'll give you a slip of paper, which is a map showing the location of the jewels. You'll later deliver it to me. And that's all you have to do.
You, mentioned something about sitting on hundreds of thousands of dollars?
That's right. The Lancer collection is worth that and more. I'm sitting on it. I intend to return the jewels and collect a reward. If you want to share in that, you deserve it. Mrs. Wilson, the report is positive. Fielding has agreed to go to Paris with me. He bought the story about picking up a map showing the location of the Lancer collection. Operation successful. You'd better be on your way, Larry. You're due at Professor Teal's in 10 minutes.
I suppose it's too late to back out, huh?
You can always back out, Larry, but I don't think you will. There's really nothing to it. Make it look like a normal interview. Take notes. The professor will give you the map. Slip it in with your notes. Bring it back to me here. I'll be waiting.
Okay.
Larry.
Yes?
Relax.
Oh, sure thing. I'll see you.
Would Monsieur mind if I join him?
I wouldn't mind at all, but I don't think I'm what you're looking for.
Oh, but Monsieur is exactly what I seek. Exactly.
And just what is it you're seeking?
To warn you that you are in grave danger.
Why don't you come off it with that phony accent? If you've got something to say to me, say it.
Would Monsieur buy me a Pernod?
Sure. Garçon, Pernod, please.
Monsieur, it is very difficult for me. I do play a role, as you have guessed. And I am not here by chance. You must leave, and quickly.
Your Pernod, monsieur.
Not for me, it's for the lady.
And for you, I have a knife. Go, mademoiselle, go.
But he's going to die.
Do as I say. There'll be no problem. Simply put his head down gently on the table. So. And people will see another drunken tourist.
Your name is Larry Fielding. You're 28 years old, and you're feeling marvelous. You have just completed a fascinating interview with Professor Henry Teal, and you have the paper that you're going to hand over to your friend who's waiting at Les Deux Magots. You see him at the table where you left him. His head is down, but you're not concerned.
Dave, wake up. I saw the professor. What?
Monsieur, what has happened?
Well, I don't know. I came back to meet my friend. I guess he's passed out.
A moment, monsieur. Look, this man has been murdered.
What?
Stabbed to death. You will wait here for the police.
I will not. I'm getting out of here.
Who's there?
It is I. Open up.
What's the matter? What happened?
The other American. The young one. He got away.
You let him go?
He panicked. Ran.
Now what?
He'll probably go back to his room at the Dauphine. You will check.
But aren't the police looking for him?
I hope so. I gave them a complete description.
And what do I say to them if they find me in his room?
Calm, a beautiful young lady like yourself. Get to him and find out where the paper is.
All right. Who are you? If I take my hand away, you promise not to scream? Right? Okay. Now, why have you picked the lock into my room?
Never mind. You have to get out of here.
Not until you tell me who you are.
If that matters, my name is Carol Johnson. I've been sent here to help you.
Oh, sure.
I know about the murder of your friend.
Wait a minute. Sent by whom?
I'll answer your questions while we're on the way.
On the way to where?
Safety.
I don't need to run. I didn't kill anybody. I'm not about to take off with a strange girl, particularly not one who's equipped with skeleton keys.
Oh, suit yourself. Goodbye.
Come in.
Monsieur de Ransfielding.
Yes?
Inspector Victor Roux, Sûreté.
Oh.
You will please come with me.
What for?
Suspicion of murder of another American? Monsieur David Wilson.
Inspector, listen. Why would I kill Dave? I've already told you I had an appointment to meet Dave at the cafe. He was waiting for me. Would I have walked up to a man I just killed and shake him so that he'd fall down and make a big scene?
That is your explanation. There is nothing to support it.
Well, there's nothing against it either.
There is the word of Louis Goret.
Louis... Who's he?
The waiter who attended the table at which Monsieur Wilson and you sat. The only reason that you are not, as of this moment, charged with murder is because you did return. That much the waiter's testimony supports. Only he says that Monsieur Wilson might very well have been dead shortly after you returned, and that you had time to kill him.
That's a lie.
So you say.
Oh, just check with Professor Teal. He'll tell you what time I arrived, what time I left.
We have been trying, and there has been no answer. We may have him on the telephone now. Hello? Eh? Ah? So? Very bien. Merci.
All right, well, what'd he say?
That was not Professor Teal. That was his apartment. And his servant.
His servant? There was nobody there when I saw him.
Don't you mean if you saw him, monsieur?
Oh.
According to the servant, Professor Teal left for an extended holiday early this morning, and it is not known when he is expected back.
Your name is Larry Fielding. You're 32 years old, and you find yourself in prison in Paris, accused of murder. You know you've been had, and you're dealing with forces that seem beyond your control. You have a million questions, and the only man who could answer them is the man you're accused of killing. We'll be back shortly with Act Two.
When you drink beer, do you tilt the glass for long, hearty swallows? Or just tip it and sip it? Well, sipping's the thing for wine. But Budweiser beer is a hearty drink, brewed for zest and character. The best way to enjoy Bud is to drink it. Not chug-a-lug, just man-sized beer drinker swallows. That's when that famous Budweiser taste, smoothness, and drinkability really come through. Smoothness and drinkability that come only from natural carbonation and exclusive beechwood aging. Smoothness and drinkability, too good for any half-hearted sipping. So drink up. You'll see that brewing beer right does make a difference, and that when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
In 1919, someone had a big idea. Let's help youth understand big business by starting them in small businesses of their own. And Junior Achievement was born. Each group elected a board of directors, chose a product, set up a production line, sold stock, and went into business. That year, 314 students made and sold products and learned the business of business. Today, Junior Achievement has grown to nearly 200,000 members. Junior Achievers are designing and marketing their own products and services, from cutting boards to printing. They're organizing sales efforts, writing marketing plans, calculating profit and loss. Running these small businesses helps Junior Achievers understand how big business works. Support Junior Achievement, where youth learns the business of business. Call your local Junior Achievement office.
To many Americans, Paris means visits to the Louvre, strolls along the Seine, or fine food. But to Larry Fielding, it means the inside of a prison cell, where he sits accused of a murder he didn't commit. Fielding knows he's been caught up in something that involves more than the recovery of some stolen jewels. However, what he doesn't realize is that he's the key pawn in a deadly game, and the players are about to make some moves.
Come.
I don't think it's smart to have me come here so often.
I would not have sent for you if it were not necessary. Do you still believe that Fielding knows nothing about the operation?
I do.
Then where's the document?
Well, we don't know he ever had it, do we?
We know he visited Thiel. We know that Wilson waited for him at Les Dumagots. We know he came back there. I think it is safe to assume that he was carrying the plans.
And he didn't have it on him when he was arrested.
Roger arranged to be there when Fielding was brought in and searched. He says there was nothing on him.
But he wasn't picked up right away.
Exactly. He eventually went back to his hotel room, as you know. I believe he has the paper and that he has somehow managed to hide it.
Oh.
It does us no good in prison. We shall have to arrange to have him released.
And how do we do that?
We don't. You do.
Sit down, mademoiselle. Your passport says Carol Johnson.
That's right, Inspector.
And I am told you are in my office because of the unfortunate incident in the Café Les Deux Magots.
Yes, Inspector. I just had to come here to tell you you have the wrong man.
Ah? And how do you know that?
I'm studying at the Sorbonne. I visit Les Deux Magots all the time. I was sitting right there when that man was murdered.
Formidable. You saw a man murdered and you did nothing.
Oh, at the time I didn't know it was a murder. I just thought the man had too much to drink or was ill. But the reason I know that you've arrested the wrong man is that the murdered man was dead before this young American Fields
Fielding.
Yes, well, the man was dead before Fielding ever got to the table. Fielding came and shook him. And that was when it was discovered that he was dead. I'm prepared to swear to that, Inspector.
Of course you are prepared to swear to this story that you have just told me.
Why not? It's the truth.
Of course, mademoiselle. Why would a beautiful young lady like yourself lie to an inspector of the Sûreté?
I'm not sure that I like the way you say that, Inspector. But everything will be all right if you release young Fielding.
You have told me you will swear to this statement of yours in court. Therefore, I have very little choice.
Ah, good.
But, mademoiselle, I have been a police officer for 20 years. Long enough to know that witnesses who appear late with an alibi for an accused murderer often have reason.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
And I also wish to warn you, mademoiselle, that the Sûreté considers this a very much open case.
That is the business of the Sûreté. Au revoir, Inspector.
Gérard, you will follow the young lady who just left my office, and do not lose her.
Hello there.
Oh, it's you.
Want to give me a lift?
Well, I suppose I owe you something for getting me out of jail. Taxi! Taxi! Here, we got one. Hop in.
Oh, thanks.
Driver, Hotel Dauphine.
Well, you look pretty good for a jailbird.
You look pretty good yourself for... Come to think of it, what are you?
An American girl in Paris trying to make a living. What are you?
An American in Paris in need of a bath, a drink, and some food.
You know, you're not bad looking.
Oh, thanks. While we seem to be exchanging compliments, can I say you're about the best-looking girl I've seen since I've been here?
Thank you. Now that we like each other so much, don't you think it's time we started telling each other the truth?
Yes, I'll buy that. Écoutez-moi, operator, well, never... You speaking. Okay, well, look, I phoned the desk about an hour ago to get this room straightened up, and so far nothing's happened. Now, can you please just send someone up so I can sleep here tonight, huh?
Oh, while you're at it, where's our food?
Wait a minute, that's a different department.
Oh.
I'll have to call room service again.
Oh, maybe you won't have to bother.
Entree.
Your dinner, monsieur. Madame?
Merci.
Monsieur would like me to serve.
No, thanks. No, I think I can handle it myself.
As monsieur wishes.
Wait a minute. Don't I know you?
I think not, monsieur.
Now, I've seen you before. I'm sure I've seen you.
Paris is a large city, monsieur. One passes people on the streets and...
The streets, that's it. You're the same guy who was at the Café Les Deux Magots.
Monsieur is mistaken.
What? Hey, wait a minute. Come back here. I want to talk to you.
Oh, now don't go chasing him down the hall.
Why not? Listen, Carol, I'm positive he's the same waiter.
He'll just deny it and you can't prove it.
But...
Even if you could. What do you think it means?
Well, it means... Well, I don't know. But if I get him to talk, maybe I'd find out something.
I thought you were going to clue me in.
Oh, yeah. Listen, have you ever heard of the Lancer collection?
Of course. It's in the Louvre.
Oh.
The family of Comte de Lancer gave it to the museum after it was recovered when the Nazis fled Paris.
What?
Well, why does that shake you up so much?
Because it can't be true.
Come with me to the Louvre and I'll show it to you.
Well, that changes everything. Come on.
Where are we going?
To the American consul.
Well?
Unbelievable.
What?
Simply unbelievable. Do you know what the consul told me?
I predicted it, didn't I?
Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. He didn't want to hear about it at all. Just advised me to forget the whole thing and leave France. Incredible.
Well, not really when you understand that he doesn't know what you're talking about.
But you do.
Some of it.
Okay, take me back to the hotel.
Any reason?
I'm taking the consul's advice. If nobody's interested, I'll go back to the States.
Well, now that they've cleaned up the room so nicely, you're leaving.
Well, do you have a better idea?
More than one.
I think I'll take them one at a time.
Number one. Give me the paper Professor Teal gave you.
Well, it looks like we're finally going to level.
Where is it?
Well, first you tell me something. What is it?
I don't know.
End of conversation.
Larry, listen to me. I work for Colonel Blake, military intelligence. I was assigned to this operation.
What operation?
All I was told was that Dave Wilson, who also works for us, was coming over here with you, and that you were to get something from Professor Teal and give it to Dave.
Teal worked with you, too?
He did. But now his cover is blown, and I don't know where he is.
Who killed Wilson?
I don't know. It could have been any one of 3 or 4 foreign powers.
And the only reason I'm alive is because somebody wants the paper.
That's right.
And if I give it to you, then there's really no reason not to kill me.
Oh, give it to me. I'll get it to Colonel Blake and we'll get you safely out of the country.
No, hold on. I got a better idea. I'll go with you to Colonel Blake and we'll give it to him together.
No, that would be too dangerous.
To whom?
Will you please trust me?
Give me a reason.
Please, where's the paper?
I burned it.
You expect me to believe that?
Why not? You expect me to believe everything you tell me?
You admit you had the paper. And somehow, between the time you ran from Les Deux Magots, you managed to hide it in a place where experts have been unable to find it.
I told you I burned it.
And you know that's a fairy tale that no one will believe.
I don't care whether you believe it or not. Now, are you coming with me?
Where?
To talk to your Colonel Blake.
He won't see you.
Oh, I think he will. Goodbye, Carol. It was nice knowing you. I think.
You will kindly step back into your room, Monsieur Feeling.
Now, wait a minute.
Let me introduce myself. I am Major Simonovich.
Oh, of the GPU or the NKVD?
It does not really matter. What matters is that you and I have something to discuss.
I warned you.
Yeah, sure you did. Just like a rattlesnake does.
I do so dislike dealing with amateurs. This is strictly a business.
You mean you want to make a deal with me?
Correction. I mean you would find it wise if you wanted to make a deal with us.
For the paper?
Exactly. Where is it?
No, not so fast. Not so fast. You spoke about a deal?
You give us the paper, we give you your life.
You must really believe I'm an idiot. You people murdered Wilson. That paper is the only thing that's keeping me alive.
I have my word.
No deal.
Do you really believe you have a choice? Carol, call Rodjansky. Make the usual arrangements. We will wait here.
Donnez-moi 80-36, s'il vous plaît. C'est ça. Merci.
Carol.
Yes.
Tell me something. Will I like Rodzansky?
By this time, Larry Fielding realizes that he's been used. That he was never supposed to bring Dave Wilson a paper telling the location of the Lancer jewel collection. But his discoveries have only added to his dilemma. He was quick-witted enough to realize that his only hope was to hide the paper, because that slip of paper is his last resort. We'll be back shortly with Act 3.
Breakfast in the morning, Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. We've been having some fun in our television and radio commercials by using a ball and chain to symbolize the slight overweight problem common to so many of us. We point out that being a few pounds overweight is just a little more difficult for you. Climbing stairs, just walking around, even sitting down can feel, well, like you're wearing a ball and chain. In case you missed the message, it's this. If you really want to get rid of that extra weight, you really have to work at it by exercising and with sensible meals like the Special K breakfast. A 1-ounce bowl of Special K, America's favorite high-protein cereal, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. Less than 240 calories. Nutritious and, by the way, delicious. So why not begin each day with a Special K breakfast and then keep up the good work? Special K can't help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
Hi, I'm Hal Linden. There's a lot of talk these days about America's energy crisis. Talk about doing without heat, about doing without our cars, about what's going to happen if we run out of fuel. Well, we may not have to run out of fuel if we all work together to conserve the fuel we have. That means turning your thermostats down to 68 degrees during the day and turning them down to 60 at night. It means turning off lights, TV sets, and electrical appliances the minute we're finished with them. It means driving no faster than 50, starting or joining carpools, avoiding the kind of stop-and-go motoring that eats up gas by the gallon. In short, it means saving every ounce of energy we can, every chance we get. So please, do your part to make the fuel supply stretch a little further. For your own sake, don't be selfish. Don't be foolish. Don't be fuelish.
This message from the Federal Energy Office and the Advertising Council.
Newspaperman Larry Fielding sits waiting in his Paris hotel room, closely guarded by 3 members of the Russian secret police and the beautiful American girl, Carol Johnson. They are waiting for a man named Rozansky, who might very well be, for all Fielding knows, his executioner.
You know we mean to obtain the paper. Rojansky is a doctor and a chemist. He'll be here shortly. You will be put to sleep painlessly. You'll be taken from here in an ambulance to a safe place, and there you will be injected with sodium pentothal, Fielding. You will tell us.
Look, I don't suppose you'll tell me what's so important about this piece of paper?
You have heard of the SAM-6 missiles, the surface-to-air weapons with deadly accuracy that we have developed and which were used so successfully in minor wars in Asia and the Middle East?
Yes, I've heard of them.
Good. We learned that someone whose identity we still seek has invented a jamming device which would render the SAM-6 almost worthless. We don't believe that any such system can be invented, but we do not take chances. We have reason to believe that the piece of paper that you carried away from Professor Teals has the information for building such a device. That will be Rojansky. Carol, admit him.
Of course. Come in, Doctor. This is the patient.
Now, look, I really don't think this is necessary.
It will be easier if you don't fuss, young man.
I don't intend to make...
Hold it. Now, his arm. Hold it still. Good.
You brought a stretcher?
Of course. There. You'll be under in a moment, so we can leave. What is this? Gendarmes?
It has nothing to do with us. We are taking a sick man to the hospital. Put this stretcher into the ambulance. Quickly.
I must apologize, but we received a report from the hotel concierge that there was a dead man here.
Absurd, Inspector. This is Dr. Jansky. The doctor will explain this to you, Inspector.
This man became suddenly quite ill. I gave him a sedative to quiet him, and we're now taking him to the Lefebvre nursing home, as you can see by the ambulance.
You say he is alive?
Very much so. See for yourself.
Mon Dieu. I know this man.
Inspector, he must receive medical attention.
Of course. But I suggest that instead of taking him to the nursing home, he go instead to the police hospital.
That's ridiculous. He's my patient.
I am afraid I must insist. This young man has most recently been released from jail, where we were holding him on a charge of murder.
If he has been released, then
Released, yes. But he has not been completely cleared, so... Laurent, Bigon, take this man to the police hospital.
Did you get a report?
Yes.
And?
He'll be conscious in an hour.
And he will talk.
I'm sure of that.
He will scream to see Colonel Blake, and then your cover is blown, and the whole operation goes fooey.
What do we do?
Silence him.
But what about the papers?
We will be faulted for that, of course, but if we do not have it, neither do the Americans. Who do we have in the police hospital?
Only Leclerc.
A weakling, but he can admit Rozhansky.
Rozhansky's a doctor. He doesn't need Leclerc to admit him. He can visit his patient openly.
Thank you, my dear. I visit Fielding and he dies shortly thereafter. That idea does not appeal to me.
We have to do something.
You are both right. Carol, you will be his first visitor when he regains consciousness.
No.
Yes, Carol. Rozhansky, give her your hypodermic kit.
I don't have to do this, and I won't.
You would prefer that in my report I mention your failure with Fielding when you had some hours alone with him?
I'll go.
That is wise. Rozhansky, give her the syringe.
Here.
Quickly. The car is waiting. And Carol, if you should decide, or even think about changing sides, it would be most unwise. You know the French police are still most interested in the person who murdered Wilson.
You awake now, Larry?
Oh, no.
Wake up and listen to me, Larry.
What?
You've got to listen. Try to understand me.
Wait a minute. What kind of a place is this?
You're safe. It's a police hospital.
All right, but how did you get in here? Where's Rozhansky?
Look, I can understand how you feel and why you don't trust me, but the truth really is that I am a double agent.
Oh.
Do you understand what a double agent is?
As near as I can figure out, a double agent is somebody working for two different sides.
Yes.
And neither side trusts them.
Oh.
You know, that fits you to a T. You might just be telling the truth.
I am. I really work for Colonel Blake, as I told you. The Russians know it. They think I've infiltrated the U.S. military intelligence. But in fact...
Yes, I know. You've really done just the opposite.
Yes.
Worked your way into the Russian apparatus.
Exactly. Oh, Larry, how can I make you believe me?
You can't.
Listen, you were deliberately recruited. The reason you lost your job was because we got in touch with your boss. He agreed to go along. The men who jumped you were part of the setup so that Wilson could save you.
Hey, now, wait a minute. But that doesn't prove a thing. You could have learned all that working for Blake and still be with the other side and...
Oh...
And wait, now, speaking of Wilson, how about getting him killed?
I tried to warn him, but there wasn't enough time. It was either go along with that or blow my cover and endanger the whole operation.
And when I wanted to give the plans to Blake, you objected.
Same problem if I went with you to Blake or you went to him after we had talked. My cover was blown.
All right. Now, and suppose I had given you the plans. How would that have changed the situation?
We would have had a phony copy that I would have delivered to Igor and everything would have been fine. And there's still time for me to do that. If you will just believe me and tell me where the plans are.
I'd like to believe you. I really would.
Please. Where are they, Larry?
Get me to Blake.
It's too dangerous. Look, you see this.
Yeah, it's a hypodermic.
It's death. Igor sent me here with this to kill you. Now, do you believe me?
Wait a minute. If you don't kill me, and I guess you don't intend to, what will Igor and his friends think? Isn't your cover blown then anyway?
Could be, but if I come back with the plans and say that I got them out of you without having to kill you, there's a chance they'll believe me.
Uh-huh.
Well?
I'm thinking. Who are you?
One of the hospital guards, monsieur.
Oh.
Mademoiselle, you have been here some time. How is the patient?
Guard.
Yes, monsieur?
Call Colonel Blake at U.S. Military Intelligence. Tell him I've got to see him right away on a matter of the utmost urgency.
Colonel Blake?
Colonel Blake.
I will inform my superior.
Now, you don't have to inform anyone. Just call him.
Yes, monsieur. The Major will be disappointed you have not followed instructions.
You are a fool. I would have had the information if you hadn't come in when you did.
I know what you were ordered to do.
What? What's this?
A moment of truth, I'm afraid, Larry.
Oh, I know how highly the Major regards you, mademoiselle. But I also know what he thinks of me. Tonight will change that. Give me that syringe.
Here, right in your arm.
Oh, you traitor. I knew.
Carol, you were telling me the truth.
Yes. Yes, I was. And I had to kill him. To make you see it. Where is the paper, please?
In my hotel room.
Oh, aren't you ever going to stop playing games? You know your room was searched.
Let me get dressed and I'll show you.
If it's not here, there's going to be the devil to pay.
Don't worry, it's here.
Now I'm the one who has to be shown. Trained operatives from 2 special branches went over this room with everything except Geiger counters.
Okay.
Where are we going?
The bathroom.
That was searched, too.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
Oh, we went through that cabinet.
Did you now? What do you see?
Towels, paper tissues, some of your toilet articles. We took your razor apart.
Uh-huh. And what else?
A roll of toilet tissue, unopened.
And as the French say, mademoiselle, voila.
Oh.
And now we unroll this toilet tissue and keep unrolling it, and...
Oh, my God. Where did you learn to open a package and reseal it like that?
When I was a kid, I was the best clerk in Roscoe's shipping department.
Oh, thanks. It was nice knowing you. I really mean that, Larry.
Hey, wait a minute. Surely I've earned the right to buy you dinner.
I'd like to.
Well, you'd better, or I'll start doing some talking.
Blackmail?
You said it.
All right. I'll meet you at Les Deux Magots at 10:30.
No way. Let's try the right bank, La Rotonde.
That's a date. I'll see you.
You better be there.
Shirts, ties. Yes, I think that's everything. Come. Oh, it's you, Rojansky. Are you coming with me?
I am staying.
And we shall say goodbye. I do not have much time. The plane for Moscow leaves at...
I do not think you'll be taking the plane.
Are you insane? You know I've been recalled.
Not precisely.
What do you mean, not precisely?
Moscow feels you have bungled badly.
So? It's not the first time that an operation has been...
First, you were duped by the American girl. You know she was a double agent?
I know now. Did you know before she killed Leclerc?
I was not in charge at that time.
At that time?
Now there are 2 murders that cannot be hushed up. The French police must have a murderer to satisfy the public.
Then give them Carol.
I only wish that we could. They want you. You have been chosen to be the murderer. I am replacing you as the head of this section.
Ridiculous. I won't remain quiet. I have a lot I could and will say to the authorities if Moscow abandons me. Now you listen to me, Rojansky.
I have no time to listen.
Rojansky, wait. That hypodermic. Don't... Oh.
The Igor, you should be pleased to know that your dying will serve a good cause.
I'm sorry I'm late, but
But?
there were loose ends that had to be cleared up.
Well, I thought maybe you decided against coming.
Oh,
After all, your job here is finished.
well, yes.
Sit down, sir. Now that the Russians know you, there's nothing for you to do. It would be suicide to try to, huh?
Oh, well, there are other things for me.
Sure. Like getting married to a lovesick newspaper man, settling down, raising a family.
Oh. Oh, I take it I'm your first Matahari.
Mm-hmm. First and only.
Well, Larry, we're very different from other women. In our business, you pay dues. And they're heavy payments.
I don't get it.
I'm talking about sitting at another cafe on the left bank. Sitting and knowing that an agent named Wilson was going to be killed. Clumsily trying to warn him, and finally deciding that his death was the way it had to be. Larry, that's a big payment.
But you can forget about it now. It wasn't your fault.
No, forget about that and forget about Leclerc.
Well, you had to...
You see, it's even hard for you to say. I had to kill him. No, Larry, I have to keep on to justify those things.
But, Carol, listen...
Bye, Larry. Thanks for the champagne.
But our dinner, I've ordered dinner. At least have dinner with me.
Oh, we both know what I have to do. If I ever change my mind, I promise I'll come running.
Larry Fielding sat in La Rotonde and watched her walk away. He knew she was walking out of his life. For a moment, he toyed with the idea of running after her and joining her world of spies. He flirted with the idea that he might even be some sort of an American James Bond. But then, the waiter brought the dinner. And to his surprise, he was hungry. And that realization made him wonder about whether or not he was truly in love. I'll be back shortly.
Who knows how to help you solve your shopping problems? Your Better Business Bureau knows.
I saw this perfectly darling mirror in the showroom, so I bought it. But when the truck came, they delivered this thing I never saw before. Now what am I going to do?
I'll tell you what to do, madam.
But who are you?
I'm the man from the Better Business Bureau. Now, the first thing to do is to call the store manager and tell him what happened. But in the future, when your merchandise is delivered, you should examine the item before the delivery truck leaves. And if it's to be delivered from a warehouse, have a clear understanding with the dealer that unless it is the same as the sample shown to you, you will not accept it or pay for it.
Oh, thank you.
Just part of my job, madam, to help people with their shopping problems.
Back in New York, Larry Fielding returned to his old job. An old friend and boss, Horace Finley, who was curious about what had happened in Paris. Finley kept pressing Larry to tell him about his Parisian adventure. Finally, Larry said, I'll tell you, Horace. In Paris, the food was good. Our cast included William Redfield, Joan Loring, Roger De Koven, Ian Martin, and Chris Gampel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I really killed that boy, you know?
What did you say?
I killed him, Mr. Murray. I waited for him in the hallway the next day, and I grabbed him. He was a scrawny kid. It was like wringing in the neck of a chicken. I'd do the same thing again, Mr. Murray, to the next guy who bothers my wife. They gotta learn.
You lied to me. Every stinking word you told me was a lie.
Don't be sore, Mr. Murray. I couldn't tell you the truth, could I? I mean, You wouldn't have taken the case, would you?
Yes! I would have taken the case and told you to plead guilty with cause.
No, I wanted you to get me off, and that's what you did. Look, I've got to go now, Mr. Murray. I just want to say thanks again.
Oh, you think it's that simple? You think you can just walk out of here?
Melanie's waiting for me. She likes to eat dinner early. The girl's always hungry. So long, Mr. Murray.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Radio Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WDAF, Kansas City.
Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Herbert Marshall in What Price Freedom. Later in our program, we will bring you a personal message from Secretary of the Treasury Henry Morgenthau. Before beginning our play this evening, we'd like to tell you how easy it is to make your car look new. DuPont recommends any one of three methods. Number 7 polish will clean away all traffic film and restore the color and luster. Or you can use DuPont Speedy Wax if the finish is fairly new and not badly weathered. However, to get the most protection and the longest lasting luster, clean the finish first with DuPont Duco Cleaner and then polish it with Duco Wax. Each method is safe, quick, and gives excellent results. And now our play, What Price Freedom? War is more than an army in the winning or losing of battles. War is a projection into action of the will and belief and unity of all the people. The American army is the American people. Its strength stems from one source, the strength and determination of our fight at home. Tonight, the DuPont Cavalcade brings you a story from another war, the War of the American Revolution, from a period in that war, the winter of 1781, when victory and freedom were almost lost. Not on a battlefield, but in the wavering faith of the people. A story written by Halstead Wells, which tells how, largely through the efforts of one man, that vital faith of the people in their nation was restored, even before the nation had been born. DuPont presents Herbert Marshall as Robert Morris in What Price Freedom on the Cavalcade of America.
Robert, I've always loved this view. The best glimpse of our home.
It is a good home, and it's good to be living in it for a change.
Yes, it's been almost like another honeymoon.
And nothing's going to stop this one. John?
Yes, Mr. Morris?
Will you let us out of the front door and take the horses right in? They'll take cold in this weather.
I'll rub them down, Mr. Morris, right away. Oh, okay.
Here, there. Let me help you, dear. And we'll have tea alone?
Oh, I don't think there'll be anyone else. The children are sledding. Oh, isn't this lovely? It's snowing again. Well, we're back, Sally. Is tea ready?
Yes, ma'am. And there's some gentlemen to see Mr. Morris, a Mr. Hancock, and a Mr. Jay, and a Mr. Griffin.
Oh, the end of the honeymoon. Gentlemen from the Congress.
Nonsense, Mary. I'll see what they want, but I'm a free man, and I'm going to stay that way. Are they in the library, Sally?
Yes, Mr. Morris.
I'll get rid of them quickly, Mary. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
If I'd known I was having such distinguished visitors.
This isn't exactly a visit, Mr. Morris.
No? Well, Mary is seeing about tea for us.
We're in something of a hurry, Mr. Morris.
You see, Mr. Morris, the Congress has decided to appoint a superintendent of finance.
Yes?
You know the situation we face. The British no longer count on the military victory, but on our financial collapse.
And they know it will happen soon, that the country faces bankruptcy.
Yes, I know.
And the Congress feels that only a strong man, a man the people trust, can save the situation as superintendent of finance.
Yes?
And so we three were appointed a committee to ask you to take the position.
Oh, I see. No, I can't do it, gentlemen.
Oh, but Mr. Morris...
I can't organize the finances of a nation, gentlemen, unless I first have a nation.
Sir?
This isn't a nation. This is a hodgepodge of selfish communities called states, each refusing to pay taxes as another benefit.
That's true.
We're all locked apart in blind isolation, and no one will lend a penny to the government.
But that's why we need a man who can see beyond his own purse.
We need a nation that can see beyond its own purse. For if we lose the war, we'll lose our purse altogether. We'll lose everything.
And that, sir, should be your first speech as superintendent of finance.
That has been my speech for 4 terms in Congress, Mr. J.
If you would just keep trying.
No. Crying in the wilderness has no music for me. That's what I've been doing until I've lost my voice, lost my heart.
And lost most of your money.
It's more the time than the money.
But if you only knew how people look to you...
If I only had faith that people could be begged, badgered, driven into a commonwealth, then I would give up everything for it. But these years have left me no faith.
Talk it over with your wife, Mr. Morris, and
But
then...
my wife is one reason why I decline. I'm not young. In the years left me, I should like a few leisured moments with her and my children. No,
Mr. Morris, the Finance Committee meets tomorrow night. Couldn't you come and at least...
I really see no purpose, gentlemen.
At least think about it until then.
Well,
Oh, you gentlemen aren't leaving. He will be here in a moment.
We're sorry to say no, Mrs. Morris. We finished our business with your husband, and there's a meeting in the city.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's so nice having visitors these days now that Robert isn't working hard. I'd hoped we were going to have a pleasant tea together.
Another day, Mrs. Morris.
Well, please do come, all of you.
We will indeed. Then you'll think it over, Mr. Morris?
yes, I'll think it over, at least that.
Well, we'll hope to see you tomorrow night, Mr. Morris. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mrs. Morris.
Goodbye. Well, dear, tea alone.
Yes, Mary.
Robert, you seem tired suddenly. Are you?
No, just thinking.
What is it, dear? What did they want?
Congress wants me to be superintendent of finance. They were a committee.
Oh.
Naturally, I said no.
Oh, did you?
Of course. Only an insane man would take such a responsibility at a time like this. It'll be ruinous.
I suppose it's terribly important.
But how can I?
No, I suppose you can.
All those years of my life I've given to the public. Now I want time for myself. Is that selfish?
Of course not, dear.
A man has a right to tend to his own affairs.
That's true.
And to spend an evening with his family. Mary, you don't think I should...
Not if you believe you shouldn't.
Think of the money I've already given, and the years. Has anyone in Philadelphia given more?
I know of no one, Robert.
Then, come, dear. Sit here on the sofa with me, and we'll forget all about it.
All right, Robert.
You know, Mary, these last few weeks of leisure have made me realize all over again what a fortunate man I am.
Yes, Robert?
In every way. Children, this house we built. But most of all in the years I've had with you, Mary.
They've been happy years.
Yes. With every kind of disaster raging outside, only this has been sure. Our happiness together.
Robert.
Yes, dear.
Before I came in just now, I stood outside a moment and I heard you say something.
What was that?
I heard you say that if we lose the war, we'll lose everything.
Well...
My dear, it isn't possible that we'd lose this, too. Our happiness together.
Where do you want me to drive you, Mr. Morris?
Oh, I thought I'd spend the morning enjoying the weather. Just drive, John.
Very well. Not like you, sir.
How's that, John?
Well, to begin with, sir, it's not good weather.
It is cold.
Then, well, I've been with you a good many years. I've never known you to waste time.
Ah, but I'm vacationing, John. I'm a free man.
I know, but I always thought that you even worked vacationing.
Do I? Well, I tell you, John, I want to drive because I have some thinking to do. You better stop at the side, John. Let that wagon pass.
All right, Mr. Morris. Too bloody narrow, these streets. Oh, right there. That's a big load he has there.
Thank you, mister, for moving over.
Whoa!
Say, mister, do you want to buy this load of wood?
Don't need it, thank you.
Hard and dry it is. Burn like tinder.
What's that you have there? Cordwood?
Yes, ma'am. Good hickory.
That's what I've been looking for. Are you aiming to sell?
Well, what's your offer?
$200.
Hard money?
No, Continental.
Ma'am, if you fill my wagon with Continental dollars, I wouldn't take it for wood. Wood burns better.
I need wood. My man can't chop. He's dead from the war. My children are sick in a cold house for a month.
Haven't you any silver plates swapped for the wood?
My silver's swapped already.
Or jewelry?
I haven't anything at all.
Don't blame me, ma'am. Blame Congress for bad money. Well, good day. Good day, mister.
Good day. All right, Mr. Morris? Yes, go ahead.
Mister, what do you think? Isn't there anybody smart enough to fix the money of this country so folks won't freeze to death?
I don't know, ma'am. I don't know. John, isn't that a child ahead?
Yes, Mr. Morris. Boy. Strange.
Yes, in this weather. I'm out here in the field. Stop, John. Maybe we can take him somewhere.
All right, Mr. Morris. Oh, where next?
Hello there. You going our way?
No, sir. I'm going down to the shore.
Bad weather.
Yes, sir.
There's no fishing in this weather.
No, sir. I'm going down to boil salt, sir.
Boil salt?
Yes, sir. We haven't any at home, and there's no buying it with rag money, so I boil seawater for it. If I boil a lot, we can use the salt for money.
It's kind of you to give me a ride, sir. My leg's bad.
Wounded?
Twice, sir.
Were you visiting home?
No, I'm going there now.
Oh, I see.
You're right. I'm a deserter.
But I didn't think...
I fought, sir, for 4 years. But I can't go on any longer. There are hundreds like me.
Hundreds?
I left my family, wanted to fight. My family's starving. So I'm going back to take care of them.
You haven't been paid?
Yes. Paper money. You know what that's worth.
Well, it's supposed to be...
Where my family is, it's more than 1,000 paper dollars to buy one good Spanish silver one, if you can buy it at all. What kind of money is that?
But if we lose the war...
I can't help that, mister. I'd starve myself, did at Valley Forge. But Congress has to do something. I can't have my children starve. Tell me, mister. Wouldn't you desert, too?
I don't know, soldier. Maybe I already have.
Oh, Robert, you're home early. And I've planned a wonderful evening.
Have you, dear?
Well, there'll be a good dinner for change. Portraits and rice.
That sounds good.
And the children want to play music for you afterwards.
They do?
Robert, have you heard what I've been saying?
Mary, I won't be staying at home this evening.
You won't?
I'm going to the city, to the meeting.
Then you're going to accept?
Yes, Mary, I'm going to be superintendent of finance.
Oh, Robert.
You won't mind, Mary. Maybe soon we can...
Mind? No, I don't mind.
You understand, Mary. I didn't ask for this appointment. And I know it's dangerous. I have to fight all kinds of interests. My reputation may suffer, but I have to try. I have to try to give the people enough faith in the nation so they will lend their money, knowing that war takes money. Do you understand?
Yes, Robert, I understand. And I'm very happy.
You are listening to Herbert Marshall as Robert Morris in What Price Freedom on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
One of the DuPont better things is lucite methyl methacrylate plastic, now being used for transparent bomber noses, airfield landing lenses, and compass parts for tanks.
Tonight's Cavalcade is a story about the darkest days of the American Revolution. After 5 years of war with people refusing to pay taxes or lend money to the government, the financial collapse of this country was imminent. Congress asked Robert Morris to become superintendent of finance, and Morris accepted the job. Soon afterwards, Colonel Russell Babcock, an aide to General Washington, came to Philadelphia on a secret mission from the commander-in-chief.
I came to see you, Mr. Morris, with a personal message from General Washington. Sit down, Colonel Babcock. I know your message. There's only one for me. I need money. Yes, that's right. Here's the letter from General Washington. Thank you.
You're going to read it?
I can scarcely bear to read it.
But surely you...
From anyone else, yes, I'd read it and feel a kind of bitter satisfaction that I could share my desperation. Is it the spring campaign?
Yes. You see here on the map.
The General's army is here between Peekskill and Kingsbridge?
Yes, and the British hold New York.
I see.
But the British also have a strong force under Cornwallis at Yorktown, Virginia. So General Washington plans to skirt New York and strike south to Yorktown.
That's a daring plan.
It means marching the main army over 300 miles and swiftly. But the army won't fail, Mr. Morris, unless the superintendent of finance fails to provide the supplies.
What supplies?
This letter from the general has a list of what we will need.
300 barrels of flour, 300 barrels of salt meat, 10 hogshead of rum, boats for 6,000 men, 100 head of cattle every week.
Well, sir?
Well, the general's requirements are clear, but how are these supplies to be procured?
Well, I assume, sir, that you would buy them.
Colonel, the cost of the war every month equals $2 million. The total assets of the Treasury equal $300,000. What's the answer?
I don't know, sir.
If I had the bank would be the answer, but the people won't subscribe to the bank.
Then what is there?
There is another chance, the French government. France may invest. I've written Dr. Franklin in Paris and told him to ask for a shipload of hard money. But it can't get here in time.
Mr. Morris, it is imperative.
Then there is the last and slimmest chance of all.
And that?
Congress, Colonel Babcock. Yes, I'll go to the Congress and tell them there's a war. Maybe they'd like to know.
Gentlemen. Mr. Morris, the superintendent of finance, asks your attention. Mr. Morris.
Mr. President and members of Congress, the last time I came here, I presented a plan for a new national bank. But all attempts to create the bank have failed. I am waiting today for a loan from the government of France for a shipload of money. I still have hope that another government will have that faith in our nation which we have failed to have.
Mr. President, Mr. Morris is impertinent. I demand
Gentlemen, perhaps I am impertinent, but I have a heavy responsibility, and it weighs upon me. And today, we are on the eve of the most decisive campaign of this long and difficult war. That campaign must be supplied. I have written to the governors of each state, entreating their utmost efforts, and I beg you to join me in this appeal to your own respective states. Supplies must be obtained by loans or taxes. If not by loans, taxation is the only recourse.
Mr. Morris, we're fighting this war against taxes.
Gentlemen, we are fighting this war for a commonwealth.
How do you propose to collect taxes, Mr. Morris? Nobody has any money.
That, is a complaint as old as taxation. That money is scarce. The fact is that men find money when they have a use for it. Hundreds today who cannot find money to pay for their liberty can find it to spend in the gratification of vanity, luxury, drunkenness, and debauchery. Gentlemen, if we will not submit to the enemy, then we must carry on the war. If we carry on the war, we must have the means. And if we do not provide them by law, they must be taken by force. War needs money. War must have money. This is logical. This is inexorable. Gentlemen, Godspeed.
Robert, dear, you look so terribly tired.
I am, Mary. It's been a disheartening day.
You must get rest, Robert. But there's a man waiting. He says he's a courier from General Washington.
Oh, I'll see him.
Robert, did something happen?
I heard today from Paris from Dr. Franklin.
He didn't get the loan?
No, he got it. Hard money totaling 2,500,000 livres. But the ship is 5 weeks overdue.
Oh, but what could have happened?
Sunk, maybe, or captured. And Washington is marching now to Yorktown.
Well, the courier, shouldn't you...
Yes, I'll see what he wants. Good evening. I'm Robert Morris.
Evening, sir. My name is James Whitler.
How do you do, Mr. Whitler?
I'm one of the men who's driving the cattle down across Jersey. The ones you will have them brought down for Mr. Washington's army when he gets there.
Oh, yes, I see. The cattle are on the way, aren't they? I was told.
Yes, sir. They're on their way. But I came to tell you, sir, that they're starving.
Starving? How?
For want of pasture, sir.
But what is Jersey but a pasture?
I know, sir. But the farmers won't let them feed.
In heaven's name, why not?
Not unless they're paid. By money. Big money they want, or the cattle can starve. War or no war.
And most of those farmers have sons in the army. You told them what the cattle were for?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, go back and tell them the government will pay them a fair price in due time. But if they don't make their pastures available, we will send troops to see that they do. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. That's clear.
Robert, Colonel Babcock just rode in.
All right, there. Tell them to come in.
I'll be getting back, Mr. Morris.
Get yourself something to eat before you leave.
Well, thank you, Mr. Morris. I will, gladly.
Now, come in, Colonel Babcock. You've been riding hard.
For 3 days, Mr. Morris. It's urgent.
It's always urgent.
Mr. Morris, General Washington gave the order to march for Yorktown.
Well?
But the army didn't march. All the men from Virginia were willing, but the northern soldiers wouldn't budge.
They want money.
A month's wages in silver.
But we simply don't have it.
The general begged and threatened. They won't move without money.
But does Washington expect me to get the money?
He can't move on Yorktown without it, sir.
Well, all right. Go back to him. Let him promise the troops the money. When they reach Philadelphia, a month's hard pay. Lord help us if we don't have it. Come in. Oh, it's you, John. You woke me. Isn't it early?
Yes, sir, but there's news. Good news, sir.
News?
Yes, sir, the ship. There was a storm, but she's safe.
Safe where?
In Boston, sir. And the money's safe. 2.5 million livres.
But in Boston.
Look, isn't that good, sir?
But we need to have it here in Philadelphia. It must be here before the army arrives.
Oh, I see.
There must be some way.
Mr. Morris, sir.
Yeah?
I could go for it, sir. Bring it overland.
So soon, do you think?
Well, I'm a fast rider, sir.
Yes, you are. But coming back, it's a whole shipload.
I could get carts in Boston, sir. And drivers. I know Boston. I could get good men. Men I can trust, sir.
It'll be a risk.
What isn't, sir?
You're right. When can you leave?
Today, sir, if you write the letters I'll need.
Right away, John. Bring me the pen there. I'll start now. General Washington.
Robert Morris. We've been waiting.
You were fast coming to Philadelphia, sir.
Well, there was an incentive for the men. Your good word.
Well, I do have the money.
I knew you wouldn't fail.
We came close to failing.
Is it ready to be distributed?
All ready, sir.
Would you announce it to the men? I think you should.
I'd like to.
Drummer, call the men and announce Mr. Morris.
Yes, sir. Mr. Robert Morris, Superintendent of Finance.
Soldiers, the news you are waiting for. I have money for you. 1 month's pay in silver. I hope soon to establish the currency of the nation so that in the future you will be paid regularly by establishing a national bank, a bank the people will trust and lend their money to. The money we have today is a loan from the government of France, but it is yours, and it will help you win a victory at Yorktown. Well, General Washington?
A little silver, and it's like new blood in their veins.
Mr. Morris, sir.
Yes, my boy.
I'm the drummer, sir, who announced you.
I know. You have your pay already?
Will you take it, sir?
I take it?
To put in your bank, sir.
But, my boy, we don't have a bank yet.
But you said if we'd invest, everybody.
That's true.
Someone has to start. And until then, I'll know my money's safe.
You'll know it? You'll really know it?
Oh, yes, sir. With the government, what else could be safer?
My boy, I was wrong just now.
Wrong about what, Mr. Morris?
We do have a bank.
Yes, sir.
The strongest bank of all. Yes, in spite of everything, we have your kind of faith. What could be sounder?
My faith, sir?
Yes. And out of it, we have a nation's future.
Thank you, Herbert Marshall. Ladies and gentlemen, our star returns in just a few moments. Now here is Gain Whitman speaking for DuPont to tell us what science has done for the loneliest man in the world.
All of us have thought many times since the war began of the loneliest man in the world, a flyer forced down at sea. On the rough water of the English Channel or far out on the South Pacific at this moment, some boy, his bullet-battered plane destroyed and sunk, is riding a life raft. How about that boy in his frail rubber boat? Will he reach safety? He has an excellent chance. Think what science has done for him. A pneumatic lifeboat is made of fabric impregnated and covered with neoprene, a chemical rubber developed by DuPont that makes it airtight so it floats and that protects it against salt water. In the fabric are pockets that hold the things the flyer needs on his lonely voyage. There's his food, given double protection against exposure and immersion by metal containers, the contents of which are individually protected by moisture-proof cellophane. A cellulose sponge is provided to soak up the last few inches of seawater which remain in the raft after bailing. And the flyer in the lifeboat may catch fish with a nylon fishing line. We don't mean that every part of the life raft is a DuPont product, not by any means. But nearly everything in the raft does owe something to chemical science. For instance, drinking water is manufactured by dipping seawater into a bag and adding chemicals to remove the salt. Life rafts have covers made of a special rayon and nylon fabric. They can be used as a roof, as protection against sun or rain, or as a sail. The covers are chemically coated, blue on one side and bright orange on the other, so they can be used either as camouflage or to signal friendly planes. To help the men who are searching for him, the flyer can also toss a chemical compound overboard that will dye the sea a bright color and will shine at night as a luminous phosphorescent spot on the water. The dye is carried in a small packet made from a synthetic resin-coated fabric. Some rafts carry a radio that sends out an automatic SOS signal. Its aerial is carried aloft by a neoprene balloon. Neoprene rather than rubber, because neoprene resists sunshine. Also, the flyer has a reflector, so he can use the sun's rays to signal in the daytime. All told, he has a far better chance of making his way to safety because of science, because of the kind of chemical know-how that brings you DuPont's better things for better living through chemistry.
And here is Herbert Marshall, star of this evening's cavalcade.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to read a telegram from the Honorable Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury, which he has sent to the cavalcade audience, and which reads, I regret that the pressure of government affairs makes it impossible for me to speak to you directly, as I have wished and planned. But I have read with deep interest the play just presented. Today, as in the days of Robert Morris, the need is great and urgent. Our forebears stood then, in a sense, on the eve of an invasion. We have successfully passed that point, but only passed it. Final victory is yet to be achieved. Supreme effort becomes the order of the day, effort that will reflect itself across the seas to our men, our kith and kin, who tonight fight and die for that victory. We have a continuing and increasing obligation to participate with them in the fullest measure. They need and must have our moral and material support for a sure victory and a decent and enduring peace. We at home can help provide that support by buying bonds and still more war bonds today and every day. Signed, Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury.
Next Monday evening, Cavalcade presents Jose Ferrer, Everett Sloan, and Barbara Weeks in My Friend McNair, the unusual story of an American soldier on bleak Attu Island who heard the Liberty Bell ringing its message to him, and the way this soldier influenced the lives of two people, the man who fought by his side and a woman whose husband was a prisoner of war. Cavalcade is pleased to remind its audience that Herbert Marshall appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, which this week celebrates 20 years of motion picture leadership. Tonight's Cavalcade music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. This is James Bannon sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware. Monday night is good listening on NBC. For your further pleasure, may we suggest that you stay tuned for the Firestone program, the Bell Telephone Hour, and Information Please, which follow over most of these stations. The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, came to you from Hollywood. The National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theatre, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Robert Young, and Frank Lovejoy in Goodbye, My Fancy. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that if you had a choice of going back into the past and reliving a part of your lives, a great many of you would pick your college days. Or perhaps rather than relive them, you'd just like to return there now, be awarded an honorary degree for your present accomplishments, and maybe rekindle an old romance. That's what our heroine does in tonight's play, which is based on the stage play Goodbye, My Fancy by Fay Kanan. As our stars of this intriguing story from the Warner Brothers Studios, we have one of Hollywood's finest actresses, Barbara Stanwyck, and co-starring in their original roles, Frank Lovejoy and Robert Young, who make it, rather difficult for Barbara to make up her mind between the old romance and the new. And for romance, a young man's fancy naturally turns to lovely girls with perfect complexions. We'd like to recommend Lux Toilet Soap for that fine beauty care. There is no better guarantee for romance than a radiant complexion. Now, Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill, and Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole. Among the members of the United States Congress, few are more widely respected, and certainly none is more attractive, than the Honorable Agatha Reed. Miss Reed has just returned to her office, lightly battle-worn, after another harrowing day in the cause of better government.
All right, Woody, what's the mail?
Another 1,000 or so letters. Make another speech like that last one, and you'll get the post office out of the red.
What's this one?
Marion Dennis, radio interview about your book.
Oh, I've been avoiding her for weeks. All right, but not before the middle of June.
What about this invitation? It's from Good Hope College.
You know I haven't time to... Why, it's from Good Hope.
Yeah, that's what I said. Then you said...
Woody, they want to give me an honorary degree.
Well, what's so special about that? You turned down Wellesley without blinking an eye.
But you don't understand. I went to Good Hope.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, take a letter.
Shall I type it on parchment?
Special delivery to Dr. James Merrill, President, Good Hope College, Good Hope, Massachusetts. My dear Jim, I can't tell you how... No, you'd better make that... Dear Dr. Merrill, I can't tell you how happy I was to receive your gracious invitation to return to Good Hope for an honorary degree. Good Hope has always been close to me, and nothing short of a congressional crisis will keep me away. And if I may be sentimental, it would give me great pleasure to be able to stay in my old rooms. Sincerely, Agatha Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Griswold.
Is he in? Dr. Merrill in his office?
I believe he's alone, Mr. Griswold, but perhaps I...
Never mind. I'm going in. Jim, I've got to talk to you.
Good. Well, sit down, won't you?
Last night, I wrote a letter to Agatha Reed. As chairman of the Board of Trustees, I thought it would be nice to let her know how happy we all are that she accepted your invitation.
Well, that was very thoughtful.
Then 10 minutes after the letter was mailed, my wife told me. Your wife told you what? That she used to be Agatha Reed's classmate.
Oh, I thought you knew.
And that Agatha Reed was expelled for staying out all night.
Yes, she was.
We're giving an honorary degree to a woman who was once expelled from here? Now, look, Jim, we're going to call the whole thing off.
I'm afraid it's too late for that, Claude. I've given the announcement to the papers. And Real Magazine is sending a man up to cover the commencement.
Real Mag? Oh, that's great. If they ever find out about her being expelled, we'll all wind up on the cover. There were a dozen women to choose from, but you've got to pick a hot potato like Agatha Reed. Why?
Well, Good Hope meted out some pretty harsh punishment to her. I think it's time we told her we were sorry. What's more, she's one of the most outstanding women in the nation. A woman who's won recognition as a columnist, war correspondent, and author.
We've got to go through with it, huh?
Yes, and stop worrying.
And it's entirely in your hands, Jim. She's your baby till after commencement.
Thank you, Claude. I find the prospect very interesting.
You may as well go on home, Woody. Our train doesn't leave until midnight. You can meet me at the station. What about my warm milk?
Room service is sending it up. Maybe I should tell him to put it in a baby bottle.
Meaning what?
Oh, this trip back to the cradle. A crowded calendar, 2 important bills coming out of committee, election 4 months away, and we're off to braid a daisy chain at some college.
Now, look, Woody, I'm going to enjoy this weekend. I'm going to be sentimental. I'm going to cry. I'm going to walk barefoot down memory lane with ivy entwined in my hair. And if you don't like it, you don't have to look.
I'll bring my dark glasses.
Do that. Oh, and leave the door unlocked for room service, will you? The door's open. Just put the milk on the table, please.
Just milk today? No butter, eggs, yummy yogurt?
Matt!
That's right, Aggie. Real Magazine's favorite photographer. And yours.
Matt!
You just said that. Usual greeting after 5 years is, well, this is a surprise.
I'm sorry you caught me off guard.
I didn't think that was possible.
I see you haven't changed.
Oh, neither have you. A little more dignified, perhaps. A little more, shall we say, refined. But just as attractive as ever.
I thought you were in Europe.
Well, I got back this afternoon. I thought I'd find out about that date we had in Paris. When you didn't show up for 5 years, I began to wonder. Is it on or off?
I'm sure you didn't come here to dig all that up.
You mind telling me why you didn't show up?
Well, does it matter now?
Well, of course it matters. When a woman runs out on a man, he ought to know why. Helps him the next time.
I suppose it never occurred to you that I might have been in love with someone else.
Well, it occurred to me, but I rejected it.
Really? Why?
Well, because I've kept tabs on you, Aggie. That hasn't been hard, not with a congresswoman. Congratulations. You're doing a great job.
What about before I was a congresswoman?
Well, those were my years.
And the years before that?
Oh. Well, why haven't you done something about the guy?
Maybe I will. Now, do you mind, Matt? I'm in the midst of packing. I want you to leave.
Say, did you ever get those pictures I sent you from China?
Yes, I did.
Did you like the one of yourself? The one on the Orient Express nearing Paris.
No, I didn't like it.
Why not?
Well, the one time you don't expect to be photographed is asleep in a train compartment. Besides, the occasion wasn't exactly the kind of thing I wanted recorded for posterity.
That's funny. I thought it had the makings of one of the big moments of history. Come to think of it, you did, too.
Oh, Matt, please. It was fun, but war has a way of making little moments seem big at the time.
Well, that's very penetrating. May I quote you sometime?
Well, I'm sorry if I said it badly, but it's true. We were a nice snapshot, but never a family portrait.
Oh, I get it. It's subtle, but I get it.
You've got to go now. I have to catch the New Yorker at midnight.
The New Yorker?
Yes, and I haven't even started to
The New Yorker. Here I've been holding you up with idle chit-chat, and all the time we're going to be traveling companions.
You're going to be on that train?
Happy coincidence, just like the good old Orient Express.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
I know what trains do to some people. So long, Aggie. I'll see you on the New Yorker.
Western Union, please. This is Agatha Reed. I want to send a straight wire to Dr. James Merrill, Good Hope College, Good Hope, Massachusetts. Have you got that? Please don't have anyone meet train. Have decided to come by plane. Sign it Agatha Reed. Thank you. Yes?
Room service, Miss Reed.
Come in.
Your warm milk, Miss Reed.
I've changed my mind. Just bring me a double brandy. So this is it, huh? Dear old school days. Oh, Woody, just look. Oh, this wonderful, wonderful dormitory. My old rooms, the same furniture, the same pictures, everything just the way it was. Looks fierce, doesn't it? Do you know what those girls told me? They moved all these things up from the basement just for me. Oh, I haven't cried in years. It feels wonderful.
Look, if you're such a big shot, how come nobody bothered to meet you?
Because I purposely stopped the taxi 2 blocks away. That was Memory Lane we walked through.
That alfalfa field is Memory Lane?
I'm sorry for you, Woody, if you don't have something like this to remember. Come in.
I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Reed.
Oh, I'm the one who should be sorry, dear, putting you out of your rooms like this.
Oh, no. Mary Nell and I think it's the greatest honor we've ever known. It's this, Miss Reed, your book, Women in the Vanguard.
If you'll pardon me, Agatha, I'll run out and tear down some ivy for my hair. A wreath, you know.
Oh, Woody, really. And now, what about the book?
Well, Dr. Pitt said we all ought to read it.
Your political science teacher?
No, physics. In his classes, you learn about everything.
Well, it sounds as if I'd like to know him.
I was wondering if you'd autograph it for me.
I'd love to. Now, what name do I write?
Virginia. Would you make it Ginny? Ginny Merrill.
Ginny Merrill. Will your parents be here for commencement?
There's just my father. Mother died 4 years ago.
Oh. Does your father have to come very far?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, he's...
You're Jim Merrill's daughter, aren't you?
Why, yes.
Oh, I might have known. I knew your father very well. He was my favorite professor.
What was he like, Miss Reed?
Oh, he was very handsome. All the girls were in love with him.
They still are. But that's not what I meant. Was he a good teacher?
He was a wonderful teacher.
I wish he were still a teacher.
Oh? Is being president of a college so bad?
It's different.
Different?
I'd better be going, Miss Reed. Is it all right if I tell my father you're here? I'm sure he must be anxious to see you.
Perhaps I'd better walk over to his office.
Oh, no. He'll want to call on you. And thanks again, Miss Reed. Oh, excuse me.
That's all right. We just had a phone call, Real Magazine. They're covering your weekend here.
Oh, how nice.
Oh, it's better than that. They're sending Matt Cole.
Who did you say?
Matt Cole, the war photographer.
You're joking. Why should they send him here? This isn't his type of thing at all.
Yeah, but why the blood pressure?
Get Real Magazine on the phone immediately. I'll put a stop to this right now.
Why bother?
I want to bother, and don't argue.
Okay. Hello, get me New York. Yeah, Real Magazine.
I want to speak to Bronson personally.
Make that person to Mr. Bronson, will you? That's right. He owns the magazine. Is this a matter of life and death?
I asked you not to argue. Just get Bronson on the phone.
I can't. The circuits are busy.
Give me the phone. Hello? This is Agatha Reed. On that call to Real Magazine, it's most important.
This is a crisis?
I'd appreciate it if you do everything you possibly can. Come in. Jim.
Agatha, it's been a long time.
20 years.
I'm taking advantage of my position. The entire college is waiting to meet you.
I'm overcome. I mean it, Jim.
My daughter mentioned your secretary was with you.
Woody's downstairs with the telephone operator. There's an important call I'm trying to put through.
Oh. I'm glad we're alone. You're looking very well, Agatha.
Thank you, Jim.
I suppose you realize you're in for quite a weekend.
Yes, I've seen the agenda.
We start in an hour with your official reception. I can turn my back if you'd like to escape.
I wouldn't think of it. Vanity, I guess. I suppose everyone dreams of coming back for an honorary degree. It's a popular ambition, like wanting a mink coat.
Or to be president.
Yes. How does it feel?
Well, it's never dull. The faces change so often. And with so much youth around, you actually get the feeling you're preserving your own.
Well, your daughter should keep you young. She's a lovely child. No, that's wrong. She's not a child. What are we at that age, Jim? That wonderful, terrible in-between time. You've seen so many of us.
Yeah, well, tell me about yourself, Agatha. Have you been happy?
Well, I've been busy.
Yes, I followed your career very closely.
In that case, I won't have to bring you up to date on the past 20 years.
No, only the first year. I've never quite caught up with that first year. Perhaps it's my vanity. But all these years, I've wondered what happened. Why you just disappeared.
Oh, it was very stupid of me to get caught climbing in my window at 5 a.m. I hope the girls are more expert now.
I wouldn't know. I'm not up on the statistics.
Listen, Jim, it would have made no difference to the trustees that you were the man and that we were planning to be married. I would have been kicked out anyway, only you would have been kicked out with me.
I thought we decided to take that chance.
I couldn't let you do it. They were already eyeing you for the presidency.
Well, where did you go? My letters came back. When I phoned your home, they said they didn't know where you were.
Yes, I made them promise. Once I weakened and started to write you a letter, but I never did finish it. And then later on, I read about your marriage.
Yes. Did Ginny tell you anything about her mother?
No.
She was a wonderful woman. We had a lot of things in common. That helped to balance the things we didn't have. She died 4 years ago.
Why did you feel that you had to tell me that?
I don't know exactly, I suppose.
What are you trying to say, Jim?
You came up here this weekend. Why?
Well, don't you remember? You invited me.
I carried that invitation around for 2 years before I sent it.
Oh, that was silly, Jim. I answered it as soon as I got it.
Bronson's in Chicago. I just told... Oh, sorry if I interrupted.
That's quite all right. I was just leaving.
Dr. Merrill, my secretary and right on, Miss Wood.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, Miss Reed, did I tell you it's wonderful to have you back?
Yes, you did, Dr. Merrill. But it's good to hear it again.
I'll see you at the reception. There'll be a committee calling for you at 4 o'clock. Oh, it's nice to have you here, too, Miss Wood.
Thank you. Rexy's nice looking, isn't he?
Yes, isn't he?
Looked mighty cozy just now, talking over old history exams.
Do you know what's wrong with you? You're so used to having your thumb in every Washington pie that you can't...
stop filibustering.
All right, Woody, it's so.
What so?
Just what you're thinking.
Oh.
He's the first man I ever loved.
He's what?
Maybe the only one. The truth is, I'd marry him tomorrow if he asked me.
Oh, you're kidding, aren't you?
What's the matter? Are you against marriage, too?
Well, of course not, but you're smack in the middle of an election campaign and 100 other things. Your life's too busy.
Oh, there's quite a difference between a busy life and a full one. I thought you'd be happy for me.
Well, what do you expect? I don't even know the guy.
Well, I know him. Oh, this isn't just a whim, Woody. This is something I've waited for and thought about for 20 years. Maybe the most important thing in my whole life. That's why I don't want anything to spoil it. That's why I don't want... What about the phone call?
Phone call?
Mr. Bronson, Real Magazine.
Oh, that. They're expecting him back at his hotel.
Anything I can do?
Oh, all right, Matt. Come on in. What do you think you're doing here?
My job. I'm a photographer.
You don't expect me to believe they picked you for an assignment like this, do you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I asked for it. I had a great idea for a layout. The Honorable Agatha Reed and how she grew.
Don't try anything. I'm warning you, Matt.
Yes, ma'am.
This is my secretary, Miss Wood.
Hi.
Oh, it's a real pleasure. Would you mind directing me to the president's office?
Why?
I'm supposed to check in with the old codger.
Well, you'll probably find the old codger in the administration building.
Now, where might that be?
Woody?
Let's go, Mr. Cole.
Thanks, Woody. I wouldn't want him to get lost.
Well, if I do, I'll send up a flare.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello? Oh, yes, Mr. Bronson. We've been trying all over to find you. I mean, well...
Well, say something.
We just wanted to tell you we decided to renew our subscription. You can tell me something, Mr. Cole. Why was the Honorable so upset about you coming up here?
She thinks I'm in the employ of a foreign government.
Oh, come on, give. You're about as innocent as a rattlesnake.
All right. I'm here because I think she's on the verge of making a big mistake.
What kind of a mistake?
For a man, there's only one kind of mistake a woman can make. Another man.
Why should that bother you?
That shouldn't be hard for a smart girl like you to figure out.
Oh, no. Now I know who you are. You're up here to make trouble. That's who you are. But no fisticuffs when we get there. This is supposed to be a happy weekend.
When we get there? Wait a minute. Don't tell me he's the president of this seminary.
I thought you knew.
No, thanks for telling me.
You tricked me. Wild horses wouldn't have dragged that out of me.
Forget it. What am I worried about? If I can't take her away from some old Mr. Chips, I'll quit the business.
Ha!
What does that mean?
Get out that flare, Mr. Cole. You're going to need it.
Act 2 of Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole, and Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill. The faculty reception in honor of Agatha Reed is in full progress. Among those present are Matt Cole and a professor of physics named Dr. Pitt.
You care for a cup of punch, Mr. Cole?
Thank you. You have to go through this every year, Dr. Pitt.
Occupational hazard. But I'm rather enjoying it.
You mean it can be worse than this?
It's just that this is my last faculty reception. Good Hope and I'll soon be going our separate ways. I haven't been exactly happy under the present management.
With Dr. Merrill?
Oh, no. Claude Griswold, our illustrious chairman of the board. Meanwhile, Mr. Cole, let's drink to Saturday morning.
What's with Saturday morning?
Oh, that's when I'll be asked to resign. I shall take my departure in a blaze of futile glory.
You're going to blow up the physics building?
Not exactly. But there will be an explosion of a kind.
What kind, Dr. Pitt?
That's my little secret, Mr. Cole. Oh, this punch, it's not very stimulating, is it?
Oh, you're wrong, Dr. Pitt. I feel a noticeable lift. As a matter of fact,
Is there something wrong, Mr. Cole?
Seems our guest of honor has disappeared.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I saw Miss Reed and Dr. Merrill walk out there to the terrace just a moment ago.
Well, that should make a charming picture for the magazine. Excuse me, Dr. Pitt.
I suppose I had no right to take you out here, Agatha. But there won't be many opportunities to be alone. And there's so much I want to say.
We had the same problem 20 years ago, Jim. Until we discovered the amphitheater. Remember?
I was just about to suggest it. The usual time, the reception will be over by then.
The usual time. And thank you for remembering.
How could I ever? Oh, Mr. Cole.
I'm sorry if I startled you, Doctor, but the layout wouldn't be complete without a picture of the president and his #1 graduate.
Might have been a better picture if you'd given us a little warning.
Mr. Cole specializes in catching people off guard.
Oh, there you are, Jim. Now, look, I've been working on Jeff Barnes. He's just about ready to fork over for the new library.
I'll talk to him in the morning, Claude.
Take my word for it and do it now.
But we were just...
I'll be all right, Jim. Mr. Griswold, your wife was telling me that you just gave the college a projection room and motion picture equipment.
I don't mind saying it cost me a young fortune.
Claude's one of the best friends this college ever had.
I'm honored, Mr. Griswold. You see, Miss Shackelford was saying that my film will be the first to be shown.
Your film?
Oh, just something I assembled a couple of years ago to illustrate a lecture. Miss Shackelford thought it might interest some of the students.
Sounds fine, Miss Reed. Fine. Well, Jim?
Yes, of course. We mustn't let Mr. Barnes cool off.
Heavy odor of orange blossoms in the air.
You haven't wasted a minute, have you, Matt?
Merrill must be quite a guy to keep a woman like you on the hook for 20 years.
Yes, he is. Quite a guy.
Or else you must be getting tired.
Now, what does that mean?
Oh, this overwhelming desire to return to the past. Girlhood memories, old rooms in the dormitory, old furniture, old sweethearts, old hats.
You've been on war fronts for so long that a decent atmosphere is bound to seem a little incongruous.
Who are you kidding, Aggie? Take a good look around. Talk to some of the students. Talk to some of the professors. This is a lost world up here, and Merrill is the perfect president for it.
That penetrating analysis of Jim Merrill is based on one, how do you do?
Is it? You used to be a pretty good reporter, Aggie. You talked to some of the teachers. Dr. Pitt, for example. You might get an earful.
The old amphitheater, Agatha. Looks just the same, doesn't it?
Just the same.
I was late, wasn't I?
Oh, a little.
On my way, Dr. Pitt stopped me. He said you had quite a talk with him.
Oh, Jim, I'm sorry. I was meddling. I had no right to.
In this case, you had every right.
What did you tell him? Is he going to resign?
No, I asked him to remain here. That's what you expected, isn't it?
Well, that's what I hoped for, but what about Mr. Griswold?
Well, I imagine there'll be some tearing of hair. But I'm sure I can manage the situation so that both sides appear to win.
Oh, Jim.
Remember the last time we were here? We were very young. Very much in love.
And you proposed to me.
Agatha, if I were to ask you again, is there any chance your answer might be the same?
Oh, always on second proposals.
This time you won't run away?
No.
Well, then I can tear this up. It's the note you left for me.
You kept it.
I've never quite forgiven myself for introducing you to the beauties of Walt Whitman. Goodbye, my fancy. Farewell, dear mate. Dear love.
The note. May I have it? Thank you. Hello, my fancy.
Agatha.
Aggie?
Woody's the name.
Oh, it's you.
That's the answer I always get.
Well, I'll stick it out for a couple of hours longer. If she doesn't show up by morning, I'll leave.
Got it bad, haven't you? Look, I'm not being nosy. I think Aggie's making a mistake, too. I don't just work for this woman. I like her. I care what happens to her.
So do I.
What was it with you and Aggie, anyway?
Well, I hadn't seen her since the day Paris was liberated. And before that, not for months. I knew I was going to ask her to marry me. I think she did, too. We made a date for that night. I rustled up 8 red roses, a bottle of champagne, and a ring. I tore the petals off the roses and sprinkled them in the doorway. I put the ring at the bottom of the glass. She'd drink the champagne, see the ring, and catch on that I was proposing. Nice idea, wasn't it?
Yes, very.
Only Aggie never showed up.
Too bad.
Well, the evening wasn't entirely wasted. I learned something that's been invaluable to me ever since. You know it only takes 3 hours for roses to turn brown around the edges?
I'm sorry, Cole.
What are you sorry about? Now that I've seen her dreamboat in action, I'm not worried. He's a memory, something she pressed in a book through the years like an old rose.
You're expecting an awful lot of her in one short weekend.
That's why I'm going to give her a little help. Right before your very eyes, I'll turn that memory into a man.
Very clever, if it works.
Oh, it'll work. Oh, you leaving?
Wouldn't you rather? I hear the approach of familiar footsteps.
Well, good evening. I was just about to put a light in the window.
I'm glad you didn't bother. I know exactly where I'm going. Good night, Matt.
Aggie, I want to talk to
you. Oh,
you.
yes, of course, about Dr. Pitt. You'll be very unhappy to hear that any difference of opinion is now a thing of the past. Dr. Pitt will remain here.
Oh, well, that's one thing in the Prexy's favor. He doesn't want to lose you. I don't blame him.
He's not going to lose me.
Then it's all set?
All set.
Well, congratulations.
You just can't take it, can you, Matt? That he could be more exciting, more desirable than you.
Well, that's right. I'm as vain as the next guy. Since you've gone in for collecting memories, here's another one. I'm sorry if I smeared your lipstick. Good night, Aggie.
Why, it's Mr. Cole. Do come in, Mr. Cole.
Good morning, Miss Shackelford.
Busy taking pictures, I suppose?
Well, that's what I wanted to see you about. I just want to be sure I'm at the right place at the right time. Now, let me see. Tomorrow is Saturday.
Oh, but tonight's the prom. And the step sing at Grizzled Hall.
Step sing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. They sing on the steps. Tomorrow morning, I believe Dr. Pitt mentioned something for 11 o'clock.
Oh, yes. The film showing. Miss Reed's film.
No. I don't mean that. Isn't there something else on tap?
Why, no, nothing.
Well, there must be.
Mr. Cole, there will be nothing at 11 o'clock tomorrow but Miss Reed's motion picture.
Anybody seen it yet?
No, I don't think so. Oh, yes, Dr. Pitt. It was at his suggestion that I sent for it.
Dr. Pitt? Oh, fine. Miss Shackelford, where can I find Mr. Griswold?
Mr. Griswold? Yeah. Well, now, I'd be glad to show you, Mr. Cole. Now, you just come with me.
I would have stopped by sooner, Agatha, but something came up. I just wanted to remind you about the prom tonight.
Jim, are you sure that's all?
No, I just couldn't wait that long to see you.
Did Griswold reach you, Jim? He phoned here some time ago.
I've just come from his house.
He asked about that film of mine. He seemed a little concerned.
Well, yes, a little. I'm terribly sorry, darling, but I forgot to ask you anything about the picture.
Do you think I would have brought anything unsuitable here?
Agatha, of course not.
Jim, I spent 5 years in Europe. I saw what happened in those countries where freedom was destroyed. That's what the film is about. Actual newsreel shots of some of the dreadful things that have happened in our time. How they burned the books, how they hanged the teachers by their feet because they dared to teach the truth. You think I want to see that happen here?
I'm not questioning it at all. It's just that these are touchy times, so Claude feels we ought to have a look at it. It's a shame Mr. Cole had to bring it up.
Cole?
Well, yes. Claude said that Cole had stopped by to take a picture. He happened to mention the film to Claude.
What did he say about it?
He praised it very highly. But when he said that Dr. Pitt had liked it, too, well, Claude got a little worried.
Oh, it's funny. It's really funny.
Darling, believe me, we'll straighten it out. I don't need to see the picture. I know it's all right. Besides, there's something the matter with my eyes.
Oh?
I can't seem to see anything but you. About the prom. Wait for me here, dear. I'll pick you up.
Yes, Jim, of course.
It's Ginny, Miss Reed. May I come in?
Ginny? Of course, yes. What are you trying to tell me, Ginny?
Well, some people think the president of a college has the right to make decisions on things. But he doesn't. He has to check everything with the trustees. Whatever he may feel himself just doesn't matter.
You mean they may not run the film?
My father's done wonderful things for the school. 7 new buildings in 10 years. Isn't that something to be proud of? I'm so proud.
It's all right, Ginny. It's all right.
Oh, I'm so ashamed. My father's a coward, Miss Reed. He's so afraid of losing his job, he's lost everything he ever believed in.
How do you know he isn't fighting them on this?
Because he's forgotten how to fight. Oh, Miss Reed, you just don't understand.
I want to tell you something, Ginny. Something I'm sure you don't know. I was expelled from this college.
You were... what?
Expelled because I stayed out all night with a man. We were very much in love and planning to be married, but I ran away so I wouldn't hurt his chances of becoming president. He had strength and integrity and courage. He still has. So let's not turn away from him now, just when he needs us the most.
Miss Reed. Oh, I should have known. Whenever he talked about you, he was different. And I never really gave him up. I just needed someone else to believe in him, too.
Now you'd better get dressed for the prom.
Oh, thank you, Miss Reed. Thank you.
Agatha, you look beautiful.
Thank you. And what's more, I'm all ready. Surprised?
Your arm, Miss Reed.
Oh, Jim, imagine going to a prom again.
Claude and Ellen stopped by. They thought we might as well make it a foursome.
Of course.
They're downstairs.
Oh, just like old times, isn't it, Anne?
Hello, Ellie. Good evening, Mr. Griswold.
Now, that's what I call a charming couple. Ellie, you didn't forget my pills. My stomach's murdering me.
I knew it. If you hadn't got so upset at the movie, you wouldn't have had to call that meeting. Oh?
Oh, that's too bad, Mr. Griswold. It sounds like it's all my fault.
Oh, I didn't mean that, Ag. It's just that we were late for dinner and Claude just gulped.
How did you like the movie, Mr. Griswold?
Well, it's no Abbott and Costello.
They're Claude's favorites.
Agatha, Claude realizes what you tried to accomplish with the film, and he...
Sure I do. But why show college kids this kind of stuff? Time enough to start worrying when they're out of college.
That's a very interesting theory of education, Mr. Griswold. Is it yours?
I leave theories to experts here like Jim. All I care about, frankly, is protecting the minds of the young people here.
You're not protecting them, Mr. Griswold. You're destroying them. A college is where the future of the world begins, and professors aren't intellectual babysitters. It's their job to bring some light into this muddled world, but you've put a stop to that. The result is the girls who graduate tomorrow aren't prepared for the world they'll have to face. Yet you're content to hand it to them and say fight for it, die for it, but don't attempt to understand it.
Miss Reed, I think we know what's best for our school.
Claude, please, let me handle this.
There's no handling to it, Jim. And we might as well tell her now. Miss Reed, we've canceled the showing of the film.
I see. And Dr. Merrill, did he agree?
On vital issues, the president and the trustees always agree. Now, suppose we get over to the prom.
Claude, you and Ellen go ahead. I'd like to speak to Miss Reed alone.
Don't be too long. It wouldn't look well if you were late.
Oh, dear.
Forget it, Ellie. Now she knows just how we feel. When Jim turns on the old charm...
excuse me, have you seen Miss Reed?
The man from the magazine, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Miss Reed's inside, but I don't think you'd better disturb her right now. Come along, Ellie.
Thank you. I'll just wait for her here.
I know how you must feel, Agatha, but you must give me a chance to explain.
Jim, did you see the film?
Yes?
Well, do you think it's wrong for your students to see it? Be honest with me.
No.
And you didn't stand up and say that?
Agatha, I'm just asking you to try to see my position. There are times when I have to bow to...
To Claude Griswold?
You're exaggerating Claude's importance in this whole affair.
Am I? When he and not you seems to be the real judge of what should be taught at this college?
He's a businessman. He gives money, and he wants his say. It's as simple as that. Why do you look so shocked?
I'm not shocked. Just frightened. That you can stand here and say that and accept it.
Good heavens, Agatha. I have to run this school. That means getting buildings, endowments. It's part of the job. Suppose I fought Griswold on this to a showdown. It would be an heroic gesture, and I'd be out of here tomorrow.
Would you? You used to love a fight like that.
Well, things are quite different now. I have Ginny to think about.
Oh, there's no need to lie to me. I've talked to Ginny. And if you're not careful, you're going to lose her. I don't know how important that is to you, but I suspect it's very important.
What have you been telling her?
Oh, dreadful things. That you have courage, integrity. And I didn't just say it, Jim. I believed it. Stand up to Griswold. Not for me, not even for Ginny, but for yourself. All right, Jim. I know when I'm beaten. I'm going to offer you a deal, a business deal. That's more in your line.
What are you talking about?
A few minutes ago, I assured your daughter that you'd run that film tomorrow. So I'm afraid you're going to do it with or without Mr. Griswold's consent.
Is this your idea of a joke?
No. And in exchange for that small service, I'll give you my personal guarantee that the article in Real Magazine won't even hit at the colorful events leading up to my expulsion from the seat of higher learning.
I can't believe you...
Why not? You see, Jim, I'm willing to take a chance on you. I know now that you're afraid. And with a man who's afraid, it's just a question of the lesser of two evils. Whether you risk being removed from here by running the film or whether you accept the certainty of being removed after this story breaks.
You'd really do a thing like that?
Yeah. You learn all kinds of cute tricks in my work. The most important one being never to play fair unless you respect the men you're dealing with.
I'd never believed this could happen. Not after last night.
Last night was 20 years ago. Listen, they're playing the alma mater. Very appropriate, isn't it? Come along, Jim. We'll be late for the prom.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill, and Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole. It's the following morning, and the Motion Picture Theater at Good Hope College is rapidly filling with students and faculty. In front of the theater, Matt Cole has just walked over to the student advisor, Miss Shackelford.
My, but you look just radiant this morning, Miss Shackelford.
Why, Mr. Cole.
So you're showing the movie, huh? Sort of a flexible program you run up here, isn't it?
Oh, it's completely beyond me. Last night, Dr. Merrill tells me to cancel the film, and this morning he says to go ahead.
Dr. Merrill ordered the film shown?
Well, it's not my responsibility. Oh, I'll certainly be glad when this weekend is over. Hi.
Oh, hi. All alone, Woody? Isn't the Honorable going to show up? The film's about to begin.
Now, listen out of focus. Merrill came through, didn't he? They're running her picture, aren't they? You know what that does to your chances.
Oh, well.
What are you so happy about?
I'm not happy. I'm sad. But you got to be philosophical about it. You take the bad with the good. You're up, you're down.
You're punch drunk. You coming in?
No, I've seen the picture. I think I'll take one last happy look at Good Hope. Might run into an old friend. You know, a man can wear himself out walking around this campus looking for someone.
What are you doing here, Matt?
What are you doing here, Agatha?
I happen to like the amphitheater.
They're showing your film.
I know.
Aren't you glad?
Yes, of course.
Well, it seems I was wrong about Merrill.
Oh, fine, but there's no need to
eat crow. Oh, I don't mind. I don't have any pride where you're concerned, Aggie. You ought to know that.
We've been all through this, Matt.
You've got nothing to say to me, huh?
It's all been said.
Yeah, but I'm stupid. I've got to have it spelled out. He's a great guy. He's everything you ever hoped for, dreamed about all these years, and you're going to marry him. Is that it?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, I'll go down and congratulate Dr. Merrill.
Matt!
You couldn't face that, could you? Because you know it's a lie. You threw away 6 years that we could have had together. 6 wonderful, beautiful years, all because of a lie, and you haven't got honesty enough to admit it. To me or to yourself. You've got to hang on to your precious ego. Well, you can have it, sister. I'm a big boy now. I got bigger and better things to do. And don't worry, I'll stay away from Merrill.
Agatha?
Come in, Jim.
You're not packing.
That's right, Jim. I'm leaving. My commencement speech is there in the wastebasket. If I had to stand up here this afternoon and say it, I'd choke on every word.
Don't you realize?
You can say I was taken ill, that I was called back to Washington, anything.
Just like 20 years ago, isn't it? Running away again.
Jim, I was wrong last night, expecting you to be the same man I remembered. And I was wrong to think I could help you win back your daughter. I can't blackmail you for the rest of your life. It's better that she know the truth now while she's young.
Would you tell Jenny that? That I ordered your film shown because if I didn't, you were going
Yes, if I had to. Yes, I'd tell her. Who is it?
It's Jenny, Miss Reed.
Come in, Jenny.
I went to your office, Father. They told me you'd come here. We just saw your picture, Miss Reed. It was wonderful. Oh, I wish you'd been there, Father. I'm sure none of us will ever forget it. It was the best graduation present you could have given the senior class. And me. I just wanted to thank you.
Jenny, don't go.
Yes?
You kissed me just now, Jenny. You haven't done that in a long time. I'm very grateful. But I can't accept it under false pretenses.
False pretenses?
Jim, no, don't.
I had the movie shown only because Miss Reed forced me to. She gave me an alternative that left me no choice. That's the truth, and I want you to know it. I haven't been much of a father for quite a while. I'm sorry, Jenny. I didn't tell you all this to hurt you.
You've forgotten a lot of things about me, haven't you? That I don't cry only when I'm sad. That I cry just as much when I'm happy. Oh, I don't care why you showed the film. I just wanted you to be honest with me and with yourself.
Oh, so this is where you all are.
Ellen, if you don't mind,
It's all right. Come in, Ellen.
Now, what is all this nonsense, Jim? Claude's terribly upset. The whole board's upset. First when they heard about the movie, and then right out of the blue, this resignation.
Resignation?
Oh, it was just beautiful, Jim. Especially that part about self-respect. It just about made me cry.
Jim, why did you do it?
I stood in back of the theater a little while ago and watched them looking at the picture. Suddenly I realized I had almost not let them see it. That's when I knew that everything you said last night was true. That I had no right to be the president of a college.
Why, Aggie, how could you have told him such a thing? Why, Jim, you should hear them all shouting back there at home about how much good you've done to this school. And what a row the students would raise if they heard about it. Wouldn't they, Jenny?
They'd raise a heck of a row, Mrs. Griswold.
Why, I'd even resign as alumni president.
Thank you, Ellen.
Oh, my goodness, Jenny, what are you doing here? Did you forget it's commencement?
I'm going, Mrs. Griswold. I always wondered why they called it commencement. Now I know.
Well, I'd better be leaving, too. I just wanted to ask you to reconsider, Jim. You won't mention this to Claude, will you? He'll like thinking it was his own idea. Very important to a man like Claude, you know. Think everything's his own idea.
I'm afraid I've been underestimating you, Ellen.
You forget. I was once a student in your history class, too. See you later, Aggie.
I'm overwhelmed, Jim. I never expected this.
Well, we're even. Neither did I.
Will you reconsider? I think it's very important to Good Hope that you stay on.
When I came in here, I wanted to tell you again how much I love you. That I didn't have much hope for it after last night. But that somehow, today, I know we're different people than we were 20 years ago. I know that a lot of things have changed. But I wouldn't want to go through the rest of my life feeling I hadn't tried. Do I have a chance?
You might have had a very good chance, Jim. Except that, well, you see, we only met today. Just now, really. And there's someone who has a few years' start on you.
Yes. He's lucky.
Thank you.
You will stay, won't you, for commencement, I mean?
Yes, I'll stay.
Thank you, Agatha.
Well, hello.
Hello.
No, I mean Agatha.
Well, where have you been?
Where have I been? Where have you been?
Straightening out my life.
Well, now I know.
What arrangements did you make for getting us out of here?
Getting us out?
By plane, Woody, tonight. You'd better phone Washington, tell them to set up that committee meeting for 10 tomorrow morning, and call Senator McElroy. Tell him he was right. I'll make a swing through the whole state before election. And, yes, close your mouth. You look like a fish.
But I thought
now,
you and
get
Merrill
on the phone. I've got to change my shoes.
Hello, this is Miss Woods. Would you get me to the airport, please?
All right, Woody, where's the Honorable?
Look, Cole, would you mind telling me something? What's going on? Okay, I'll hold on. Merrill runs the film. You're philosophical, and she straightens out her life. I don't get it.
You will.
What in my black shoes? What did you do with...
Well, I thought you were on your way to bigger and better things.
I've got some news for you.
Hello?
Leave us alone, Woody.
But
I said leave us alone.
Oh, I'll call you later.
Aggie, you're not going to do it. You're not going to marry.
Really?
Now, look, I'm not asking you to fall into my arms. I wouldn't even catch you if you did. There's one thing I found out this weekend. I don't like women.
Then why all the bother?
Because I'm neat. I straighten pictures. I put the tops on toothpaste tubes. I don't like unfinished things lying around. You're not going to go through with this and throw away your life.
Aren't you being a little overconfident?
I don't think so. I'm offering you a deal. A business deal. And in exchange for such a small service, I'm giving you my personal guarantee that the article in Real Magazine won't even hit at the colorful events leading up to your expulsion from this seat of higher learning.
Why, you...
See pictures on opposite page.
So you're an eavesdropper, too, among all your other accomplishments.
You learn a lot of cute tricks in my work, too.
Well, it seems I have no choice, have I? Woody!
Yes, ma'am.
There's been a change of plans, Woody. We're leaving Good Hope tonight. Huh? You'd better phone Washington. They can set up a committee meeting for tomorrow at 10 and call Senator McElroy. Tell him I'll make a swing through the entire state before the election.
But you just told
I know. There's been a change of plans.
Oh, a change of plans.
Miss Reed, are you ready?
Ginny?
The ceremonies are going to begin.
Well, I guess I'm ready.
Oh, your speech. Have you got your speech?
My speech? I left it on the desk. What did you do with it?
I never touched it.
I distinctly remember leaving it on
What's
the desk.
that in the wastebasket?
Oh.
We had no fire.
Yeah, that's right. Come on, let's go. Ginny, where are you?
One weekend. Could a woman go crazy in one weekend?
What's so crazy about changing her mind?
Changing her mind, she told me the same thing 5 minutes ago.
She what?
What are they putting the food around here anyway? Now what's got into you?
Sweetheart, don't even try to understand it. Just relax and enjoy it. Hello.
Well, what kept you? Oh, Matt, you were right. We have missed 6 wonderful years. I've been so blind. Why didn't you make me see?
Why didn't I make you... Oh, you politician, you.
And now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
And we want to thank them for a very exceptional show. Barbara Stanwyck, Frank Lovejoy, and Robert Young. You certainly have done a lot for education this evening, Barbara.
And just what have I done?
You've shown our audience that women can be brilliant and beautiful.
Well, all I've done is use Lux toilet soap faithfully. It's my favorite complexion care.
A perfect combination of brains and beauty care. You know, all smart women use Lux soap.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of it, Bill.
What college did you attend, Barbara?
Well, as a matter of fact, I finished school at the age of 13.
Really? What held you up?
You weren't caught climbing through the window at 5 a.m.
No, Frank. Barbara, at the age of 13, got her first job in the chorus.
That'll make you back up, Frank.
I retreat.
Hold it, Frank. Seems to me you've just finished a picture at Warner Brothers entitled Retreat something or other.
Yes, Barbara, it's a Milton Sperling production for Warner Brothers. Retreat, you should pardon the expression, hell.
Well, we'll pardon it because it's about the courageous attitude of the Marines in Retreat Hell, an excellent picture of the Korean War.
Well, now that we're all in full retreat, why don't you tell us about next week's play, Bill?
Gladly, Barbara. Next week, we'll have a swashbuckling adventure story. Captain Horatio Hornblower. And as our stars in this recent Warner Brothers screen success, playing their original roles, the exciting team of Gregory Peck and Virginia Mayo.
Well, we'll certainly look forward to that one, Bill.
Good night. You are all great.
Here's a beauty tip from one of Hollywood's loveliest young stars, that charming Lux girl, Dorothy Patrick. She says, daily active lather facials with Lux toilet soap do wonders for my skin. Make it softer, smoother, really lovelier. Why don't you try this simple care Dorothy Patrick recommends? You'll find it's easy to be Lux lovely. Lux soap's gentle, active lather cleanses so thoroughly, quickly gives skin appealing, fresh new beauty. Put Hollywood's own beauty soap on your shopping list tomorrow. Lux toilet soap is as fine a complexion soap as money can buy. You'll soon discover why 9 out of 10 screen stars are Lux girls.
Lux Toilet Soap Care is guaranteed by Lever Brothers Company to give your complexion a fresher, smoother, lovelier look or your money back. Lever Brothers Company, New York, New York, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Gregory Peck and Virginia Mayo in Captain Horatio Hornblower. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Robert Young, star of radio's Father Knows Best, has appeared through the courtesy of the Crosley Corporation.
Heard in our cast tonight were Lorene Tuttle as Ellen, Joan Banks as Woody, Rhoda Williams as Ginny, Herbert Butterfield as Griswold, Howard McNair as Dr. Pitt, Gwen Delano as Miss Shackelford, and Eddie Marr. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. Our Lux Radio Theater production of Goodbye, My Fancy has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's own beauty soap. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Captain Horatio Hornblower, starring Gregory Peck and Virginia Mayo.
The Lux Radio Theater brings you Betty Davis and Paul Henry in Mr. Skeffington. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some years ago, I went to a graduation play at a dramatic school in New York City. The leading lady was a small but able miss named Betty Davis. A few days later, when we were casting for a new play, I suggested that Miss Davis be given what proved to be her first professional reading. The rest is history, for little Betty has since become the first lady of the films. One of her more recent successes is tonight's play, Warner Brothers' moving and distinguished drama, Mr. Skeffington. And co-starred in the title role tonight is Paul Henry, who has contributed so many star interpretations to the screen. The action of our play occurs between two world wars, a period during which women, like the lovely Mrs. Skeffington, discovered new freedom and leisure, largely through the medium of labor-saving methods and conveniences. One of the conveniences that rose to popularity throughout these years was Lux Flakes, and that popularity has steadily increased and spread to almost every country of the globe. In Paris, where I was a few months ago, a package of Lux Flakes was almost literally worth its weight in gold, proving that daintiness and grooming are a prime concern of women everywhere, and that, I feel, is as it should be. Now, on to our play. As the curtain rises on Act One of Mr. Skeffington, starring Betty Davis as Fanny and Paul Henry as Skeffington, with Marjorie Riordan as their daughter and Joseph Kearns as George.
I called this afternoon on my cousin, Mrs. Job Skeffington. It was late when I left, almost dark. In the little park across from the house, I saw him. I don't know how I came to recognize Job. So broken he was and shabby. His hands rested on his cane. He stared through the quiet dusk like a man in a dream. Who is it? Job. Job, it's I, George Trellis, Fanny's cousin.
George.
For heaven's sake, Job. When did you get back in New York?
Yesterday. I escaped, George. At the age of 62, I escaped from a Nazi prison camp.
Job. Well, we didn't know what had happened. Are you going to see Fanny? Come on, I had just left her.
No, I had not planned to see her. The house, it's still there.
Oh, just as it's always been, Job. Nothing's changed.
Fanny's well?
Oh, yes, she's well.
And my little girl, little Fanny.
She's fine, Job. Oh, what a pity. She left New York this noon.
Gone?
On her way to Seattle to be married.
Married?
A fine boy. Oh, they're very much in love.
Married.
Job, come. We'll see Fanny.
No, later perhaps. I don't know.
Well, then come home with me. There's so much to talk about.
You said nothing has changed. No, I'd just like to sit here alone.
Yes, of course, Job.
Please, say nothing to Fanny about me. Not yet.
If you wish, Job. Good night.
I went directly home, and all night long I've sat here unable to get the picture of Job Skeffington out of my mind. Seems incredible that nearly 25 years have passed since Job first met Fanny. Oh, how well I remember that night.
Who is it? Edward? Don't you dare come in my room.
Since when am I Edward?
Then who is it?
George.
Which George?
How many Georges are there in your life?
Oh, 3 of... Cousin George. Georgie.
Fanny.
Oh, what a wonderful surprise.
Well, don't I get a kiss?
There.
Let me see. Yes, even after 2 years, you look rather nice.
Rather nice. That's all you ever said.
I'm sorry, but I just can't think of you as beautiful, even if you are. Oh, hello, Mamby.
Mr. George, how do you do?
Tell me, I saw 4 strange faces downstairs. Who are they, suitors?
An entirely new batch. She still has every man in New York at her feet, Mr. George.
And you're going out with the batch?
Out? Oh, no, it's a dinner party, and you may stay.
Oh, thank you, cousin.
Well, I thought I heard that voice.
Trippy!
Well, welcome back. How have you been?
Why, fine. How have you been?
Couldn't be better.
Don't fall down in a faint, Georgie, but my brother has a job. He's working.
No, I'm a customer's man. Skeffington and Company.
Skeffington and Company? The Jewish firm?
Yes.
You like working for him?
He's all right.
Well, he must pay awfully well. Here you are giving dinner parties, and I thought you were practically broke.
Well, the fact is, George, I made a little killing.
And I thought if I gave a dinner party, it might further arouse his killer's instinct.
George, you don't have to worry about us anymore.
I hope it's all true.
Why do you say that?
Because you still don't look anyone straight in the eye, Trippy.
Still picking on me, Georgie.
Now, Trippy, darling, you run along and finish dressing. You know you're always late. What is it, son?
I'm very sorry, miss. The gentleman to see Mr. Trellis, or Mr. Skeffington.
Skeffington?
You didn't invite him to dinner.
I most certainly did not. Tell him I'll see him in the morning.
Yes, sir. And, miss, your guests are beginning to arrive.
Thank you, Soames.
Soames, ask Mr. Skeffington to wait.
Yes. Why?
Well, I think it'd be a nice gesture if you saw your employer. You'll get more work out of him in the long run.
He's got no right barging in here.
Darling, obviously he didn't come for a free dinner. It must be something important.
Well, get rid of him. I won't see him.
Well,
what'll we tell him about Trippy?
Oh, I'll think of some lie or other. Trippy keeps me in practice. Let's get it over with, Georgie. And please, don't look so worried. I'm so sorry about Trippy, Mr. Skeffington. Unfortunately, he's in bed with a severe cold.
Both?
Well, it's quite possible the cold brought on the headache.
Yes, he'll be at his desk in the morning, Mr. Skeffington.
I hardly think so. Your cousin is no longer in my employ.
No longer? But if he's no longer in your employ, why hasn't he told me?
Well, a man with a cold is seldom very communicative. Well, if you'll excuse me now...
There's nothing you care to discuss with us?
Well, since your cousin avoided me tonight, as undoubtedly he will again in the morning, perhaps I'd better. It's a rather delicate matter, Miss Trellis.
I'm staying right here, Mr. Skeffington.
I'm on my way to see the district attorney.
I don't think I'm going to be able to take this standing up. Maybe we'd all better sit down.
Thank you.
Has Trippy done something awful?
Your brother has good many qualities, Miss Trellis.
This is going to be worse than I thought.
As a bond salesman, he made a brilliant start. His orders piled up until we discovered that these people he's been selling stock to don't even exist. You see, he threw in enough consolations to make the whole thing seem quite authentic. And then, well, there were here and there were some legitimate sales. But you had to look for them.
It wasn't very clever of him, was it?
He has a definite talent for picking odd names and addresses. But it's hardly worth $20,000 we've paid him in commissions.
He's stolen $20,000?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Does Trippy know you know?
Yes.
You should have gone to the district attorney long ago.
Well, I was quite touched to discover he lost most of the money at the racetrack.
That touched you?
Yes, considering they were my horses he bet on, and I'd give him the tips.
Oh, Trippy, no.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Trellis. Fortunately, it won't be any hardship for you to return the money.
No hardship.
Mr. Skeffington, you may as well know that Miss Trellis and her brother are stone broke.
I don't understand. The Trellis wealth was a legion.
Well, now it's a myth. It's been a myth for some time.
Mr. Skeffington, Trippy could get another job and pay you back a little each week. You couldn't write him a reference, could you?
Well, I could. But my heart wouldn't be in it.
Well, all we can do then is to throw ourselves on your mercy.
Miss Trellis, it's not my money. It's the corporation's.
But the horses were yours and not the corporation's, weren't they?
Yes, that's true. But I'm not quite sure of the logic.
If you could just give us a little time, maybe there's something I could salvage.
Well, perhaps I can let it ride for a little while.
Oh, Mr. Skeffington, how can I thank you? How can I...
Please. Well, I'm keeping you from your guests.
Won't you stay for dinner? After all, in a way, you're the host. It's your money.
I'm dining with the district attorney. Just a social call. Good night, Miss Trellis.
Good night, Mr. Skeffington.
Mr. Trellis?
Good night, sir. Oh, I'd like to wring Trippy's neck.
There's nothing to worry about, Georgie.
No?
No. There'll be 3 dozen roses in the morning.
3 dozen roses?
From Mr. Skeffington.
Oh, good morning, miss.
Good morning, Mandy.
Just look, miss. All these flowers.
What a beautiful basket. Oh, Mandy, which ones are from Mr. Skeffington?
No flowers came from Mr. Skeffington, miss. These are Mr. Thatcher's and Mr. Conderly's.
Were there any calls, Mandy? I mean, other than Mr. Thatcher and Mr. Conderly?
The Reverend Dr. Parker. He wanted to know if you sold the bazaar tickets.
No, not a one. You're sure there were no other calls?
No, miss.
Mamby, would you mind looking up the address of Skeffington? No, never mind. Mamby, I'm going downtown. If my brother or cousin should ask, I've gone shopping.
Miss Trellis, Well, please come in. I had no idea you'd be calling.
I knew you were busy, Mr. Skeffington. I didn't mind waiting, and... Oh, I do want you to know I'm not here to talk about Trippy.
Good. It's a painful subject. Cigar? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. It's automatic. All my visitors are men.
I see. Mr. Skeffington, I came to ask if you'd buy some tickets for a bazaar. It's for the Children's Hospital or the Home for the Aged. I don't quite remember which. Anyway, it's printed on the ticket. They're $25 apiece.
Well, they're both very worthy causes. I'll take a dozen.
Oh, no, 2 is quite enough. You don't get a thing for your money. Or, are you used to that?
Excuse me. Hello? Yes. Yes? What is it now? All right. Buy 10,000 at 23.5. I'm sorry.
Mr. Skeffington, please forgive me for being so curious, but it sounds very important. 10,000 what?
10,000 shares of steel.
Oh, at $23.5 a share?
Why, yes.
Well, if you're that casual about money, I'll let you buy the dozen tickets after all. You know, Mr. Skeffington, I've never once seen the stock exchange.
I'd be glad to show you around sometime.
Well, that's very nice of you, but isn't it a little vague?
Can you make it right now?
Well, I have a luncheon engagement with Janie Clarkson, but we don't like each other very much, so she probably won't be there either.
Well, in that case, will you have lunch with me?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Then could I see the stock exchange afterwards?
If you'd like. Shall we go then to the...
Have you seen the ticker?
No, why?
Germany's just declared war on Russia.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Trellis. Get all our branch officers on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Keep a wire open to Washington. Hello, Casey. Keep me posted on wheat.
See the tape, Chief?
Yes, I know.
Steelers up 28. Should we buy?
No, sell. Sell all we own.
Yes, sir. Wheat's up 12.
What about Chicago? What from Chicago?
Foreign stock. Shall we call for margin?
There's Casey. Somebody get hold of Casey.
Mr. Skeffington, I've changed my mind. I'm having lunch with Janie Clarkson after all.
Boston wants an immediate answer.
Well, they won't get it. Miss Trellis. Where did you go? Miss Trellis!
Fanny's retreat from Skeffington's office was one of her very rare defeats, and it took the outbreak of the First World War to do it. Well, 2 days later, a strange thing happened. Paul Vanier, the famous painter, called. He said he had a commission to paint Fanny's portrait if she'd agree. She refused to divulge his patron's name. Fanny thought it quite a lark. Weeks later, when the portrait was completed, we went to Vanier's studio to look at it.
You know what happened yesterday, Georgie? Jim Conderly offered Mr. Vanier double his fee for the portrait.
That is quite true, Mr. Trellis.
Well, why didn't you accept?
Because my client is paying 4 times as much. The extra money is to keep me quiet.
Fanny, I simply don't understand. It's not like you to have to spend all these tiresome hours sitting for a portrait you won't own for a man you don't even know.
I think it's very romantic.
Romantic? What if we walk into a saloon someday and see you hanging over a bar?
Georgie, I doubt very much if I'll ever get that drunk. Anyway, whoever ordered the portrait is sending $1,000 to my favorite charity. Georgie, would it be charity if we used that money for Trippy?
$1,000 won't help, Fanny. So we may as well be honest. By the way, you've heard nothing from Skeffington?
Not a word.
Well, I must say he's been very decent. Sooner or later, though, we'll have to face him.
Well, Mr. Vanier, what happens to the portrait now?
The transfer men are waiting with the truck. It'll be delivered.
Oh, it will. Well, I think I'll be running along, Georgie. I have a date with Jamie Clarkson.
You do?
Didn't I tell you? Thank you very much, Mr. Vanier. You may tell your client I hope he's pleased.
On the street, I saw Fanny getting into a taxicab. A taxicab parked directly behind a transfer truck. I should have known from the start. She'd find out who commissioned that portrait if it took her the rest of her life. Actually, it took about 30 minutes. The painting was delivered to the home of Job Skeffington. 2 days later, Fanny and Job Skeffington went off to New Jersey and were married. Coming back to New York, they took the ferry boat across the North River.
Joe?
Yes, Fanny?
Where were you born?
Right there, New York, Cherry Street.
Cherry Street? Where's that?
In the slums.
Skeffington. That's a strange name for the slums.
It's not my real name, you know. The immigration official wasn't a good speller. Skeffington was the closest he could get to Skevinskazaya.
Joe, you realize I know next to nothing about you. Were you poor?
You have no idea how poor.
Well, then, how did you become so successful?
It's routine. Rags to riches. Of course, I sold newspapers. Of course, I was a messenger on Wall Street and went to school at night. Well, you can fill in the rest.
There's one difference. You didn't marry the boss's daughter.
No. But I married the woman everybody else wanted. That makes up for it.
Joe, what's going on over there, the music and all those people? Find out.
Attendant.
Yes, sir.
What's going on over there?
Oh, that's Philippe and Gus. They're playing for those kids. See? Those kids just got married. Sometimes they find somebody that just got married. That's what they look for. Good tips.
But how can they tell?
Oh, I don't know what they do. They ain't missed up on newlyweds for 10 years. Can you beat that?
Joe, could you tell they were just married?
I think I could. The way that girl's looking at that fellow, you couldn't miss.
I see what you mean. The way I'm looking at you.
No. Your look is cordial, but not connubial. I've married you, Fanny, but I haven't won you.
Joe.
So far, I've merely taken you away from all the others. Do you think that night when I broke into your dinner party was the first time I'd seen you? No. I'd seen you many times. Dining at Sherry's, dancing at the Waldorf, and so many young men. But you were never more beautiful than that night I came to see about Trippy. Never so unattainable. That's why I commissioned Vanier to paint your portrait. At least I'd have that.
Well, now you have both, the portrait and me.
I own both. It isn't quite the same thing.
Joe, look, the musicians are coming this way. Joe, well, they went right on past us.
See? Just the point I was trying to make before. Fanny, why did you marry me?
Because you're good and kind, and your eyes are special in a St. Bernard sort of way. And although I've never seen you really smile, I always have the feeling you're laughing at me. And I find that very attractive. Besides, you're very rich. Joe, would you like to kiss me?
Our stars, Betty Davis and Paul Henreid, will return for Act Two of Mr. Skeffington in a moment. Contrary to what most people think, everyone in Hollywood isn't a movie star or extra. Hundreds of girls work in the studios as secretaries, typists, telephone operators, and live just like girls anywhere else in the country. Take Alice Deed, who typed the script for Warner Brothers' new production, Mildred Pierce, starring Joan Crawford. Alice is just coming home from work.
Sue, where are you?
In the kitchen. What's up?
Oh, Sue, it's wonderful. Bill's ship just came in. Oh, Alice! We're going to dinner at the Brown Derby and then to a preview of Mildred Pierce. That's Joan Crawford's new one. Oh, it's her first picture in almost 3 years, isn't it? Jack Carson and Zachary Scott are in it with her. And imagine, I'll see it with Bill. It just opened in New York, and the critics raved about it. I understand it's considered an excellent candidate for an Academy Award. Yes, a date like that calls for wearing something special. I thought I'd wear my new suit and that sweet blouse I got for my birthday. Of course, I'll have to have a super slip because it's so sheer. Oh, Sue. Now what? I haven't any. I meant to buy a new slip today. Well, what about the one you bought a couple of months ago with the lace on the bottom? You know, I bought one just like it. Oh, you should see it. It's faded and the lace is torn and straps are frayed. I don't know what Sarah does to them. Well, Sarah puts everything in the same wash. Sheets, towels, along with your undies. I've seen her. They can't take that hot water and strong soap and rough treatment. You mean your slip is still good? Of course. I always lux mine. Look, I'll show you. Why, Sue, it looks as nice as new. Oh, Sue. I know. I let myself in for it. You want to borrow it. Sue, if you lend it to me this once.
Yes, Lux slips do stay lovely longer. In fact, 3 times as long. Actual washing tests show. Strong soap, too hot water, and rough treatment soon fade colors. Make slips and nighties look old and drab. Start tonight using thrifty Lux Care for undies. Here's William Keeley with our stars.
Our curtain rises on the second act of tonight's play, starring Betty Davis as Fanny and Paul Henreid as Mr. Skeffington.
Yes, that was a long time ago, their marriage, 1914. And I wonder when I saw him a few hours ago, alone in the empty park, I wonder if Job, too, was thinking of what I am thinking now. Of how, after his marriage to Fanny, he had taken her across that park to her home. She wanted to see Trippy, her brother. Instead, she saw me.
Georgie, dear.
Congratulations, Fanny and Joe. Well, congratulations.
Thank you, George.
I, for one, am delighted.
Why do you say I for one?
Because all your beaux are here. Thatcher, Morrison, Conderly, even that idiot Chester. They're quite crushed. They're in the kitchen eating turkey sandwiches.
And Trippy?
Oh, Trippy's out. Fanny, I don't mind feeding your suitors, but you're going to have to console.
Well, Job, should we get it over with?
Well, I don't know if I'm quite up to it. They are full of turkey, and I'm not. But come on, I'm game.
Well, gentlemen, good evening. I rather expected you'd all be here to welcome me. I don't believe you've ever met Mr. Skeffington, have you? Joe, Mr. Conderly, Mr. Thatcher, Mr. Morrison, and Mr. Hayes.
You didn't get married.
Chester, darling, there's cranberry on your chin. Could I get you all some dessert? I'm afraid the best I can offer is canned peaches. Georgie, would you bring...
Mr. and Mrs. Skeffington.
Trippy, darling. Then you've heard.
Everybody's heard. It's in the papers.
We're on the front page.
Not quite. You're listed under business transactions.
Trippy, you'd better go upstairs.
Shame on you, boys, letting yourselves be outbid.
That's about enough, Trippy.
Fanny, would you mind going inside?
Oh, so I'm going to be challenged. He's going to heave his checkbook in my face.
Trippy, you don't know what you're saying. You're drunk.
I'm the one who swindled you, Skeffington. Why did you have to put her in jail?
Why, you little swine, get out of here.
Yes, I'll get out. You make me sick to my stomach, all of you.
Would you please excuse me? No, Joe. No. Trippy, how could you? How could you?
How could you? I didn't even know you were seeing him.
But you're so wrong. Job has character, and he's very nice.
Oh, don't try to tell me you're in love with him. I'm not drunk enough to bear that.
I'll tell you this much. You're safe now. You don't have to worry about anything anymore.
That's why you married him. Because I owed him $20,000.
Trippy, I'm very fond of Job. But I love you. Now, Trippy, darling, go downstairs and apologize.
Apologize. I'll spit in his eye.
Trippy, when you get to know Joe better...
I'm taking very good care that I don't get to know him better. I'm going to Europe.
Europe? Well, isn't there a war on there?
That's just why I'm going. I don't know who's going to get me. The French, the British. I'll toss a coin.
Oh, Trippy, you're out of your mind.
Yes, and humiliated and sick. I hate him. I hate myself.
Trippy, if you love me at all, you won't leave.
I love you very much. But I despise Mrs. Getty. Goodbye, Fanny.
Trippy. Trippy!
That was the last we saw of Trippy. I was with Job and Fanny on their first wedding anniversary. Before dinner, Job and I were alone in the study. Well, just we three for dinner, Job?
No, Ed Morrison, probably.
Morris?
He barged in. He's upstairs with her now.
Well, doesn't he know it's your anniversary?
He said he chose this night especially to ask her for my wife's hand in marriage.
Well, your marrying Fanny hasn't discouraged any of them, has it?
On the contrary. They seem to feel they have to rescue her. The trouble with Fanny is she's too kind to them. So gentle and considerate.
How has she been with you, Job?
Kind, gentle, and considerate. I'm a very patient man, Joe.
All right, Fanny. I'll leave. But remember, I haven't given up yet.
Well, apparently Morrison is not staying. He'll be back again in about 2 weeks.
Hello, Georgie.
Oh, hello, Fanny.
Good evening, Joe, dear. George, your flowers are beautiful.
Thanks.
You like my gown, Joe?
You look beautiful, Fanny. Beautiful. Fanny, I thought you might like this. It's, here. You open it.
A diamond bracelet. Job Skeffington. Oh, it's lovely. You know, George, I keep forgetting that Job can afford to give me things like this. How very sweet of you, Job. You know, I'm simply famished. Is dinner ready?
All ready. One thing about these proposals from Fanny's suitors, George.
Yes?
They certainly give her a whale of an appetite.
We went to the theater after dinner. Fanny was her usual sparkling self until we returned. Then suddenly she was ill. Before we knew it, she'd fallen to the floor.
Now, don't worry, Mr. Skeffington. She's perfectly all right.
Then why did she faint, Doctor?
I usually make a ceremony out of these things, but, well, you're going to be a father.
Why, thank you.
That's perfectly all right.
May I go in and see her?
I've given her a sedative, but you'll have about 5 minutes for the usual nonsense. Good night.
Good night, Doctor. Fanny, is there anything I can do?
No.
Would you like to be alone?
No.
Well, I think any child of ours has a far chance of being stupid.
You're laughing at me again, Joe. Oh, I suppose I'm just as fond of children as anybody else. Well, it's just that babies grow up, and everybody expects you to grow up with them.
You are not afraid of growing old, are you, Fanny?
Yes, I am. Do I look puffy yet?
Oh. No, you look beautiful.
I don't know why. My face is all tear-stained. I wanted to keep on crying, but I didn't have the strength. Soon I'll be all puffy and ugly. I don't want anybody to see me like that. I couldn't bear it.
Fanny.
Joe, George is going to California soon. I want to go with him and have my baby there.
But I thought you loved this house.
Oh, of course I do, but it's too close to all my friends. I won't have them see me ugly.
You'll never be ugly, Fanny. A woman is beautiful when she's loved. And only then.
Nonsense. A woman is beautiful if she has 8 hours sleep and goes to the beauty parlor every day. And bone structure has a lot to do with it, too.
Fanny, aren't you really happy about having a baby?
Joe, I just can't seem to keep my eyes open any longer.
Yes, dear. I'll go now.
Annie's baby was born in California. A month later, she was back in New York, her devoted gentlemen flocking about her as fervently as ever. But Job was too enchanted with his little daughter to bother about them. A week before the child's second birthday, word came that Trippy had been killed in action. Fanny went completely to pieces in a frightening burst of hysteria.
Oh, no, it can't be. Not Trippy. Oh, my poor darling Trippy, and I loved him so.
Fanny, please, get hold of yourself.
I told him not to go to war. I told him.
Fanny, let me say something, please.
Oh, leave me alone. Trippy's dead. Trippy's
George,
dead.
see what you can do. I'll get some brandy. Give me that.
Fanny, darling, now you must.
George, if it hadn't been for Job, Trippy would never have gone to war at all. He killed Trippy. He killed my brother.
Fanny, you know that isn't
yes,
true.
He did. And I'll go on living with him for the rest of my life.
Fanny, please.
And for the rest of my life, he'll keep on looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of his. So good and so kind and so sickening.
Job loves you very much. You know
It's
that.
really funny. I married Job so I could take care of Trippy. And now Trippy's dead. And all I've got is Job. All I've got is...
I've brought you some brandy. Drink it down if you can. It will do you good.
I suppose whatever Fanny did from then on, she could justify because Trippy was dead. Very little changed over the years, least of all Fanny's youth and radiance. She simply refused to grow any older. During the speakeasy era, she became fashionably involved with a rum runner. And Job, quite openly, started to be seen with girls from his office. Just what was in his mind, I'll never know. Only one thing is certain. If he was trying to give Fanny grounds for divorce, he was highly successful.
Oh, hello, Georgie. All by yourself?
Uh-huh. Job's in the garden.
With Fanny?
Yes. How was it in court?
Dollar's dishwater.
Fanny, tell me, does she know about the divorce, young Fanny?
It's quite impossible to keep anything from her.
Yeah, she's 11 years old now.
You don't have to remind me.
Fanny, can't you find it possible to forgive Job?
5 secretaries in a row? I'm not that forgiving.
Well, the second secretary must have forgiven him for the first, all the way down the line. Can't you be as forgiving as the secretary?
Well, as a matter of fact, Georgie, I'm very grateful to Job. I must admit I was quite angry at first. Then suddenly I realized that the 5 secretaries were 5 gates of freedom.
Now you can live with your conscience.
Yes.
I hope the two of you are very happy.
George, is custody of the child always given to the mother?
Why, don't you want her?
Oh, of course. It's just that, well, poor little thing, I can't help but feel she'd so much rather be with Job.
Oh, hello, Fanny. Well, how did it go?
Very tiresome, Job. I napped now and then, so did the judge. Georgie, why don't you run out in the garden and amuse Fanny?
Of course. I'm in a highly amusing mood.
Well, Job, are you comfortable at the club?
I have a choice view of 47th Street.
Oh, I do want to thank you for your very generous settlement.
Well, 12 years with the wrong husband should be rewarded.
Well, of course it was ridiculous of you to settle a fortune on me, but then it would have been ridiculous for me to refuse this.
I'm glad you're going to be so reasonable about it.
Still laughing at me, without moving a muscle.
I assure you, Fanny, it's no laughing matter.
Oh, I can't bear to look at you, Job. Your eyes have such a hurt expression.
And I repudiate my eyes. I've no right to feel hurt.
I'm sorry, Job. I'm really sorry I can't love you.
You can't really love anyone.
Well,
that's not meant as a reproach. It's just one of the facts of your life.
You know, Job, I'm very fond of you, and I might never have taken this step at all if I hadn't discovered. Well, after all, Job, 5 of them.
Oh, you mustn't think so harshly of my secretary. They were very nice and understanding. When I came to the office after a hard day at home.
Job, really?
Oh, Fanny, I
Job, please don't beg.
Beg you, Fanny? I never begged you in my life.
Oh, I have a dreadful headache. This isn't what I wanted to discuss with you at all.
I'm sorry, but I have a headache, too. And I think mine precedes yours by quite a few years.
I find this all very distasteful.
All right. What is it you want to discuss?
Our daughter. She's not going to be very happy staying with me. She loves you so much more.
I'm no hypocrite. I'm glad she does.
Yes, but you see, the court says a child should stay with its mother.
Never mind what the court says. What do you say?
Well, I think that a child should. It's just that
Are you sure that she won't be a hindrance to you? After all, you're young and beautiful.
Don't be insulting. It isn't fair, Job. You know perfectly well that if Fanny is miserable, I shall be miserable, too.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Well, if you could talk to her, Job, and see how she feels about it.
All right. I'll be glad to.
Oh, thank you, Job. That's very sweet of you.
May I take her out to dinner?
That would be lovely.
Maybe she could wear her blue organdy. She reminds me of you. Darling, you haven't eaten hardly anything.
I'm not very hungry. You haven't eaten either, Daddy.
Oh, I had a big lunch.
It's a very nice orchestra, isn't it? Very nice.
Yes, darling. It is.
Daddy, aren't you coming home to live anymore?
I'm afraid not, Fanny. Besides, I'm going to Europe in a few weeks. I'll be gone a long time.
Oh, Daddy.
Hush now. The waiter's coming.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dad.
Everything all right, sir?
Yes, thank you. But, well, we are not hungry.
Oh, will the young lady have some dessert?
No, thank you.
Oh, we have some very delicious creme glacée.
That means ice cream, Daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Vanilla, peppermint, strawberry?
No, thank you.
You can bring the young lady a tall glass of milk.
Yes, sir.
Fanny, dear, you'll see. You'll be very happy with your mother. Your mother loves you.
Yes, Daddy, but you love me too, don't you?
Yes.
Why wouldn't I be happy with you too?
Well, I don't know if I can explain this to you, Fanny. You see, your mother and I are of different faiths.
You believe in God, don't you?
Certainly I do.
Well, so does Mommy. She told me so.
Well, Fanny, it's, you see, I'm Jewish. Your mother isn't. Now, if you stay with her, you will never know what it is to be a... Well, I mean, if you come to Europe with me, it's different there, and people may look upon you as... it's very difficult to explain to a child.
If you don't want me, Daddy, I suppose I can always live by myself.
Fanny.
Oh, Daddy, please take me with you, even to Europe. I won't be any trouble, I promise.
You do, will you? Well, let me see. You know, darling, there are wonderful schools in Switzerland.
And you'll speak to Mother? Oh, maybe she'll say yes.
Oh, she will, darling, she will.
Oh, Daddy.
Hush, now, hush. Here comes your milk.
I think I'll have some ice cream after all.
Yes, and, waiter, you can bring me a plate, too.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Who wants to know why Alexis Smith always wears a gold anklet?
Because her ankles are so slim?
Well, they are, but the reason's much more sentimental. The anklet's engraved with the date she and her husband met, and she hasn't had it off since they were married. Alexis' legs are lovely, but you can judge for yourself when you see her in Rhapsody in Blue, the big new musical based on the life of George Gershwin.
Girls off the screen as well as on the screen like to flatter their legs. Here's one important secret. Lux Flakes for stockings save their elasticity. They can give as you move, but spring back into shape, always keeping their flattering fit. Of course, Lux stockings last longer, too. In strain tests, Lux stockings lasted twice as long as those washed with strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. So, for better fit and better wear, give your stockings Lux Care. If your dealer is out of Lux Flakes right now, try again soon. More is on the way. Lux is worth waiting for. Back to William Keighley and our stars.
After the final curtain, we hope you'll join us for a brief chat with tonight's stars. And now, here's Act 3 of Mr. Skeffington. with Betty Davis as Fanny and Paul Henrys as Job.
So Job Skeffington went to Europe, to Germany, and his daughter went with him. And there Job stayed. But as little Fanny grew up, she'd come to New York every summer. Too bad she picked that time of year. Her mother never seemed to be in town.
My darling daughter, where does time go? I thought surely I could see you this summer. I planned to be in New York in August. But that dreadful yacht at the Barnby broke down off Savannah. Dearest Fanny, to think so many years have passed and we still haven't seen each other. But Mother misses you very, very much. I am glad you liked your birthday gift. I don't remember when...
And so it went for 10 years. But this year, young Fanny failed to arrive in the summer. She came instead on an embarrassing October afternoon. Her mother was home having a cocktail with a young man. The older Fanny grew, the younger, it seemed, were her admirers.
Fanny, remember that day at the country club when I introduced myself?
Yes, Johnny.
Well, I'm finally going to say what I wanted to say to you then. I'm in love with you, Fanny.
You're really very sweet, Johnny.
Oh, that tolerant tone.
Johnny, if we're going sailing, we'd better get started.
Do we have to go sailing?
Oh, but I love sailing. And what is it, Clinton?
Excuse me, madam. A young lady to see you.
A young lady?
She says she's your...
Hello, Mother. Good heavens. Fanny. Fanny, darling. My darling, this is such a surprise.
Yes, I suppose it is, Mother.
You know, you're the last person I expected to see. Is, your father with you?
Oh, no, he's still in Berlin. He says the Nazis don't frighten him, but he thought I'd better come back here to you.
And here you are.
Here I am.
Oh, Johnny. Oh, forgive me, Fanny, this is Johnny Mitchell. Johnny, this is my, baby, Fanny.
How do you do?
Hello.
Fanny and I haven't seen each other for years, have we, darling? You know you're very tall for your age.
Really? Oh, but Mother, I'm nearly...
She's going to be a stunning woman, don't you think, Johnny?
Oh, yes. Yes, she's going to be.
Darling, Johnny and I are going to go sailing. When I get back, we can talk for days and days.
Well, Fanny, do you think we ought to? It gets pretty chilly.
Chilly? You talk as if you were 40, 50 years old or something. Certainly we're going sailing.
Well, I'll see you later then.
Oh, yes. Hey, wait. I can't call you both, Fanny. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll call you young Fanny, and you... Well, I'll think of something.
Hello?
Fanny?
Yes?
This is Johnny Mitchell.
Yes?
Look, I don't want to alarm you, but... Well, your mother, we were coming in when she just collapsed. She got pretty wet sailing. She must have gotten a chill or something.
Oh, where is she now?
I'm bringing her right home. You'd better call a doctor. Is your mother's maid around?
Mamby, yes?
Well, Mamby'll know who to call. I'll have her home in half an hour.
That night, Fanny was in the hospital with a raging fever, diphtheria. Doctors warned her she might not live. At her age, they said. At her age. Who'd ever thought of Fanny as old? The beautiful, dazzling Mrs. Skeffington. Well, Fanny didn't die. And in 10 days after she'd passed the crisis.
Yes, Mrs. Skeffington? Nurse. Did Dr. Melton say when I may have visitors?
Yes, Thursday morning. But only 1 or 2, please.
Ask him to please telephone my home. Under no circumstances do I want any visitors. No one must see me. No one.
Oh, hello, Cousin George.
Hello, dear. Well, did your mother get home?
10 minutes ago. We were just having some tea.
I would have to be out of town when all this happened. Well, did you two finally get acquainted?
I'm afraid we've hardly had the chance.
The doctor wouldn't allow any visitors at the hospital, and when she went to the rest home, she told me not to come.
Oh, darling, you don't know your mother very well. She wouldn't want anyone to see her unless she was looking her absolute best. And they tell me diphtheria is no beauty treatment.
Well, you have company already, Mother. Georgie, what an unexpected pleasure.
How are you, Fanny?
Very well, thank you, even if I do look so dreadful.
You could never look anything but adorable.
You're lying, Georgie. I know perfectly well how I look. Have some tea, George. Wasn't it just like me to contract the child's disease? But it's the most dreadful nuisance. Handfuls of my hair came out. Henri simply saved my life.
Who's Henri?
My hairdresser, of course. I don't know what I would have done without him. But here I am, chattering on about myself. Annie, what have you been doing? Oh, nothing very much, Mother. Have you seen Johnny Mitchell? Yes, I've seen him. He's fine. Georgie, do you know who I've been seeing?
Oh, who?
Joe.
Joe?
Yes, he just sits around all day, staring at me with those soulful eyes of his.
Oh, you mean you've been having hallucinations?
Is that what it is? One day in the hospital, I shut my eyes, and he suddenly appeared. Now I don't even have to shut my eyes. He appears just the same. Fanny, I do wish you'd write your father and ask him to stop it. Have you heard from him lately? No, not for weeks and weeks, and I'm terribly worried. Well, he hasn't had time to write. He's been too busy staring at me. I detest women who go to psychoanalysts, Georgie, but what else am I to do? I'm seeing one next week, Dr. Tyler.
Wonderful.
Well, now I think I'll go to my room and rest. Georgie, would you help a decrepit old lady up the stairs?
Oh, Fanny, what nonsense.
Keep talking, Mrs. Skeffington.
I told you about the hallucinations, Dr. Tyler. What else is there to talk about?
How old are you?
45.
60.
Well, I didn't sleep very well last night.
Sleep is most important to a woman of your age, if you don't want to be an eyesore.
Eyesore? Are you suggesting I am an eyesore?
No, nor are you a Lillian Russell.
Dr. Tyler!
Sit down. My dear lady, your seeing your husband comes out of a subconscious desire to see him, a need for him.
That's ridiculous.
Nevertheless, that's where your husband comes in, when your romantic days are over.
My romantic days are over.
Oh, my poor woman.
Oh, my poor doctor.
Listen to me. The only person who will stick to such a woman as you is your husband. Admirers, sweethearts, whatever you choose to call them, never mean what they say, and always end up by turning sour on the stomach.
You're revolting.
But my advice is sound. If you don't believe me, find out for yourself. See them, these gentlemen of your past. Ask the whole lot of them in for dinner. You can size them up, and they can size you up.
Shall I make you a wager? If I wanted to, not that I do, but if I wanted to, all I would have to do is smile at one of them.
All right, why don't you try it?
Oh, you want me to prove it to you?
No, to yourself. I'm sorry to have to be so blunt, Mrs. Skeffington, but you're one of the vast army of silly women. Capital S, capital W. You're overdressed, overmade up, and you're most certainly overperfumed.
You are the rudest man I ever met.
Did you come here to consult a gentleman or a doctor?
I strongly suspect you are neither, and I'm not at all impressed with your manner.
You will be when you get my bill. Go back to your husband.
And you know where you can go.
Fanny must have known what the party would be like. But along with her false hair, she wore a false gaiety just as difficult to detect. They trooped in the stout-hearted gentlemen of her past, who now were merely stout. They brought their wives along, and it was all very dismal and somewhat heartbreaking. Fortunately, they left early, all but Edward Morrison. He took Fanny out on the terrace.
Fanny, oh, my darling.
The same Edward, romantic as ever. And just look at us. You're bald, and I'm dilapidated.
Well, that's ridiculous. We're both in the prime of life. I still want to marry you, Fanny.
Edward, you can't be serious.
Fanny, I love you. I love you, Fanny.
Edward, please.
Oh, Fanny, we'll have a glorious life together. We'll... No.
Yes, Edward?
I'm afraid I've disturbed your hair, dear. These curls.
What a nuisance. They're always falling off.
They're very pretty. May I pin them on for you?
No, Edward. Thank you. I think I'd better do it myself. They're very expensive, you know.
Oh, well, thank heaven you don't have to worry about things like that.
Oh, but I do. Only keeps me practically broke.
They're broke?
Well, practically.
You can't mean that, Fanny.
If only I'd had a man to advise me. You should have returned a few years earlier, Edward.
Yes, I should have.
It's getting late,
Yes, don't bother seeing me to the door, Fanny.
I'll think over your proposal.
Oh, well, don't be too hasty. Marriage is a very serious step. Hmm?
Yes, it is, Edward. I'm so glad to have seen you.
Goodbye, Fanny. Oh, you don't happen to know of anyone interested in buying a coffee plantation, do you?
No, but if I hear of anyone, I shall be very happy to let you know.
Thank you, Fanny. It's no good, but it's all I've got left.
Mother, may I speak to you? Of course, Fanny. Mother, I just left John. Johnny Mitchell? Yes. We're going to be married. But I had no idea, Fanny. You haven't known him for very long. I've known him for several months. As long as I've known you. Don't you think you should have talked it over with your mother? Have I a mother? That's not very kind, Fanny. I've always loved you very much. Sort of a long-distance love. I never wanted you to leave me. It was just that you loved your father so much more. Oh, I know you had a difficult choice to make. You couldn't be both a beauty and a mother. Oh, Mother, I used to worry about my looks, too, when I was 13 and all arms and legs. But Father would always comfort me. A woman is beautiful only when she's loved, he'd say. Yes, he said that to me once, too. Fanny, do you suppose it's too late for me to be a mother to you now? I'd like to try. Oh, it wouldn't work out, Mother. I see. We're leaving for Seattle tonight. Johnny's opening a branch office there. Well, I suppose you wish me luck. Of course, Fanny. Thank you. Goodbye, Mother. Goodbye, darling. Manby. Manby, don't leave me.
Why, of course I won't.
You're the only one I have left.
I'll never leave you, never.
Manby, I'm alone. I'm all alone.
A few moments ago, Manby telephoned me. She wanted to know if I'd come over and see Fanny tomorrow. She thought I might cheer her up. And just now the phone rang again. It was Job Skeffington. He said he wanted to say goodbye. He was going to leave New York. But I made him promise to see me first. In the morning.
Georgie, what are you doing here at 10 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, I thought I'd just drop by and see how you were. Well, it was nice seeing all your old friends at the party the other night, wasn't it?
It was pure vanity, George. What makes you so nervous?
Fanny, I'm worried. I've just seen Job.
Job? But you couldn't have. Job is in Germany.
No, he's right here in New York.
If he's here, why didn't he let his own daughter know?
When you see him, you'll understand. He's been in a concentration camp. You'll hardly recognize him. They took everything he had, Fanny. Job hasn't got a cent.
Job, poor. What do you think I ought to do?
It isn't a question of what you ought to do. Of course, you have no obligation. I think you should remember that this house, everything in it, every stitch you own is yours because of his generosity.
And it's unfair that I'm so well off and he's so poor.
Yes, exactly.
Very well. I'll send for the lawyers and see what we can do for him.
No, Fanny. No lawyers.
You mean I must see Job myself?
Yes. He's downstairs.
Downstairs? In this house now?
Go down and see him, Fanny.
Never. Look at me, Georgie. Just look at what's left of
But
me.
you'll always seem the same to Job. He still loves you.
No, Georgie. He loved only what I looked like.
That isn't true, and you know it.
Georgie, do you think I am mentally deficient? I've seen the others. They all love me, too. At the party the other night, one look at me, and they all recoiled. And I'm not going to add Job to the list. Despise me, Job. You didn't know what a really vain creature you'd been fond of all these years.
You've never loved anyone but yourself, have you, Fanny? Spent your life in front of a mirror, completely unaware of the people around you. Now, look, here's a chance for you to do something for someone else. A lot worse things in this world than losing one's beauty. Oh, go down, Fanny. You won't regret it. Go down and face him.
Very well, George. I'll go down. Joe?
Is it Fanny?
You don't know me, do you, Joe?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. You're as beautiful as ever.
Still laughing at me, Joe.
Oh, no, Fanny, no. You see, I am...
Joe! Joe!
The
Joe,
chair.
are you hurt?
I thought I remembered where...
Oh, Joe. Die. Oh, no, Joe, my darling, you can't speak. They didn't, the Nazis. Oh, my poor darling. My poor dear Joe. And all the time I've been thinking only of myself. Joe. Joe, you're safe now. You're home with me. You're safe now.
Fanny.
Come, Joe. Here. Here's my arm. Here's your pain, Joe.
Thank you, Fanny.
Come along. Manby. Manby, Mr. Skeffington has come home. Oh, welcome home, Mr. Skeffington.
Thank you, Mandy.
Joe, here's George.
Fanny, I've never seen you look more beautiful.
A woman is beautiful only when she is loved. Isn't that right, Joe? Nanby, would you call Janie Clarkson? Tell her I can't possibly see her for lunch today.
Before we bring our stars back to the curtain call, we would like to make this important announcement. Starting today, your meat dealer will give you not 2, but 4 points and 4 cents for every pound of used fats you turn in. Fats and oils in most meats, except low grades, continue to be rationed. Used fats are urgently needed to speed up reconversion to peacetime goods.
I didn't know used fats were needed now that the shooting's over.
But they are more than ever. It takes grease and oil to help manufacture that new refrigerator you want, or a car, or a sewing machine, or a washer, or any of thousands of products you've been waiting for. And if there aren't enough fats and oils and greases to go around, some industry has to do with less. Soap, for instance.
But soap doesn't use heavy greases like industry does it.
No, but industry gets first claim so it can put men back to work. The more used fats you turn in, the more of the finer oils needed for soap making can be released.
Well, if the government thinks it's important enough to give me double the points for saving fats, I guess I'll start another can tonight with the drippings from the frying pan.
And save used fat from every meal. Roaster and broiler drippings, meat trimmings, and table scrapings, too. Remember, from now on, you get double the points. 4 for every pound of used fat you turn in. Think of the extra butter or bacon or meat you can buy with them. Here's William Keeley at our microphone.
I can assure you it's been a real pleasure to work with 2 such stars as Betty Davis and Paul Henry. And the result has been a play we'll long remember.
It's good to be back on Lux and back with you again, Bill.
Again? Have you two worked together before?
Oh, yes, Paul. I was dialogue director on the first picture in which Betty changed from innocent ingenue roles to,
Go ahead and say it.
Well, Betty, you know you have brought more misery to humanity than any other star in Hollywood. But only on the screen.
Thank you.
You know, Betty, when I was in Paris a few months ago, I stopped at the Paris canteen. They were hoping for a visit from you.
I had planned to go over, Bill, but the last minute couldn't and was very disappointed.
They couldn't spare Betty from the Hollywood canteen.
Yeah. Well, Betty, you and your associates have done a really magnificent job at the canteen.
Well, my associates and I, thank you, Bill. Matter of fact, after the canteen closes on Thanksgiving Day, I'll have to find something else to do.
Yes, and I hope that something else will include another picture for Warner's. As fine as your latest one, The Corner's Green.
Well, as long as we're patting people on the back, Bill, save a pat for Paul.
Well, I was just coming to that. I was lucky enough to see a preview of Paul's next picture.
The Water Chevrolet program starring Jack Benny and Frank Black's orchestra. And now Frank Black and his orchestra open the program with Tony's Wife. Have you heard the latest, my friends? The newest good news from Chevrolet. Well, talk about business being good. Just listen to this. Instead of sales going down, as car sales usually do at the end of the spring selling season, Chevrolet sales are still going up and up, way ahead of the same period in May, way ahead of the sales a year ago. Over 20,000 Chevrolets were delivered at retail the first 10 days of June. This is the first time since 1927 that sales in June have exceeded those in May. Every minute, night and day, someone is buying a Chevrolet. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's the same old story, isn't it? You just can't keep the best car from leading, especially when that car has a Fisher hardwood and steel body, Fisher no-draft ventilation, a starterator, synchro mesh, freewheeling, the most economical engine in a low-priced car, and especially when it sells for as little as $445 FOB factory. And now, Jack Benny. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the Earth Galloper, coming to you with all the late news events through the courtesy of, now get this, folks, through the courtesy of I Bought Her a Sandwich, So She Ate It Press. Boy, am I hot tonight. So She Ate It Press. Did you get that, Mary?
Yes, and I'm going to get rid of it, too.
I see. I don't know. I kind of liked it. So She Ate It Press. Get it, Milton?
No, what is it?
It's a joke.
Oh, pardon me.
Well, I'll start all over again, folks. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the Earth Galloper, coming to you through the courtesy of the Daily Exterminator. All the news that's split to print. Here they are. Okay, let's go. A little late with the call, but it's okay. Washington, D.C. President Roosevelt takes 2 weeks vacation, which will end June 30th. Vice President Garner's vacation will end in 1936. Paris, France. Russian prince weds 5 and 10 cent store heiress. To keep the money in the family, he buys the ring in her store. New York, New York. Jack Sharkey will fight Primo Carnera at Madison Square Bowl. When interviewed, Sharkey claimed he will not be able to hit high enough to foul Carnera. Mountain Lake, New Jersey. Carnera training here with King Kong. During brief workout, one of Carnera's legs was found in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Cincinnati, Ohio. Man finds alcohol in 3.2 beer and is given key to the city. Highland, New Jersey. Nudist colony discovered here. During cold spell last week, noodles were seen wrapped in cellophane. Prosperity news, Detroit, Michigan. Big industries raise employees' wages 10%.
When do I get a raise, Jack?
When we're in Detroit, Mary. Hollywood, California. Roller skating fad hits Hollywood. Greta Garbo given ticket for parking her skates in front of a hydrant. London, England. Nations meet here to pay United States war debts. Poland acknowledges her debt in silver and sends us 4 dimes and a quarter. Finland sends us a fin. Belgium gives us 2 brass rings from a merry-go-round. And France gives us Chevalier.
And Chevrolet gives you the biggest value for your money in the low-price field.
But, Howard...
That's nothing. The Chevrolet has the Fisher no draft.
I know that, Howard. I know
and
that.
And every 40 seconds of the day, someone buys a Chevrolet.
Play, boys, play. There's no use arguing with Howard. I wish Frank would make those orchestra boys shave. You know, folks, I never saw so many beards in one orchestra. No, really, I don't know how they get their saxophones in their mouths. I'm not kidding, huh?
Jack.
Yes, Mary?
Look at these. Aren't they beautiful?
Why, Mary, what are you doing with all those flowers?
Well, it's my birthday today, Jack.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I nearly forgot. Huh?
And thanks for the card.
Did you like the card I sent you, Mary?
Yes, but my name isn't Easter.
Well, I happen to have one left over, you know.
Oh, that's all right. What are you giving me for a present?
Well, let's see, Mary. How old are you today?
21.
21. I'll say I've got a great idea. It's too late to buy you something, but I'll give you $1 for each year. See, here it is. Now, 5, 10, 20, 21.
Well, that's awfully nice of you, Jack. And, gee, are you lucky?
Why?
Well, if I told you my right age, you'd owe me $6 more.
Mary, make believe you're 60 and give me back $5, will you? Well, folks, you can never tell a person's age. I don't know, a man is as old as he looks, and a woman is as old as she likes.
Well, congratulations, Mary.
Thanks, Howard.
Now, here are a couple of little remembrances.
Gee, a ring and a book, thanks. What a pretty ring. But what's the book all about?
Well, that's to keep up the payments on the ring.
I gave him that joke, folks. You know, live and let live, you know.
Mary, I want to congratulate you, too. I want to give you...
Yes, Jimmy?
My very best wishes.
Well, anyway, Mary, you don't have to keep up the payments on that, you know. Yeah, I bet you got a lot of nice telegrams today, huh?
Yes, and birthday cards, too. Do you want me to read some to you?
Go ahead, you will anyway.
Well, here's one I got from Howard. It says, happy birthday, I must say. May many more come by your way. Because every minute of the day,
Someone buys a Chevrolet. Yes, that's a wonderful hit. It's a wonderful thought on Howard's part. I knew he'd get that in.
Oh, here's another card, Jack.
Another card. Read it, Mary.
It says, happy birthday to the sweetest and fairest girl in all the world.
Who sent that?
I did.
You did?
Yes, no one knows me like I do.
Mary, this being your birthday, really, why don't you do something? I mean, now tell us something about your life. I mean, I think everybody here in the school would like to know something. Yeah.
Well, I was born in Plainfield, New Jersey on a very dark day.
Mm-hmm.
At first, I didn't know what it was all about.
Uh-huh.
And before I knew what had happened, I was 5 years old.
How time flies.
Yes, now on my 5th birthday, I said to myself, Toots, Plainfield isn't big enough for you, so I went to Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, New Jersey?
No, my Aunt Elizabeth.
Oh.
But there was nothing there for me, so I went to Trenton.
Oh, your Uncle Trenton?
No, Trenton, New Jersey.
Oh, well, I'm all mixed up. I don't know.
At Trenton, things were kind of dull, so I came back to Plainfield and stayed there until I was 6.
Uh-huh.
And was I 6? In fact, the doctor told me I would never reach 7.
How time flies. Mm-hmm.
But 7 o'clock came, and then 8, and I ate and ate and ate until I was 9.
Until you were 9, I see. And then what happened, huh?
Then 10 came along, and we started our program. So here I am, and it's only 10:15.
Oh, is that all, Mary?
Yes, that's all.
Applaud everybody. Very good. That was very good, huh? That was very interesting, Mary. And now James Melton will sing Roses of Picardy. By the way, Jimmy, when did you first start to sing?
Well, I was born in Georgia, and when I was 5 years old, I said to myself, Toots, this state is too small for you. So I came to New York and took singing lessons.
Well, that's interesting, really, that is, huh?
Yes, I know. Well, tell me, Jack, when did you first become a master of ceremony?
Well, Jimmy, I was born in the United States, you see. And when I was 5 years old, I said to myself, Tootsie, I said, Toots, this world is too small for you.
Why don't you get out of it?
I will, Jimmy. Give me time, will you, for heaven's sake?
We'll die with the summertime, and the autumn may be far away. But there's one rose that dies lost in Picardy. Is the I keep in my
That was James Melton singing Roses of Picardy, dedicated to the American Legion, who will meet at their greatest of conventions in Chicago on October 2nd. Hooray! Don't worry, folks. Don't worry about all this noise. It's just a little banquet we're having here tonight. You know, this is our last program until the fall, and we're all celebrating. What a crowd. What gowns, what wraps, and what sacks. Everybody's here. They're all in evening clothes. What celebrities. How do you do, Miss Garbo? Sit right here next to Howard Claney. Huh?
I want to be alone.
Don't worry, you will be. Now, look at Clark Gable. How are you, Clark?
Fine, Jack. I want to congratulate you on going off the air tonight.
I'll pass that up. I see. We're going to have a lot of music and entertainment tonight, Clark. Will you listen?
I'm all ears.
That was Clark Gable, folks. Clark Gable. Sit right here. Just throw that bundle down that you have in your arms.
What bundle? That's Joan Crawford.
Oh, pardon me. I'm sorry. And who is this? Hey, wait a minute, mister. Wait a minute. You can't come in here without an invitation. This is a private affair. What's your name, sir?
Marlene Dietrich.
Oh, Marlene. Well, come right in.
Will we have a good time here tonight?
It all depends on you. Oh, I thought that was good. That was awfully good. What merriment, huh?
Oh, waiter.
Waiter, I'm Jack Benny.
Oh, pardon me.
And here they keep coming. Jack Pearl, Eddie Cantor, Chevalier, Ben Burney, Phil Baker, Bert Lahr. Mary, set the table and serve the food as soon as possible, yeah?
Jack, we have no tablecloth.
No tablecloth?
No.
What are we going to do? Oh, here comes Mahatma Gandhi. We're saved. Take your coat, Mahatma?
Yes.
Mary, here's your tablecloth. Where am I going to sit? Behind that screen. You're fasting anyway, you know. Say, Howard. Howard, look at all those cars parked out in front of this building. And they're all Chevrolet. A little music, boys. Come on, let's liven up the party. Serve the soup, garçon. Oi, oi. Oi, oi. You mean oui, oui. Some French waiter we got here. Play, boys. Come on, play. Let's get the party. Come on, into the food. How are you doing, Miss Garbo?
Fine. Thank you. Stay here.
Well, that's a compliment, huh? What did you order, Mr. Chevalier?
I ordered a steak a long time ago.
Get it. How would you like your steak?
Not today, not tomorrow, but right now.
How about a song, Murray? Yeah, come on, give us a song, Murray.
No, I don't feel like
singing. Come on, Chevy, just one number.
All right. Every bird has a date, every poodle has a mate, in the park, in Paris, in the spring. Every bird, every fish, sings together every wish, in the park, in Paris, in the spring.
Can you imagine, folks, every minute of the day someone falls for Chevalier?
Oh, Jack!
What is it, Ed?
I must tell you a joke. This is going to kill you. Gee, I wish Ray were here. He's dying.
No, Kitty, go ahead. Tell it. Let's get him to tell the joke.
A man walks into a barber shop and get a shave.
Yeah?
You'll fall down the
I imagine I will, yeah.
A man walks into a barber shop to get a shave. Oh!
How Ed Wynn has changed.
Well, anyway, when the barber got through shaving him, he said to his customer, Is that a red tie you're wearing? And the customer said, No! So the barber said, Well, then I must have cut your throat. I know you wouldn't get it.
Oh,
Mr. Vinny, what will I serve now?
Serve the breaded veal chops, Bridget. Huh?
We have no veal chops.
Well, then just serve the bread, you know. Anyway, I think we ought to have a little entertainment. What do you say?
Let's hear from Mary Livingstone.
That's right. A few words from Mary.
Come on, Mary, say something. What do you think? Come on, Mary, will you? Mary Livingstone. Just make a little speech, you know.
Well, I was born in Plainfield, New Jersey on a very dark day. When I was 5 years old, I said to myself, Toots,
And now that we've heard from Mary Livingston, let's hear from that great artist sitting right here at this table, Freddie Allen. Hooray! Get Freddie Allen. Huh? Now, what do you got to say, Freddie?
Hello, folks. All I want to say is that I'm enjoying the banquet here tonight very much. There's only a one-course dinner. Then all I have at night is coffee anyway. But as you have no coffee, we're all even.
Say, Freddie, didn't Walter Winslow show up tonight?
Sure, there he is, sitting over there in the corner.
Well, let's hear from that great psychic, a man that gives you past performances of lovers the same as you get on horses. The one and only Walter Winslow. Okay, Walter.
Okay, America, let's go, fast. There's no truth to report that Dickie Moore is that way about lollipops. When grilled, he said it was ice cream cones, and they will be melted in June.
Flash, you can sit right down any time now, Walter.
I get it. This is Mrs. Winslow's little boy, Walter, signing off.
Hello, little boy. Steve, where's Clump?
You know why. Why? Because potatoes are cheaper and figs are much cheaper, now.
Now, wait a minute. Are you Winslow or Kander? Who are you?
It makes no difference to me. I can do them all.
Quiet, you're grabbing the program.
Mr. Vinny, what do you want me to serve now?
The strawberry shortcake.
Sure, and we have no strawberry shortcake.
Well, what have you got in the kitchen?
Roaches.
Well, never mind. I'll tell a story. The fine thing to bring up at a banquet. That's certainly swell, eh? Fine thing. Hey, Jack, how about a word or two from Al Smith? Al Smith, that's it. Come on. Okay, Al Smith.
Mr. Chairman, all I can say is that I'm having a great time up here tonight. And I'm glad that I was invited. I've been listening to the radio for a long time. And I'm happy to be here on this radio program because I like the radio.
Well, Al, wait a minute. Al, do you ever listen to the radio?
I like that, too.
You do, eh? Well, listen. Al, what do you think of the Chevrolet?
It's the finest car on the market.
Well, don't get sore about it. What's the idea? Let's say so, you know. No, I wouldn't get angry. Say, how about a song? How about a song for Rudy Valley?
That's right, Al. Let's hear it right.
Rudy Valley. Sorry, Rudy Valley. Hey, we want Valley. Straight up Valley. Rudy Valley. Hey. All right. I owe everybody. What's that? I owe everybody. What, with your salary? Oh, Rudy, that's right. I owe everybody. This is Rudy Valley contradicting Horace Greeley. Greeley said, go west, young man, but I must rave about the east. Our guest star tonight will be yours truly singing, Your Time is My Time. Your time is my time. Your time is my time. There's no time like our time, and no one like you. Good boy, Rudy. Good work. Hey, Jack, I'm afraid we'll have to stop the banquet. It's 10:25. All right, Howard, let's turn out the guests and go to bed. But before we go, I want everybody to meet these celebrities. Ladies and gentlemen, of the radio audience, I would like to introduce to you Mr. Johnny Woods, a young man who imitated all these different stars. Give him a nice A century of progress exposition. Ladies and gentlemen, it's off to a grand and glorious start. Everybody's excited about it, talking about it, planning and figuring how and when to go. And nearly every person who's been to Chicago comes back with the same enthusiastic story. Chevrolet has stolen the whole show. That perfectly amazing World's Fair factory of Chevrolets, in which cars are built right before your eyes, is a fascinating sight. It's the highest of all the high spots in 3.5 miles of thrill. Now, here's a tip, my friends, on how to get to the World's Fair, the easiest way, the coolest way, and by far the cheapest way. Drive in a Chevrolet, America's most economical car. You can travel all day long, and based on average gasoline costs throughout the country, 4 people in a Chevrolet can cover over 200 miles for less than 40 cents apiece. Yes, you'll not only have a cooler, more restful, more enjoyable trip in a Chevrolet, but you'll have more money left to spend at the fair when you get there. On to Chicago, America. On to the World's Fair, the most economical way. In that big, thrifty, dependable 6, Chevrolet. That was Mary singing It's Great to Be Alive. And don't forget to listen in next Friday, ladies and gentlemen, and follow our thrilling mystery, Who Killed Mr. X? Come on, Mary, I'll take you home now.
I'm sorry, Jack. I have a date tonight.
With whom? Oh, yeah? Well, he'll find out. Good night, folks.
Come on, Shadow.
In the Park is from The Gold Diggers of 1933, and It's Great to Be Alive is from Strike Me Pink. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Until now, this story has been top secret. Top Secret, the exciting NBC presentation starring gorgeous Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Gazer in transcribed dramas of international intrigue and espionage before and during World War II. Assignment 4, Escape, a story until now, top secret.
As an Allied agent in a Europe at war, my job is to fight Nazism and fascism in any and every way I can. In Hitler's Berlin, this is a dangerous job. I have been many things. A singer, a nurse, a stenographer, a manicurist. Right now, I'm the private maid, really the confidential companion of Emmy Goering, wife of the Air Marshal himself. Assignment 4 began a week ago, last Thursday. I was spending my afternoon off in the Tear Garden, sitting on a bench and throwing crusts of bread to the fat, pompous pigeons. Pigeon, pigeon, pigeon. Come on. Oh, don't be afraid. Well, are you hungry or aren't you? Are you? Then here. Oh, don't be so greedy. I have a whole bag full of crust. Come on, come on. Here's another. Here, pigeon, pigeon, pigeon. Oh, you scared them.
I'm sorry.
Well, don't look so sad about it. There isn't exactly a shortage in pigeons. Look at that one. A big fat crust, and you can't see it.
Fräulein.
Yes?
Would you mind if...
Would I mind what? Oh, would you like to feed them?
May I?
Well, of course. I have a whole bag full of crust. Help yourself.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, not a whole handful. Just a crust at a time. If you give them too much, they will... Oh, no. Are you that hungry? Wait, please, don't go. And don't be embarrassed. Being hungry is not a crime.
May I finish them?
Why didn't you say you were hungry? And you are sick, too, aren't you? You are, I can see you are sick.
You shouldn't be talking to me. I'll go now.
Have you no money?
No.
Please let me help you.
No. I can't. I'll go now.
Were you bombed out?
Yes. Yes, bombed out.
And now you have no place to go.
That's right.
Then please come home with me.
No. That's very kind of you, but I'd rather not.
Don't be proud. There are many like you. Come home with me and I have something to give you to eat. I have a small apartment around the corner. Please come.
Why are you doing this?
Must there be a motive to everything? I will ask nothing of you, but that I be allowed to feed you, and you will ask nothing of me at all.
That was wonderful. I don't know how to thank you.
Then don't try. Don't even talk. How long since you have slept?
Oh, I don't know. 2 days, 3 days. I'm afraid I've lost track of time.
Would you like to sleep here?
No, I can't.
Why are you afraid of me?
No, I'm not.
You are. I can see it in your eyes. Look, my friend, I don't know who you are. I don't care. I do not use this apartment. You may stay here as long as you wish, or you may leave now. It's up to you.
Well,
I'm so tired. Could I stretch out on your couch for an hour?
Of course you may. If you can sleep after that enormous meal, you must be very tired.
I was a bit of a pig, wasn't I?
I'm afraid the couch is too short.
Oh, no. It's wonderful. Wonderful. No. Demon, reporting, sir. 5 after 9 o'clock. 5 after 9 o'clock. The hands fell out. No.
You are all right.
The hands fell out. The hands fell out. I fell out.
Wake up. You are all right. You are safe now.
How long have I slept?
About 5 hours. It is night.
Did I say anything in my sleep?
Oh, don't worry.
I have to go. I must get out of here.
If I were you, I would stay right where you are, Philip.
What do you mean?
I know who you are. You were clawing at your collar, your shirt opened. I saw your identification discs. You are Flight Lieutenant Philip George Cornelius, RAF. The door is locked.
Look here, I don't want to hurt you. But if you don't give me that key, I'll have to take it.
But of course I'll give it to you. Here. Take it.
I just don't understand you.
The door was locked to keep people out, not to keep you in. Now, will you sit down and listen to me?
Go ahead.
I'm an Allied agent. I'm on the same side as you are.
But your accent, how?
I was once the Baroness Karen Gaze of Vienna. Believe me, I hate the Germans as much as you do. Sleep here tonight. And keep away from the windows and don't answer the door. I will come back tomorrow and at noon. I think I can find a way to get you out of Berlin.
How?
Through my employer.
Someone important?
The wife of someone important.
Who?
Emmy Goering.
Emmy? Not the Emmy Goering?
Yes.
The Reichsmarshal's wife?
Mm-hmm.
You were working as a spy inside the Goering house?
Very successfully.
What's she like?
Well, sometimes she's kind, but sometimes she's a fiend.
Well, I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Remember, don't answer the door, and don't go to the windows. And don't worry. I know how to get things from women, too.
Well, Karen, you asked for a week off. I've said you could have it. But now I want my hair set and a manicure. Then I want you to go to... What are you crying about?
You are so good. So kind. No other woman in Berlin as you are. I admire you so much.
I believe in being fair. You're a good maid. You work hard. Now stop sniffling and start on my hair.
Yes, Frau Göring. I'm sorry.
Well, are you in some sort of trouble? Well, are you? Answer me, Karen, when I ask a question.
No, I'm not in trouble. A friend of mine is in trouble.
Ah, a man. I knew it.
I have not seen him for so long, Frau Göring. He's a flyer. He was wounded. Now he's better. In a week, he reports back to his base.
So, what do you expect me to do? I said you could have a week off.
I was wondering if you could possibly...
Well, say it. Don't be timid.
Oh, I suppose they wouldn't allow you to.
You suppose what?
I suppose they wouldn't allow you to loan me a car for a week.
Allow me?
Yes. Fritz at the motor pool said that, well, he hinted that you couldn't.
Oh, he did he? If you want a car, you may have it. My little Opel, with gas. Now type a note to Fritz and I will sign it. Allow me, indeed.
Philip, it's me.
I thought you'd never come.
I brought you a suit, a razor, some underwear, and a shirt. And best of all, I've got a car for a whole week.
A car where?
Frau Goering loaned me her Opel with a tank full of gas and extra tickets. I've got to go to the motor pool and get it. I'll be back in an hour. In the meantime, you can clean up.
Where did you get the money for all this?
Never mind. Be dressed and ready to leave when I get back.
Karen,
Yes.
while you were out, the paper came.
You didn't go to the door. I told you
No,
that.
I heard the girl deliver it, and I took it in after she'd left.
What's the matter?
The second column, there. Read it.
In consequence of increasing air raids upon German cities, the High Command has made the decision that all enemy Air Force personnel who land on German territory will henceforth not be taken prisoner, but will be shot on sight.
If you're with me, they'll shoot you too, helping a prisoner to escape. You can't do it. I can manage somehow.
It's inhuman. Inhuman.
It's Germany.
We'll just have to risk it.
No, I'll risk it, not you.
It will be my way or not at all. I'll go for the car. Be ready to leave when I get back.
I can't get over you.
Tell me about yourself.
Oh, not much to tell. Born in a little town called Brockenhurst, not far from Southampton. Took Lord Oxford, then came the war and I enlisted.
How brief a story can one tell?
Talking about it makes me homesick. I say, what's that? There are flashlights ahead.
Lean back and keep quiet.
No, run them down. Run them down.
I said keep quiet. There is a better way. Please do as I say, and for goodness sake, don't open your mouth. That accent would give you away in a second. I've heard some bad German in my days, but nothing like yours.
All right, Fräulein. Past the curfew hour. There's no private traffic out of Berlin tonight.
Have you looked at the license plate, Sergeant?
I'm not interested, Fräulein. Turn back.
Perhaps you will be interested in the crest on the bonnet. Go ahead. Use your flashlight.
Right, Marshals. Forgive me, Fräulein. I did not notice. I presume you have permission?
Your caution is praiseworthy, Sergeant. Just don't go too far. Here is an order signed by Frau Goering herself.
Thank you, Fräulein. I will raise the barrier. Proceed, Fräulein. Have a good journey. I hit now.
You see how easy it is when one knows the right people? Now we are out of Berlin.
You're wonderful. You didn't turn a hair, and I thought I'd shake right out of my clothes.
A man with courage is a man who controls his fear. If you were afraid, you didn't show it.
Now where?
You'll find a map in the glove compartment. Get it out, please.
All right, eh?
Find the central autobahn, the main highway. It's a heavy green line.
Which direction?
South.
South? We'll never get to England going south.
And which way would you suggest?
Why, west, of course.
Yes? Through the entire German army, through occupied France, through the Channel Coast fortifications, then swim across the channel. Is that your idea of best way?
I'm overruled. What's your plan?
A diagonal across Germany. Follow me on the map. Berlin to Leipzig.
Right.
Leipzig to Plauen. Plauen to Nuremberg. Nuremberg to Ulm. Then we go across...
Hold it. Ulm. Right. Then?
Across to Friedrichshafen, on the Bodensee. Then to Lake Constance. And there I'll drop you off. You can get a fishing boat across to Switzerland.
Switzerland, but I'd be holed up there for the rest of the war.
And what's wrong with that?
There are other names on this map, Karen. Belsen, Buchenwald, Dachau, Auschwitz. Rotten, horrible names like swords. I can't sit it out in Switzerland. What are you stopping for? Karen, why are you stopping?
Because I want to think.
Can't you get me back to England?
I am in this kind of work for one reason, the same reason you are, to fight. But, Philip, we are surrounded. Denmark occupied, Holland occupied, Belgium occupied, France occupied. There is no other way but Switzerland.
Please take me to Holland, please. I'll risk it for the Dutch. They'll pass me through the underground and I can get to the North Sea. Thousands of our boys have come back that way. I know that I'll be able... I've no right to endanger you. It's your decision. We'll go wherever you say.
We drove across Germany, from Brandenburg to Bielefeld. The Goering crest on the bonnet of the car opened every barrier. We drove by night, traveling the back roads. In the daytime, we slept. Wherever we could find a hidden place, on the bridges, in forests, in haystacks.
Karen, wake up.
What time is it?
It's dark enough to start. It's 8:30.
I never knew a haystack could feel so wonderful.
Most of it's in your hair at the moment.
From where we are, it's hard to imagine there is a war at all.
Look at the sunset, what's left of it. Pinks and the reds.
If only the whole world could be like this.
Someday, perhaps.
I wonder.
Oh, I believe in miracles now after having met you. We're halfway there.
Münster is more than halfway.
How far are we from the town itself?
Oh, about a mile. But we won't go through it. We'll go around it. Then west to Coesfield, to Wessel. If we are lucky, we can reach Wessel in...
Karen, listen.
Where are they?
There. Over there. Hundreds of them. Look, Karen, those are Lancasters. Sterlings.
They are going to bomb Münster.
It's a saturation raid.
We'll have to go back.
No, we're safer here in the open country.
We are only a mile from the center of the town. Please, Philip, let's turn back.
Karen, you can't raise a Lancaster in a German car. We'll have to sit it out. Look, Karen, Canadians. Go ahead, boys. Give it to them. Give it to them. Blast them right off the earth.
Philip! Philip! Philip, speak to me. Philip, you can't die. I won't let you die.
It's no use, Karen.
Don't say that. Don't. You are going home. You are going home to England. Please, Philip, don't give up, please.
Leave me, Karen. Don't be a fool. Leave me.
Try to stand up, please, Philip.
No. It's no use.
Stop that. Stop it. We'll get you to a doctor. Somehow we'll get you to the doctor. Just a few steps more. Don't faint, please. Don't faint again. Don't be afraid. I've got my gun. Don't be afraid.
Kommen Sie rein.
Doctor, help us. My brother was hurt on the road to Münster.
Ja, come in.
Shrapnel in the shoulder.
On the couch, please, Fräulein. That's it. Easy, easy. Lean on me. That's it, there.
We were caught in the raid on Münster. He's lost so much blood.
Do not worry, Fräulein. You will expose the shoulder, please. I have no nurse.
Yes, doctor.
I will not be a moment.
You are safe now, Philip. You are safe.
There his shirt, Fräulein. Well back.
Yes, doctor.
Oh! So good. He has fainted. That is an angry shoulder. What are those?
Identification tags.
RAF
You mean he's English?
Yes. Those are English dog tags.
Fräulein.
And this is a German pistol. You will remove the shrapnel.
Nein.
I've heard that doctors take an oath to help the sick, heal the wounded.
I'm a German. I cannot.
You're a doctor. You will. Well, doctor?
Very well. Scalpel, please, Fräulein. So, it is done.
Are you all right, Philip?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right.
Doctor, we want food.
At the point of a gun, Fräulein?
Doctor, I am Viennese. I am different from your stolid German women. It would not cost me a thought to kill you. I've killed before. Now food, and quickly.
I have some bread, some fresh milk. That is all.
Get it.
Should have shot him, Karen.
We will be across the border station in 2 hours. He will keep until then locked in his cellar.
I have a feeling that something's...
Lie back. Try to get some sleep. In another 2 hours, it will be all over. There's a bridge at Newmargen, and from there you can follow the Wall River to the sea. I'll wake you up at the border station.
Grants Control, Neymagen, Colonel Dietz speaking. In my direction? What kind of a car? Opel. Yeah. Wounded man and a girl. Her brother. Oh, yeah. RAF. Doctor in Münster. Yeah, we will watch. I assure you they will not pass. Right. I'll be the Herren. Sergeant!
Jawohl, Herr Colonel. What is it, sir?
A man and a woman in an Opel, headed this way from Münster. He is an Englischer flyer, and they are posing as brother and sister. You know the law, they will be shot.
Ja, Herr Colonel.
You will wait and see to it yourself. They will be here in an hour or two. Bring them to me instantly.
Sofort, at once.
And remember, Sergeant, you are on detention tonight and tomorrow.
Jawohl, Herr Colonel.
That's all. Watch for them. If there is any trouble, shoot on sight. Don't ask questions, don't argue, shoot. Now go.
Philip, wake up. We are coming to the border station. This is the most dangerous barrier yet, and the last. We are brother and sister, and we lost our papers in the Münster raid. Perhaps the Goering crest on the car will work once more.
What if they stop us? Shall we make a dash for it?
They won't stop us. Nobody stopped us yet. And for heaven's sake, don't speak. Pretend you're asleep.
Good evening, Fräulein. Your papers, please.
We lost them in the raid on Münster.
Turn off your motor.
Certainly.
Now, get out.
Sergeant, my brother is badly hurt. Shrapnel in the shoulder. He has lost so much blood.
Your brother?
Yes, I said that.
Get out of the car, Fräulein, and the man, too.
If you will look at the bonnet of the car, you will notice
I am not interested in the car. I am interested in you. Both of you. Get out, now. We are looking for a wounded brother. Herr Colonel, the prisoner, sir.
Bring them in, Sergeant.
March. I said march!
Anyone can strike a wounded man, Sergeant.
When I say march, you march. Now go on.
So, this is the wounded brother and his sister. How very interesting. And how very unconvincing. I would advise you to identify yourself, my young friend.
Don't say anything, Philip.
Fräulein, I will deal with you later. Now, Herr Lieutenant, who are you?
Come. We know you are a British flyer. You will be shot in any case. If you identify yourself, you will have a cross on your grave. If you don't, you will be buried in a pit of lime. You have 3 seconds in which to choose.
I'm Lieutenant Philip George Cornelius, 2727Z Royal Air Force. I was shot down over Berlin 2 weeks ago.
Thank you, Herr Lieutenant. Sergeant, Colonel, you, Herr Lieutenant, will wait. Take the girl upstairs. I will deal with her personally. All, Herr Colonel. You may go, Fräulein.
Which way, Sergeant?
Fräulein, wait. Did he say you had come all the way from Berlin?
Yes, in 4 days.
You have perhaps friends in the underground in Holland, yes?
Why are you asking me this?
Fräulein, Germany is sick. With America in the war, we cannot win. I have tried many times to get out. I was a baker. I made bread. These Nazis, there is such a thing as a German who is not a monster.
What are you suggesting?
Take me with you.
You are not serious.
I'm partly Jewish. The colonel knows. He makes me do things that I do. Simply by a telephone call, he can finish me. That is why I struck you, brother. I must pretend to be brutal. I'm not naturally an animal, Fräulein.
You mean you will help us?
It is only 100 yards to the Dutch frontier. The underground will help a British flyer. If I get you out of this place, will you take me with you, yes?
But the colonel...
Will you take me with you?
Of course we'll take you.
Then I will deal with the colonel now. I've waited a long time for this. If you refuse to talk, Lieutenant, what is it, Sergeant? Goodbye, Herr Colonel.
Karen, come with me, please.
No.
Hurry, Herr Lieutenant, hurry!
We can get through Holland in the boat. Karen, I love you. There isn't much time to say it. I want you to marry me.
You would not sit out the war in Switzerland. My job is back in Berlin.
But you may not get back. This way is sure. Please.
I'll get back. By the time they discover his body, I'll be at Münster. Don't talk anymore, Philip. Go.
Then after? Will you come to me afterwards?
Afterwards, perhaps.
If you want to.
I want to very much.
Lieutenant, please!
All right. Hope for it, Karen. Pray for it.
Pray for it, yes.
Every day.
Lieutenant!
I love you. Coming!
Goodbye, Philip. The little boat fled down the river into the darkness. He had gone, and something of me had gone with him. A week later, I was back in Berlin, in the private air raid shelter of the House of Göring. Just Frau Göring and myself.
You never told me, Karen, your friend, that you enjoyed the week together.
Very much, Frau Göring.
He has gone back to his base?
Yes.
But he will come back to Berlin.
Well, Yes. Yes, he will come back to Berlin. In fact, I have the feeling he is very close right now.
You have just heard Ilona Massey starring in NBC's Top Secret. Here she is again to tell you about next week.
Next week, a woman in an armchair, a sable coat, and the forgery that fooled Berlin. The story of a cast and a broken leg, and a theft. It is a story that has been, until now, top secret.
Top Secret, in part transcribed, is produced by Harry W. Junkin. The script by Alan Sloan. Featured with Miss Massey was Lester Fletcher as Philip. Other players in the cast were Louis Van Ruten, Bryna Rayburn, Carl Emery, and Earl Hammond. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shields. Fred Collins speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Enough is enough.
Look, they want me to play Love and
No,
Blue.
they don't want you. They want you not to play Love and Blue. Mr. Benny killed vaudeville. Today, the murderer returns to the scene of his crime. I have the ad right here in the paper, Mr. Benny. It says the biggest show in town, 14 days only, due to Mr. Benny's prior commitments. You have to put it in there. You're going back with the good humor people. I mean, you have to. It says. It says the biggest show in New York, you will die laughing. Yeah. Now, the show is over, and I'm still alive. I would like to have my money back. I would like to have my money back. I paid 80
Fred, I'm
cents.
sorry. You paid 80 If you
cents.
want your money back, you'll have to go to the box office.
They told me at the box office you're taking it out after every show. They told me I should come to you direct.
Now, wait a minute. 80 cents. The show cost 80 cents.
80 cents
Now, look
to
what
get
you
in.
got for 80 cents. You got the Sportsman Quartet, Marjorie Reynolds, Rochester, Phil Harris, and myself. Now, you did like the Sportsman Quartet.
Very good, very good.
Is that worth 15 cents?
15 cents of anybody's money. 4 for 15
That's
is
right.
good.
Okay.
4 for 15.
Marjorie Reynolds, is that worth a quarter, Marjorie Reynolds?
Let me see. You drive a hard bargain. A quarter. Yes, I'll
40 cents.
40 cents. I'll give in 40 cents.
All right, 40 cents.
40 cents.
All right, that's 40 cents. Now,
Phil.
Now, Rochester.
Rochester, very good. Excellent.
That's certainly worth 20 cents, isn't it?
Yes, 20 cents.
That's 60 cents.
60 cents.
All right. Now, Phil Harris is worth a dime. Is that right?
8 cents.
All right.
8 cents.
All right. That's 68 cents. That leaves you 12 cents.
12 cents. I would like to have 12 cents.
Look, and remember, this is my last quarter that I got with me. I didn't get paid yet. I got to have dinner. I got to have a sandwich. I got to have something to eat.
You're in here all day.
I'm going to be here all day. I haven't even got money to ride home. Not even on the bus. Nothing.
Can't go home tonight?
No.
Well, how are you going to get home? With your
I don't
legs will
know.
give away about 9 o'clock. You'll never be able to walk it.
Well, if you could just let me have a dime so I could get back on the bus.
The bus?
That's right.
Now, on Sunday morning here at the town hall, the Hay Fever Guild will meet for pollen drill.
Mr.
And
Allen! Mr.
Now, quiet.
Allen!
The acoustics bruise easily here. I may have to dab some minute rub on the walls if the acoustics sort of...
Hello?
Well, sir, they laughed when I said the magician's hair was coming out. They didn't know I was going to pull his rabbit out of the hat. If it isn't, well, you have to make faces with a joke like that. A poor old joke like that, you drag it out, you have to help it as much as you can. What I really should do is hide that monkey on me and let it out on rare occasions. Well, if it isn't, what's her name?
Yes, Mama sent me out to get a golf club.
Well, don't tell me your mother's taking up that rollicking game of meadow badminton.
No, but our baby swallowed a golf ball.
A golf ball, and your mother is...
Mama's going to spank it with a niblick.
Well, you'd better get right home and caddy for your mother. The baby might turn out to be a tough course, you know.
Hello, Portland.
Pardon me, but I never speak to strange men at microphones.
Portland, this is Andre Baruch. Andre's taking Harry Von Zell's place, remember?
Oh, yes. Hello, Andre. Gosh, you were swell last week.
Yes.
Thank you, Portland. Hello, fans.
Hello, Peter.
Optimist in the plural, yes. Not Stuff Van Steeden.
It isn't Benny Goodman.
Well, you could be with the top of your head going into that Big Apple.
Be careful. You know what you got from Jack Benny Sunday night.
And did I laugh when Jack beat Mr. Allen up on his program?
Say, I nearly passed out when Fred started crying.
Yeah? When I started crying, dubbed in a cry for me. How did Benny beat me up? In effigy. And at that, he had to make me a little boy in his sketch before he could do it.
You can't take it even as a kid.
Well, Benny'd better not start anything with me, or Jell-O's going to have 8 delicious flavors.
What 8, Fred?
What?
I said, what 8?
Well, out strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, lime, and black and blue.
You shouldn't fight with Jack now. He's pretty weak going on that
He's
diet.
always weak.
Say, I wonder why Paramount made Jack cut down on his food.
Well, he's making the picture for his room and board. And Paramount caught him overdoing the latter. Why, they tell me a waiter walked into the commissary one day with 15 meatballs, and Benny ran pool before the waiter could set down the plate.
Benny's better in pictures than you are for my money.
Oh, yes? Who won the Academy Award last year?
Spencer Tracy.
And I know Spencer Tracy better than Benny does.
So what does that prove?
It proves that if Benny keeps making pictures, he's going to make fresh air fiends out of a lot of theater goers.
You can say what you want, but I thought Jack was swell as Tom Sawyer Sunday.
Tom Sawyer. He played the part like one of the Finn boys.
Huckleberry?
No, Mickey. Beating me up as a kid. Why, I could have met him in a day nursery and licked him with open safety pins at 10 paces.
Now, look, kids, I've made up my mind. If Alan doesn't get here for rehearsal in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to cancel him. I wonder where he can be. He hasn't any friends out here. Maybe, I don't know. Will it be anything else, Mr. Allen?
Yes, waiter. I'll have another cup of coffee.
You know, Mr. Allen, before I took this job here at the Brown Derby, I was a waiter at Lendy's.
Really?
Now, how are things back in New York?
Well, they're about the same, except we have a water shortage, you know.
Oh, yeah, I've been reading about that. Did it affect you personally?
Well, it didn't bother me much at first, but after several weeks, something told me to take a bath.
See, that reminds me, Mr. Allen, aren't you supposed to be on Jack Benny's program today?
And how I hate it.
Well, this is none of my business, but how much is Benny going to pay you?
Well, I don't know yet, but my lawyer filed suit against him 2 weeks ago.
Oh, wait a minute. You ain't even been on his program yet, and you started suing him 2 weeks ago?
My friend, when you deal with Benny, it's always best to get a running start.
You mean he's really that cheap?
Cheap? Why, Benny is so tight that last summer when he was out on a dude ranch, he kept his money in a wildcat's mouth. And he was snide enough to find a wildcat with tonsillitis so it couldn't swallow. Well, I'd better get going. I have to go to that old man's rehearsal over there. Say, which network is he lousing up now?
Oh, he's at CBS. It's just 2 blocks from here.
Say, on second thought, you know, I think I'll let him stew a little while. Bring me another cup of coffee.
Gee, I can't understand what's keeping Fred.
Oh, Jack, take it easy. He'll be here any minute.
Well, when we go to court, I'm certainly going to bring up about him being late. Oh, Rochester, will you run out and see if you can find Mr. Allen? Maybe he's at Lyman's or at the Derby. Somewhere.
Yes, sir.
See, that Allen is certainly a thoughtless guy. He's been doing things like this to me since the first day I met him.
Jack, I've been with you for so many years, and I never knew how you first met Fred Allen.
Oh, it happened in Boston a long time ago.
Well, tell me about it, Jack.
All right, Don. It was many, many years ago when vaudeville was at its height. I was the headliner at the Metropolitan Theatre in Boston. One night after the supper show, I was sitting in my dressing room resting from my 7 encores. I was removing my makeup. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Mr. Benny, my name is Fred Allen.
Uh-huh.
I'm appearing here at the Metropolitan.
Well, that's funny. I don't remember any Fred Allen on this bill.
I'm in the opening act.
Oh, I thought the opening act was Fink's Mule.
I took my makeup off, Mr.
Oh, so you're with Fink's Mule?
Uh-huh. May I sit down?
Yes, but not too close. Now, what can I do for you, young man?
Tell me, Mr. Benny, what do you think of this new entertainment medium that's just starting up, this thing called radio?
Well, I've been giving it a lot of thought. In fact, I already have an idea for a radio program.
You have?
Yes. On my program each week, I'll visit a place called Benny's Boulevard, where I'll start knocking on doors and ask topical questions of 4 people.
4 people?
Yes, a Southern senator, a rube who says howdy, bub, a Bronx housewife, and an Irishman.
Gosh, what a novel idea for radio. You know, that might even replace the street singer.
Yes. You'll have to excuse me now, Alan. I've got to get dressed for dinner.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny, and thank you so much, sir, for your help. I will always treasure the memory of this meeting the greatest comedian in the world, sir. I'm backing out, sir.
Thank you. And that, Don, is how I first met Fred Allen, and why I dislike him so much.
Jack, you mean...
Yes, he stole my radio idea and called it Allen's Alley. Gee, I wonder if Rochester has found him yet.
Say, waiter, I'll have another cup.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Allen. I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, hello, Rochester. Say, I was just getting ready to go over to the studio.
Well, let's hurry, Mr. Benny's awful upset. Come on, I'll show you the shortcut to CBS.
Sure. After all these years, Rochester, you'd think Benny would change. But he's just as bad as when I first met him in Boston many years ago.
I never did hear about how you two first met. Would you tell me about it, Mr. Allen?
I was headlining at the Metropolitan Theatre in Boston. And one evening after the supper show, I was sitting in my dressing room removing my makeup. Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
My name is Jack Benny.
Well, I'm glad you got here. It's the cold water faucet that's leaking.
No, I'm not the plumber. See, I'm appearing here on the vaudeville bill with you.
Jack Benny, Jack. Say, I didn't see your name on the program.
Oh, I'm in the opening act.
But the show opens with a Japanese flash act. Yamaguchi and Takamura. Gosh, they're wonderful. The way they lie on their backs and juggle that big barrel with their feet.
I know. And inside of that barrel, me.
No.
Oh, yes, Mr. Allen. While they're balancing that barrel and kicking it up in the air, I'm curled up inside with my violin, playing Ireland Must Be Heaven, because my mother came from there.
What an inspired touch. I can just hear that music coming out through the bunghole. Well, so much for flattery. Now, what can I do? What can I do for you, son?
Mr. Allen, sir, You've got to help me. I want to be a great comedian like you.
Well, if you're so anxious to earn big money, why don't you turn to radio?
Radio?
Yes, it's a gold mine. Say, I'm working on an idea for a program for myself. Now, my idea is this. I'll be the star, you see. A girl to insult me, a drunken orchestra leader, and a fat announcer.
Well, here's the studio, Mr. Allen. Let's go in.
No, Rochester. I can't go in.
What?
I can't do it, Rochester. I can't let Benny give me a job. I may be a derelict, down and out, but I've still got my pride.
But, Mr. Allen...
No, I'm sorry, Rochester. I just can't do it.
But, Mr. Allen, you haven't got any money. How are you going to live?
Don't worry about me. I'll get along. Maps! Get your maps to the movie star home. James Mason, Ronald Coleman, Mr. and Mrs. Gary Cooper, Mr. and Mrs. Robert Taylor. You can't tell me...
Come in.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Rochester.
Well, Fred Allen. Well, Fred, this is a surprise.
Really?
When did you get in town?
Last night?
Last night? Well, why didn't you call me at my hotel?
You mean you're staying at one that has phones?
Well, no, but there's a candy store in the lobby that takes messages.
Oh, I see.
Say, boss, as long as Mr. Allen's in town, why don't you put him on your stage show?
Well, thank you, Rochester, but I couldn't very well go out on a stage now. I haven't got any material.
Well, don't you have any of your old vaudeville routines left?
Well, if I did, I'd be on television.
It would be great if you could join me on my stage show, Fred.
Well, I'd really love to, Jack, but I have to rush back to Hollywood. I've been offered the lead in a new picture.
A new picture?
Uh-huh. No Dimension. It's a new thing that's coming out. When it comes out, you don't dimension the whole thing.
So far, that's better than what we've got written here.
But in this picture, Jack, yes? I play the part of a test pilot in Los Angeles.
I see.
The picture is called Breaking the Smog Barrier.
It's a shame you can't stay over, Fred, so we could appear together. It'd be like old times.
Say, Mr. Benny, did you and Mr. Allen once do an act together in vaudeville?
We sure did, Rochester. We had a lot of fun in those days.
Oh, gosh. You remember, Jack, how we'd always celebrate with a big dinner at Lindy's every time we got a job?
Yeah, we'd always get the best. Shrimp cocktail, turtle soup, chef salad.
Filet mignon, stuffed potatoes, strawberry shortcake.
Then I'd top it all off with a big glass of Ovaltine.
Ovaltine?
Well, he wanted to be asleep when the check came.
Those were the good old days. I'll never forget the time we rehearsed and polished our act for weeks. And we went to see Mickey Rockford, the biggest booking agent in New York. Come on, Fred. I think Mr. Rockford's office is down the hall.
Hey, it's crowded in here, Jack.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to talk to the secretary. Miss, we'd like to see Mr. Rockford.
Do you have an appointment?
Appointment? Yeah, we're Benny and Allen.
Benny and Allen?
Yeah. Don't you recognize us?
Why? Is there a reward?
You don't understand, girlie. We do a vaudeville act.
Really? Which one throws the fish?
Say, that is clever. Miss, you ought to be in show business yourself.
Me in show business?
Yes. I know a magician who saws a woman in half. You'd look better in two pieces.
Take it easy, Fred. Look, miss, we don't want to argue. We just like to see our agent, Mr. Rockford.
Well, first I'll need some information. Now, what's the name of your act again?
Allen and Benny.
I thought you said it was Benny and Allen.
Well, at 2:00, our billing changes.
Well, what kind of an act do you do?
Violin, clarinet, and snappy patter.
Uh-huh.
And where have you played?
Oh, all over.
Well, where?
Well, just tell her the important dates, Jack.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, we did a week in Sow Belly, Wyoming. A A week in Loose Tooth, Arizona. 3 days in Stagnant Water, New Mexico. And we also played the Palace here in New York.
Sow belly, loose tooth, stagnant water, and the Palace. Well, at least you worked your way up.
No, we played the Palace first.
Well, Mr. Rockford's busy right now, so just have a seat and I'll call you.
All right.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Allen, I don't mean to be personal, but are you an American citizen?
Yes, I got these slant eyes from pulling off a tight derby.
Come on, Fred, let's sit down.
Yes? Yes. Oh, very well, Mr. Rockford. Oh, boys, Mr. Rockford will see you now.
Good. Come on, Fred, let's go in.
Okay.
Well, come on in, fellas. Come on in. Close the door. Sit down.
Thank you. Mr. Rockford, I'm Jack Benny. This is Fred Allen.
That's right, Mr. Rockford. Remember, you booked our act in the Palace 7 years ago.
Oh, yes. What business are you in now?
Well, we're still in show business.
Yes, and we thought you could book us.
Please, fellas.
Our new act is sensational. At least give us a chance, Mr. Rockford.
Yes, all we need is one good break, you know.
I gave you a break when I put you in Lowe's Flatbush.
Some break. They opened with Fink's Mules, then Major Doty's Dogs came out, then Manny's Monkeys, then Power's Dancing Elephants.
So what?
Well, by the time we came out, we looked like the last 2 passengers on Noah's Ark.
Well, look, boys, I'm very busy.
Please, Mr. Rockford, just listen to our opening number. It'll only take a second.
All right, but before you... Oh, excuse me. Here, come in.
Mr. Rockford, here's the 10% commission I owe you for booking my act last week.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, wait a minute. The cute boy. Sonny, what's your name?
Eddie Cantor.
Eddie Cantor?
Potatoes are cheaper, tomatoes are cheaper. Now's the time to fall in love.
Mr. Rockford, how about listening to our new act?
Oh, all right, if you insist.
Ready with your clarinet, Fred?
Ready.
Okay. 1, 2. Mr. Allen.
What is it, Mr. Benny?
Have you heard that they're making women's bathing suits out of spun glass?
Women's bathing suits out of glass? Well, that's worth looking into.
I'll take it, Mr. Allen.
If you will. Mr. Benny,
yes, Mr. Allen? Oh, pardon.
I love music.
So do I. Music once saved my uncle's life.
Well, how did music save your uncle's life?
They played the Star-Spangled Banner just as he was sitting in the electric chair. Take it, Mr. Allen.
You know.
You don't have to finish it, you know.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Mr. Allen.
I want you to meet my new girl. Her name is Well Enough.
Why do you call your girl Well Enough?
Because I want the boys to leave Well Enough alone. How about the finale, Mr.
In unison? All right. Mr. Rockford, what do you think of it?
Wait till he gets his head out of the drawer.
Maybe he's looking for a contract.
Fellas.
Yes,
Mr. Rockford.
To tell you the truth, fellas, I'm confused. The whole act leaves me cold. It's neither fish nor fowl.
Well, that's funny. The last agent we went to thought it was both.
Well, Mr. Rockford, you mean you can't book us anywhere?
Well, actually, I don't have a thing open for a double. Have either of you considered doing a single?
What? And break up the act?
Why, we've been together for years. You can't split Benny and Alan.
It's ridiculous. We're more than just a team. We're partners, friends, buddies. Why, we'd rather starve than let anything come between us.
Well, that's a shame because I've got an opening for a single in Scranton for $15 a week.
I'll take it.
Well, if that's the way you feel, I'll take it for $14 a week, Mr. Rockford.
Fred, you'd steal a job away from your partner, your buddy, your friend?
Some friend. What did you ever do for me?
Why, you puff-eyed ingrate. For years, we've lived off my violin, my brains, my talent, my joke.
And my money. And listen, you miser. As for your violin playing, I have heard cleaner notes from a toothless Russian sipping borscht. You are just lucky you've had me and my clarinet.
Clarinet? The only way you could make a living with that clarinet is if you put a nail on the end of it and went out in the park. Mr. Rockford, rather than let you hire this no-talented wage cutter, I'll take the job for $10 a week.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll take it for $8.
I'll take it for $5.
Well, I'll take it for $3.
Well, I'll take it for nothing.
So will I.
Well, at that price, I can afford both of you.
Jack, did you hear that? We're working. Fresh! Jack!
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes another program, and we'll be with you next week at the same time. And, Fred, it was nice reminiscing.
Oh, say, Jack, we forgot to tell him about the time we played in Burning Stump, Arkansas. Remember that insulting audience?
Oh, yes. I remember while we were doing our act, the audience threw pennies on the stage, and you complained to the manager.
And when they stopped, you complained to the manager.
Come on, Fred, let's go out and get a cup of coffee.
Okay,
Good night,
Jack.
folks.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theatre brings you Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland in Merton of the Movies. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. On Monday nights, after our curtain falls and our stars have gone home, the staff usually hangs around for a while to cut up the show, pick out all the flaws, and see where we made our mistakes. One Monday night a few weeks ago, I accused the boys of having failed to startle me with anything lately. They were all ready for me. They said, let's put Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland in Merton of the Movies. That was a startler. It happened that our two stars had just finished their picture, Babes on Broadway at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. So here's Mickey, here's Judy, and here's Merton of the Movies. And I suppose here's an audience that's wondering what's going to come out of it all. Well, move over, brother, and make room for us. Nobody knows when youngsters as lively as these two are concerned. But most of you will remember that Merton of the Movies was a triple hit. As a novel, a play, and a motion picture. It's the amazing story of what happened to one movie-struck young man who exchanged the comparative calm of a general store in the Middle West to the incomparable hurly-burly of Hollywood. In Hollywood, the story of obscurity one day and fame the next is an old, old story. It's just as much to be expected as the sight of dancing girls, pirates, or Eskimos on the studio street. Or, of course, Lux toilet soap in a star's dressing room. But to be a real success, you can't be famous just in Hollywood. It's the rest of the country that really gives the star rating both to an actor and to a product. Naturally, we value what Hollywood says about our product, but we think just as much of the opinion of the housewife in Seattle, the stenographer in Philadelphia, the school teacher in Dallas, and the salesgirl in Des Moines. Lux toilet soap has made a hit, not just in Hollywood and New York, but in all the big and little towns in between. Now, I'd like to have you meet Merton of the movies. Merton is played by Mickey Rooney and Phyllis by Judy Garland. Here's the curtain for the first act.
You swine! You dog! Push your attentions on Miss Breathwaite, will you? Well, take that! And that! And that!
Don't be alarmed, ladies and gentlemen. The blood-curdling battle which just took place was fought by a young grocery clerk named Merton Gill and a clothing store dummy, with the dummy coming off second best. Merton often engages in these bouts, usually in the back room of the Simsbury General Store. There, on the store's time, Merton indulges in his favorite fancy, pretending that he's a motion picture star. Yes, Merton is definitely movie-struck. Now, in the storeroom, he stands over his fallen foe, the dummy.
Well, have you had enough? Ha, 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 ha. I thought so. Now, get on your feet and don't ever show your face around here again. Go on, get! Well, Miss Breathwaite, I guess we've seen the last of Smiling Jack for a while. And now, Miss Breathwaite, ma'am...
Merton!
If you all could see your way clear to marrying up with me, why, I would...
Merton!
Oh, yes, Mr. Gashwater.
How many times do I have to call you? What are you doing back here in the storeroom?
Why, nothing, Mr. Gashwater. I was just...
Did you stack up those cans that came in this morning like I told you?
No, sir, not
Then
yet.
get a move on.
Yes, sir.
Say, what's that dummy doing on the floor?
That. I'll pick it up right now, Mr. Gashwater.
How did it get there in the first place?
Well, I was just... You see,
Never mind. Get after those cans, and then I got a few deliveries for you.
Yes, sir.
Say, Merton.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you a question. Was that you down in the meadow this morning?
In the meadow? Why, yes, sir.
With the horse again?
Yes, sir. I was just hitching her up.
Now, listen, Merton. That old mare ain't been hitched up since we got the delivery truck. What were you doing down there?
Well, I just wanted to see if she was still all right.
At 6 o'clock in the morning? Merton, I don't know as I understand you lately. You've been acting mighty queer.
I'm just the same.
No, you ain't. And I know what it is, too. It's them moving pictures. If you'd stay away from that By Joe Theater and pay a little more attention to your work around here, you'd be a lot better off.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what you said the lap of the last time. You get a move on and start looking for another job. Now set up those cans and make those deliveries.
But why not, Burton? Why can't you come tonight? All the old gang will be there.
Look, Elmer, I gotta make this delivery. Excuse me, will you?
But you never come around anymore. Gee, I should think you'd want some relaxation or something.
Well, I'll put it to you frankly, Elmer. I ain't got time to run around with the crowd. I've got other interests.
What other interests?
Well, I have them, that's all.
Hey, you're not in love with some girl, are you?
Don't be ridiculous. I got no time for women.
Okay. Don't get sore.
Look, Elmer, I guess I have been acting sort of funny.
I'll say.
Do you think that I'm slappy or something, huh?
No? No, I don't. No matter what people say.
Well, what do you mean? What do they say?
Oh, about things you do. Look, you can trust me, Merton. Tell me, were you in the pasture this morning talking to a horse?
What horse?
Dashwater's horse. Charlie Harper said he saw you with your arms around her neck.
What would I be talking to a horse for?
Of course, I can understand. I mean, if you were lonesome or something.
So long, Elmer. See you around. Gotta make this delivery and get back to the store.
Then you won't come around tonight?
I can't. I'm busy.
Okay. Be seeing you.
Hello, Merton.
Hello, Tess. Grocery.
Bring them in, Merton. Look, Mert, it came for you.
What, dear?
Lesson number 6 from the Hofburg School of Acting.
Oh, let's see. Oh, gee, thanks, Tess.
Oh, I think it's wonderful, Merton. You're taking lessons like this through the mail. It shows real ambition.
It's wonderful of you to let him mail them here. If Mr. Gashwater saw me getting this stuff, he'd fire me. Hey, look at this. The facial expressions. Anger. Love. Horror. Etc. Oh, I'll work on this tonight.
Oh, here's something else. Mr. Harris, the photographer, asked me to give them to you.
Oh, yes. You know what they are?
Well, they're pictures, aren't they?
Yes, stills with me in different characters. You want to see them?
Oh, I'd love to, Merton.
There you are. That's me in a Western outfit, taken down in the meadow with a horse.
Oh, that's good. Like Gene Autry.
Mm-hmm. A little.
Well, it's almost the same costume. But the horse is sort of, well...
Well, what do you expect from Gashweiler's mare? Here, look at this one.
Oh, Merton, you look wonderful in evening clothes.
That's society man type. But here's the one I like best of all. Here, now, look, who is it?
Why, you.
Sure, it's me, but I mean, who does it look like?
Oh, well, let me see now. Don't tell me.
Don't you get it yet? Of course, it's not a perfect resemblance or anything like that, but it's...
Wait, I've got it.
Who?
Charles Boyer.
Huh? Oh, no, I wasn't thinking of Boyer. I meant that... Do you really think so?
Sure I do. Of course, it isn't perfect, but look, just put your finger over the eyes and nose and kind of look at it sideways. See?
Boyer. Huh, maybe so.
Of course, he's a lot bigger.
Boyer, he's a swell actor. Pepe Le Moco, the king of the Gaspar, they call me. The most dangerous jewel thief in all the world.
Oh, Merton.
You're afraid of me? Nah, don't be afraid of me, my chérie. Look at me. Kiss me.
Oh, Merton, that's wonderful.
Huh? Oh, it's just a little thing I've been working on down at the store, that's all.
Is that Merton, too? Yes, Mother. Well, tell him Mr. Gaswater just called. He wants to know what's holding up the rest of the delivery. All right.
Gee, I better go.
Are you going to the Bijou tonight?
No, I can't. I got to rehearse a couple of scenes I got in mind.
Harvey Corliss is there in a Western. He's got a swell interview in Camerlan this week. I was just reading it. Look.
Let me see.
I like this part here. See?
Hard work and the constant striving toward an ideal is the key to success.
No, below that, about his wife.
His wife? Oh, yeah, down here. She not only is my best pal, but also my severest critic.
Isn't that a wonderful tribute?
Yeah. Success hasn't gone to his head. And it won't go to mine either. Hard work and the constant striving toward an ideal. Oh, Tess, that's wonderful.
Murdoch, what about the delivery?
Yes, ma'am.
I was just leaving.
You swine! You cur! Take that! And that! And that! And now, Miss Braithwaite, ma'am.
What do you think you're doing in here?
Oh, Mr. Gashweiler.
Merton, I've stood enough of this. Who are you talking to?
Why, nobody.
That's what I thought. Every time I come back here, those dummies are all over the floor.
Look, Mr. Gashweiler, I'm not doing any harm.
How do I know what you're doing? I declare, Merton, if your folks were still alive, you'd certainly be a trial to them.
I'm just studying, that's all.
Studying what?
Well, I may as well tell you. I'm studying acting.
Acting?
Yes, sir. From the Hofburg School of Acting.
I see. Well, let me tell you this, young man. I don't want any more studying while you're working for me.
You don't mean that, do you, Mr. Gashweiler?
I certainly do.
All right, then. I'll leave.
You what?
I'll leave. I'm going out to Hollywood.
To Hollywood?
Yes, sir.
To be an actor?
Yes, sir, and I'll succeed, too.
Ain't likely. A boy from Simsbury.
Lincoln walked 4 miles for a book.
Yes, but you ain't studying for president. All right, Merton, if that's what you want to do, then I'll just go ahead and get somebody else. You got much money?
$270.
Well, I hope you make a big success of it, Merton. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Gashweiler. I'm sorry about those dummies.
That's all right. You didn't hurt them none. I can't make you out, Merton. You're a nice boy, one of the nicest I ever knew. But I guess you're just crazy.
Well, goodbye, Miss Braithwaite, ma'am. Someday we shall meet again. Oh, good evening, young lady. What's that? You asked me to tell the readers of your magazine to what I owe my success? Hard work, young lady. Hard work and the constant striving toward an ideal. Perhaps I owe most, however, to my wife. She is more than a wife. She is my best pal. And I may say, my severest critic. Across the plains of the blue Pacific, riding west. Hi-ho, silver, giddy up, boy, get after him, boy. 30 miles and I get up. Boy,
shall I make up your place now, sir? Or is you fixing to go the rest of the way by horseback?
Huh? Oh.
I'm sorry, folks. No casting today.
Try again tomorrow. No casting today.
No casting, sorry.
Would you leave your name, please?
Leave your name. Just leave your name, please. No casting today.
Leave your name.
No casting.
No casting.
No casting.
Leave your name.
Yeah, I'm sorry, folks, but there's no use waiting around. We're not using anybody for Friday. You might as well all go home. I'm sorry.
Mr. Mac, can I talk to you just a minute?
Hey, are you back again?
All I want is a chance. I can do almost anything you want.
You heard what I said. We're not using any extras till Friday.
But I don't want to be an extra. I can act.
Yeah,
I can do...
I know. Man, there's 10,000 other guys who can act, too. Say, if we let everybody act who wanted to act, there wouldn't be anybody left for an audience. Now, see me Friday.
Hello, Charlie.
Oh, hello, fellas.
Anything new on that bit?
I was just going to check. You want to sit around?
Yes, thanks.
Well, how's it going?
Fair. I could have had a job at Big Art this morning, but I turned it down.
Getting fussy, huh?
Nope. It was Arab stuff, and I've been bit by my last camel.
Say, Jeff Baird was looking for a girl with a voice to dub a couple of numbers. Would you be interested?
Am I interested in eating? Certainly.
Well, I'll see if he's over on the set. Make yourself comfortable.
Thanks, Mac.
Whoa.
Hello.
Are you in pictures?
Yes, sometimes.
Gee, that must be swell.
Oh, why?
Well, I mean, being an actor. Have you been in pictures long?
I was 6 years old when I played my first part.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
How'd you get it?
They were looking for a kid with 2 front teeth missing. I was it.
Oh, comedy, huh?
What's the matter with comedy?
Well, I don't care for it myself. I think it's, making people laugh at you. It's degrading to a great art.
What art?
Motion pictures.
Oh, motion pictures. You're pretty new, aren't you?
Yeah, I've only been in town about 3 weeks.
Have you worked yet?
No, not yet. I can't get anybody to look at these pictures. I got some stills here, different costumes and all. Would you like to see them?
Yeah.
This one is me and a horse, Western stuff.
Uh-huh.
And this one, I like this one the best. You notice anything about it?
About what?
The picture, you notice anything? I mean, doesn't it look like somebody?
Huh?
Well, here, just put your finger over the eyes and nose and there, look at it sideways. Now, well,
it helps.
Never mind. I guess it's not as good as I thought it was. What's your name?
Phyllis Wayne. What's yours?
Clifford Armitage.
What did you say?
Clifford Armitage.
That's what I thought you said.
Of course, that's just my stage name.
Oh.
I figured it looked better in lights than Merton Gill.
In lights? You're going to be a big success, aren't you?
I hope so.
Have you got any idea what you're up against?
Oh, it's going to be a struggle for a while. I know that.
Yeah. Jobs are few and far between these days. Take the case of my pop. He's an old-timer in this business. Last month he got a job in a Mountaineer picture, but they wouldn't stand for the crepe hair, so he had to go and raise a garden.
A garden?
A beard.
Oh, a beard, a garden, yeah. Sure.
He spent 4 whole weeks raising it, and what happened? He gets a half day's work, and a revenuer shoots him dead, so he's out. He spends 2 more weeks trying to rent the garden. Nobody will have it, so he shaves it off. He still's got the lather on his face when he gets a call. They want a beard. Well, that's just an idea of how tough it is sometimes.
I don't see what that's got to do with me. I couldn't raise a beard anyhow.
Well, you win, brother.
Miss Bodie, call on Central Cafe.
Yes, sir.
38 men and women, evening clothes, 8 tomorrow morning, stage 3.
Yes,
Mr. Mac, is that call for a lot of people?
Still here?
Yes, sir. I just heard you say that you needed...
Do you want to work tomorrow?
Do I? Sure.
You got evening clothes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 8 o'clock.
Gee, thanks. Do you hear that, Miss Wayne? I'm working tomorrow. Say, Mr. Mac, should I have my breakfast before I come?
Well, it might be a good idea.
Okay, let's see. It's about 11 a.m. now. That's not long, is it?
Well, no time at all.
Oh, I mean, if I go to bed early, why, that'll make the time pass a lot more quickly.
Is he kidding? Listen, this is no starring part. It's $7.50.
Oh, that's all right. Hard work and the constant striving toward an ideal is the key to success. Thanks a lot, Mr. Mac.
That kid frightens me.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland will bring us Act 2 of Merton of the Movies. Well, here's our young friend Sally, looking sprightlier than ever. Sally, what brings that gladsome sparkle to your eye?
Maybe it's the compliment I got today, Mr. Ruick, that makes me feel so good.
May I ask what he said?
Certainly. It wasn't he, though. It was she. You know, Mr. Ruick, when you get a compliment from the younger generation, that's news.
Oh, come, Sally. What do you mean by the younger generation?
Well, I mean my little cousin Susie. She's 13 and critical, especially when it comes to members of her own family. Well, after I put my hat on to go out this afternoon, I gave my face that final dash of powder, you know, that women always do. Well, Susie was watching me, and when I finished, she said, "You didn't really need to do that, Cousin Sally. Your skin looked just as beautiful before."
Very nice, Sally. No wonder you felt good. Well, I hope you didn't lose that golden opportunity to impress on your young relative what complexion care you use.
Oh, she knows all about Lux Toilet Soap, Mr. Ruick, and how important it is to give your skin daily active lather care. She knows that Green Stars always use